Volume 7. Chapter 599, Suji Worldwide Commerce. Chapter 599, Suji Worldwide Commerce. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. This hotel sure is extravagant, it must cost a lot for one night. Shursin was somewhat hesitant, he kept on looking around, and was studying all the decorations which were extremely luxurious. They were all country bumpkins, since when have they ever seen such a place? It costs 500,000 cloud coins a night. Ah, Lang scoffed, he had just found out about it. When Bai Sha was booking the hotel, he had specially booked a floor for them for all of them to stay. Shursin jumped in fright, revealing a look of pain. Why is it so expensive? It is such a waste. 500,000, isn't that just daylight robbery? While the two of them were whining, the door opened. Tang Tian walked out. Let's go, time to work. The two of them immediately roused their attention. For the sake of not attracting too much attention, Shursin brought 10 men. Crazy Tang did not forget, the most important task at hand was for the errands. In the future, the Sword Forest stronghold would deal mostly with black gold, and finding a market for it was their most pressing task. The other two matters were to purchase information about the Honorable Martial Continent and to purchase warships. The three matters were all important. Because of Bai Xiao, Tang Tian and the rest were treated as VIPs and were able to enjoy the facilities and service given by the hotel, and a manager was there for all their requests. This is the White Sand City's largest weapon street. The street vendors are all weapon trading companies, and all the various products of the different continents are all here. As long as you have the money, you are able to buy all sorts of weapons, including warships. The hotel manager introduced proudly. Shursin and the rest tried to see as far as they could, but they could not see the end of the stores, and all of them inhaled in cold air. I want to go to the biggest trading company. Tang Tian said without hesitation. The biggest shop? The manager looked at Tang Tian once. The biggest weapon shop here is Suji, carrying its name for over thousands of years, it has the largest variety. But they have a set of rule, upon entering their trading company, the value that you have to spend on their products must be more than 100 million. There's a Suji Worldwide Commerce here? Shursin suddenly became excited. All of the demonic mounts around him also became excited. Is it famous? Tang Tian was confused. It is super famous. They only sell exquisite great products, and are very famous. Shursin, who was overly excited, did not know how to describe them. In this aspect, the hotel manager was more professional. He started to babble. The Suji Worldwide Commerce is a specialized high-end weapons trading company. In the entire weapons trading line of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, the Suji Worldwide Commerce is one of the top 5. Their specialty is not only selling their own weapons, but if they see that a weapon has outstanding qualities, they will automatically put it on their shelves. The weapons that are created by various families that are placed on their shelves will earn honor and pride. That sounds great. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Let's go to Suji. The hotel manager was secretly pleased. Whenever he brought people in, he would be able to earn a commission of 5%. He initially thought that they were just peasants, as they did not hide their shabbiness, but due to his professionalism, he still respectfully serviced them, but he never expected them to be tyrants. But 100 million cloud coins, he did not even hesitate at all, he definitely is a tyrant. He became even more respectful, and brought Tang Tian and the group towards the Suji Worldwide Commerce. Suji Worldwide Commerce Trading Company was located at the center of the entire street. Their shop was so huge that they made other trading companies pale in comparison. The moment they entered the trading company, the shop manager welcomed them. Welcome to Suji, how can I help you all? The shop manager's tone was amiable and not flattering. He recognized the manager of the White Sands Hotel, which was the most high-end hotel in the city. The White Sands Hotel was deeply loved by all rich folks. Let us go in and take a look. Tang Tian said loudly. All right. The shop manager maintained his professionalism and did not ask why. The customers that visited were all generous, and their temper were all extremely weird, so they were used to it. The goods in our shop are split into two main categories, personal weapons and army weapons. Please follow me. In here, we have the armory. Present here in straight rows are all the personal weapons. There are weapons, defensive tools, supportive tools, and medical treatment, etc. Medical treatment? Tang Tian was surprised. Yes. Lone martial artists will always encounter all sorts of complicated situations. That also means that they need even more ways to handle them. In our statistics, medical treatment's importance is second to weapons and defensive tools, and thus we recommend this particular type of clients, and raise their investment value. In our statistics, lone martial artists that carry medical treatment goods worth more than 2 million, survive 5 times as much as martial artists that invest in a maximum 1 million into medical treatment. The shop manager gave extremely detailed statistics and numbers, showing his convincing ability. And in terms of the usage of medical treatments, our very first recommendation is with the easy and comfortable to use antinefarious ointment by Benevolence Hall. Its usage is to remove the internal injuries caused by energy corrosion. We have done thorough experiments and comparisons across 2,400 types of products, and in the end we chose the Benevolence Hall's antinefarious ointment because of its outstanding results. It can remove the internal injuries of up to 10 years ago. The antinefarious ointment costs 400,000 cloud coins for one bottle, although it has an extremely high price, but we still give it a 5-star recommendation. Tang Tian then spoke without hesitation. We will first buy 50 of them, old sure, each one of you will get one. Shursen was moved, but he did not reveal it, and nodded his head, yes. 50 antinefarious ointments. The shop manager recorded it down. He was not surprised by it. 20 million cloud coins transactions was considered small business. With the shop manager's recommendations, all the glossy and brilliant weapons on the racks dazzled Tang Tian. The Sacred Saint Galaxy's weapons, compared to the spirit treasures of Heaven's Road, did not have any spirit, but they were all brimming with killing intent, and the strangest thing was that many weapons contained sword concepts and such. And for the higher grade weapons, they contained laws, but these laws were mostly incomplete. At the highest level of the weapons rack was a scarlet red sword, which released an astonishing aura, as the energy around it was continuously being absorbed into it. Tang Tian curiously requested the shop manager to take it down for a look, in which he did not reject, and handed the sword over to Tang Tian. Tang Tian then realized that the treasure sword called Scarlet Snake actually had a complete law inside it. But this sword's price was an astronomical 20 billion cloud coins, causing everyone's expression to freeze. Tang Tian, who thought he was wealthy previously, quickly found out that he was still poor. Very quickly, with the increase of grades of weapons, the prices of the weapons caused people's faces to turn muddy. 5 billion cloud coin weapons were just high grade. Seeing that everyone was getting dizzy, Tang Tian suddenly thought of a terrible question. Can I ask, how much is a warship? The shop manager answered, this depends on the grade. A frigate starts with a price of 5 billion, if you are talking about a warship, then it starts from 20 billion, and there's no cap after that. Everyone's heart turned cold, and all revealed a bitter smile. They were all dreaming as thought they were tyrants, but suddenly realized that they could not even afford a warship. Tang Tian did not care about that, and asked, do you buy weapons here? As long as it hits the requirements of the shop, then we will buy it. The shop manager replied. Tang Tian asked curious, what requirement? In terms of same category products, to be able to enter the top 5 is the shop's requirements. The shop manager said calmly, but with a sense of pride. Then will you buy an Empyrean ice tree spear? Tang Tian asked directly. No matter what, he wants to buy a warship home. Empyrean ice tree spear? The shop manager revealed a shocked look, and said cautiously, I will have to ask the shopkeeper, can I ask, are you offering to sell the Empyrean ice tree spear? Yes. Tang Tian replied happily. Please give me a moment. The shop manager rushed out, and after a moment, a blue-clothed middle-aged man walked towards Tang Tian and cupped his fist. I am Su Jin, and am the shopkeeper of this humble shop. Can I ask who is offering to sell the Empyrean ice tree spear? Me? Tang Tian raised his hand. I wonder how many do you have? Su Jin asked. Many. Tang Tian replied. Su Jin was secretly shocked, but maintained a smile on his face. He extended his hand as an invitation, please follow me. Inside the VIP lounge, Su Jin spoke, Sire is prepared to sell the Empyrean ice tree spears. I wonder if you can let me take a look? All right. Tang Tian said happily. Bang, a pile of Empyrean ice tree spears were thrown onto the carpet. The VIP lounge became quiet. Everyone were all stunned by the pile of Empyrean ice tree spears that were all half the length of a person. The shop manager and hotel manager both revealed shocked looks. Su Jin was stunned for a moment, but he was still someone who had seen a lot, and although his mind was caught in the perilous situation, he still maintained calm. Can I appraise it? No problem. Tang Tian waved his hand. Su Ji Worldwide Commerce shopkeeper used his hand to touch the spear, and immediately knew that it was real. Empyrean ice tree spear, a real Empyrean ice tree spear. He was secretly excited. The astonishing number of Empyrean ice tree spears. It was definitely the first time in history of dealing with Empyrean ice tree spears. He scrutinized it once, for fear that he might be overlooking something. After a long while, he stood up and spoke in one breath. I wonder what price is Sire setting for the purchase of these Empyrean ice tree spears. 8 million cloud coins for one. Tang Tian replied. Su Jin secretly approved in his mind. It is a very reasonable price. The other party obviously had investigated it prior to this. He replied happily, deal. How many do you want? Tang Tian asked. After the appraisal, he was already clear on it. Su Jin said generously, a total of 1,006, worth 8,048,000,000 cloud coins, consider it as 8,100,000,000. Just 8,100,000,000? Tang Tian was not satisfied, it was still far from a worship. Sire is not happy with the price? Su Jin was taken aback. No. Tang Tian shook his head, he looked at Su Jin, how many can you still buy? Su Jin's heart jumped, his words meant that he still had many Empyrean ice tree spears. He maintained his calmness, and laughed, Su Ji's fluid funds is currently 70 billion. As long as you do not exceed this number, it will not be a problem. If you do, then I can go and apply for authority to request for more funds. Within 100 billion, it should not be too big a problem. Su Jin's tone was full of confidence. Since when did Su Ji Worldwide Commerce ever worry about money? The VIP lounge was filled with people drawing their breaths, everyone were shocked by Su Ji's depth of wealth. But Tang Tian was not shocked, he laughed happily, that's great. Bang bang bang. Tang Tian threw out 10 consecutive piles of Empyrean ice tree spears. The entire VIP lounge suddenly became silent, 10 piles of Empyrean ice tree spears occupied the majority of the room. Under the light, the translucent Empyrean luster was like attractive sapphire gems, causing their eyes to be dazzled. Su Jin, who had never lost his composure before, opened his mouth wide open, like a fool, in dumbstruck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, Black Arrow Worship. Chapter 600, Black Arrow Worship. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. 11 piles, 90 billion. It was such a large amount transaction that it was not something even Su Jin would see often. But after the initial shock, he resolved it very professionally. If they were purchasing other weapons, he would be worried if it would be worth or not, but Empyrean ice tree spears definitely did not have that issue. 11 piles of Empyrean ice tree spears, in total it was just a mere 10,000 of them. Su Ji Worldwide Commerce's huge market network, with the 10,000 odd Empyrean ice tree spears, had no problem digesting. And what made him excited was that when the Empyrean ice tree spears appeared on the shelves, the stir that it would cause. A client holding 90 billion cloud coins in his bosom had the qualifications to be treated as an honored VIP of the Su Ji Worldwide Commerce. This is a silver VIP card for the Su Ji Worldwide Commerce, and is a small gift from me. By relying on this card, you can enjoy a discount up to 5%. You can also rely on this card to withdraw a maximum of 100 million cloud coins at any of our outlets. The store manager looked at the silver VIP card in Su Jin's hand enviously. Su Ji Worldwide Commerce's VIP card was extremely hard to obtain, and people with money, fame, prestige, etc., were all vying for it. This was his first time seeing a Su Ji Worldwide Commerce VIP card. In truth, Tang Tian's requirements were not sufficient to earn the silver VIP card. It requires a total expenditure of at least 100 billion. Tang Tian did not even spend, but even if he did, it would only be 90 billion, which was still lacking by a bit. But Empyrean ice tree spears, as Tang Tian is the sole customer that could supply the Empyrean ice tree spears, Tang Tian had displayed a tremendous worth, therefore Su Jin had roped him in. I want to buy a warship. Tang Tian exclaimed loudly. Su Jin was joyous, they had just given out 90 billion, but very quickly they would earn it back. What could be better than that? He laughed. Mr. Meng, what kind of warship do you need? I want the best warship. Tang Tian said without hesitating. Hearing his words, Su Jin knew that he was an amateur, but he did not try to dupe the other party knowing their inexperience, but instead, he started to give out more suggestions and opinions of his own. There isn't the best warship, because each of them have different uses and purposes, to each its own. For example, there are warships that seek speed, and there are warship that wants firepower, or others that desire powerful defense. Between them, there is no best one. Mr. Meng, why not you tell me what is your requirement, and I can give you a suitable suggestion. Su Jin's words made Tang Tian nod his head. He thought about the estuary into the Shang continent, which was pitifully small, and immediately said, the warship's body should be narrow, but its firepower must be fearsome, operating it should be simple, and I'd like it to be agile. Su Jin replied, a small-scale warship, narrow body, with both firepower and agility, and with simple operations. Do you want it to be one that is in stock or a custom-made? A custom-made will require a longer time to be manufactured, but it will conform much more to your request. I want one that's in stock. Tang Tian replied. No problem. I will recommend you the Black Arrow series warships. They are silver-grade small-scale warships. Its largest width is 60 m, with a length of 360 m. Its speed and agility, compared to the warships of the same category, can be rated as top 3. The hull is made of black mist wood, its quality is extremely solid, and has a remarkable concealing result. Its barrier is not considered strong, with a thickness of 2 m, but with its illusion form, it can allow the energy barrier shape to change, and from that it can allow the warship to increase its agility even further. In terms of firepower, it is also extremely high-end, 3 sets of silver-grade main cannons with considerable might. 6 sets of Silver Grade's honeycomb sword cannon, 3 poles of Silver Grade star mass gun and 6 heaven devastating blades. Shursen suddenly cut in, please add in 1 more heaven devastating blade. Not a problem. Su Jin did not become unhappy because of Shursen's interruption. Heaven devastating blades, Silver Grade warship weapon, with a maximum distance of 15 kilometers. If manned by 1 operator, it would require a Silver Saint or above. If you want more people to operate it, it would require 20 or more blade-type proficient martial artists. Tang Tian also understood, isn't that the perfect weapon for Shursen's underworld continent's demonic mounts? We want to increase the number of heaven devastating blades. Tang Tian thought after a while, increase until we have 12 blades. Upon fully reinstating the underworld continent's demonic mounts, that would be 500 men. With 12 blades, they could do rotations easily. Not a problem. Su Jin accepted it quickly. This sorts of modifications are easy, and requires only 2 days to complete. Other than that, I suggest to add on a set of prism surveillance. It can see through majority of invisibility and disguises, and is well known for the related type and category warships. If we are talking about manning it, you will require only 15 saints, its energy consumption is low. Alright. Tang Tian accepted his suggestion. Su Jin lowered his head and started to calculate, adding all of these up, it would be a total of 65.3 billion, after discount it would be 62 billion, I will just scrape off the remainder. Shursen drew a cold breath after hearing the amount. 1 warship actually cost 62 billion. With that money, how many armies could they build? How can any regular person ever afford a warship team? I'll buy it. Tang Tian waved his hand. After witnessing the might of warships, Tang Tian had already long decided, no matter what, to obtain a good warship. He never thought about being thrifty about it. Tang Tian paid on the spot, and other than that, he bought 1 set of each medical supplies, and almost all the equipment on the shelves. When the time comes, I will let Sai Lei research on them, but a pity the warship is too big, if not I would give 1 warship to her to study. When we can build our own warships, that would be great. In the end, his total expenditure was 83 billion. Everyone was stunned by how Tang Tian had so easily spent so much money. He had just earned 90 billion, and then he immediately spent 83 billion. He could earn money so quickly, but he could also spend money equally fast. Tang Tian's aim in running errands was to take a look at their equipment. After doing so, he also realized that their equipments had a very large improvement space. But he was also clear that his steady revenue was extremely important to Sword Forest Stronghold. The Empyrean Ice Tree Spears are worth a lot of money, but there will still be a day where it would be sold out. In truth, after selling 11 piles, he only had 15 piles left. He quickly took out a black gold ingot and gave it to Su Jin. You do accept materials here, right? Take a look at this, how is it? Su Jin accepted it. We do accept materials, but with regards on how the material is like, we need to go through a detailed analysis to be able to have a verdict. How long will that take? Tang Tian asked. Su Jin gave an approximate time, 3 days. Tang Tian, then I will come to collect the warship in 3 days, just nice there will be results for it too. No problem. Su Jin agreed. The black metal ingot in his hand was extremely tough, and with experience, he knew it was an extremely excellent metal material. Meng Nan had many good things in hand, to the point that it surprised Su Jin. He is truly a promising client, I must definitely treat him well. After walking out of the Su Ji Worldwide Commerce, the cold wind outside caused Shursen to be more awake. After the billions of cloud coins transaction, his entire body was in a stimulated state. He only awoken completely upon stepping out, and he took a deep breath. After hearing the same sound from all around them, everyone realized that everyone had the same emotions. Everyone started to laugh, all of their eyes were gleaming with hope. Everyone was looking forward to their lives in the future, the battles in the future. The hotel manager was knocked out from the happiness. He did not take the 5% commission, because he had already broke the limit of commission, 20 million. He already knew about the limit of commission before, but he had never imagined that he would actually touch it in his life. He was not in the least bit unhappy. It was 20 million, how many years would he have to work, to be able to earn 20 million? The black gold ingot still requires time. The warship is completed, now there is one thing left, and to seek reports and information regarding the Honorable Martial Continent's sudden emergence. Hearing that Tang Tian was extremely interested in the sudden emergence of the Honorable Martial Continent, the tyrant hotel manager immediately patted his chest, and said that he knew where to obtain them. The White Sands Academy is the largest scale and strongest academy in the White Sands continent, but the hotel manager displayed his well-gotten connections to full saturation, and brought Tang Tian and his group to the White Sands Academy. Richard looked at the group of people in front of him curiously. He was slightly taken aback. You wish to purchase research information on the Honorable Marshall Continent? Yes. The shop manager spoke respectfully. I heard that you are the authoritative figure in this aspect. We have specially come here, hoping to seek your help. Of course, we are willing to pay the corresponding amount. Richard did not believe them. My research is not cheap. Please believe in our good faith. The hotel manager was confident. He knew that the person behind him still had over 7 billion in cash with him. There are no reports that would be so expensive to such a price. Richard immediately realized that he had met with a rich group, and his attitude immediately changed and became passionate. Please have a seat, please have a seat. It's just information. I can even give it to you for free, but I have a very, very small request. Please enlighten us. The hotel manager said. It is like this, my son has an extremely great project, and currently is in need of a sponsor. If you are willing to sponsor this project, I am willing to gift this information to you. Of course, as the sponsor, you will definitely have returns. Richard explained. What project? The hotel manager was quick-witted. Upon hearing his request, he knew that it was not something good. If not, how could there be no sponsors as of yet? Richard's heart tensed up, but upon thinking about his son, he went for his luck. He is researching in spirits. The hotel manager's face immediately changed. Spirit research, that is a bottomless pit, a hopeless bottomless pit. But there are people who succeeded. Richard refuted. That's right, the Honorable Marshall Continent succeeded. But how many people tried to learn from them? And how many succeeded? None. It is a bottomless pit. No matter how much money you have, it is not enough. The hotel manager's attitude became intense. Richard perked his collar up. Unless you are willing to sponsor, I will not give you the information. That's impossible. The hotel manager started to shout. Wait. Tian suddenly cut in. Is he researching in spirits? Yes. Seeing Tian, who looked to be more interested, Richard's mood was roused. We have already found a crucial point, and only need a set of funds, a few experiments, and we can succeed. Stop lying. Do you know how expensive things related to spirits are? The hotel manager refuted. Spending billions squandering on spirit research, how much would that be? I will sponsor him. Tian said straightforwardly. The room immediately became quiet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 601, Richard. Chapter 601, Richard. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. To be able to persevere when everyone else have failed, it could be stupid, or it could be brave. Regardless if it was stupidity or bravery, Tian felt good about that, because he was like that. Although the manager could not understand Tian's decision, he understood rich people, and all the rich people were extremely weird. Once a person becomes rich, he naturally will become weird as well. Maybe it was a type of fetish, or maybe they were things that made rich people interested. All in all, who cares? After signing the sponsorship agreement, and receiving the first 100 million sponsorship, Richard's heart finally went down towards his stomach. In truth, he was not supportive of his son's choice, but who called him to be his son? To be able to help his son gave Richard the biggest comfort. This is the research information report regarding the Honorable Marshall Continent. In the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy, no one is better in it than me. No one understands the Honorable Marshall Continent better than me. Richard spoke with an arrogant tone, with his nose pointed towards the sky. After Tian received the report, he sat down and started to read carefully. The Honorable Marshall Continent had emerged in the recent few hundred years, and compared to the Gold Continent that held 10,000 years of history, a traditional rich and power aristocratic continent, they were an upstart so new that it cannot be any newer. But in this world, it was not the history and past that determined their ranking, but power, which was the most cruel gauge. The Honorable Marshall Continent had already rose in the Sacred Saint Galaxy to become the top-grade powerhouse. Their sudden emergence was through annexing. The Sacred Saint Galaxy has tens of thousands of continents, where the West region had the most number of continents, consisting of over 4,000 of different-sized continents, but recently there were only 2,000 remaining. After the few hundred years, the Honorable Marshall Continent continuously grew bigger, annexing the rest. From a mid-tier continent in the West region, they quickly became the tyrant of West region, and then became the strongest powerhouse in the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy. The current Honorable Marshall Continent already represented the entire Western region. The entire Western region was hidden under the dazzling limelight of the Honorable Marshall Continent. What was even more surprising was that in the years when the Honorable Marshall Continent grew to emergence, they did not produce absolute geniuses. They quietly changed and improved their honorable martial techniques, quietly improved on their spirit research, and quietly built up their honorable martial army, and quietly annexed other continents. Many people have thus called this special feature of honorable martial continent as the undercurrent style of progression. They praised honorable martial continent's team spirit highly, and thought that although they did not have any great potential leaders, their outstanding team cooperation and harmony pushed them to unprecedented heights. From this, Tang Tian already knew what was going on. Why the honorable martial continent was able to succeed in researching spirits was because they had the honorable martial group and the temple, which allowed them to form a bridge between the two worlds and draw the advantages of both worlds. Now, another person who has the advantage of both worlds have appeared, and he is Tang Tian. Furthermore, the honorable martial continent did not know Tang Tian had already arrived in the sacred Saint Galaxy. But time was not on Tang Tian's side. There was no time for Tang Tian to expand slowly. Once the star door opens, the army of the honorable martial continent will be able to enter Heaven's Road, and that would definitely become a disaster. Recognizing the might of warships, Tang Tian knew that the armies of Heaven's Road would definitely not be able to stop the army from Sacred Saint Galaxy, as the powers between the two were of totally different grades. From the start, the honorable martial continent already had the plan to subdue and annex the entire Heaven's Road. That was not something Tang Tian wanted. Heaven's Road was his home, and he could not tolerate Heaven's Road being trampled upon. He had set his mind to it. He would return to Three Spirit City, and allow Ursa Major Constellation to join the fight against Honorable Martial Group. Honorable Martial Group and the Temple were the Honorable Martial Continent's claws and teeth. Suddenly, he noticed a paragraph. The 13 families? Can you tell me about them? Tang Tian asked. The 13 families is the name I have given them, 13 families that have suffered the attacks of the Honorable Martial Continent. Richard shrugged his shoulders. There are many families that have been attacked by Honorable Martial Continent. In the few hundred years, the number of continents they have annexed is not less than 500. On average, in 1 year they would annex one continent. And this is just direct annexing. The number of indirect annexing is even higher. But these 13 families are not in West region, but in the South region. Seeing that Tang Tian was so immersed in his explanation, Richard became more excited. When I was researching on the Honorable Martial Continent's history, I realized that they rarely left the Western region to attack other families of other continents. But these 13 families suffered their full force attacks instead. I became particularly curious, why must Honorable Martial Continent go against them so hard? Only when I researched about these families did I realize something interesting. These 13 families, in a far ancient time, all had a case of missing people. And between the 13 families, this is the only link. Hearing to this point, Tang Tian understood everything. That was the 12 ecliptic palaces and Onyx Soul. The Honorable Martial Continent used many underhanded methods against them, and in the past 100 years, they have been constantly attacking them. This matter is not known to everyone, as I found it in an old diary when I was studying the information from the illegal underworld. All this research will constantly touch upon some strange things. So, I highly suspect that the reason why the Honorable Martial Continent is so against the 13 families is precisely because of the missing accident. Then I thought, for what reason would the Honorable Martial Continent persistently attack them? Take note, it is attack in the hopes of destroying the target. That leads us to only one possibility, that the Honorable Martial Continent sees these 13 families as a potential threat. Tang Tian interrupted him, are the 13 families still around? Tang Tian naturally knew of the reason why the Honorable Martial Continent was attacking them. The 12 ecliptic palaces in Onyx Soul were Honorable Martial Group and Temple's most hated enemies. If I can find the 13 families, they will be my natural allies. Some of them still are. Charlie said, this is after all the South region. No matter how strong the Honorable Martial Continent is, they cannot extend their reach here. They can only spend some money to hire some people of the Dark Forces to take action, but no one will allow these Dark Forces to go too far, because it is basically challenging order. The aristocratic families and tyrants of the southern region naturally will not permit that. And the Dark Forces are smarter than anybody, they are not willing to suffer a disaster for money. What can I do to find them? Tang Tian asked. Richard suddenly sensed that something was amiss, as though he was being swept into a tornado. He knew very clearly how deep this water was, and he started to evade. I am just a teacher in the academy, and this is just my research task. It is just research, and those, many of them are found by rubbish paper. Richard shook his head. 1 billion. Tang Tian interrupted him. Seeing that Richard was still shaking his head, he reiterated himself, I will raise your son's budget by another 1 billion. 2 billion. The hotel manager stared at Tang Tian, that's 2 billion, 2 billion. Why didn't I study back when I was younger? Why didn't I research on the Honorable Martial Continent? Why? And, do you even know how to negotiate? Do you know how to set a price? Do you know how to outwit? It is simply too cruel that it makes my hair stand. The two of you dirty moneybags think with money, you guys can act like you're everything. Alright, who am I bluffing? You guys can do that. The hotel manager was extremely jealous of Richard. Shirsen, who was by the side, was not at all envious of Richard, but staring coldly at him, the moment when the master orders, he would instantly rush up without hesitation and cut off his throat. Richard hesitated, his mind was in a conflict, but Tang Tian was never a person who was kind to others. He stared at Richard and shouted, Shirsen. Shirsen and the few others immediately surrounded Richard. The hotel manager's face instantly turned pale. This is the White Sands Academy. If any violence were to occur here, then I, who have pulled strings to initiate all of this, will not be able to escape. No, I need to stop everything before it happens. What are all of you doing? This is the White Sands Academy. You dare to make a move here, the Academy will not let you go, Richard bellowed sternly. Then I will trample this whole ground. Tang Tian lost his patience, killing intent suddenly surged out of his entire body. The Honorable Martial Continent was like a mountain pressurizing Tang Tian, and as time was of the essence, Tang Tian's pressure increased substantially. Master, can I advise him for a bit? The hotel manager said weakly. Whoosh, everyone turned to look at him. I'll give you 2 minutes. Tang Tian said coldly. The hotel manager spoke extremely quickly. Professor, I don't understand why you are refusing. Are you afraid of being implicated? Or is your report not substantial enough? You have already found all the secrets of the Honorable Martial Continent. As long as we publicly announce and release this report, the Honorable Martial Continent will not let you go. Do you think you can go against the Honorable Martial Continent? They are not able to destroy the 13 families, but they can end your life easily by spending money. Oh, and your son too. Richard's face turned pale white. He's right. As long as the report was released to public, the Honorable Martial Continent would definitely find and kill him. He knew of their means and ways, far more than anyone else. Silence, dead silence. After a long time, Richard raised his head, revealing his pale face. I can promise you, but you must promise to keep my son safe, but... Not a problem. Tang Tian was ecstatic. We are also very powerful. Tang Tian turned, and to the hotel manager, he praised, You're good, this is your reward. The hotel manager accepted the card, and seeing the number on the card, he almost fainted. It was 100 million cloud coins. I am lacking an agent in the White Sands, are you interested? Tang Tian suddenly asked. He thought that the hotel manager's mind was extremely quick and flexible, and was rather reliable in doing things. This subordinate is willing. Whatever Aaron's boss wants to be done, Hansen will complete it, no matter the difficulty, without hesitation. He said without hesitation. Following and mixing with a rich man was far better than being a hotel manager, and with just 1 day of revenue, he has changed his entire life. Upon making the decision, Richard moved very quickly. He immediately quit his job. Upon returning to the hotel, he had another young man by his side, Richard Jr. Richard Jr. heard that Tang Tian was willing to sponsor his spirit research, and without any questioning, Tang Tian even threw him a treasure, which immediately aroused Richard Jr.'s attention, and he became dumbstruck the entire way. Seeing that, Richard knew and was undoubtedly sure that the treasure with spirit had an extremely high price. Tang Tian had casually given Richard Jr. one, as though it was an ordinary object. Richard was secretly trying to guess what and where Tang Tian was from. Tang Tian was extremely pleased with the harvest he had, but he knew it was just the beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Mercenary Center. Chapter 602, Mercenary Center. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The enemies were much stronger than they thought. But the good thing was that they have already found their target, but the enemy did not know of their existence. That gave them a definite advantage, and other than the lack of time, Tang Tian felt that they still had a big chance of winning. His confidence was not from nowhere. Throughout their journey, they have defeated opponents much stronger than themselves. Tang Tian had never been afraid of opponents stronger than him. Richard found Tang Tian for money, and then he left. Tang Tian did not stay in the hotel long too. Master, this is the White Sands City's largest mercenary center. The mercenaries that come here to seek a living are all quite good. White Sands has a lot of trading companies which form many trading expeditions and caravans, and thus frequently need to replenish their staff. There are also some local wealthy landlords here that visit this famous location. Han Sen's tone was full of flattery. If any of them are caught by Master's eyes, then they are truly blessed with great fortune from their past lives. Shi Sen's face revealed an expression of despise. He hated the way Han Sen acted, like a treacherous person. What made him even more unhappy was that both of them had the name Sen, and the boss would call him De Sen, and call Han Sen Heir Senior. Tian, big as D in Chinese, and big Sin and small Sin is truly too weird, thus, I will call them as De Sin and Heir Senator Heir is second. To be classified in the same term as this fellow with no backbone, it truly is a humiliation. But upon stepping into the mercenary center, his expression became serious. Can I ask what are you looking for? A lady smiled and welcomed them. Shi Sen asked, do you have underworld continent's demonic mounts? Underworld continent's demonic mounts? The lady who was in charge of servicing them nodded her head. Yes, I do, in Area D, please follow me. But following behind, the group came to Area D, which was packed filled with mercenaries waiting to be picked. Most of them came from poor and barren lands, and had no other talent than killing. Having no other life skills, they could only wait in their areas all day, waiting for the chance to be picked. The competition inside was always intense. This Mr. hopes to recruit some underworld continent's demonic mounts, please keep according to the criteria, and come up to accept interviews. The lady spoke loudly. The group immediately flew into laughter. Underworld continent's demonic mounts? Ha, that's an amateur. Good for us that an amateur is here, they are easy to deceive. Maybe we will finally have our chance today. With one look, I can tell that fellow is foolish with loads of money. I'm going up. Me too. Tang Tian had long given Shi Sen the task to choose the underworld continent's demonic mounts. Tang Tian was also curious to how Shi Sen would be able to choose the real underworld continent's demonic mounts from the group of people. Initially Shi Sen had planned to recruit them straight from underworld continent, but as they were still lacking in manpower, he suggested to test their luck at the local mercenary center. Shi Sen's face remained calm, only his eyes revealing a cold intent, causing him to look increasingly cold. A large group of people laughed and stood up, while the others wanted to enjoy the exciting scene. In the recent years, the underworld continent's demonic mounts fame had become stinking bad, and only a group of amateurs would come to ask for them. Are there any more that wants to come up? Shi Sen asked indifferently. No. The people below shouted, and some even chuckled. Good. Shi Sen's face remained calm. If you can stand after 30 seconds, then you qualify. With that, he stepped out, and the 10 people behind him, all of them leaning forward and holding onto their blades, they stepped out, and with just that step, their light auras all combined into one. Bang! A burst of astonishing aura erupted out without any warning. The surging killing intent suddenly caused the room's temperature to plummet to negative. Without any proper defense, the majority of the saints suffered a pain similar to being struck in the chest, and retreated 7 to 8 steps, before stopping with overwhelming shock in their hearts. There were 20 people who were persevering without moving. Shi Sen continued to shout out the timer indifferently, 7, 8, 9. His right hand, also casually held onto the grip of evening snow ocean, his aura suddenly increasing by another degree. Another 6 people were unable to persist, and stepped back to retreat, and 3 of them felt their legs go weak, and dropped onto the ground. At the moment no one were mocking them, everyone were looking at Shi Sen and his team in fear. The aura of the 11 people were of one body, without any flaws, like a furious big wave, one wave after another, each wave higher than the previous. The remaining 14 people were bitterly persisting on, with their clenched teeth, veins protruding out of their bodies, activating all of their energy to the maximum, all of them releasing light auras that enveloped their bodies. On the contrary, the light aura around Shi Sen and his team was extremely gentle. But their light aura were as one. Everyone were stunned in their place, their synchronization was over 80%. And caused them to feel even more fear, they had not even unsheathed their blades. 18, 19, dot. Shi Sen's mouth drew into an arc, but it was a smile that was without any warmth. It was extremely cold like ice. After the ridicule by the people previously, it had already caused a burning fire in his stomach. Underworld continent's demonic mounts, have you all ever seen the true underworld continent's demonic mounts? The cold in his eyes became even colder, and evening snow ocean gradually raised up. The aura that he released was astonishing, the energy in the room became more and more active. Many people realized that they were gradually losing control of the energy in their bodies. The demonic mounts behind Shi Sen also gradually raised the black wind blades in their sheaths. Boom! The energy around Shi Sen and his team swept crazily, one after another of streaks of dazzling light streaks like a tornado spinning and rising quickly. Bang! Bang! Dot! One after another, bodies flew out, they struck onto the walls fiercely, 2 of them even sustained light injuries, as blood leaked out of their mouths, all of their faces revealed overwhelming shock. In a blink of an eye, the field only had 3 people left. And at the same time, evening snow ocean which was in Sure Sen's hand was already at the highest point, his aura also peaked to maximum, like a reservoir that was filled to maximum and was leaking with water. Everyone were unconsciously holding their breaths. They had a strange foreboding, the following strike would be earth-shattering. The remaining three used all of their power and prepared to accept the following strike. The timer was already at 26 seconds. Sure Sen's mouth suddenly revealed a mocking laugh, along with his 10 other subordinates. Without any warning, the energy that soared to its pinnacle and was at the edge of erupting suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as though the feeling and spectacle of energy were all just a hallucination. The three men still standing all spat out blood at the same time, and fell to the ground. 29:30. The last two words came out of Sure Sen's mouth, and without hesitation his face was filled with disdain as he spoke with mockery, a group of trash. His voice was not loud, but in the dead silent environment, the entire place could hear him. Everyone looked at Sure Sen's group as though they had just seen a ghost. The scene where the energy had suddenly disappeared completely betrayed common sense. A fist that was already full force and prepared to strike, how could it suddenly be retracted? That last withdrawal of energy was the true game-changer transformation, a strike that exceeded everyone's expectation of the limit. The three people who had persevered till the end were all injured because of the formless strike. A group of trash, just those four painful words went into everyone's ears, but to these violent characters, it was a large slap to all of their faces, and they could only stand there blankly in their own place. Compared to the group, they truly were a group of trash. Even the three people who persisted till the end were filled with shame. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of claps came out from behind. It was a short-haired man, who started to praise. I never expected to be able to meet the real underworld continent's demonic mounts. As expected, all of you are of quality. But it is truly a pity, you are all old and not our opponents. There is no way to see the underworld continent's demonic mounts that were at their peak, otherwise, at least they would have the qualifications to spar a bit with our Qing continent's tyrannical mounts. The short-haired man was crowded around by a community of swift and fierce companions. All of their looks revealed ominous glints. Qing continent tyrannical mounts? Sure Sen squinted his eyes. Qing continent tyrannical mounts were the most recent elite soldiers, and in every battle of the recent 2 years, there would be traces of them. They were a team full of offensive power, and extremely dauntless, and they had even absorbed the demonic mounts' mistakes of the past. The Qing continent tyrannical mounts management was extremely strict. As long as they found out any impersonators, they would kill them. The current Qing continent tyrannical mounts were renowned in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and were one of the 10 elite armies known in Sacred Saint Galaxy. Good blade! The short-haired man noticed evening snow ocean in Sure Sen's hand, and said, if we meet in battle the next time, we will not be merciful because you guys are old. Let's go, uncles, we will leave first. He called for the companions behind him and turned to leave. Just before they left, a few of the Qing continent tyrannical mounts revealed hostility towards Sure Sr. The group of them left the mercenary center, and one of them asked, Sang, why didn't we take action? That blade was truly powerful, although it was not unsheathed, but I could sense its power. That's right, that's right. That's such a good blade, in that old man's hand, is truly a waste. Why not give it to us, and allow us to reveal all of its might? Humph, for us to see his blade can be considered their blessing. A group of old men that soon be unable to even walk, they have no qualifications to hold such a good blade. The group of them discussed lively, all of them did not understand. Sang was not one to talk well with. Sang's expression turned gloomy, and spoke as he walked. You guys didn't notice the young man standing behind the group of old men. He is very dangerous. Very dangerous? The group were in disbelief. Sang was the fiercest person out of all of them, and he was never afraid of the heavens or anyone. To actually feel fear because of someone dangerous? Is he still the same Sang we know? Everyone could not believe their own ears. Yes. Sang's eyes still had a trace of lingering fear. When I noticed the blade in the old man's hand, that young man looked at me once, and all the hair on my body immediately stood. And he was just casually looking at me. Everyone looked at each other. They did not doubt Sang's senses. Sang's intuition was the strongest among all of them, and by relying on that, he had saved many of them many times in battle. They never doubted his strong intuition. Who is he? I did not recognize him, but it's normal. Miss Qin Yuran is here, so how many people would come to see her? I reckon he is someone after her as well. Possible. Everyone, stay low profile for a while for this period of time. There will be many experts these few days, so don't cause any trouble. Hearing everyone's discussion, Sang thought back to that scene. He did not understand, why did that seemingly ordinary young man actually gave him such a strong sense of danger? Who exactly is he? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Pirates, Lending Money, Black Gold. Chapter 603, Pirates, Lending Money, Black Gold. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Boss, I checked it out. The adjutant said excitedly, this group has 40+ people, and the one leading them is a brat. On their way, the chanced upon and boarded Chinyu ranch ship, and it is said that they stayed in the cargo area, and only took action when they met us. I heard that the Bloodwood warship is being sent to the Forever Bright shipyard for repairs and maintenance, and spent a bit of money to bribe the shipyard people. From the looks of it, a set of silver-grade honeycomb sword cannon and spiraling blast machine were used until they exploded, completely into pieces. The burden might have been too much to have led to the explosion. 40+ people. Lian Bo-jun muttered to himself, it seems to be a good fit. From the looks of it, the small team most probably has an outstanding military leader. Using high synchronization, it allowed the 40 men to share the energy charge from the use of the machines. Elites. To be able to do it to such an extent, they are truly elites worth noticing. Furthermore, to rely on these 40 people to change the entire battle outcome, such a team, if they're not elites, then what are they? Where did they go afterwards? Lian Bo-jun asked. They parted ways with Chinyu Ran, their current whereabouts unknown. The adjutant said, the people close and around Chinyu Ran are not easy to bribe. Seems like it was a matter uncalled for. Lian Bo-jun said, battles were always filled with different accidents and uncalled things, and furthermore they were a group of pirates, meaning that they would face more of such matters. The adjutant looked at Lian Bo-jun hesitatingly, boss, the other side is extremely angry by our actions, they think that we have broken the agreement, and saying we are not trustworthy. Oh, let them be angry. Lian Bo-jun did not even raise his head, we're pirates, when did pirates ever need trust? The adjutant laughed, trying to act treacherous, then I will reply to them like that. Break what? They dare to criticize and give orders to us. Are they tired of living? They're trying to conspire too large a scale. Lian Bo-jun said, this time, we cannot risk going in too deep. A pity, Chinyu Ran did not fall into our hands, if not, we would have earned enough to get a fleet. A fleet? The adjutant stammered, he was in shock. They have a lot of money. Lian Bo-jun was expressionless, but a cold glint flashed past his eyes. Chinyu Ran is the most important part of their plan. Then what do we do now? The adjutant was at a loss, the boss has spoken so much, but why do I not understand? But thinking about the fleet that had slipped out of his fingers, he took in a breath of cold air and puckered his lips, his face filled with anguish. A woman in exchange for a fleet, is this woman made of gold? Even gold is not worth enough. Coleslaw. Lian Bo-jun said without raising his head. Inside a luxurious manner. What? You actually met with a pirate attack? And a fleet of pirates? Oh my god. The sea around our White Sands continent actually has pirates? A beautiful lady used her feathered fan to cover her mouth, her face filled with shock. All the upper-class ladies seating in a circle were all shocked. Yes, the situation was very dangerous at that time. Chinyu Ran laughed, but our luck was considered good. We met upon a group of traders on the way, and they helped us a lot. Finally we managed to push back the pirates. She knew that Big Brother Meng and his group did not want outsiders to know, and thus she explained it in vague terms. You are kind-hearted and benevolent, and as precious as gold, your karma has proven itself time and time again. Another beauty praised. Are they very powerful? Miss Yuran, how long are you staying in the White Sands this time? The group continued to talk excitedly. Luckily for Chinyu Ran, she was well versed and could speak well, and thus handled them well. In the hall at another corner, Bai Xiao and a middle-aged man were seated down drinking alcohol, laughing and talking. I heard that you met with pirates, that scared me. The middle-aged man laughed, but in the end, thinking about your strength, you will always be able to get out of it, so I wasn't anxious. Second uncle, you don't have to worry about me. Bai Xiao whined, but his face was not one of unhappiness. His second uncle Bai Yu had always been his idol since young, becoming a captain of a unit at 16 years old. This achievement, in any continent, was extremely shocking. After 20 years, time and time again he had defeated powerful enemies, and became the top military general of the Bai family, and was the true authoritative person in the Bai family. This time, he had arrived in the White Sands continent for work, and never expected to meet his nephew. Bai Yu laughed, anyways you are also cockroach, and not easy to die. Second uncle, can you lend me a bit of money? Bai Xiao said suddenly, exploiting the opportunity. What? Are you lacking of money? Bai Yu looked at Chinyu Ran and mocked, did you spend all your money on chasing after girls? But Xiao Bai, if you are able to carry the beautiful woman home, second uncle will definitely support you. I'll do something to get your father in the loop, what about it? If you don't dare, then just admit that you're afraid. Bai Xiao had a helpless look on his face. Second uncle, where are your thoughts going to? Although I do admire you, Ran, but this is not about relationship. I want to borrow money for another matter. No. Bai Yu shook his head. If it is not for a girl, I will definitely not lend you, but... Bai Xiao looked at Bai Yu in shock. He actually did not know what to say. What? Are you thinking about it? Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. Second uncle, I want to buy Empyrean ice tree spears. Bai Xiao said suddenly. Empyrean ice tree spears? Bai Yu was stunned. He immediately lost the smile on his face. Empyrean ice tree spears? You want to borrow money to buy Empyrean ice tree spears? Yes. Bai Xiao spoke softly. This time, the pirates that we met were defeated by a group of people. 46 men. First, they used the honeycomb sword cannon, then they used a spiraling blast machine, and pushed back the pirates. Really? Bai Yu was familiar with battle, and he had quickly calculated in his mind, and suddenly raised his head. That is extremely difficult. For 46 men to control a honeycomb sword cannon and a spiraling blast machine to defeat the pirates, no matter how he thought, it required an extremely high rate of frequency of attack. Bai Xiao then corrected him. These pirates had a black dragon warship, and 10 frigates. Tian, in this chapter, in the original Chinese, Bai Xiao had explained that Tang Tian's team used the honeycomb sword cannon and an unknown weapon which is not the spiraling blast machine written in the battle in chapter 595, due to the inconsistency I will keep it to spiraling blast machine. Impossible. The light in Bai Yu's eyes exploded as he blurted out. I also thought that it is impossible. Bai Yu said, but I witnessed it personally. The honeycomb sword cannon and spiraling blast machine were shattered to pieces, both unable to bear the energy charges. I was prepared to rush out to fight, but upon seeing the spiraling blast machine that covered the sky, I was dumbstruck. Where are those people? Bai Yu became excited. I want to see them. Bai Xiao ignored him, and continued, I bought the Empyrean ice tree spears from them. But I do not have enough money, and only bought 100 of them. Wait a minute. Bai Yu was completely shocked. You frigging said 100 Empyrean ice tree spears? Are you joking? How is it possible to buy so many of them? Second uncle, how can I get it wrong? Did you forget who my mentor is? Bai Xiao refuted. That's right. Bai Yu nodded his head. I will give you 100 million, is that enough? Those goods are good, and worth buying, and currying favor with your mentor is good too. Didn't he have the project about the blue poison that year? Wasn't it because there wasn't enough Empyrean ice tree spears? It isn't enough. Bai Xiao shook his head. They still have so many? Bai Yu was shocked. Are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not. Bai Xiao replied, Second uncle, give your money to me first. I have already notified my mentor, and asked the family to send money over. 200 million, that should be enough. I am going to become poor. Bai Yu said helplessly. Not enough. Bai Xiao shook his head determinedly. How many does that fellow have? Bai Yu was shocked. At least 1,000 of them. Bai Xiao judged. Hey, Xiao Bai, you're not running a fever, are you? Bai Yu extended his hand out and touched Bai Xiao's forehead. He did not believe Bai Xiao at all. If you said he has 100 or 200, then I would somewhat believe that, but now you're saying he has over 1,000? Ha, you must have been tricked. A naive young man. Only the high-ranking blue dwarves have Empyrean ice tree spears, and they will definitely not sell them. Those people must have tricked you. I checked the spears before. Bai Xiao said straightforwardly. Are you sure? Bai Yu's smile slowly disappeared. I am sure. Bai Xiao said without hesitating. Bai Yu stood up. Bai Xiao immediately pulled him back. Second uncle, where are you going? To borrow money, of course. Bai Yu's killing intent soared. We definitely cannot let this batch of Empyrean ice tree spears fall into other people's hands. That old man's luck is truly good. We must take advantage of it, and hope he can truly research on the spears. At Suji Worldwide Commerce, Ning Hai had just walked into the research laboratory. When a manager walked in, Ning Hai, there is a metal ingot on your table. Boss wants you to carry out a full evaluation on it. Do it fast. Okay. Ning Hai did not ask about the price, it was his job. He sat down at the table, and noticed the metal ingot, a black metal ingot, completely glossy. He picked it up and was surprised by its weight. It was heavier than what he thought. This caused him to become excited. From the looks of it, its density was much bigger. Ning Hai was the White Sands Suji Worldwide Commerce most famous material appraisal master, and was responsible for assessing the worthiness of materials. This was an extremely covetous profession, with an extremely high salary, and the work relatively relaxing. To Ning Hai, this sort of work was as easy as doing it with his hands tied to the back. To judge the value of a material, it required a steady process. As long as he followed the process, there would not be a problem. Ning Hai leisurely sipped on his tea and ate tidbits. To wait for the results, it required half a day. Time quickly swept past, and he slept through the afternoon. By the time it was evening, where sunset appeared out of the window, the evaluation report on the black metal ingot was done. Ning Hai casually picked up the report, but when he looked for a bit, he immediately jumped up, and kept on repeating, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" The dazzling amount of numbers written on the paper could only appear on the most outstanding metals sent over by aristocratic families. Could I have made some mistakes somewhere? He pulled on his own hair in pain, because it meant that he had to redo it again. I cannot make the same mistake. This is Suji Worldwide Commerce, and the requirements are extremely stringent. If boss knew I made such a big mistake, I won't have my job anymore. He threw the relaxed state of mind away, and began to work seriously. By night time, he did not go home, and continued to stay to work, carefully repeating the tests he had conducted in the day with full concentration. On the second day, the results finally came out. When the second report appeared in front of Ning Hai, he was completely dumbstruck. Oh my god. After about 10 seconds, he finally came back to his senses, and with his shocked expression, he staggered out and ran. He needed to tell his master about his massive discovery. No matter what, we definitely need to buy all of this black metal ingot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, Ling Xia. Chapter 604, Ling Xia. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. In the mercenary center, Area D's activity had caused the entire center to become lively. Shursen's group had displayed an extremely strong power and had caused shock all around. And when the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts appeared and revealed Shursen's true identity, the underworld continent's demonic mounts, everyone immediately became excited. The underworld continent's demonic mounts' decline were due to the inability to distinguish between the real and fake, and thus the strength of the real underworld continent's demonic mounts had become a mystery. Is this the real demonic mounts? Many people became extremely excited. Any legend would cause people's heart to be stirred. The underworld continent's demonic mounts' emergence were filled with legendary tales. To finally witness Shursen's team's strength, everyone then understood the true power of underworld continent's demonic mounts. The conflict between Qing continent's tyrannical mounts and underworld continent's demonic mounts quickly became the heated topic. One was the current elites, and the other was the matchless and glorious strongest. Their clash would definitely be spectacular. But no one would have thought that the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts would suddenly drop their heads and leave, without any intention to fight. This made many people disappointed. Area D was filled with many people, and in the corners, people were discussing softly. So they are the underworld continent's demonic mounts, no wonder. The person who spoke was dressed in moss green clothes. His face looked malicious. Whenever his eyes opened, a cold gaze would shoot out. Are they here for us? The person who spoke was extremely thin, and his voice extremely soft, his expression indifferent. They shouldn't be. They are most likely here to replenish members. The man in green shook his head. Oh, they left that. The skinny man nodded his head, without saying a thing. His gaze landed on Tang Tian. Upon leaving the mercenary center, Shursen looked to be normal, but he was extremely angry inside. He secretly made a decision. I must definitely bring back the name of underworld continent's demonic mounts. Tang Tian did not advise Shursen to care about what had happened. How could he not care? How could he ignore it? De Sin had already controlled himself. If it was me, I would have definitely beat those Qing continent tyrannical mounts up. If you care about it, then do it. That is what makes a real man. To say that you are not angry and you're tolerant and magnanimous, those are all lies. Master, this subordinate wishes to go to the underworld continent. Shursen suddenly said. Now. Tang Tian was surprised. Yes, master. Shursen said gloomily, the underworld continent is not far from the White Sands. If we are fast, we only need 12 days to rush there, and adding the time of recruitment, within a month, this subordinate will definitely bring back 500 demonic mounts. Tang Tian looked at Shursen, the face that was covered with hardships and the aging of time, the white hair and beard that still had tenacity as tough as steel, the muddled eyes that were bright, was like a bonfire being sparked by wind and an ember, suddenly lighting up so bright like a charcoal burning red. Suddenly, Tang Tian was extremely emotional. He took out a card. Alright, be careful on the road. Shursen took the card, and immediately panicked. Master, I do not need so much. An underworld continent demonic mount was worth 2 million, 500 would cost 100 million, and Master had actually given 150 million cloud coins. It's alright, bring some extra money with you. If they are good enough, get more of them. The precious Bright Village regiment is still lacking in men. Tang Tian said. Shi Sen's eyes turned red. The big sum of money was Master's trust in him. In the many years of struggle, he had never experienced the trust with a worth of 150 million. Bring everyone with you, and be careful. Tang Tian said. Shi Sen was uneasy, but Master's safety. I'm not far from the hotel, it'll be easy to walk back, don't worry about me, anyways it's not like I cannot protect myself. Tang Tian waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Shi Sen thought about it, that's right, with Master's strength, no one would dare to take action on him. He bowed to Tang Tian, Master, then we will be off. Hansen immediately said, to get to Underworld Continent, this subordinate knows a boss, specially dealing with business between the Underworld Continent and the White Sands. You guys can board his cargo ship, and in that way, you can reach Underworld Continent in 7 to 8 days. Shi Sen was ecstatic, that's great. Tang Tian spoke to Hansen, Ersen, bring them to your friends, then return to the hotel. Hansen immediately patted his chest, this subordinate will definitely accomplish it. Hansen brought Shi Sen and moved out. In a blink of an eye, Tang Tian was alone. The bustling number of people walking along the road caused the place to be extremely crowded. But because the city lord did not wish for the sky to be covered, no one was allowed to build in the sky of White Sand City. All of the buildings in the sky were placed outside of the city. All the wooden huts were colored in different colors, and when overlooking the city from the edge, extending to the distance, the city looked to be a gigantic rainbow labyrinth. The White Sands City's land was extremely expensive, and the price outside the city was much lower. To saints that knew flying like the back of their palms, the distance was not considered much. The inner city was gradually formed and relied mainly on large businesses. While outside the city, relied mainly on smaller businesses and transactions. Floating in the sky were clustered yet multicolored small wooden huts, attracting Tang Tian's interest. He shot up, using his unique adaptive eclipse, immediately attracting people who were traveling via the air. What a strange way of flying. He is not using energy. Various exclamations came out, but Tang Tian ignored them, and continued to increase his speed. A series of sonic booms occurred, like bubbles popping. Tang Tian continued to increase his speed. So fast. Is that a secret technique? This sort of flying that did not produce any energy undulations, was never heard or seen of before, and the speed was still so fast, how could it not be surprising? Tang Tian did not bother much, his concentration was at its peak, it was his first time flying at such a high speed. Although the standard of his adaptive eclipse had rose greatly, but such a high flight speed, adding that he had to avoid other people, he still needed to focus. If he was slightly inattentive and lost control, he would instantly fall, and with Tang Tian's perverse body, it would definitely not have a good outcome. If he clashed into other people, he would not have much of a problem, but if the other party was not in time to form their energy barrier, they might die. Ling Xia had just left the city lord's mansion, her face was still red with excitement. After finally meeting Miss Yuran, and even speaking with her, she was still immersed in her excitement. Suddenly, a figure swept past her, bringing forth a gale, blowing her hair into a mess. Ling Xia was stunned, but also became angry. Who's that, so rude? Thinking that she was not even able to sense his approach, Ling Xia became even angrier. Since when had she suffered such an experience like that before in the White Sand City? Snorting, Ling Xia increased her speed and rushed towards the other party. Upon increasing her speed, 2 dazzling arcs of fire lit up beside her and surrounded her body as she moved. Eldest Miss Li. Fiery Ling. Pedestrians on the road were shocked, and immediately made way for her. Eldest Miss Li's temper was just like her nickname, she hated evil and sought grievances easily, and was the big sister of the White Sands. All the young thugs in White Sands who met Eldest Miss Li would all have their tails between their legs and become obedient. Ling Xia was from the Ling family, and was not considered wealthy in White Sands, but had a long line of history. The Ling family were well known, every generation Ling family patriarch possessed noble characters, and were well respected. One generation after the other of accumulation led the Ling family to become a family that was not to be underestimated in the White Sands City. From young, Ling Xia had displayed an extremely strong talent, and from young she became one of the most dazzling people of the younger generation in White Sands. Her character was outspoken and straightforward, although she was not calm, but she never shirked her faults and pushed responsibility away, convincing everyone of her talent. She quickly became the big sister of the White Sands younger generation, as she had the potential to become the White Sands continent's first ever female commander. All of the citizens were shocked, but were not afraid of Ling Xia. The Ling family's teachings were strict. Eldest sister Li was one who hated evil and sought grievances, and had brought many silk pants under control, but to the ordinary citizen she was extremely kind. Suddenly, a blonde-haired young man who was overcome with boredom and hanging around in the air, caught sight of the fiery red light. When he saw the fire streak clearly, he instantly became excited. Big sister. He began to increase his speed, and chased after the red streak of light, and when he saw that there was another person in front of Big Sister, he immediately became extremely excited. He took out a metal plate and imbued energy into it, and then shouted, "Hey, Abin, quickly come to the north of the city, there's a show to watch. Big Sister is chasing after someone." What? To dare compete with Big Sister? Crap. Who would be so fierce? I'm coming right now. Goldenhair immediately imbued energy again, and repeated the same words. Oh my heavenly mother, to dare play with Big Sister, he is so daring. There's a show to watch, I cannot miss it. Goldenhair informed everyone he knew immediately. The entire White Sands silk pants were completely shocked, and all came out of their nests. To dare challenge Big Sister, he must definitely be a man of steel. Very quickly, Tian noticed that there was a woman that was chasing him without stopping. He turned back to look at her once, and knowing that he did not know her, he did not plan to care. But after a while, the other party was still chasing after his tail. Tian frowned, and suddenly flipped his body and shot into an alley between the wooden houses. In a moment, the other party's figure also appeared. In that moment, if Tian did not know that the other party was rushing for him, he would truly be too stupid. Tian snorted and curling himself up, he flipped and turned to the other direction. With an astonishing speed, he skidded through the air with his feet. Pa pa pa. The consecutive exploding sounds came out. Tian retracted as much as possible, like an extremely compressed spring, strangely stuck in the air, as though there was an invisible wall in front of him. He kicked out with his legs fiercely, and like an arrow leaving the bow, Tian shot towards Ling Xia. Ling Xia's eyes contracted, she was secretly shocked. How is that possible? How is it possible that he can instantaneously turn in the opposite direction? The other party's figure was like a shadow, shooting towards her with an incredible speed. Ling Xia was originally using her maximum speed to fly, and watched as the other party rushed towards her. Her face changed, not good. If they collided at such a high speed, the result. Without thinking, she immediately produced her energy barrier. Is he crazy? It was not only Ling Xia, all the silk pants who ran over to watch the excitement also had a change of expression, everyone revealing horrified looks. With such a high-speed collision, even with the protection of an energy barrier, they would definitely be injured. What they felt even more inconceivable was that the other party did not even use an energy barrier. Was he trying to die? As the two of them closed in the distance, Ling Xia had recovered from her shock, clenching her mouth, she was preparing for the impact. The distance was already less than 20 m, when she finally saw the other party's expression clearly. Wait a minute. Ling Xia suddenly realized that the other party was revealing a look of complacency, and even pulled a face at her. A stupid look. Before she could react, the other party clashed head-on, and Ling Xia, who had braced for the impact, did not feel anything at all. Slightly in a daze, she rushed into the distance and clashed into a wooden house. The wooden house lit up with an energy barrier. Boom, Ling Xia was stupefied. What's going on? And the silk pants, who were all watching the battle in the air, who were deadly silent for a few seconds, immediately exploded into a hurrah. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Why Are You Chasing Me? Chapter 605, Why Are You Chasing Me? Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The silk pants were completely shocked by Tian's crazy performance. He had suddenly turned directions and shot forward, and when the distance between him and Big Sister was around 3 m, he deviated to the side, using the afterimage to confuse Big Sister, and Big Sister, who lost control, struck into a wooden house. Oh my god, how is that possible? The silk pants could not believe their eyes. In that instant, the performance was too inconceivable. That sudden stop that completely violated common sense, and erupting full force in the other direction, and in that moment right before clashing with the other party, that perfect 90 degrees deviation, and with that, the afterimage that was conjured without any technique. And the conjured afterimage instantly became alive for the moment of impact. So powerful. An expert. Everyone was even more shocked to see that Big Sister was at the disadvantage. Seeing that she had her energy barrier up and clashed into the wooden house energy barrier, their faces turned pale. That is Big Sister, the Big Sister that can roam in the silk pants world. No one has ever seen Big Sister suffer so much before. Who is that person? That was the question that popped into everyone's mind at the same time. Ling Xia wavered as she stabilized herself. Although she had the protection of the energy barrier, she had suffered greatly from that clash. Only after about 10 seconds did she finally come to her senses. Ling Xia's face flushed red suddenly. I was fooled. I was actually fooled by the most ordinary afterimage. Asshole. She clenched her fists involuntarily, her veins protruding out. Her formidable and valiant look was brimming with anger. She rushed towards the alley that the other party had rushed into previously and looked around. Where is he? The clustered wooden houses outside of the city caused people to have to go around them. It was like a vast colorful labyrinth, and people could easily get lost in it. The complicated topography made it look like a heaven for sin. It was easy to break away from tailing and sudden ambush and assassinations. Asshole. Just at that moment, the metal plate on her body trembled. She imbued energy into it, causing it to light up with a gentle light aura, and a familiar sound came out. Big sister, head west. That person is behind the 7th house at your west. Tang Tian was like an agile fish, moving between the complicated roads between the houses. Thinking about how he had successfully pulled a fast one on the opponent, Tang Tian was extremely pleased. Want to fight with this young lad? No way. He inquisitively swept through the various weird-looking houses. All of them had signboards hung at their door, with their scope of business and their various goods written on it. Every wooden house was a family store, and by a look, there were so many of them. There were so many family businesses here. Tang Tian was inwardly speechless. He was prepared to go into one to take a look, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw a red light. Isn't that the crazy woman who was rushing at me before? Tang Tian was shocked, and without thinking, he sprinted off. The terrain of the place was perfect for escaping. Tang Tian's adaptive eclipse did not release any energy undulations, and was specialized for changing directions, so he was like a slippery fish, turning here and there between houses. In a blink of an eye, he had shook off the pursuer again. Tang Tian relaxed once again, regaining the satisfied and leisure look. You want to fight with this brother, still too inexperienced. In a blink of an eye he had thrown the matter to the back of his hand. This is just a minor episode on a normal day. And he did not care about such brief minor episodes. Ling Xia did not expect that the other party would be so slippery, and had once again lost traces of him. But she had arrangements made already, and her plates sounded out again. Big sister, he is 100 to your right, at the entrance of old Lin's shop. Another silk pants had caught Tang Tian's position. Without saying a word, she turned and flew to the right. She was a local of White Sands, and had played hide and seek since young, so she was extremely familiar with all the shops. His figure once again appeared in her vision. This time she did not raise her speed, but quietly approached him, but Tang Tian's intuition was much stronger than she had imagined. When she was 30 m away from him, Tang Tian noticed her. Tang Tian was shocked, and once again turned tail and ran. Ling Xia clenched her teeth, and without hesitation she raised her speed and gave chase. The other party's flight method is extremely strange, and goes against the problem of turning. It is extremely strange and yet so fast. In a blink of an eye, Ling Xia had lost sight of him again. The metal plate on her body buzzed again, and Tang Tian's location was revealed again. Ling Xia's mouth revealed a confident smile. All of those excited silk pants were being used by her as scouts, separated into all the different corners of the area. No matter where Tang Tian went, he was unable to escape from the vast net. With a move, she disappeared once again. Both parties began an unrelenting chase around the clustered wooden houses. Every time Tang Tian successfully shook her off, she would suddenly come back again. Is this woman crazy? I didn't do anything to her. Why is she being so clingy? Tang Tian felt that it was unreasonable. Is she looking to fight? He was lazy to run anymore, since it would be no end. Fighting would still be easier and quicker. Wait a minute, he suddenly realized, why am I even running? He smacked his forehead. He stood there, and waited for her to appear. The fiery light suddenly lit up the valley in front of him. Tang Tian's expression turned cold, and waited for the opponent to rush over. The anger in Ling Xia's mind had dropped by half. She had to admit, without the help of her companions, she would not be able to catch up to him. This seemingly young fellow has extremely high attainments to escaping. People with true strength naturally would earn the respect of others. She was already thinking about who he was. The bizarre way of flying, it was reasonable to say that it had outstanding characteristics, but no matter how she racked her brains, she could not think of who he was. Suddenly from the corner of her eyes, she saw a figure. He was not trying to run, but quietly floated in the sky. She had lost her sight on him. Ling Xia's expression changed. She suddenly realized that her very actions were a taboo. She was about to open her mouth, when a figure appeared in front of her. Before she could even say a word, she could only act to resist. Bang, dot. A fist smashed onto her energy barrier. The energy barrier immediately shattered into dust. Ling Xia's face completely changed. He has killing intent. Her reaction was extremely fast. She knew whatever she said was too late, and it was more important to ward off his attacks. A strand of fiery light suddenly lit up, and like a fire snake, it pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian snorted. He struck the ray of firelight, the null flame coiling around it, causing the fiery light to extinguish as though water was poured onto it. Ling Xia's spirit dropped. She knew she had kicked the wrong board this time. When Tang Tian had made a move against Ling Xia, the silk pants were all startled, and then started laughing. Is he trying to fight with Big Sister? To them, the person was like a rat, and had no other capabilities other than running. In terms of crossing swords, how can he be an opponent for Big Sister? In their eyes, the entire operation was like a game show and was extremely pleasurable. But when Tang Tian broke Ling Xia's energy barrier with one punch, the faces of all the silk pants changed. Every single one of them were people with experience. Fighting and brawling were as common as rice. Whether or not he had skills, they could tell with one look. The few silk pants who were closest immediately rushed towards the two of them. No matter what, we cannot let Big Sister be injured. Tang Tian, who had never been the most patient person, was completely annoyed. Maybe other people might hold back as Ling Xia was a female, but in Tang Tian's eyes, there were never a difference between a male and female. A woman is weak? What joke are you making? When Qian Hui was in Andrew Academy, she had beaten up so many men. And women who dared to stir trouble were all difficult to deal with. Tang Tian released his fists and legs without mercy. Ling Xia's entire body was caught up in the series of attacks. The frequency of attacks released by Tang Tian was too high, and she could not catch up at all. In the violent bursts of attack, she was unable to even catch a breath. Her mind was in a blank, and all she could do was defend. Bang bang bang. The other party's fists were heavy and strong, far more than what she had expected. She kept on raising her energy barriers, but under the steel fists, her energy barriers were as weak as paper. What made Ling Xia even fearful was the lingering grey flames around his fists. It was an unknown grey flames, releasing an aura that caused her heart to feel extreme fear. Regardless of what powerful energy was used, as long as it was struck by those grey flames, the energy would be extinguished. Soon after, Ling Xia's heart and mind was overwhelmed by the strong sense of fear. She regretted her rash actions. Big Sister. We're here. Ling Xia's state of mind was roused. A few figures had pounced towards Tang Tian. Trying to gang up on me? Tang Tian's eyes turned serious. Golden Hair's eyes dazzled, and a figure appeared like a ghost. He shook, and immediately summoned his energy barrier. He felt like a heavy sledgehammer had struck him. His energy barrier had instantly shattered. It was unable to withstand the power of the force. Golden Hair flew out like a sprinting beast. Without stopping, Tang Tian tiptoed, extending his body outwards while bending forward. He formed a handsome long arc, and coincidentally stopped a fatty's path. Retracting his waist, his legs were like whip as he suddenly released his legs. Bang! The energy barrier shattered like rain, and another figure flew out. Relying on the momentum, Tang Tian continued to move, and appeared behind Ling Xia, and another fist came forward. Ling Xia, who felt that she just had the chance to breathe in that helplessness, could only defend with all her might. Sparks flew everywhere, her body was jolted, and unable to control her body, she moved forward by 2 steps. But Tang Tian had already completed a turn and blocked off the reinforcements from the other side. His fists sent another flying one. Pa, the light yet consecutive exploding sounds were like battle drums sounding out. Tang Tian was like a never-ending lightning bolt shooting back and forth, spinning around Ling Xia's surrounding at astonishing speed, shooting unrelentlessly. Not one person was able to break through his line. It was as though anyone who tried to approach would get flung away. An inescapable net. The phrase appeared in the minds of the citizens who had noticed the hurrah in the air. Ling Xia was like a bird caught in a cage. Regardless of how much she struggled, she could not escape. One after another, a consecutive number of people were beaten down, which followed with exploding sounds and cries, but by relying on himself, this trap that the young man had made was silent. Who is this person? One man against so many of us, yet he is unable to fall. Her slender snow-white neck was grabbed by a hand. The hand that was like steel claws made Ling Xia feel the back of her neck tensing up. The intense choking feeling caused her mind to go blank. Why are you chasing? The young man's voice was extremely stern. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, An Exchange of Blows Leading to Friendship. Chapter 606, An Exchange of Blows Leading to Friendship. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Why are you chasing me? The stern voice did not sound out loudly, but contained a trace of coldness. Ling Xia, who was being grabbed and choked by the neck, with her messy short hair and pale white face, she had fear in her eyes, and became so weak that she looked so pitiful. Everyone who were watching the excitement were completely stunned. No one thought that the situation would turn out like that. People further away could not discern Tang Tian's question, but they had already sent message to the Ling family. The Ling family had a good reputation, and many people had received the kindness from the Ling family, and thus many people had close ties to them. And they were in the White Sands City. An angry shout sounded out, "Let go off Miss Ling Xia!" Without turning back, Tang Tian had already sensed that a group of people had arrived. And they were even separating towards the surroundings. Tang Tian, who had trained with Sin for a long time, had already understood their intent. They were trying to surround him. Tang Tian knew that facing an army or a unit, the last thing that anyone wanted was to surround it. Upon being surrounded, he would lose his space, and that was the most dangerous thing. Without looking, Tang Tian carried Ling Xia and rushed ahead. "Grab him!" The man behind Tang Tian roared, and the soldiers that were preparing for the trap flew towards Tang Tian with all their might. Ahead of him, a group of people were rushing forward in an attempt to block and hinder Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eyes turned cold. "Why are you all suddenly chasing after me? Why are all of you suddenly trying to fight me, and now you are all trying to catch me? Is this godlike young lad so easily bullied?" Tang Tian squinted his eyes. Without any intent to evade, he rushed towards the group in a straight line. The opponents all lit up with light auras, forming a light wall and blocking Tang Tian. Tang Tian snorted. He lifted Ling Xia up, ready to use her to smash the light wall. Despicable. The faces of the people who had raised the light wall immediately changed. The man who took charge immediately yelled in panic, "Everyone scatter!" The light wall crumbled, and everyone scattered, making a path for Tang Tian. Tang Tian was like a gust of wind, and blew across them. After a few flashes and borrowing the wooden houses as covers, Tang Tian carried Ling Xia and disappeared. Tang Tian's expression was focused. He carefully and cautiously checked his surroundings. Although he did not understand, but the girl in his hands seemed to be important. "This is not Ursa Major constellation. Let go of me." Ling Xia finally regained her senses, and she screamed. "Why are you chasing me?" Tang Tian looked around, his legs not stopping. Ling Xia was stunned. "Why am I chasing him?" After thinking for a bit, she felt it hard to speak. Curiosity? Angry that I was shamed? It seems that any reason, I am still groundless. Curious. Tang Tian was startled. He thought for a long time, but could not think of any strange reason, and asked, "Curious of what?" Ling Xia spoke, "Your method of flight." Oh. Tang Tian saw the light. He immediately let go of Ling Xia and said proudly, "What do you think?" "Very powerful, right? I created it by myself. It's called the adaptive eclipse. Are you shocked by it, young lady?" Ling Xia never imagined the other party to let her go just like that, and could also not imagine that Tang Tian would become so pleased. She was stunned for a while. To be able to see the power of the adaptive eclipse. "Hey, young lady, your eyesight is good." Tang Tian portrayed a senior speaking meaningful and heartfelt words expression. Ling Xia stared blankly at Tang Tian. For a moment, she actually did not know what to say. Ling Xia regained her senses, and shouted to everyone, "It's a mistake. It's a mistake." The expression on everybody's faces finally relaxed. Since Big Sisterly said it was a mistake, then everything was fine. Tang Tian's display of strength had struck fear in all of them. If they were to truly engage against him, they would most probably be dead and severely wounded. Compared to them, the silk pants who suffered under Tang Tian greatly all surrounded them. They were extremely playful and their personalities were all rather naive. They might not look up to the majority, but they were extremely respectful to people stronger than them. Big Sister was subdued. That means that this man who was full of life must be number one. "Brother, you were so full of life. Your kick, Holy Mother, it was too fast. Even now my chest still feels tight. Brothers, shall we go and have a drink?" They surrounded Tang Tian. Every single one of them were excited. Of course, men should be full of life. Adaptive eclipse. It was adaptive eclipse. It's powerful, right? I created it. From now on, everyone will be brothers. Ling Xia watched in dumbstruck as Tang Tian patched up with everyone, and even proclaimed to be brothers. The silk pants felt that Tang Tian was likable and strong, which they could respect, but his personality was so well too, that was hard to combat. They extremely hated those who feigned to be modest and hypocritical. Tang Tian was pleased. It seemed like everyone were frank and sincere. Seems like they are all nice people, worthy to make friends with. What? Big Brother Mang is here to run errands? Why didn't you tell me? My family has many shops to help you. It's a small thing. It's a small matter, Big Brother Mang. If you thank us, it means you're ridiculing us. Big Brother Mang, your business will be our business as well. In the land of White Sands, we still have a name of ourselves. Everyone had already forgotten Ling Xiao's existence. To be able to make friends with an expert, and for everyone to share the same habits, no, to appreciate one another's talents, that is fate. Seeing that they were becoming more excited the more they talked, Ling Xia helplessly pulled herself into the group and spoke in a serious tone. Brother Meng, it is this junior sister's wrong today. This junior sister has planned a banquet feast as an apology to Brother Meng. I hope Brother Meng will accept. Everyone quietened down. Since when did big sister ever apologize to anyone? Just nice. Tang Tian was hungry. He nodded his head. Great. Let us go together. That is a must. Big sister, today your junior brothers did hard labor as well. Ling Xia nodded her head. Everyone will go together. All of you wait for me for a moment. She then floated to the people who had rushed down to help her, and thanked everybody. After finishing that, she flew back to Tang Tian and the rest. Whoosh, the group of people pulled Tang Tian towards a restaurant. As silk pants, anyone who isn't an expert in eating, drinking, or playing would never last in the circle. The White Restaurant, White Sand's best restaurant. A group of people rushed into the White Restaurant. All of them were the usual customers, and the restaurant manager rushed over to welcome them in. Ling Xia was the one who had the highest probability of becoming the commander of White Sand's Fifth Army, and such a character must definitely be well taken care of. The White Sands continent pursued for an elite army, as compared to the 36 armies of vast Star Continent, with just a mere 5 armies, seemed to be much weaker. But the 5 armies were all elites, and were carefully selected through tens of thousands of people. The White Sands continent's commanders as compared to the vast Star Continent's commanders were much stronger and had more power. Wielding true influence and authority, the 5 commanders of the 5 armies could be considered as influential generals of their region. For a person to have the potential to become an influential general was not to be underestimated. Tang Tian looked around curiously. The restaurant hall was filled, and the fragrance of food caused him to become even hungrier. But they were stopped. Isn't it Miss Li? I never thought that I would be able to run into Miss Li here. It is truly fortunate. A man laughed and said. He was roughly 27 to 28 years old with a built body. He looked rather charismatic, and had a gentle and warm smile on his face. He held a wine cup and spoke to Ling Xia. Tang Tian frowned. He disliked the vibe the person was giving off. Ling Xia remained expressionless. I never thought that young master would be here for a feast as well. It is fortunate to meet. Ling Xia has matters at hand and will not accompany young master. Young master, please continue with what you were doing. Her tone did not sound like she was happy at all. Yet, Ying did not make way. He lowered his head and spun the wine cup in his hand, and said playfully, a direct invitation cannot be compared to a fated meeting. It is so difficult to meet Miss Li. Why not we drink a few glasses together? Miss Li's opponent wasn't weak. Why not everyone drink together and share a bit of stories together? Ling Xia's face turned green. Ying's words had threats in it which were abundantly clear. Who is this? Tang Tian nudged a silk pants beside him. Young master, he heard him, and laughed. I am Ying. You must be the expert who sparred with Miss Li. You're truly a young hero. I heard that there was a mysterious expert today that shook the White Sands city. Ying's eccentric words caused Tang Tian to frown. Without giving any concerns, hey, I'm hungry, give way, He stretched his hand out ready to pull Ying to one side. How dare you? A fierce-looking short and stout man rushed up to the front and stood in front of Ying, and squinted his eyes, speaking out coldly, you dare to be rude to master, you must be sick of living. And who is this now? Tang Tian turned his head and asked Ling Xia. His bodyguard, named Hong Shan, an expert from the Eternal Pass continent. Before Ling Xia finished introducing, the scene before her dazzled. Tang Tian had used the sole of his feet to firmly smash Hong Shan in the face. Bang! Hong Shan opened his eyes wide. From the kick, he felt as if a force that could move mountains and topple the seas overwhelming him, and he flew backwards like a ball. His stature was like a small hill, smashing painfully on the table, causing it to split into pieces, and all the drinks flying everywhere. Hong Shan fell into the mess, his face covered in blood, and he stopped moving. No one had expected Tang Tian to instantly attack without even greeting. Ying's face turned green. As the commander of the Second Army, when had anyone ever dare act so wantonly in front of him? Without needing to give any orders, all the bodyguards around Ying immediately rushed at Tang Tian. Ling Xia's face changed. All of Ying's bodyguards were all experts with considerable strength. Tang Tian's sudden attack was out of her expectation. In a blink of an eye, the situation had become extremely terrible. In truth, she was not willing to offend Ying. After all, he was the commander of the Second Army. Even if she became the commander of the Fifth Army, she was still ranked behind him. But Tang Tian had already took action. There were no route to retreat. She clenched her teeth, ready to make her move. Tang Tian's actions were faster than her. In his dictionary, there never was the phrase to be behind anyone else. His belief had always been strike first to gain the upper hand. Furthermore, to dare block this brother to eat, you're truly sick of living. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Molten Iron Fist. Chapter 607, Molten Iron Fist. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. What leads do you have? Suaya asked. He had extremely stiff short hair and dense eyebrows, his squarish face looked to be chipped by a hatchet, his lips were thick and deep, and his skin was tan. No matter where he was, he gave off the feeling of being as steady as a mountain. He was the commander of the First Army, and also the most trusted right hand of the continent lord, and was most illustrious powerful figure of the White Sands continent. It's Lian Bo-jun. His subordinate reported respectfully, we have spent a lot of effort and managed to bribe some pirates, and found that out on one of their replenishing boats. They have quite a few frigates that had suffered damages, and are in repairs now, and their losses were not small this time. Lian Bo-jun? Suaya frowned. The pirates were mostly ill-disciplined people who grouped together, they were unorganized and would fall from the first blow. But there were also elites amongst the real pirates, which had strict regulations and discipline that were not inferior in any respect when compared to a regular army. These types of pirates were not good to provoke, and were the overlords of the pirate world. The Black Mountain, that Lian Bo-jun commanded was one of them. Tian, Lian Bo-jun's ship was Black Dragon, but the Chinese here is Black Mountain. If it ever changes I will let you all know. Suaya was one of the few that knew of Lian Bo-jun's background. He was a genius military leader that graduated as the third place in the Skyforest Academy, and regardless of whether it was strategizing, guts or decisiveness, Suaya respected Lian Bo-jun in all aspects. The Black Mountain Pirates, from nothing to something, from being extremely weak to a strong fleet, everything was created from this junior's hands. And the Black Mountain Pirates, although they plundered and robbed, but they never willfully killed innocents, it seems that at least, he still abides and holds to some baseline. But, the person who had defeated his junior brother and even caused such loss to him, it seems his standard isn't low either. Who was the one who fought them? Suaya asked. It was a small team comprising of 46 men, and the leader is a man called Meng Nan. They boarded the ship halfway in the journey, and said that they were coming to the White Sands continent to run errands. His subordinate replied respectfully. Run errands? Suaya laughed, then said, check on him. What kind of joke is this? Even if it was me, I would not be able to make Lian Bo-jun retreat with just 46 men. What kind of powerful people would come here to run errands? Yes. The subordinate replied. Suaya nodded his head, and then continued, pay attention to the security of the city. Recently there are too many people in the city, and it is extremely crowded. Get everyone to caution up. Yes, master. His subordinate complied. Go on then. When the subordinate left, Suaya remained deep in thoughts. If Lian Bo-jun is involved, then this matter is definitely not simple. He took out a message plate and imbued energy into it. A few seconds, a calm voice came out, Senior Suaya. Tian, this senior is in terms of schoolmates, junior calling seniors. Lian Bo-jun and him came from the same school. That is why Suaya called Lian Bo-jun as a junior. Bo-jun, why are you attacking Qin Yuran? Suaya asked. Senior, are you here to criticize me? Lian Bo-jun did not seem surprised, his voice was extremely calm. No, I just think that the matter is not that simple, that's all. Suaya answered. Lian Bo-jun did not answer. If I'm not wrong. Suaya's tone went back to normal, but a cold glint flashed past his eyes. There are people that want to make a move on the White Sands continent? You are truly senior brother. Lian Bo-jun praised. What are the conditions that they gave you? Suaya asked. Lian Bo-jun started to become cheeky. Is senior trying to bribe me? Yes. Suaya admitted straightforwardly, why can't I? I believe that White Sands can give you equivalent offers. And I believe that compared to other people, my trustworthiness is better. Lian Bo-jun kept quiet for a moment, then said, I'm sorry. Suaya was not angry, he nodded, oh, it seems like it's not about the money. If it is not about the money, to be able to move you, that's really interesting, Senior, please be careful. Lian Bo-jun said quietly, without any undulation. Thank you Bo-jun. Suaya said courteously. With that, he ended the communication. Suaya remained deep in thought. In the dark, a light aura flashed past his eyes. He Ying's bodyguards were all strong martial artists bought by money, and were all known experts. They were not proficient in battle formations, but all of them were strong individually, and even Ying, who was a prestigious military leader, praised them to the skies. In the past few years, they had made He Ying's name flourish, causing envy from the other army commanders. In times of need, they would be the vanguards, and like heavy axes, they were unstoppable, and one of their ultimate moves of the Second Army. White Sands City was a strategic location and flourished in terms of trade, as countless experts would come to try and make a fortune. Money, position, power, all of the experts placed themselves above the rest and looked for higher goals. It was survival of the fittest, and the bodyguards who stood by Ying would continuously change in batches, and each one getting stronger and stronger. In the White Sands continent, the Second Army's, the Vanguard Battalion, was a name known to everybody. The strength of the Vanguard Battalion made Ying run amok for many years without restraint. But the scene before everyone shocked them all. Tang Tian did not even think. Ying was a trash that he did not like, and the crazy young lad always beat first before talking. To think about the consequences, and the circumstances, opportunities, such troublesome high-end problems, to the crazy young lad was simply too high-end for him to look up to it as a need, and he might not even be looking up to it. Compared to that, he preferred to use battles to solve problems. Tang Tian, who took the first move, moved extremely quickly, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a huge sturdy man. This huge sturdy man was extremely tall. Although he was not frightened, he continued to rush forward, his arms trembling and borrowing the momentum. He roared, and shot his hands out like a cannon. A scarlet light aura suddenly lit up from his body, and started to congeal into a state like molten iron, flowing all around his body slowly, like a molten iron armor. The temperature of the air around rose sharply, and the floorboards beneath his feet started to melt, the chi around his body rising to maximum. His fist was like an artillery shooting out from the cannon. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. This was the first time that he had met a person that used fist techniques in Sacred Saint Galaxy. He also raised his right fist. Null flames coiled and quickly revolved around his fist. ZZZZ, the null flames revolved faster and faster, transforming into a gray vortex. Null flame spiraling energy. This young lad has no time to waste on being fanciful. He stepped forward, his body was the bow, and his fist was the arrow. The fist that held the gray flames clashed directly with the scarlet red energy fist light aura. Bang! Tang Tian stepped 3 steps back and stabilized himself. His arm was feeling extremely limp and painful, as though he could not raise it up, but his face revealed a look of excitement. The saints of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, although they do not have marvelous spirit techniques, but their usage of energy is more direct and even more explosive. The fist saints of heavens rode one in terms of techniques, but the energy accumulated in the fist in front of him far exceeded that of any fist techniques Tang Tian had ever seen before. Even for Tang Tian's sturdy body, he had suffered still. He stretched his arms, and took a cold breath in. Hey, it's numb, you're powerful. You're strong. Very strong. The sturdy man stared intently at him, his eyes were filled with a complicated mix of disbelief, caution and fear. The scarlet-red molten metal energy around his body had lessened by a great amount, and his right hand, all the way to his chest, were exposed. What fist energy was that? My own energy was actually destroyed. Completely suppressed and destroyed. The strange energy was like a needle that bore into his arm. It was unstoppable, and other than that, all of his energy were destroyed. What made him even more fearful was that the parts where his energy was destroyed felt as though they were in an extremely toxic and corrosive environment. His energy was unable to restore itself an inch forward. He knew how scary that was. The intense ripple when the two fists collided swept throughout like a hurricane. But there were many experts on scene. As though it was nothing, they released a few palms and caused the ripple to dissipate. The White Restaurant, being the best restaurant in White Sands City, had customers that were all known figures in White Sands continent. And because of the arrival of Qin Yuran, there were even more famous and powerful figures from various other continents that had come into the White Sands continent, and thus led to the White Restaurant to be filled every day. The boss of White Restaurant naturally will not have a backer. If it were other people, he would have thrown them out. But on one side it was Ling Xia, and the other was Ying, so he dare not do anything. Ling Xia was about to become the commander of the Fifth Army, and the Ling family had deep connections everywhere. While Ying was a powerful and authoritative figure, he was crafty and sly. If he were to remember to debt, it will not only lead to the downfall of the restaurant, but the danger of having families killed. Both sides came from huge backgrounds, and thus no one dared to do anything. The clash of the fists caused everyone to be shocked and moved. Who is that? He's actually so strong. Duke Ming was shocked. He was the White Sands older generation's elder, and for the current continent lord to be in his position today, was because of Duke Ming's support. He was one of the oldest resident of White Sands, and knew of He Ying's vanguard battalion. Seeing that people did not recognize them, he explained, that boxer is called Xiao. Molten Iron Fist Xiao. Someone exclaimed. Initially those people who were still objecting to the quarrel immediately became gloomy. Baiyu spoke out, the famous fist aura of Xiao congeals into a state like molten iron, and to finally see it today, it truly lives up to its name. Duke Ming nodded his head and praised. Xiao had trained his fists in an extremely novel way. He started out by training inside the lava of a volcano, and then inside molten iron, and finally gaining great success, thus having a fist that is praised for burning 14 continents. Amongst the Vanguard Battalion's influential generals, he is definitely one of the top 5. I never expected him to see him lose out in a fist battle. But this old one is curious, who is that kid? Bai Xiao watched in dumbstruck. Xiao's prestige is not as known as him, but in terms of strength, Xiao was definitely not lacking. Xiao had fought his way up the ranks from the bottom, his one fist had burned down 14 continents. It could be said that he earned his name through wars and battles, and in 3 years, he had challenged all the experts from the 14 continents, causing a sensation. But Xiao was actually losing. He could not believe his own eyes. Tang Tian was at the other side thoughtlessly waving his hands about, muttering here and there, completely without the vibe of an expert. But Xiao was standing there with fear in his eyes, his completely visible molten iron-like energy armor had a chunk bitten off. No matter how hard Xiao remained his steadiness, but people who had eyesight could tell that Xiao had lost in that exchange. Hearing Duke Ming ask who is that kid, he finally reacted, and was about to reply, when Tang Tian started to yell out toward Xiao. Again! Tang Tian roared, causing the entire place to hear him. Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of fear. At the moment, a figure suddenly snorted, "You don't know your place, but..." Xiao relaxed, he knew his friend's strength, and moved sideways to give space. A sword light swept past his body, and flew towards Tang Tian. Silver light auras flew in and out of the sky, the dense sword concept enveloped Tang Tian. The familiar yet foreign chi caused the hairs on Tang Tian's body to erect. It's laws. This sword has the hint of laws. Tang Tian's eyes immediately contracted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Silver-Winged Swordsman. Chapter 608, Silver-Winged Swordsman. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Law. Tang Tian was surprised and frightened. Although the light aura was not dazzling, but when the sword was released, the looks on everyone's face changed. Saints who did not have sufficient strength would not understand what laws were, they only felt as though their state of mind were completely attracted to the sword, their bodies froze, their minds drawn into a blank, unable to draw up any bit of resistance. And for the people who knew what it was, were unable to maintain their calm, all of them suddenly stood up. He actually had a swordsman who was enlightened on laws. Duke Ming, who initially thought that he had deep understanding of Ying, was completely stunned. To have enlightened on any law, in any domain, it meant that they had attained the next level. A Silver Saint's goal was energy transmutation, but it also showed how much energy they could use. And when the saint, in his own respective domain, had deep attainments and comprehension, laws would be another goal. Tang Tian was also shocked. He had finally understood the difficulty of attaining laws in the Sacred Saint Galaxy was at a much higher difficulty than in Heaven's Road. The energy in the Sacred Saint Galaxy was too abundant, to the point that it was like thick snow, and have covered up the laws to a huge extent. People who were able to be enlightened on laws in the Sacred Saint Galaxy were all powerful figures. It was truly a surprise. It was Tang Tian's first time meeting a saint who had been enlightened on laws in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The silver sword light aura brought forth a cold intent, like the autumn wind, caused the entire hall that was being roasted like a furnace by Xiao's molten iron fist to become as cool as autumn. Tang Tian immediately calmed down and retracted his gaze. Others might revere laws, but to Tang Tian, it was something that he was too familiar with. Jinghao, Crane, Ling Su all had enlightened on laws, and in Heaven's Road, enlightenment on laws was a requirement to be bestowed as a saint. Even if the laws displayed here are stronger, laws are in the end still laws. Suddenly, Tang Tian thought of the other advantage that Heaven Road held, that was laws. But, it isn't the time to think about such things. Tang Tian took a deep breath. Facing the incoming silver sword light aura, he moved his feet, extending out his hands, the grey null flames coiled around his hand and around his 10 fingers. His expression turned serious, and cold light appeared in his eyes. The 10 fingers stretched, forming a line of sparks that blossomed out from his fingertips. In a blink of an eye, the air seemed to be combusting, crackle 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 crackle, countless of bright lit dotted auras gradually floated in the air, dancing in the sky like fireflies in the summer. It was like a dream, enveloping the entire hall. What's this? If the law in the silver light sword aura caused people to feel shock, then this completely different martial technique caused everyone to become completely emotionally immersed in it. How could they have ever witnessed such a meticulous martial technique before? It was so beautiful that it looked like an art painting. Bai Xiao's expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. If he was not personally witnessing it, even if people beat him up death, he would never believe it. The beautiful and exquisite martial technique that caused people's hair to stand actually came out from Meng Nan's hands. Shouldn't this guy be someone who has muscles of the devil, transform into a rapacious aggressor with veins popping out all over his body with strength like a bull, shaking the earth with every step he took? But But the current Tang Tian was not in the least bit sinister. He did not roar, his expression was indifferent, not one hair out of place, he was calm as water, as though he had transformed into another person. The fireflies that filled the sky, in the beauty, held an extremely dangerous killing intent. Bai Yu stared intently at the floating dotted regiments. The light regiments that were the size of beans, were releasing a gently light aura, and did not have any surprising light or warmth. But Bai Yu's expression continued to change. Inside the warm light aura, he could sense a whiff of energy transmutation. Energy transmutation, the mark of a silver saint. It was not only Bai Yu's face who changed, He Ying's eyes had a trace of shock. Although He Ying was domineering, but there was no doubt to his strength, he himself was in the silver realm. Military generals who were in the silver realm held outstanding commanding power, and was able to greatly raise the strength of their armies. And saints who were in the silver realm were terrifying killing machines, they were extremely dangerous and the sharpest of blades. The sky filled of fireflies flew towards the silver light sword auras. The sky suddenly lit up with countless of light streaks, the fireflies that were like raindrops or snowflakes, the light streaks formed strands and weaves, the light auras were enchanting and beautiful. When the rain of light entered the sword auras buzzed gently, as though a proud wild beast had been enraged, and was releasing an enraged roar. Yet, the fireflies continued to dance gracefully, continuously pouncing on the sword auras. Amidst the buzzing hums that caused people's heart to shake, the sword auras were being melted at a speed noticeable by the naked eye, and the remaining strands of faint transparent light streaks trembled in the air. Their trembling attracted even more fireflies, and the fireflies shuttled back and forth, they exploded into formless ripples and disappeared. What remained in the hall were the floating fireflies, without any smoke or fiery chi. A tall figure, with a handsome appearance walked out from the crowd, and asked clearly, "I am Xiao Yan, may I ask of Sire's great name?" Everyone burst into a hurrah, they were all shocked. Silver-winged swordsman? Silver-winged swordsman Xiao Yan. Ling Xia's face changed, she never expected that He Ying would actually be able to recruit the silver-winged swordsman. The silver-winged swordsman was one of the most famous swordsmen of the southern region. He was extremely powerful, stepping into the realm of the Silver Saints at 30 years old, he was currently 35, and at the peak of his time. Everyone was in shock. Previously, people were guessing what powerful swordsman had arrived, but no one would have thought that it was Xiao Yan. To be able to block Xiao Yan's sword, everyone's gaze towards Tang Tian changed. "I'm Man Nan." Tang Tian spoke casually, but he was excited. "Hey, are we fighting or not?" Although he did not know what kind of Saint Xiao Yan was, but he could clearly sense that the sword from him was played down and not his full force. Tang Tian's battle intent was strong, he did not want to just stop. Xiao Yan was startled, and immediately laughed out in self-ridicule. "To make friends through an exchange of blows, to be able to meet Brother Meng, it is my honor. At the moment we are just swapping pointers, why don't we do it again next time?" So as not to sweep away the crowd's interest. Tang Tian thought about it. "Yeah, if we are to fight here, we will most likely destroy the restaurant. More importantly, once my battle intent goes away, my hunger will make my legs go weak." He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. "All right. Let us eat first." Bai Xiao then raised his hand and shouted, "Brother Meng." Tang Tian looked towards the direction of the voice, and his eyes lit up. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Bai Xiao immediately regretted, why did I shout out like that? Everyone's gaze turned towards him. There were already a few female customers giggling. Young Master Bai Xiao, a distinguished and confident person, to actually be called Xiao Bai, that sounded like a pet name. Ling Xia noticed Bai Zhao's table and immediately walked over and bowed. "Duke Ming, General Bai, young Master Xiao." The silk pants behind her all kept quiet out of fear, and followed along to greet them. Tang Tian looked at the table filled with food. He was already to the point that his hands and legs were trembling from hunger, and shouted, "Xiao Bai, I'm eating first, I'm famished." With that, he immediately stuffed his face impolitely. Tang Tian's actions once again shook everyone, the silk pants were almost to the point of worshipping him. "Big brother, how fierce are you truly, do you know who are those people that are seated?" Ling Xiao's complexion changed. Duke Ming viewed customs and etiquette very heavily, and even the sons of various continent lords dared not act recklessly in front of him. And for General Bai Yu, he was one of the influential generals, far more than what the armies of White Sands could be. The power of the Bai family, regardless of where they went, would be treated as honored guests with utmost respect. "You're still in the growing phase, eat more." Duke Ming was full of smiles and said amiably, and even turned, "Waiter, serve us more meat dishes." His happy appearance caused Ling Xia's eyes to almost drop onto the ground. Even the silk pants behind her revealed looks as though they had seen a ghost. Tang Tian had currently stuffed his mouth full with food, and kept out making out inaudible sounds. One cannot function properly on an empty stomach. To be so good at eating, you are definitely a great man. Bai Yu praised. Bai Xiao watched quietly. If his cousins heard what their father had said, they would definitely spit out blood. How hungry can you be? Bai Xiao poured Tang Tian a glass of water. We haven't seen each other for just 2 days, and you're already like that. If Yuran were to see this, she would scold me again. Woo woo woo. Tang Tian did not even lift up his head. 2 days. Duke Ming's expression twitched. He asked in surprise, could it be that you guys were on the same boat? Could it be that the rumored person who pushed away the pirates is this junior brother Meng? Duke Ming's eyes are sharp. Bai Xiao praised, Brother Meng's skills are unique, his subordinates are all heroes as well. Without Brother Meng's help this time, I and Yuran would have been in danger. Woo woo woo. Tang Tian continued to eat. Bai Yu was moved. With 46 men to push back a fleet of 10 frigates and a warship, that is truly inconceivable. Even if I had personally took charge, I would not dare to say I could do the same. Woo woo woo. Tang Tian did not seem to have any intention to stop and continue to eat. Just then, He Ying, Xiao Yan and the few others brought their glasses over. I never thought that Duke Ming and General Bai was here. We have interrupted your state of mind. He Ying apologizes to the two sires. He Ying said with an apologetic look. Duke Ming laughed. General He, why do you say such things? To be able to witness such a spectacle of a battle, we have truly gained something from it. Bai Yu laughed. That's right, our trip has been worthwhile just from that battle. Everyone were engaging in laughter and talks, and only Tang Tian was busy stuffing himself with food. After a while, everyone seemed to have forgotten about his existence, and no one talked about him. He Ying brought Xiao Yan and turned to return to their table, his complexion becoming gloomy at once. How's his strength? Do you have confidence? He Ying spoke softly. He is not that strong, but more strange. He had just touched upon the threshold of the realm of the Silver Saints, but his style and approach is unconventional and he has plentiful of changes and movements. What this subordinate cannot understand is, when he was fighting just now, he actually did not have any energy undulations. This subordinate has checked Xiao's injury. That grey flame is extremely insidious, with an extremely strong destructive ability. I do not know if Dr. Su will have any ideas about it. This unknown flame is the most dangerous. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. Dr. Su was the most powerful doctor of the Second Army. His medical techniques were considered top-notch. Could it be destructive energy? He Ying was shocked. He is a silver military general, and knew that destructive energy could cause a lot of harm to saints. Injuries sustained from it were extremely difficult to recover from, and he had never heard of anyone's martial techniques that could produce destructive energy capabilities. His expression became gloomy. He suddenly had this premonition that the fellow would be big trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, Black Gold Transaction. Chapter 609, Black Gold Transaction. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. In a night, the battle in the White Restaurant spread through the entire White Sands city. Silver-winged swordsman Xiao Yan was a subordinate of He Ying, causing He Ying's prestige to soar. At the same time, Meng Nan, who had heavily injured Molten Iron Fist Xiao, blocked Xiao Yan's sword, gave Ling Xia, who was about to become the commander of the Fifth Army, even bigger prestige. Quickly, movements in the darkness quickly moved in the White Sands city. On the training grounds, Tang Tian's entire body was covered in perspiration. He looked forward, gradually retracting his fist. Bai Xiao, Bai Yu, and Xin Yuran did not disrupt Tang Tian while he was training. Xin Yuran's eyes were filled with admiration. Men who were focused always released some sort of charisma. Tang Tian's vigorous, strong, and toned body was covered in perspiration, with a mist evaporating off from him, was an extremely charming sight. Bai Xiao was instead filled with respect and was emotional. This guy is truly excessively hard-working. Every time I come to find him, he will always be training, as though he will never ever be tired. Bai Yu looked at Tang Tian's training with a strange look on his face, his heart filled with suspicion. From the way he saw it, all that Tang Tian was training were all fundamentals that could not become any simpler, and he could not see through anything special about him. If it were anyone else that was training, he would probably scoff disdainfully at him. But this was a person who had severely injured Xiao and resisted Xiao Yan, and to be doing such training, then he must definitely be doing something he had not thought of. Tang Tian finished his last movement. He was so tired his entire body seemed out of strength. Fundamental martial techniques did not consume much strength, but the control over the null flames consumed his physical strength and focus quickly. It's so early in the morning, why are all of you here? Tang Tian asked weakly. Xin Yuran gave a sweet smile. Big Brother Meng's glorious matter of yesterday had reached Yuran's ears and it just kept on ringing in Yuran's mind. It was a pity that I could not personally witness it, so I have to come so early to congratulate Big Brother Meng. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Does everyone know about it? I truly am powerful.
Tang Tian's spirit was immediately roused. He was pleased, but following that he started to mumble to himself, a pity, I could only spar with Xiao Ian once. He is only slightly stronger than me, but I already thought of how to defeat him. Bai Xiao and Bai Yu looked at each other, their hearts instantly turned cold.
Xing Yuran's eyes twinkled. I knew that big brother Meng would definitely find a way, but... Of course.
Tang Tian was not modest at all. He was so pleased with himself that his nose was pointing towards the sky. He turned and looked at Bai Xiao. What's up, Xiao Bai? Bai Xiao rubbed his nose. I am here about the Empyrean ice tree spears. I heard that you sold a big batch to Suji Worldwide Commerce, and could only rush over quickly.
Suji Worldwide Commerce is too strong, and I cannot compete with them.
My requirements isn't too high. I won't take too much, I just want a bit.
Will you sell me some? No problem. Tang Tian was very easy to work with. How many do you want?
Not too many, just 4 billion cloud coins worth. Bai Xiao hardened himself.
500 then? Great.
Tang Tian was so casual about it that Bai Xiao could not believe it.
Bang, a pile of Empyrean ice tree spears appeared in front of Bai Xiao.
Tang Tian said with a smug look, count it yourself, dot. Bai Xiao was stunned, and only after a while did he laugh bitterly. Truly, when it comes to time of need, money is never enough. Bai Yu glanced at the Empyrean ice tree spears once, then retracted his gaze. He decided to ask flamboyantly about another question. Xiao Meng, I just watched you train, and what you were doing were all fundamental movements. This uncle is stupid. Can you tell me about the Tao and reasoning behind them?
Qin Yuran was secretly shocked. Who was Bai Yu? He was a true famous general. He was actually asking Big Brother Meng a question about training. Tang Tian did not find anything weird about it, and said as a matter of factly, because it's simple. Ah. Simple? Bai Yu was startled, but don't you think that its power is too weak? Power is too weak? Tang Tian looked at Bai Yu once, and shook his head. Being simple isn't necessary weak. Being simple isn't necessary weak, dot.
Bai Yu was stunned by the sentence. He wanted to think of something to refute, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there were a deeper meaning behind those words. In time, he was standing there blankly deep in thought. Bai Xiao had finished counting, and looked at the remaining Empyrean ice tree spears with reluctance. Tang Tian noticed Bai Xiao's look of reluctance and laughed out loud. He threw the remaining Empyrean ice tree spears to Bai Xiao. I'll give them to you. Everyone were shocked by Tang Tian's words. The remaining half were around 450 spears. Bai Xiao suddenly raised his head. What he saw in his eyes was Tang Tian's sincere face, the warm sincerity that felt like the sunlight. He stared at Tang Tian for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Truly a rich man, then I won't be impolite. He kept all the Empyrean ice tree spears. Tang Tian laughed. His expression did not change a bit. Xiao Bai is truly a good person. He did not care much about the Empyrean ice tree spears. There were truly too many of them.
Qin Yuran was completely shaken by Tang Tian's big check.
Even Bai Yu, who had seen countless things in his life, was secretly shocked. He stared at Tang Tian's face, but could not see any pretense or reluctance, and was greatly moved.
To casually hand out 4 billion, such spirit was not something anyone had. Just at that moment, Hansen walked in with a report. Master, Boss Su is here. Su Jin walked in, and seeing Qin Yuran and the rest, he was greatly shocked. I never thought I'd be able to see Miss Yuran, General Bai and young Master Bai here. I am Su Jin, Worldwide Commerce's Su Jin. Nice to meet you. The Suji Worldwide Commerce was a weapon trading company known by everyone. Holding such power, maybe ordinary people might not know them, but how could Bai Yu and the rest not know them? Su Jin initially had some guesses about Tang Tian's background. Qin Yuran, Bai Yu and the rest, he was even more surprised. Miss Yuran was a proud person and rarely spoke or looked at people. And the power of the Bai family was in no way inferior to the Su family. Su Jin was just a shopkeeper in the White Sands continent, but Bai Yu was the top military general of the Bai family, and thus he greeted Bai Yu as though he was a junior. After introducing and greeting them, Su Jin spoke to Tang Tian. Mr. Meng, I am here for the black gold. My shop hopes to be able to purchase your black gold, and hope that Mr. Meng would be able to steadily offer us a price on the black gold. No matter how much is it, we are willing to purchase it. Oh, to be able to enter the Suji Worldwide Commerce's eyes, I wonder if I can take a look? Bai Yu asked curiously. In truth, when seeing Bai Yu, Su Jin immediately knew that he had miscalculated. Although the black gold was good, but the traders of Suji Worldwide Commerce loved to buy low and sell high, naturally hoping to be able to purchase the goods at a lower price. On the day when he saw Tang Tian's reaction, Su Jin felt that Tang Tian did not know the true worth of the black gold. Tang Tian threw a piece of black gold to Bai Yu. Bai Yu took the black gold and scrutinized it carefully, his expression remaining neutral. When he imbued energy into it, his face gradually stiffened, and after half a minute, he spoke. Good stuff.
If I am not wrong, it can bear a very powerful amount of energy charge. Su Jin sighed in his heart again. I have truly miscalculated, and he grew even more admiration for Baiyu. He only found it out through the laboratory reports and test, while Baiyu had only touched it for a moment, but was able to realize the perk of the black gold. With such astute and experience, how could he not feel admiration for him? General's eyes are really sharp. Su Jin could only harden his skin and say, we have already tested it. Its ability to withstand energy charge is stronger than corundum, and only slightly inferior to energium jade. Baiyu's body trembled, the light aura in his eyes exploded, and without hesitating, we will take all of the black gold. Su Jin could not back down. How can senior bully the junior generation? You are stealing from this junior generation's food bowl. That is not the way a senior should act. Your food bowl? Since when did this become your food bowl? Baiyu shook his head. Su Jin's face became unkind. What does senior mean? In a blink of an eye, the two of them were staring at each other, their gazes were like swords clashing. Tang Tian was stunned. Seeing this, Bai Xiao quietly explained, the stronger and more the material can withstand an energy charge, the more suitable it is to make into a weapon for the warship. The most expensive parts of the warships are the weapons above. Energium jades are the market's best silver-grade warship weapon material, but they are extremely expensive. One li of it costs more than 500 million, and the important thing is that its quantity is limited. A warship can only have a limited number of weapons. You have truly earned this time. Tang Tian finally understood. So how much is this black gold worth? Su Jin quickly replied, Su Ji Worldwide Commerce is willing to purchase 1 li of it at 300 million, as much as you have. General Bai, according to your nephew, you won't have enough cash right now, right? Baiyu smiled, that's true. But Xiao Meng and Xiao Bai have a good relationship, so what if I don't have enough cash? Su Jin's face darkened. Baiyu quickly changed the way he spoke, and said, if you want me to give up purchasing the black gold, I can. My Bai family is not very interested in the manufacturing of weapons, but if Su Ji Worldwide Commerce is willing to offer us the best favorable price for the black gold warship weapons, we can consider it. 85% of the original price. Su Jin said without hesitating. Baiyu sneered, Xiaosu was not sincere enough, the profits of weapons are extremely shady. 80%. Su Jin had a pained expression. Baiyu laughed, the Bai family can promise you, we will only use the black gold warship weapons that we purchase from Su Ji Worldwide Commerce for ourselves, and not sell it. 75%. Su Jin clenched his teeth. Baiyu shook his head, at 50% of the price, by selling to the Bai family every year, the amount of black gold warship weapons we will purchase will be no lower than 100 billion, and not higher than 500 billion. Su Jin almost wanted to scold him, but he resisted, then I want to have the exclusive rights of purchasing it. I have no objection to that. Baiyu laughed evilly, he turned and looked at Tang Tian, selling to them is a good idea, it saves you the trouble, and the price is not too bad as well. You get them to do the transportation. Oh, if you have any special requests, quickly make it, they can buy anything. Su Jin almost wanted to box Baiyu's face, he was being ripped off by him. Baiyu was feeling extremely good, he did not even spend one cloud coin, empty-handedly, he had obtained such an advantage. He clearly knew the importance of the agreement. More importantly, he was repaying Tang Tian back a favor. He had just obtained 4 billion worth of Empyrean ice tree spears for free from him, it was no small favor, but in a blink of an eye, he had already helped Tang Tian earn a large sum of money. He wanted to obtain much more for Tang Tian, and thus reminded Tang Tian. I can buy anything? Tang Tian asked curiously. Almost. Baiyu laughed. Su Jin was scolding their mothers in his heart, he did not want to answer such a question, but since the black gold was too important to Su Ji Worldwide Commerce, he had no choice and said, as long as Su Ji Worldwide Commerce is able to complete it. Hearing that, Tang Tian's eyes lit up, I want to buy an army. A full and complete army. Everyone was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, Rich Man Buys an Army. Chapter 610, Rich Man Buys an Army. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. No one would have thought that Tang Tian actually wanted to buy an army, they had never heard of anyone wanting to buy an army. Su Jin, who had always remained calm in all situations, finally revealed a bitter smile, Mr. Meng is truly making things difficult for me, I have never heard of an army that can be bought. Baiyu touched his chin and muttered to himself, Xiao Meng, although your idea is not easily fulfilled, but it's rather creative. You're carrying a gold mine with you, it's not right if you do not have an army. The smile on Su Jin's face became even more bitter, Mr. Meng, if you want any weapons of sorts, even if they are gold grade, I can think of a way. But for an army, I can't buy one?
Tang Tian was disappointed. The idea was thought on the spot. What he was truly lacking were not weapons or cloud coins, but men.
Precious Bright Village Regiment's foundation was too terrible. Shursen went to recruit the underworld continent's demonic mounts, but that was only 500 men. If he could instantly buy an army, even though they were slightly lacking, throwing them to Bing would still make them useful.
It's not that you can't buy one, but we need to think of a way.
Bayou sighed, an army, only the continent lords have them. If we go and scout a bit, we can find which continent is not doing so well financially.
Raising an army requires money. If their financials are lacking, they will be unable to raise them.
But the larger continents will not do, only the smaller ones, so we can start from there.
Oh, we can still poach for them. Start poaching the commanders, since you have money.
Especially those commanders that are not being put in important positions, poach them one by one.
Su Jin's eyes lit up.
Bai Sha was perspiring all over. Second uncle is actually so cunning.
How much would the commanders of those small continents be worth?
Bai Yu sneered.
20 million cloud coins would suffice.
For the staff officers below them, each one can be 5 million. Soldiers are worth even less. It'll be best if you can even migrate their families, as long as their entire families are willing to move. 1 million to settle them down. You will definitely be able to obtain a 1,000-man army with 1.2 billion.
Now that you have money, you should utilize and learn to play around with money. If that's the case, it is plausible.
Su Jin was merely just someone who never did such type of business before, but the moment Bai Yu spoke of it, he quickly regained his senses.
With Su Ji worldwide commerce's guarantee, digging up the armies of the small continents would be an easy feat, and how would the continent lords dare to find Su Ji worldwide commerce for trouble?
By spending some money, they would definitely close their eyes. Su Jin immediately realized the advantages of it. By poaching the armies, they required equipment, and that would be another business. The commanders need strength.
Tang Tian reiterated. Xiaomeng has foresight.
Bai Yu praised. All the qualities of the soldiers of the smaller armies will definitely be incomparable to the big armies, so you must definitely check the strength of the commanders. If the commanders are strong with a high standard, then the army's strength will not be too bad, and at least the training standard will not be low.
With an average synchronization, even if they cannot operate a warship, they can operate a frigate without any problems.
Tang Tian suddenly thought about what Xiao Bai had said about black gold being suitable to manufacture warship weapons. He thought about the Sword Forest stronghold, which was completely made up of black gold. Could they change it into warship weapons?
Then wouldn't the Sword Forest stronghold be able to have offensive capabilities?
I also want a warship weapon specialist.
Tang Tian raised his hand. Su Jin's face changed. Mr. Meng wants to engage in the weapons business? Nope, I want to change my stronghold. Tang Tian used his hand to illustrate. I have a castle made of black gold.
The surrounding immediately became silent. Everyone stared at Tang Tian with their mouths open.
A castle made of BL black gold?
Su Jin stammered, his expression as though he had seen a ghost.
The black gold that costs 300 million for 1 li, used to make a castle. Su Jin could not dare imagine that scene.
Bai Yu was also stupefied and looked at Tang Tian blankly.
Yes, but the castle is a bit small. We are currently expanding. Tang Tian rubbed his forehead. Since black gold can be used to make warship weapons, then can I change parts of the castle to warship weapons? That would definitely be powerful. Su Jin finally withdrew out of his lifeless shock. He started to spasm and talk non-stop. Black gold. That is black gold. You actually used it to build a castle. You're crazy. Are you so rich that you have nowhere to burn your money? I'll give you full discount. Full. For free. Don't waste them, sell them to me. Sell it to me. You want to build a stronghold? I will give you transportation and materials to construct your stronghold. I will provide free transportation. Is that fine? Bai Yu could no longer hold back anymore and scolded. I can't stand it anymore. Xin Yu Ran and Bai Sha were completely stunned to the point of going numb. Tang Tian was also shocked by Su Jin's spasm. Are the materials better than black gold? Su Jin felt as if the air in his body was being drawn out. What kind of materials could be better than black gold? Why can't you not use such good materials just for a stronghold? What kind of world is a rich man looking at truly? He gave up on struggling. Warship weapon specialist, it'll be difficult for the top figures, but for those with profound knowledge of the required skills and strength are still easy to recruit. How many do you want? Are they very expensive? Tang Tian asked since he was not sure. For some reason, Su Jin heaved a sigh of relief. You finally know what is expensive.
Not cheap. The cost to migrate and setting up their family home is 10 million.
It truly was not cheap. Tang Tian thought with a serious look on his face, then recruit a 100. Su Jin almost went crazy. What do you need so many warship weapon specialists for? 100 warship weapon specialists, you want to raise them to play? 10. 10 is enough for you to build up your warship weapon stronghold.
Like that, huh? Tang Tian thought for a bit, then 10 of them, changed the others to specialists of other fields. Warship specialists, material specialists, weapon specialists, armor specialists, I will build laboratories for them.
Su Jin completely gave up, and reminded weakly, laboratories are bottomless pits.
Bai Yu also advised, that's right, Xiaomeng laboratories and such are all money wasters. Now, all of those shops with established reputations have a lot of experience and wisdom.
It's alright, anyways I can't spend much. Tang Tian waved his hand, he had his own ideas.
He was not wishing for them to create unique weapons, but to merge Heaven's Road and Sacred Saint Galaxy systems, but he required professionals.
Although he had Sai Lei, but Sai Lei also needed assistance, Tang Tian wanted to prepare them to be Sai Lei's assistants. As long as you are willing to.
Su Jin no longer bothered to advise him, he isn't treating money as money anymore, let him do what he wants.
What about the army? How many do you want? Also, to poach armies, you need to prepare equipment. Poaching is not a problem, but you will be unable to take their equipments, if not they will fight with us. How much will that be? Tang Tian asked.
If you're talking about ordinary standards, for one person, 500,000 cloud coins worth of equipment will be enough. If you want it to be slightly better, then each person will cost 3 million cloud coins, there will be no need for even higher grade equipment, since the quality of the soldiers are not that high. Then the army equipment will cost 3 billion.
Bai Yu jumped up, is that the allocation for a silver army? Do they really need such good equipment? Is Su Ji Worldwide Commerce trying to commit daylight robbery?
Seeing that Tang Tian had no reaction, Bai Yu was secretly scolding him a nouveau riche, but he patiently explained, Xiaomeng, don't think that 4 billion plus is enough to settle an army, that is just the first time cost. You will still need to maintain and upkeep the army, the salary, the incentives, and training costs, equipment maintenance also require money. From your allocation, an army will cost at least 2 billion a year.
Do you know what standard is that? That is definitely seeing it as a silver grade army. All elites were fed by cloud coins.
For example, every training they had require a large sum of expenses. The expenses of elite armies always cost a lot. 2 billion a year, that was a sum that the small continents were not able to upkeep. If it's 2 billion then let it be 2 billion, if their standard is high enough, I am willing to even pay 3 billion.
Tang Tian spoke very tyrannically, immediately stunning the rest.
Bai Yu did not know what to say, he calmed himself down, let me work this out.
With these conditions, do you even need to poach anymore? This is truly the treatment of a silver grade army.
All of those unworthy people would break their heads to join in. But Xiaomeng, you must guarantee that you are able to pay 2 billion of military expenditures.
Su Jin immediately became anxious. Senior, we already said that this is my Su Ji Worldwide Commerce's business. Su Ji Worldwide Commerce still has this ability.
It was not just a business, Bai Yu was right, such attractive conditions, all of those scheming and ambitious military leaders would definitely break their heads. The two of them was about to quarrel again, when Tang Tian stopped them, the both of you will find one army each.
I only want the best quality. Not a problem.
I have been in the army for so many years, I know how to discern standards with a look.
Amongst my old acquaintances and friends, there are a few powerful fierce characters.
Bai Yu patted his chest. Bai Yu's army's treatment was even better, as they were groomed by the robust wealth of the Bai family. And the military generals who had no backgrounds, no matter how promising they are, could only remain in the bronze-grade armies and be unable to improve.
Regardless of location, resources were limited.
Bai Yu knew that such conditions, to those unsatisfied people, were so attractive that it was worth dying for. The number of bronze armies in Sacred Saint Galaxies were as many as the hair on a cow, and they were definitely not lacking in competition. But, they were only able to scoop out from the bronze armies, to try and poach silver armies, that would not be a problem about money anymore. The Su Ji Worldwide Commerce has accumulated a vast network of connections in the military world, we will definitely help Mr. Meng filter out the most outstanding and most optimal army. Su Jin said, he had set his mind to it, to definitely choose and form a better army, an army far better than Bai Yu's.
Tang Tian was happy.
Bai Yu and Su Jin felt that it was expensive, but Tang Tian thought it was too cheap. A warship was already over 60 billion, how many armies was that? Hearing Tang Tian's idea, Bai Yu laughed out loud, you cannot think just like that. Now what you are offering is the treatment and salary of a preliminary silver-grade army, and not a true silver-grade army. They are still a bronze army, wishing to grow into a silver-grade army, that is not easy.
Not all bronze armies can become silver armies. And no one knows how much money and time it would take, 5 years? 6 years?
A true silver-grade army is not worth just 60 billion, a silver great army is worth more than a warship. There was once a person who came to find the Bai family and requested a silver great army to help support him. Do you know how much money he spent? Tang Tian was curious. How much? 50 billion. Bai said proudly. When his enemies saw me, they were so afraid they started peeing in their pants. I did not even spend any energy, and I brought down 2 continents, as though I was playing. This 50 billion was earned so happily. But a pity, such a business rarely comes by. But you will know in the future, any armies, all talk about profits. If you have money, then all you need to do is spend it. But this will only work on small powerhouses. If your enemy is a large powerhouse, then the problem becomes complicated. For example, White Sands continent, no matter how much money you give, no one will dare to accept it. Tang Tian was suddenly shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, Golden Rose. Chapter 611, Golden Rose. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The matter of the army was handed to the two of them. Tang Tian had calculated, he still had 10.3 billion cloud coins, and he still had enough money to buy 2 more armies. He was extremely pleased with his idea. What kind of godlike young man can be able to think up of such a genius plan? Just then, Ling Xia brought a middle-aged man over to visit. Ling Xia introduced him simply. This is my father, Ling Yuan Hong. Other people around all greeted him. Ling Yuan Hong was not only Ling Xia's father, but also the current generation patriarch of the Ling family, and had a great influence in the White Sands continent. Hearing what Ling Xia had said, Tang Tian then found out that many outsiders who supported the Ling family were out and about gossiping. I never expected that the situation would turn out like this. Ling Xia immediately apologized. Hearing the rumors and slanders, she immediately rushed to the White Sands Hotel to apologize to Tang Tian. To be able to obtain the 5th army, other than her family background, her individual strength and intellect were all outstanding. He Ying's display of hostility caused her to become cautious. From the way she saw it, because of her, Tang Tian was accidentally swept up into the power struggle. This mysterious expert had already been imprinted with the Ling family's mark, and to them it was a good thing. But if because of it they had offended Tang Tian, then it was not worth it. This time, Ling Yuan Hong had personally come up to apologize and to represent the Ling family. Ling Yuan Hong was not only Ling Xiao's father, but also the Ling family patriarch. With such a move, it gave Tang Tian enough face. Mr. Meng, if you need us to do anything, feel free to tell us, the Ling family will not decline. Ling Yuan Hong was rejoicing. It was right to come today. Seeing how everyone is treating Tang Tian, I knew that he was no simple person, but... Uncle Ling, don't worry about it, we are all friends here, and it was just a small effort. Tang Tian did not care about it. He had already integrated with the Silk Pants, who would care about the conspiracies going on. Ling Yuan Hong heaved a sigh of relief. From the corner of his eye, Tang Tian saw a figure through the window, and his eyes immediately shrunk. Outside the hotel, a man was covered in blood. He was flying straight towards the hotel in a hurry, and behind him was a group of black dots chasing after him. Richard! The man covered in blood was Richard. He suddenly surged with killing intent, causing everyone around to be startled. In their eyes, Tang Tian was like an extremely quick cheetah. In a moment he had leaped out. Bang! The glass window shattered, and Tang Tian, who was in midair, already had an Empyrean ice blue spear. Twisting his waist, the Empyrean ice tree spear in his hand transformed into a blue light, it soared towards the black figures chasing Richard. The few black-figured people at the front produced their weapons to deflect the blue light. The blue light shattered easily like ice, but the irremovable blue light aura entered their bodies. The few of them turned sluggish, and then they started to fall from the sky like dumplings. Those that were struck had a beautiful enchanting blue surfacing on their faces. Empyrean ice tree spear. Someone exclaimed out loud, causing the black-robed people to stop and look towards Tang Tian from afar. Richard, who was already spent, saw Tang Tian, and his mind relaxed completely, and rushed towards him. A hand locked down on Richard firmly. Tang Tian had mysteriously appeared beside him, and he threw Richard down, towards the rushing demonic mounts. Bring him to the doctor. The black-robed people were obviously not people with kind intentions. Their gazes were stern and fierce, and on their black robes, on their chests were golden roses insignias. The black-robed man in the lead said coldly, "This man dares to steal the secrets of my golden rose. Were you the one who planned it?" Golden rose, that word seemed to hold some type of power. The bodyguards who initially rushed out of the hotel immediately retreated. Just then, security dressed in their uniforms rushed over from everywhere, and surrounded the White Sands restaurant. The leader of the security team bellowed, "Do not let the convicted go." A manager of the hotel came out with a distorted expression and asked, "Master Tian, what is the meaning of this?"
Officer Tian remained expressionless. Official business.
This is of huge business, help me inform Boss Su, this younger brother is helpless against it. He might have said helpless against it, but his face revealed no expressions. The manager's face changed, he finally understood that the matter was not simple. A few frigates had also arrived, and their weapons were aimed directly at Tang Tian and the White Sands Hotel.
Officer Tian ignored the hotel manager and squinted his eyes, and spoke to Tang Tian coldly. Not only are you protecting the fugitive, but you are also attempting to kill people here. I advise you to wait to be captured. If you dare to resist and behave stupidly, I will kill you on the spot. The entire place was extremely tensed, all the frigates lit up with dazzling light auras. Kill on the spot? Officer Tian speaks such big words. Ling Xia flew out of the window with a cold look on her face. Officer Tian, who do you want to kill? When Officer Tian saw who it was, his face changed. Ling Xia, but... Young Miss Ling. Officer Tian immediately bowed. This criminal is guilty of terrible crimes. Tian Mao has a responsibility. If my tone had offended you, I hope that young Miss Ling will be able to forgive me. Ling Xia stared at Officer Ling. His words sounded extremely courteous, but in truth it reminded her to mind her own business. She sensed that something was amiss. Since when did the Security Bureau become so forceful? The Security Bureau was responsible for the security inside White Sands City, and to the commanders, they were nothing. Normally when Officer Tian meets Ling Xia, he would be like a rat seeing a mouse, but his attitude was different, as if he had someone to rely on. Officer Tian is saying that he is a criminal? Ling Xia suddenly asked. That's right. Officer Tian said sternly, he is a suspect of a big case and has escaped from punishment, and thus we are trying to catch him. I did not expect his companion to be here and trying to kill people. Now that young Miss Ling is here, it truly is good. This subordinate hopes that young Miss Ling can help me apprehend him. Ling Xia never thought that Officer Tian would actually exploit the situation and used her position to gain the upper hand. Her expression did not change. Mr. Meng is a distinguished guest of the Continent Lord, and is not someone the Security Bureau has jurisdiction over. I will get Duke Ming's investigation unit to clarify this issue. If Officer Tian has proof, the investigation team will claim it from Security Bureau. Officer Tian's feelings darkened. Without any fluctuation in emotions, how do I dare to trouble Duke Ming? Miss Ling, please do not make things difficult for my Security Bureau. I think there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. I just want to walk them to the Security Bureau, and explain and clarify any mistakes made. How could Ling Xia not know what Officer Tian was doing? Mr. Meng is of a noble background. Duke Ming will personally handle this. Officer Tian, you can go back first. Officer Tian also knew there were no way to retreat, and his expression turned cold. Miss Ling, if you're being obstinate, then please don't blame me. Take them all. Impressive, Security Bureau of White Sands, it truly is an eye-opener today. A few people flew out of the broken window. You seem to be sneering. Beside him, young Master Bai Xiao was to one side, Su Jin, Ling Yuan Hong and Qin Yu ran to the other. Ling Yuan Hong sneered, seems like we have become thieves. Officer Tian wants to take all of us. Su Jin remained expressionless. I wonder if Officer Tian needs to investigate the Su Ji worldwide commerce as well? Qin Yu Ran did not speak, and only looked at Officer Tian coldly. When they flew out, everyone watching excitedly immediately flew into an uproar. Especially with the appearance of Qin Yu Ran, everyone became restless. Officer Tian's face changed, the matter had blew out of control, and his skin became numb. The uncle and nephew represented the Bai family. Even with 10 times his guts, he did not dare to do anything. The Su Ji worldwide commerce was also not nice to provoke, as even the Continent Lord had to be polite to them. As the Ling family patriarch, although Ling Yuan Hong did not hold any official position in the bureau, but the Ling family were noble and extremely clean. With their successive generations of kindness, Ling Yuan Hong had spent all of his time in the past decade on helping the needy and feeding the poor, feeble, and handicapped, receiving the respect and love from everybody. Officer Tian dared to use violence on Ling Xia, but never to Ling Yuan Hong. There was no need to speak about Qin Yu Ran, as the distinguished guest of the Continent Lord. If he dared to take action against her, by the next day, his position in the bureau would be trampled clean. I am mistaken. Officer Tian's face changed greatly, and quickly put on a fake smile. For this small matter to have actually disturbed noble masters, my apologies. This lowly one already felt that there was a problem in the inside. We will immediately return to investigate. With that, he brought all his men and quickly left. The black-robed people had already disappeared. Ling Xia finally heaved a sigh of relief. She was not worried about Officer Tian using violence, but that big brother Meng would take action. Under the eyes of the people, if he were to take action against the Security Bureau, it would instead cause them to be in trouble. But she did not expect that the big brother Meng, who seemed to be very impulsive, was actually extremely calm-headed. Thank you everyone, for your help. Tang Tian thanked the few of them.
Ling Yuan Hong spoke out, "The hotel is still slightly inconvenient for you. The Ling family has a manor in the west which is quieter and with less people. It has been empty for a long time. If Mr. Meng doesn't mind, why not move over there?"
Tang Tian did not reject. "Thank you, Uncle Ling."
Xin Yuran had been observing Tang Tian. She noticed that Tang Tian was extremely quiet and calm, but deep in his eyes, it was extremely cold, and she knew that he was completely enraged. She was already thinking how to be able to obtain useful information for him. Tang Tian was concerned about Richard's injuries, but after checking on him and found out that although he was covered in blood, they were all flesh wounds.
He then became much calmer.
Ling Yuanghong was worried that something might happen en route, so he personally sent Tang Tian to the manor courtyard of the Ling family. "Help me check up on that person with the last name Tian,"
Tang Tian said.
Ling Xian nodded her head. The underworld continent's demonic mounts had quickly arranged for sentries and defense. When Richard woke up and saw Tang Tian, he heaved a sigh of relief.
"What happened?" Tang Tian asked.
"It's the matter of the 13 families. Someone was observing them, and when I went to seek information, it scared them." Richard laughed bitterly. "Luckily the people I found were familiar people. Upon sensing that something was wrong, they quickly warned me.
If not, I would not be here today." "There's someone observing the matter?"
A cold glint flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. "Who are they?"
"I do not know."
Richard shook his head.
"Then what about the people chasing after you?" Tang Tian asked.
"They are the Golden Rose people. The Golden Rose is White Sand's most famous hitman organization. We must be more careful. They will not let things go so easily,"
Richard said. "Let things go easily? They have to ask me first."
Under that light, Tang Tian's face turned sinister, his killing intent soaring to saturation. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 612, Tang Tian's Counterattack. Chapter 612, Tang Tian's Counterattack. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Meng Nan?
The man in the shadows spoke without any hint of anger or joy. Golden Rose's head, Lei Erfu, was a famous martial artist known for his slit eyes that resembled snakes. Yet he was sprawled to the ground with his head bowed, and spoke with a tremble in his voice. "A group of 47 elites that boarded Qin Yuran's boat halfway. The ones who defeated the fleet of pirates were them."
"What relation does he have with the Suji Worldwide Commerce?"
The voice in the shadow caused Lei Erfu to perspire in cold sweat. He lowered even further. "The subordinate does not know." The person snorted, causing Lei Erfu's perspiration to increase and drench his clothes. He immediately said, "This subordinate will go and check it out immediately."
"The 13 families, did you check up on them?" Lei Erfu immediately replied, "This subordinate has been secretly investigating for the past few years, and there are some issues.
Of the 13 continents, 6 of them have already escaped to the Gold Continent, as though there is someone there rescuing them. Out of the 7 families, there is one walking towards the western region, while the remaining 6 are still at southern region."
"Did you check on those 6 positions?" "They have all been checked. Do you want us to take action?" Lei Erfu was excited. "Wait a little while more."
The voice in the shadow was extremely cold. "Send people to spy on them. This time, I want to catch them in one swoop."
"Yes."
Lei Erfu complied. He hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage. "Then this person called Meng Nan. Check up on him properly first, do not cause him to be alarmed."
The voice in the shadow said, and with a trace of complacency, "Inside our trap, how can he possibly escape?" Lei Erfu's body trembled. He lowered his head even further. "Yes."
Su Jin looked at Tang Tian, who had a calm look on his face, his heart shuddering suddenly. For a hot-headed, impulsive person to be suddenly so calm and collected, without any rage or shouts, or any sense of losing control, as though nothing had happened. To stand in front of you, that bone-chilling cold intent would cause the surrounding air to become ice-cold and choking.
"No problem."
Su Jin did not hesitate at all. He was expressing all his support for Tang Tian.
The warship that cost 60 billion was nothing for Suji Worldwide Commerce.
The cost of the warship was already over 60 billion. Furthermore, Tang Tian was a large customer holding the black gold. Su Jin had been in the business for so many years, so he knew Tang Tian's potential very clearly. With the black gold, and also being an ally of the Bai family, Tang Tian would only become richer and richer.
"Is this enough? My authority limit is 100 billion.
Su Jin reiterated once again. From the last few days of discussing, he found out that Meng Nan was a person who spoke a lot of comradeship, and to be able to help him at this time, he was reaping good karma.
"Thank you, old Su. Tang Tian did not reject him. You can give me everything."
Su Jin did not beat about the bush and directly gave the money card to Tang Tian. Coming out from the Suji Worldwide Commerce, Tang Tian boarded the small transport boat that the Ling family had prepared for him. It was just a 16m small boat, and could only accommodate 50 people.
Its defensive properties were outstanding and extremely agile.
Its shape was extremely unique too. It had an open fretwork exterior, making it look like a wood basket, all the empty spaces made for bodyguards. 35 underworld continents' demonic mounts firmly guarded each space and maintained high vigilance. Shursen took 10 demonic mounts with him, and the remaining 35 prepared themselves against enemies. Other than Tang Tian inside the small boat, Hansen sat with a nervous face, and Richard who had not recovered. Richard was also curious how Master would be counterattacking. Although he and Tang Tian have only interacted for a short period of time, he also knew that Master was definitely not a good-tempered person. He initially thought that Master would bring people to fight their way in through the front doors, and never expected the Master to be doing that. It was an early morning, and Tang Tian brought them all to Suji Worldwide Commerce, causing Richard to be confused.
How many people are there in Golden Rose?
In White Sands City, about 100, in the entire White Sands continent, around 1,000.
Richard said. That's not a lot. Tang Tian sneered, what about 10 million for one person?
Richard was startled. He did not understand Tang Tian. Reward, per Golden Rose people, 10 million per life.
Tang Tian's eyes revealed a cold glint, and said, after coming to White Sands, I finally know how to spend money.
Tang Tian had thought about it the night before. He could buy warships, he could also buy armies, so what about the Golden Rose?
He could buy them down too. 10 million a life.
Richard was stunned.
Yes, and I will even gift an Empyrean ice tree spear.
Tang Tian said proudly, an elite will be 100 million and 10 Empyrean ice tree spears, a small leader will be 1 billion and 100 Empyrean ice tree spears.
A big leader will be 10 billion and 1,000 Empyrean ice tree spears.
Hansen and the rest became stiff. Richard's mouth was wide open and did not speak for a long time.
Tang Tian looked at Richard curiously, is this price not attractive enough?
Pitiful Richard, he was completely at a loss for words.
Could the price be too low?
Then double it, 20 million a life and 2 Empyrean ice tree spears.
Tang Tian was feeling extremely rich. Not low, not low.
Richard quickly reacted and immediately advised, for ordinary men, 10 million is too much, they are only worth 2 million.
No matter, even the guards at the door is fine. They don't have much, so we should fight for money.
Tang Tian snarled, revealing his pure white teeth. He clenched his teeth. I don't care about the money, spending a bit more is fine, but this time, I want to completely destroy the Golden Rose. And to buy information, state a price to the informants. I want to know, who is the man behind the Golden Rose? I have prepared 100 billion for that.
100 billion.
Richard was completely blank. A counterattack worth 100 billion was far above what he had imagined.
He did not dare to think what kind of reaction would occur when he threw the bomb.
Richard trembled. He started giving out the price lists. The Guluan barracks had a small-scale mercenary army, called the White Oak Mercenary Army, with a total of 300+ men. In a flourishing place like the White Sands continent, the White Oak Mercenary Army did not have any advantage, and could only accept small businesses like bodyguards on a daily basis. Guluan looked at the dilapidated barracks, and the members who were lifeless, and his heart was filled with worry. If they did not have any more business in the year, they would not be able to afford the rental of the barracks next year and they would have to leave White Sands City.
Suddenly, a member rushed forward anxiously, Captain. Captain. Guluan frowned, and spoke, is your butt on fire? Or are you owing money again? Didn't I send you to the guild to stay and get business? Why are you back? Captain. Business. It's business.
The member was full of excitement. Business, the two words, immediately aroused everyone's attention. All the lifeless members swarmed him quickly.
Xiaojiao, you finally got us some business. Business. That's great.
My butt was going to rust.
Idiot, are you going to use your butt to do work?
Everyone quickly became excited. Business meant money. Everyone was so poor they could not leave their place, and even the smallest of business could save their life.
Guluan was extremely excited, but in the end he was still the captain, and maintained his calm. Xiaojiao, what business is it? Who is the other party? Captain, take a look. Xiaojiao passed a paper over.
Guluan took the paper, and when he saw the contents on the paper, his face changed. The price written caused him to become alarmed. The red words were extremely bloodthirsty.
Who did the Golden Rose offend now?
Guluan muttered. He was at a loss for words. Golden Rose, the words quickly make everyone who were excited become extremely quiet, as though they were being poured by a bucket of ice water.
When talking about business in White Sands, who wouldn't know about Golden Rose? People who dared to go against Golden Rose never lived to see another day. A person called Meng Nan.
Xiaojiu had actually already checked up on it, and quickly explained, yesterday, Golden Rose was chasing after Meng Nan's subordinate, and even the security bureau tried to meddle in, but who knew Meng Nan's backing would be so strong? A group of large figures came up and helped him, causing the security bureau to retreat. This morning, he gave the guild the bounty.
All of the guilds? Guluan was excited.
Yes, all the guilds, the Dark Guild, the Mercenary Guild, all of the guilds receive such bounty.
He has already handed over 40 billion as insurance. And 3,000 Empyrean ice tree spears. Xiaojiu was extremely excited.
Guluan was stunned, and then blurted out, "The Golden Rose is finished."
Xiaojiu looked at Guluan, "Captain, are we doing it?" We are. Why not?
Guluan immediately reacted, his killing intent soaring. "The Golden Rose stronghold is on the next street only, there aren't many people who knows about it, let us take it down first."
Damn, it's at least a few hundred millions. Everyone, let's kill some. Hearing the words a few hundred million, everyone's eyes immediately turned red. The entire White Sands city was already in a hurrah.
Tian Guang entered the security bureau as per usual, thinking about the last night, the master's promise and consolation. Did he become somewhat calmer? The master did not blame him for what had happened. But Tian Guang did not plan to give up. He did not believe that those big figures will keep on protecting that Meng Nan. As long as he had the chance to capture him, he would act first and report after, to grab the person back to security bureau, and at that time, it would be a huge service. Tian Guang was extremely clever, he could sense that the master was extremely interested in Meng Nan. I ought to plan this well. Tian Guang knew that he was just a hunting dog, and patience was more important than the bite. Just at that moment, knocking came from the door, disrupting Tian Guang's thoughts. He frowned, "Come in." A subordinate came in with his head tucked low, and he handed over a letter of resignation. "Master, this subordinate's mother is sick, and wants to take care of the family, I cannot do this anymore, and this is my letter of resignation."
Tian Guang snorted, "Go."
The person was just making up excuses, and trying to escape. Very quickly, many more people started to resign. Tian Guang did not care, after facing the figure the night before, who were all big figures, many of the cowards were afraid of the calamity, and thus quitting was extremely normal. But when more than half of the security bureau started to quit, Tian Guang finally realized that something was amiss. He pulled onto a more loyal subordinate. "What's happening with you guys?" The subordinate did not say a word, and pushed the bounty paper into Tian Guang's hand, and immediately escaped. Tian Guang opened the bounty paper with a frown, looking at the blood-red words, his eyes immediately grew round, and blood surged into his mind. When he finished reading the bounty paper, all the blood had left his face completely, and intense fear had enveloped his entire body. He felt as if he could not breathe, like a fish out of water and choking. His body involuntarily shuddered. He finally understood why his subordinates had quit. 100 billion, that astronomical amount had sucked all the energy out his body. He dropped to the ground, paralyzed.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Inside Plot. Chapter 613, Inside Plot. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Ling Xia woke up early in the morning.
After her bath, she was summoned by her father. Upon seeing her, he handed over a piece of paper to her. She accepted it with a suspicious look on her face, and when she read the contents of it, the remaining lethargy in her body immediately flew away. Her hands started to tremble, as though the piece of paper weighed 1,000 tons. Her mouth became dry. This is real?"
"Yes."
Ling Yuanhong admitted that when he received the news, he was totally unlike his daughter, but at the moment, he had already calmed down.
"It's too crazy," Ling Shuo muttered.
Ling Yuanhong felt the same way, and nodded, "Too crazy." He changed the subject. "How much do you understand about him?" Ling Xia reacted, although her face still had a look of shock and distractedness. She laughed bitterly, "Almost nothing. His family, background, the power he holds, nothing.
Recently, it hasn't been calm." Ling Yuanhong sighed.
For a family with a rich background, they had deep roots in White Sands. Their connections were so deep that outsiders could never imagine it. Ling Xia's mind was shaking. She knew her father knew something.
Ling Yuanhong laughed. "And now there is a lunatic and fierce person. I wonder if it is a good or bad thing."
Ling Xia rarely saw the complicated and hesitating look on her father's face, although he was a gentle and warm man, but he was extremely firm on the inside, and was always decisive on matters, and rarely had any opinions.
"Is the situation very bad?" Ling Xia decided to test and ask. "Quite bad."
Ling Yuanhong sighed. Since 3 years ago, He Ying went to the Continent Lord to present Lady Ro to him, and the Continent Lord started to neglect the government affairs. 2 years ago, I heard that majority of the government affairs were handled by Lady Ro, and I knew that something was wrong. Lady Ro's hands are brilliant with tricks. In just 2 years, how many elders are left inside the internal department? Last month, eldest young noble met with danger. If not for the hidden protection sent by Master Suabai to protect him, I'm afraid. Ling Xia widened her eyes, her face was in disbelief. Could it be that they are starting to make their moves? Ling Yuanhong's tone was heavy. The 3rd and 4th Army have already begun to lean towards Xinghe, Lady Ro, who has control over the internal department, and has been pulling strings the past few years. Half of the families in White Sands continent are all under her now.
The continent lord isn't aware of any of these?
Ling Xia was stunned. The continent lord is completely blind towards women. Lady Ro had completely taken control of the continent lord's manor, and now we cannot even meet with the continent lord. The manor is filled with Lady Ro's servants. Initially we thought to sneak into the manor, but who knew that the servants have strengths that are unfathomable, and we lost many people.
Lady Ro's background is definitely not simple.
Ling Yuanhong clenched his teeth and said. Ling Xia had never thought that the situation would be so terrible to such a state, and her face turned white.
Then what do we do now?
Ling Xia asked at a loss, although she was intelligent, but she was after all still young. Ling Yuanhong nodded his head. That is the reason why I called you here.
You need to do 2 things. Firstly, go and manage the 5th Army. But the true order have not been given.
Ling Xia did not understand. It's already here, it was sent here this morning. Ling Yuanhong passed the order over to Ling Xia. It was written with the official stamp, and was the formal order. Master Suabai had personally worked to get this. Do not restrain and fear. You must, in the shortest amount of time, take control of the 5th Army.
Understand.
Ling Xia nodded her head. Second thing, have a good relation with Meng Nan. Ling Yuanhong suddenly said.
Why?
Ling Xia was startled. Ling Yuanhong's gaze was deep. We have made plenty of extrapolations. He Ying and Lady Ro have already completed their initial preparations. If everything continues steadily, our chances of winning will become smaller and smaller. We need to have a disruptor externally, someone who can completely wreck everything.
You're saying Meng Nan?
Ling Xia thought she heard wrongly.
That's right, I just thought about it.
Ling Yuanhong did not even hide from it. He is wild, a rule breaker, and a brave fellow. Who else but him can be the perfect candidate for that?
But
Ling Xia was hesitant.
You think I'm making use of him?
Ling Yuanhong laughed out loud. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything, just pay attention to him. If he comes into trouble, help him out of it.
I have a premonition, he is born to be a disruptor.
Ling Xia heaved a sigh of relief. She did not completely believe her father. Although she and Meng Nan have not known each other for long, she felt that he was frank but rather reckless with his reasoning, and completely not a person like what her father had described. Ling Yuanhong saw Ling Xia's expression, and understood his daughter's thoughts. He laughed out loud, but did not bother explaining. Continuous explosion sounds sounded out from outside, groans and wails sounded out through the dense and huge door. Lei Fuer's entire body trembled, his entire body was trembling, and there were no more the vigor and scariness of his slit eyes. Every time the fervent shouting came out from outside the door, his entire body would tremble. Fear, and the thought of his bleak future was written all over his face. This was the Golden Rose's largest stronghold, and it had become a huge piece of meat. He could roughly discern out the familiar voices. They were people of low statuses that used to fawn and curry his favor, and now they were holding blades trying to kill him. They used to tremble under the name of the Golden Rose, but currently, with the astronomical bounty, they had lost all their fear and banded together, planning to eat up all the corpses of Golden Rose. What made Lei Fuer most afraid of was that people wanted his life. 10 billion cloud coins, 1,000 Empyrean ice tree spears, was what made Lei Fuer filled with despair. And what made him despair even further was that the master had disappeared. He knew how big the power the master held, and if he was willing to help him, he would have the possibility of surviving. But the master never appeared.
Could it be that he was not worried that I'll reveal everything that we have done?
The footsteps from outside were getting closer and closer. Lei Fuer could no longer wait. He came to a fireplace and opened a secret passageway. It was his last lifeline. A stern look flashed past his eyes. The secret passageway had a bronze mechanism by the side of the wall. Beneath the house was an extremely powerful energy crystal installed. He pressed the button. In a minute, the intense explosion would destroy the entire place, and all of the people chasing after him would explode along with the place. Suddenly, Lei Fuer felt a pain in his chest. His expression turned pale, as a sword tip protruded out from his chest. A shadow had quietly crept up from behind him. You have done well all these years. Sigh, with you dead, my loss is huge, what a pity. An indifferent voice came out from behind him.
He truly came to silence me.
Lei Fuer's face revealed a strange smile, and he fell down. The shadow did not escape from the passageway, but closed it, and at the same time he moved Lei Fuer's body beside a table. 10 seconds later, bang, the door smashed open with all the crazy people. Countless people saw Lei Fuer's body on a chair, their eyes lit up, everyone roaring and pouncing on Lei Fuer's body, quarreling, scolding, fighting. The entire place grew into a chaos. No one had noticed that an extremely ordinary person had quietly left the room. Bang! A gigantic fire regiment soared up from the ground. The intense explosion caused the entire White Sands city to shake. Everyone rushed out from their homes and saw the intense raging flames, and had complicated looks on their faces. The Golden Rose was finished, and the White Sands continent's largest underground powerhouse was completely obliterated. The Golden Rose was completely obliterated. The astronomical sum of money made people take risks out of desperation, although they had fear towards the Golden Rose, but they were completely dispelled by the cloud coins. In the entire White Sands continent, Golden Rose's 32 strongholds were baptized with blood. The most infamous underground powerhouse of the White Sands continent, in just one night, was pulled from the roots. The night flowed with blood. White Sands continent had no lack of rich and powerful people, and there were people who were as filthy rich as Tang Tian, but there never was anyone who used such a ruthless method for revenge.
Tang Tian became famous, extremely famous.
Although this popularity was not a good popularity, crazy, ruthless, stupid, etc. But no one dared to provoke him, and no one dared to look down on him. It was said that when Second Army Commander He Ying received the news, he flew into a rage and killed 3 of his beloved dancers to vent his anger. The Security Bureau was completely deserted, as over 70% of their members had resigned, and caused the Security Bureau to instantly become paralyzed. The Security Bureau that was never afraid of anything, to actually become frightened to such a stage, caused Tang Tian's name to soar to an unprecedented height. In just a day, the entire White Sands continent knew that there was a rich man that was tyrannical and crazy. As Tian Guang ran to He Ying for help, He Ying had already calmed down, and quickly thought of a way, and sneered, "That's right, the Security Bureau is actually paralyzed, then let it be."
Think about it, if even the Security Bureau fears his ruthlessness, then who will protect the citizens of White Sands? Who will protect the families?
Such a violent situation will cause the streets of White Sands City to become rivers of blood. Only when the bleeding is sufficient will they realize the importance of the Security Bureau, and they will understand who is their true enemy. Tian Guang's mind was aroused. He felt that the master's idea was too miraculous. This brat is an outsider, his arrogance will definitely cause people to find him annoying. The Security Bureau just have to pull out a few weak martial artists, and add fuel to the fire, causing the White Sands City to become even more chaotic. Assassinations and kidnappings will make everyone and every family feel the pain. They will naturally pour their hatred towards that asshole.
This subordinate knows what to do,
Tian Guang said respectfully. Tian Guang just left, when a voice came out from the shadows. "Your idea is not too bad." He Ying's face did not reveal any joy. He replied coldly, "You better not stir anything up for me. I asked you to come here, for you to resolve the matter about eldest young noble. In the end, you failed, and now things are so troublesome. You better not stop chasing. Once eldest young noble is dead, White Sands City will belong to us, and at that time, you can do whatever you like. But before that, you better kill him first. If not for the fact that our men are being watched, why would I call you? Relax, he will die very soon." The voice in the shadow was as indifferent as before. Leaving He Ying's manor, Tian Guang immediately gave the Security Bureau holidays, and he himself also went back home on the pretense of being sick. And the originally chaotic city became even more chaotic, and blood started to paint the streets. In time, everyone realized the danger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 614, 614 Advantage. Chapter 614, 614 Advantage. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
In a blink of an eye, young lad's Tang fearsome bomb thrown in White Sands City quickly became forgotten.
What, didn't I give all of you money? Didn't you all say the price is high enough? That it would be effective? Oh, if it is effective then it is fine, good. This young lad is extremely busy and rich, and have many matters at hand. You all wouldn't understand the pain of a young lad. Tang Tian's current problem was paying back money. It was extremely enjoyable spending money, and extremely tyrannical, but in the blink of an eye, he had spent a few billions. The money was borrowed, so Tang Tian was putting his all to urge Bing to refine the black gold, to quickly use the black gold for repayment. When Bing heard the burden of billions that Tang Tian owed, he almost spat out blood. Tang Tian was worried about repaying money, but Su Jin was not in the least bit worried. Tang Tian had the black gold mine, how could he lack money? But Tang Tian's reward also made his eyes light up, and he became extremely excited. Weapon business's most hated piece.
Tang Tian's method was so simple and crude that it made people's hair stand, it broke all the rules, and caused a stir. Because of Tang Tian, the market had been rowdy and unsafe, it was extremely chaotic, and the weapon businesses were thriving. Suji Worldwide Commerce's business was booming.
If more people like him came, who knows if I can hit my target early this year, but...
Su Jin was extremely happy in his mind, he was idling and bored, so he ran over to Tang Tian's side to hang around. He was extremely curious towards Tang Tian. Walking into the courtyard of the Ling family, he noticed Richard being extremely busy, obtaining information regarding the 13 families. After everyone found out that Richard had a huge backing behind his intelligence research, all the intelligence traders in White Sands became extremely lively. Many people felt that Tang Tian was a fool with money, and wanted to take advantage of him, but unluckily for them, they met with Richard. Richard was not a famous intelligence personnel, but he knew and understood the 13 families much deeper than other people, and he could quickly discern between the reliable and unreliable information. After many of them hit up the wall of Richard, Richard's reputation grew in the circle. Su Jin, who had been closely tied with the situation, naturally knew of all this. He courteously greeted Richard. People who had abilities naturally earned respect. Su Jin was prepared to find Tang Tian, but was told that he was training. He is truly a calm and composed man, to actually have the mood to train still. After entering the inner courtyard, he suddenly saw another young lad muttering to himself, talking gibberish, ignoring everything else. Su Jin noticed that he looked rather well disposed, and after a while, he realized that the young lad looked like Richard, and after thinking about it, he realized that there was a Richard Jr. in Tang Tian's team. Su Jin initially did not want to disrupt Richard Jr., but when he heard Richard Jr. saying the word spirit, he could not help but stop and listen closely. After listening for a moment, he realized that Richard Jr. should be researching on spirits. He smiled, his heart feeling disapproval. Since the emergence of the Honorable Martial Continent, spirit research had become the most trending research. But Su Jin knew how deep the pit was. Countless people had dived into that research and never crawled back up. It was simple, spirit objects were too expensive and uncommon. Although he did not know how the Honorable Martial Continent had solved that problem, but it was obvious that other people could not solve it. But Richard Jr. had mumbled a few words that aroused Su Jin's interest. Su Jin understood and knew spirits more than the average person, and the two immediately started to discuss on it. Whenever Richard Jr. met people with the same interests, he becomes extremely excited, and immediately invited Su Jin to view his laboratory. Su Jin gladfully agreed. After talking further, Richard Jr.'s thoughts and ideas made his eyes light up. He became so moved to the point that he had the thoughts to provide for his research. And when he walked into Richard Jr.'s laboratory, and saw the shelves full of spirit objects, he was immediately stupefied. Spirit objects. For the past few years, anything with spirits were considered treasures. How did the Honorable Martial Continent rise? Because of spirits, there were advantages to spirits. The most direct advantage was that it was intellectual. If saints could produce spirits, then they could form saint spirits, and infer laws by themselves. Mechanisms that had spirits would become stronger and become smarter, and naturally grow in strength. After recovering from his senses, Su Jin's blood seemed to have disappeared from his body, instantly turning ice cold. After knowing that the spirit objects came from Tang Tian, Su Jin immediately turned tail and pounced towards Tang Tian, and requested to purchase spirit objects. Tang Tian was shocked. He never had the intention to sell spirit objects. If the spirit objects were to appear in the market, then wouldn't it be telling Honorable Martial Continent that there were Heaven's Road people present in Sacred Saint Galaxy? To attract Honorable Martial Continent's attention now was a definite way of seeking death. Facing Tang Tian's hope to secrecy, Su Jin happily agreed to it, especially knowing that Tang Tian rejected selling spirit objects. He hoped to be able to join in Richard Jr.'s research.
Tang Tian thought for a moment, and then agreed. He had to give face to his creditor still. Su Jin was beyond happy. He knew that Richard Jr.'s research held a vast amount of potential, and that was where he placed the most importance in investments. He packed up all of Su Ji Worldwide Commerce's lab equipment and sent them over, and then he invested all of his years of research and savings into Richard Jr.'s lab. He had a conscience, and did not inform Su Ji Worldwide Commerce about the news, as it was his life savings. He was even more curious to Tang Tian's identity. To have so many spirit objects, he kept on guessing and making speculations on Tang Tian's background. Su Jin's extremely weird display immediately attracted Bai Yu and the others' attention. 3 Spirits City. This is the worship weapon specially used on warships. Their warships are extremely powerful. If we do not have a warship ourselves, we would definitely lose out. And I realized that the zero-energy bodies and warships are extremely compatible. I have no idea on how to bring a warship over, and only bought the blueprint, materials, and the warship weapons. All of you need to study them. Tang Tian told Sai Lei. Sai Lei's gaze was completely attracted to the warship weapon.
a weapon that was of a different style from Heaven's Road, released an extremely fatal enticing emotion for Sai Lei.
Tang Tian demonstrated the power of the honeycomb sword cannon once. Its terrifying might shocked everybody.
All of their complexions changed. If their armies were to face against such an attack, they simply had no way to fight back.
Such a powerful capability. Tang Cho muttered. He suddenly had a question. Does the Honorable Marshal Group have these warships? No. If they did, then who could stop them?
Belle replied with certainty. She then continued and said, if this is the case, there should be some sort of communication ability between the temple and Sacred Saint Galaxy, but they cannot move between them. In this case, the so-called labs of the Sacred Saint Galaxy should be a temple.
That's right. Tang Cho quickly regained his senses. Compared to them, we have a much bigger advantage.
We can bring our spirit lab into Sacred Saint Galaxy, and our star treasures over to Sacred Saint Galaxy. We can also bring materials back to Heaven's Road, and create warships in Heaven's Road. We only need to study and research them, and we can immediately get rid of the Honorable Marshal Group and Temple, adding our zero-energy bodies. No one can stop us. Star treasures, spirit treasures, and master being at the Sacred Saint Galaxy are our advantages.
Tang Chao's words roused everybody.
Time, what is most important to us now is time. We need to rush before the star door opens. That is what matters. Once the star door opens, our advantage immediately becomes nil.
Tension immediately filled the room.
Sai Lei suddenly laughed, and spoke with a tyrannical tone in her voice. Isn't it the same as last time, to just give it our all?
Haven't we been doing it this whole time?
Furthermore, we now have such a large advantage. It is much better than last time. The haze in everybody's mind was swept apart, and morale was immediately boosted.
That's right.
Our conditions now are much better than last time.
Yes, that's right.
Seeing everyone so excited, Tang Tian suddenly felt that he had no more troubles. Ling Xiao's courtyard was not far from the tea house. Su Jin was pulled by Baiyu and Bai Xiao over to drink tea.
Baiyu laughed bitterly. This guy is too crazy.
If I buy the army for him, with his temper, if anyone provokes him, I reckon he will instantly flatten them. Bai Xiao also had a look of distress. Tang Tian's bounty had completely toppled his common sense and reasoning.
To do something to the other party was right, but where was the planning? The method? The arrangements? There were nothing, only smashing the opponents to death with money. What kind of method was that?
Upon thinking if anyone were to provoke him in the future, without saying a word, a few billions worth of bounty would fly out again. To the point where his enemies would be completely annihilated, forever never seen the sky and sun again. The crucial point was, it broke the rules. That was not how the aristocratic families did things. Everyone had money. By doing that, he only became the public enemy of the big families.
But what does that have to do with us?
Su Jin, who was completely on Tang Tian's side, said disapprovingly, it is after all only money. I can sell it to him. We have nothing to fear if it comes to war.
You war profiteer.
Baiyu said with a look of disdain.
That's right. I am in this trade after all. Su Jin was roused. Senior, if you are afraid of him getting into trouble, that's fine. Uncle can pass over the army to me. I will buy it from you.
Su Jin was in deep thoughts. He wanted to curry favor from Tang Tian, as his mind was completely filled with the spirit objects. He was very clear that it was a gamble. If he won, his future, his children, oh no, his family, for generations, would be prosperous. Tang Tian was a true rich man. If he missed it, he would definitely regret for life and for generations.
Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong.
Baiyu and Bai Xiao looked at each other. Baiyu laughed. He will definitely invite trouble, but if you want to curry favor from junior brother Meng, it is not that easy. Only the fierce and truly powerful can do such things. Junior brother Meng is so fierce to the point that he cannot be any fiercer.
The army that I have chosen for him is already on the way.
Su Jin was an experienced man, and he immediately realized what was happening, so he laughed. Senior Bai is truly a person with deep connections. Su Jin, who regained his senses, was a slippery man, and would not leak any information. The Bai uncle and nephew were helpless against him.
The news recently haven't been good.
Bai Xiao said, the market is in a mess. There are rumors everywhere. It seems that there have been a few murder cases, and many people are criticizing and pointing the blame at brother Meng, thinking he has broken the rules.
Someone wants to go against him.
Su Jin was an experienced man, and said without hesitating, it should be Ying, he is the most suspicious.
That's right.
Baiyu sighed. Recently, the White Sands continent has been in a state of turmoil. I hope junior brother Meng will not be pulled into it.
Su Jin revealed a bitter laugh. Senior, you've got it right.
The Bai uncle and nephew were startled. The two of them looked towards where Su Jin was looking at, and became shocked.
Eldest young noble. Ling Xia.
Ling Xia and the eldest young noble had appeared at the entrance of the Ling family courtyard.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Cutting Off at the Estuary. Chapter 615, Cutting Off at the Estuary. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Bu Zifei watched as Sun Jie scrutinized the war summary carefully. The war summaries were usually compiled by the recounts of the lucky survivors. The entire process of war and restoration for great amount of details would become important information to gauge the enemy's strength. Bu Zifei knew the content of the summaries inside and out, as he had flipped through them multiple times. Sun Jie's strength was not inferior to his, but he was still afraid of dying, and thus this made him never underestimate his enemies. Although in the summaries, the majority of it was greatly underestimated the enemy, Shursin is a traitor, etc., but Bu Zifei was not affected by them at all. Maybe Sun Jie did underestimate the enemy. Shursen's turncoat was truly a huge influence, but the enemy's battle power was also strong. Speaking of Shursen's turncoat, the continent lord flew into a rage. What he was angry was not the turncoat, but it was the strong talents that were actually hidden in the vast star continent, and it was like a slap in the face. The people who had suspected something about Shursen, after continuous investigations, were completely overruled. The change in the 36th Army was also revealed. Sun Zheng's laziness and his seizing of authority to lead the 36th Army was the cause of the change. The investigations was the only thing for the vast star continent to able to produce reasons for them to send their troops out. Without clarifying the reasons, the vast star continent would be at the disadvantage, and if they were not able to find out the people who had been keeping watch on vast star continent early on, it would be extremely dangerous. And the one with the biggest loss was undoubtedly the Sun family. Sun Jie placed the Sun family as his most important priority, and people with a bit of foresight would know that with the death of Sun Jie, it could potentially be the turning point of the Su family, from their peak to their decline. Furthermore, Sun Zhang was still in the hands of the mysterious person in the Shan continent. If the Sun family wanted to give a ransom for him back, they would have to give up a big fortune. The survival or decline of the Sun family did not matter to Bu Zifei. What he cared more about was the fighting ability displayed by the opponent. Firstly, it was the experts they had, the few experts who had unique strength. And there were the strange weapons, the blue spears, in which he suspected were the Empyrean ice tree spears, and the small bronze boxes which he had never seen or heard before. Shursen's small team was much stronger and more elite than he had thought, and after changing their equipments, this elite team was a source of headache for Bu Zifei. The vast star continent had a total of 8 silver armies. Other than Sun Jie's 8th army, there were 7 more silver armies. But the most important matter at hand was the restoration of the pontoon bridge. For the sake of preparing against the blue dwarves that could appear any moment, 2 silver armies were a mandatory requirements to stand guard. The vast star continent was accessible from all sides, and this created the heavy commerce in vast star continent, but that also meant that if the vast star continent were to engage in war, it would require them to defend many places. Some of the non-important places could be left to the garrison of ordinary armies, but the more crucial installations needed the silver armies to stand guard, and thus they could not be mobilized.
In ordinary times, Sun Jie's 8th army and Bu Zifei's 7th army could be quickly mobilized and activated, and were skillful at it.
But with the sudden change in development, the annihilation of the 8th army, it meant that only Bu Zifei's 7th army could be sent out to war. Bu Zifei had outstanding strength and was a cautious person. His 7th army was also a silver army, and in vast star continent, they were an army well thought of. Bu Zifei laughed bitterly. In truth, he did not want to fight in the war. To the vast star continent, the Shan continent did not have any benefits. It was a barren and poor land. What was the point trying to take over it? For the 100,000 lives? That was truly a joke. But he could not avoid the fight. Because Sun Jie was dead, and the 8th army and 36th army dead. If vast star continent did not take any actions, then the powerful and rich powerhouses around would pounce over like jackals. So, not only would Bu Zifei have to win the upcoming battle, but he had to do it beautifully. The vast star continent needed the win, a win that could not be doubted and was so overwhelming that it could to prove to the other continents that they had the strength to defend themselves. This made Bu Zifei even more cautious. Around the estuary, there were no strongholds or any defensive locations. It seemed that the opponent had limited manpower. To any continent, putting up a fort in the place surrounding the estuary was the most fundamental defense. But around the estuary into the Shan continent, it was blank with nothing. The tension in Bu Zifei's mind lessened, but when he looked at the estuary carefully, he shook his head. It only had a width of 150 m, and thus the warship of the 7th army could not enter. Such a small estuary, it truly is a poor land. Even a slightly bigger trading ship will not be able to fly in. 200 of you will guard the ship, the rest of you, unboard and enter the continent. Bu Zifei quickly set down his order. The 7th army quickly completed their arrangement into a new formation and flew into the estuary. How slow can they be?
It's been so many days and they're not coming?
Ling Su was extremely unhappy. He had been guarding the estuary every day, and it was wasting his time for training. He had been feeling good recently, as his spear techniques had improved greatly, but it made him unhappy to be unable to completely immerse himself in training. In the distance, Crane and Jing Hao floated in the sky cross-legged with their eyes closed. The only difference was that Crane's crane sword floated beside him, while Jing Hao's drunk on Saint Blood was laid horizontally on his leg. After the last fight, drunk on Saint Blood was bathed in the blood of the saints, and thus started releasing an astonishing amount of killing intent, and began to stir restlessly. But it was helpless, as Jing Hao was like an immovable mountain, firmly suppressing it. The chi that Crane's sword released was different. Occasionally it would be light and faintly discernible, at times it would be congealed and still. But it was not affected at all, facing against the surging fierce chi of drunk on Saint Blood. Spear you to death! Spear you to death! Spear you to death! Ling Su roared by the side, his figure moving like lightning. One after another, spear auras shot into the estuary, lighting up the place. He was training his spear rush. When he started to assimilate the spear rush into his spear techniques, he quickly realized that it was not only used to burst forward, but could be used in greater aspects during battle. Although his roars never stopped, it seemed that his endurance had reached a critical point, but his release of spears were not affected at all. One after another, he continued to train. He did not cut corners at all. Suddenly, he stopped. In the distance, Crane and Jing Hao opened their eyes. They're here. The three of them looked at each other. Crane stood up and Crane's sword that was flying around flew into his hand. Jing Hao grabbed onto drunk on Saint Blood and stood up without saying a word. Violet Ling Su suddenly kept all of his chi, and quietly looked into the distance. The three of them were like hunters waiting to pounce onto their prey. The vanguard unit will enter first, be careful of the enemy's ambush.
Bu Zifei said, entering the continent was the easiest time to be ambushed.
Yes. Vanguard unit leader Long Nan replied. He looked around, and then ordered, Vanguard unit, move out. The vanguard unit comprised of 50 men, all of them were experts. Long Nan used to be a famous solitary pirate, with outstanding strength, who was recruited by Bu Zifei, and thus changed his unit into the vanguard unit. Long Nan did not approve of Bu Zifei's cautiousness, and hoped for his opponents to directly challenge him. The 50-men unit looked to be in a messy formation, but each of them maintained a suitable distance between each other, for when the situation arises, each teammate would be able to make and execute prompt reactions. The battle tactics for a vanguard unit is completely different from an army, and even if they were an army for hire, but they were all individually very strong, thus maintaining their promising offensive ability. Light pillars lit up around them from the ground beneath them, through the clouds and forest. They were all skilled and brave people. They did not drop in free fall, but instead increased their speed and burst downwards like arrows with extraordinary speed. Whoosh! The estuary passage sped past Long Nan's vision, and in the blink of an eye they had almost reached the end of the estuary passage into the Shan continent. Suddenly, Long Nan had a feeling in his mind. His face changed. He immediately bellowed, "Be careful!" The members who had just flown out of the passage ahead seemed to have entered a drunken state, all of their bodies losing control.
A mental attack.
Long Nan never expected that they would face mental attacks in such a barren land. Saints that specialized in mental attacks numbered a few, and were the most hated existences, but at the same time, they all held extremely high worth. Long Nan was already not in time to reduce his speed, but with his abundant experience, he clenched his teeth and activated the energy in his body, a layer of energy forming around him.
A dense energy would be able to disrupt mental attacks to a degree.
As expected, the moment he left the estuary, his state of mind was jolted, as if he had barged into a formless web. He immediately bit his tongue. The pain and mouthful of blood immediately dispelled the mental attack, his gaze immediately landing on the terrifying martial artist that utilized mental attacks. The black-robed young man stood still with sword in hand, like a crane dancing. He moved agilely in the sky. But he never expected that the web in front of him was only one layer. Silver auras suddenly lit up, enveloping his vision. The sharp chi immediately aimed straight for the space between Long Nan's eyebrows. His mind trembled. Spear aura. The dense amount of spear auras enveloped the sky, although their might were not strong, but to be used at such a degree, it was brimming with killing potential. Chi chi chi. The vanguard unit members who had lost control erupted with blood. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of them were pierced through. Long Nan's eyes turned red. He roared and punched out with his right fist. The dazzling fist aura shot out like an intense shooting star. The destructive spirit chi enveloped the entire place. Although he was injured, he needed to destroy the web of spears. Although it was impossible to effectively defend against mental attacks, but their wounding and killing potential was not strong, mainly used for disrupting the opponent's state of mind. As long as they were able to escape the region, his members would regain their fighting ability. His punch was his killing technique, consuming a third of the energy in his body, transforming it into a blaze and rotating at extremely high speed. It converged into a blazing whirlpool the length of 60 m, like a gigantic fire disc. Fire whirlpool disc. The fist was able to form a passage out of the rain of spears. Suddenly, a dangerous feeling swept across his heart. Before he could react, the fire whirlpool disc in front of him was cut into two by a blade like tofu. Splitting the fire whirlpool disc, a figure holding a sword appeared. How is this possible? Bing looked at the completed Sword Forest stronghold, revealing a look of satisfaction. The completed Sword Forest stronghold was able to withstand extremely strong attacks, even if the only play in his hands was the precious Bright Village Regiment. When he heard that Crazy Tang had bought 2 armies, Bing was stunned. He never heard of armies that could be bought before. But Crazy Tang was able to sell the black gold for a good price, and this made him relax. Money was a huge issue, and in truth, Bing himself was not good at making money. But Crazy Tang was not a person who knew his own place, and would always cause trouble wherever he went. Suddenly, a treasure on him started to buzz with caution. Bing's heart trembled. Jing Hao and the rest had located enemies, but he did not pin his hopes on the sentries of the precious Bright Village Regiment, but luckily for Jing Hao and the other 2 who were strong enough, to use them as sentries was a waste of resources, but it was the only thing he could do. Are they finally here? Estimating the time, it should be time for the vast star continent to take action. The sharp alarm resonated throughout the place, causing everyone's face to change, and immediately stop what they were doing. When they finally reacted, they all rushed into the Sword Forest stronghold. In the center of Sword Forest stronghold, a dazzling light aura lit up. Following that, it started to spread to the outside. The 36 sword strongholds started to buzz and lit up like swords, soaring into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, The Fortifications of the Sword Forest Stronghold. Chapter 616, The Fortifications of the Sword Forest Stronghold. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The arrival of eldest young noble caused many to gasp. The situation of the White Sands continent was obvious to everybody. The eldest young noble was here to seek help. Although no one knew what the eldest young noble and Mang Nan talked about, but everyone could roughly guess. What did Mang Nan have? Money. Although Meng Nan had a few elites with him, but the few of them could not truly affect the situation, and the only thing that could concern the eldest young noble was money. Everyone needed money. That astronomical bounty made everyone believe that Meng Nan was a rich tyrant, and not just some average rich tyrant. Did no one see how Su Jin was flattering Meng Nan the whole day? If even the shopkeeper of Su Ji Worldwide Commerce is already doing his best to curry favor, who would suspect his wealth? But everyone knew that after the matter, Meng Nan would completely infuriate Ying, and there would be no space for them to reconcile. Tang Tian sent Ling Xia and eldest young noble out. When he turned, he saw Han Sen's worried look, and became curious. What's the meaning of your expression? Han Sen hesitated for a moment. Master might not know, but Ying and Lady Ro have been in cahoots for many years. Eldest young noble's strength has been greatly reduced, and everyone is saying that eldest young noble cannot last for long. Now, the aristocratic families inside the continent are all supporting Ying. He had been hanging around in the White Sands city for many years, and had all sorts of information, and definitely knew about the power struggles between the parties. Tang Tian, oh, so it's like that. Master is brilliant. Han Sen immediately replied, if not for Master Suo by always supporting eldest young noble, he most likely would had. Tang Tian then refuted, do you think Ying will let us go? Han Sen became silent. He had never seen Ying before, but the news and information spread in the city of Ying were countless. Ying was narrow-minded, brutal and cruel, etc., etc. Everyone knew of the conflicting views between Master and Ying, so Han Sen immediately felt stupid suggesting such an idea. It's not a problem, I am just attending a banquet. Tang Tian said indifferently. The eldest young noble had invited Tang Tian to the banquet hosted by the continent lord. Due to the great influx of important guests from the continents around the White Sands continent, the continent lord that had always been held up inside his manor finally decided to hold a large-scale banquet. To show their grandeur, the location of the banquet had been placed in the White Sands Gardens, which was the continent lord's private garden. Tang Tian did not care much about attending the banquet. Tang Tian had other thoughts in mind, which was the positive progress on Richard's investigation regarding the 13 families. The 13 families, other than one of them which was in the western region, there were 7 families heading towards the Gold Continent, while the other 5 were in the White Sands Continent. What Tang Tian could not understand was that the position of the 5 families in the White Sands Continent was extremely high. When they had just migrated to the White Sands continent, coincidentally, the White Sands continent was surrounded by pirates, and the 5 families risked their all to support the White Sands continent to push back the pirates, earning rewards by the continent lord of that time. At that time, the 5 families were already concealing their identities, although they had done great service, but they were not flamboyant about it, and instead, with their power, they cleared all traces of clues that led to them.
Tang Tian's expenditure did not go to waste. Richard had indeed found a few precious clues.
If the clues were to land in other people's hands, it would most likely confuse them, but in the hands of Richard, who had profound knowledge on the field, it immediately roused his spirit and he quickly locked down the identities of the 5 families.
After many years of concealing their strength and biding time, the 5 families were currently very powerful. Tang Tian's headache was how to establish communication with them. Would the 5 families know about the existence of Heaven's Road? If they do not, how can I explain it to them? Will they believe me? Will that expose my identity? The continuous lines of questions made Tang Tian feel even more stressed.
What worried him the most was exposing himself. If Honorable Marshal Continent knows that I came from Heaven's Road, I am afraid they would do everything to capture us. We are still weak, and that would be extremely dangerous. Would the 5 families have any plans towards Heaven's Road? At the start, he only thought that they shared a common enemy, but he then realized that he was thinking too simply. He shook his head. He would put down the complicated questions, and let Uncle Bing, or Crane, people with better brains to think about it. He continued to urge Richard not to disclose such information. I wonder how Uncle Bing and the rest are doing in the Shan continent, Tang Tian thought.
Bu Zifei looked at the remaining 10 vanguard unit. His face was pale green.
He did not underestimate his enemy, but he never thought that when he reached the battle, the enemies were much more terrifying than he thought. They were just 3 men, but they had practically wiped out the entire vanguard unit. Long Nan himself had suffered severe injuries, and thus the morale of the vanguard unit immediately dropped to a low. Long Nan's strength was powerful and unique, and was just a step away from the realm of the Silver Saints, and was definitely a powerful general in the war zone, but with just 1 sword, he was injured. If Bu Zifei did not see that something was amiss and anxiously reacted, Long Nan might not have survived. It was difficult to say. But at the moment, the vanguard unit had suffered heavy losses. Around him, the faces of the soldiers were filled with fear. The vanguard unit was the 7th Army's most arrogant and despotic people, and were also their strongest, and was the elite team, with extremely good battle achievements. But their opponents were just 3 people, and they were actually so easily killed. Pale-faced, Long Nan's heart was brimming with fear and shock. No one was clearer than him of the danger in the exchange earlier. The cold and strange mental attack, the swordsman with his enlightened laws, the spear auras that covered the sky like stars, all 3 of them were experts among experts, and were all stronger than him. For 3 such experts to appear together, and they were extremely tacit and compatible with each other, where exactly did they come from? He was filled with suspicion. Bu Zifei took a deep breath. He regained his steadiness. He suddenly had a premonition that the battle would definitely not be easy. But that did not make him feel discouraged, but instead roused his fighting spirit. He did not have the backing of a family like Sun Jia. Born as a nobody, Bu Zifei knew that his current position was relying on his military achievements. Move out. The 7th Army flew into formation in the sky, like a regiment of dark clouds. They headed towards the Sword Forest stronghold. Bu Zifei had done his homework, and had already found out the location of the opponent, although he did not understand why they built a stronghold in the middle of a barren land. They advanced extremely carefully. Scouts were sent out like rivers, continuously investigating their surroundings and situation. The anticipated ambush did not happen, and everyone in the 7th Army heaved a sigh of relief. But when they reached their destination and saw the majestic Sword Forest stronghold, every single one of them all sucked in cold air. The tall sword strongholds released dazzling light auras, like swords pointed straight to the sky. The densely packed sharp edges were filled with killing intent. The entire 7th Army became extremely quiet. Bu Zifei was lost for a moment. The scale of the stronghold in front of him was completely different from the reports. It was not a stronghold, it was a fortifications of strongholds, and the many light auras seemed to be resonating towards each other. Tian, there are no true collective noun for strongholds, so I will stick to fortifications of strongholds. Such a scale of fortifications of strongholds was definitely not something done in a day. Bu Zifei was so mad he wanted to behead the intelligence unit who gave him the report. It was a fortifications of strongholds. How could they have messed it up? The war became the thing he hated the most, sieging. Although the 7th Army was powerful, but sieging was not their forte. If it was one stronghold, he was not too worried, but for such a scale, his hands immediately turned numb. We will station here. Bu Zifei quickly made a decision. He had never seen such a layout of fortifications, and decided to investigate whether or not the fortifications of strongholds was all, or were there other heaven-defying things. He could not retreat, but he had patience. The standard of his opponents were truly surprising. Inside the Sword Forest stronghold, Bing and the rest were watching the enemies.
That's the 7th Army.
The one who spoke was an elder chosen from the 36th Army by Bing. His face turned gloomy. The main commander of the 7th Army is Bu Zifei. He is extremely cautious and strict, his standards are high, thus the 7th Army is a silver army, and extremely respected.
Bu Zifei does not have much of a background, and relied on his services to be where he is today.
In the past, this subordinate had heard of a saying, that if Bu Zifei was not tied down by his background, his personal strength would be one of the top 3. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. No one knew the depth of Bu Zifei's strength, but from the looks of it, he truly was an elite. Crane turned and asked Bing, "Are we not going to inform Crazy Tang?"
If we did, will he be able to rush back?
Bing did not even look at Crane. He also has important things at his side, although Precious Bright Village Regiment's strength cannot compare to our enemy. But if they still can be wiped out by that army inside this stronghold, I will knock myself to death. Bing's words were exaggerated, but no one thought it was big talk. He was a famous general himself. As long as he made a move, he would sweep everything before him. His standards were so high that even Tang Cho, who was a proud person, had to admit that Bing was extremely powerful. Furthermore, they had the Sword Forest stronghold. The fortifications of Sword Forest stronghold was formed by Sai Lei's hard work, the mining of black gold, stability of star treasures, and the formation of the treasure city. Even Bing himself would not be willing to pit himself against the Sword Forest stronghold. My head will definitely bleed attacking this stronghold. And inside the Sword Forest stronghold, they had sufficient manpower, so he was not worried about being surrounded. The training for the Precious Bright Village Regiment was personally handled by him, and their synchronization had finally reached a qualified standard in Bing's eyes. He did not have much hope for the Precious Bright Village Regiment. To use them to defend the city was enough. He was thinking about a deeper problem. He had asked before, there were only 8 silver armies in the vast star continent. Sun Jia's 8th army was annihilated, and it was only a flesh wound for vast star continent, but if Bu Zifei's 7th army were to be destroyed again, it would truly be a deep wound. For the most elite of armies to lose a quarter of their strength was not as simple as a flesh wound. At that time, the vast star continent would most probably be unable to ignore us anymore, and would send even more firepower. The Sword Forest stronghold can only win under marginal circumstances right now, and the expensive black gold has given us sufficient wealth. Tang Tian had bought 2 armies, Shursin had replenished his underworld continent's demonic mounts, and at that time, our strength would soar in quality. But between now and then, it will be the most important time for the Sword Forest stronghold. I have to think of a way to completely trap the 7th army here. Bing rubbed his chin, as if he was in deep thoughts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 617, I am the important figure. Chapter 617, I am the important figure. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Tang Tian did not know that the Shang continent was currently in a huge war. He was currently dressed impeccably, and kept on turning his head to look at himself.
Are you sure I need to wear this? Tang Tian felt restricted. Hansen replied with certainty, yes, master. You must. Without question, you will become the most attractive main character in the banquet. Etiquette is a must.
Tang Tian looked at Hansen's persevering look, and replied helplessly, all right, when entering the city, we must follow their local customs.
Master, it is when you enter a village, follow the local customs.
Hansen corrected him. He was a sly person, but being a manager in the hotel for so long, he had become extremely good with etiquette.
Don't you think city sounds more powerful? Tang Tian refuted. More powerful.
Hansen felt that quarreling with the master over the phrasing was too dumb. Ling Xia, who was by the side, was laughing till her stomach hurt.
All right.
Hansen sighed, Master, please be extra careful, and remember you should not move too vigorously, move slowly, and be gentle.
Tang Tian replied loudly, relax, such a simple matter, to this godlike young lad, it is amateur hour.
You can bring 20 bodyguards for protection. Ling Xia reiterated, of course, these guards will be unable to enter the garden, and can only stand guard outside.
Then I won't need any. Tang Tian waved his hand.
The courtyard also required protection. In the recent days, there had been many suspicious characters lurking outside of the courtyard. If they were not careful and someone were to break in, that would be a messy matter, as it had to be said, just with Richard Jr.'s laboratory was not something that could be measured with money. Ling Xia did not refute him, all right. She was not worried about Tang Tian's safety at all. Throughout their journey, there would be the Ling family bodyguards, and the banquet would be even more stringent. Meng Nan's personal strength was also extremely powerful. Trying to fight him was definitely not an easy matter. Seated inside the Ling family's small boat, Tang Tian felt as if he was being tied and bundled up like glutinous rice, which was extremely uncomfortable. The smart black western suit, as compared to the clothes Tang Tian wore every day, was extremely different. But opposite him, Ling Xia sat down with sparkles in her eyes. Tang Tian was tyrannical, yet his body size was not too big. On the contrary, he was very well proportioned. Usually there was not much to him, but upon wearing the suit, he had become exceptionally suave and looked heroic. Tang Tian's facial expressions were rather stiff, and if it were anybody else, it would be extremely awkward, but Tang Tian's had been so accustomed with setting off a killing intent, that it became an indescribable coolness. The people who created this suit should be speared to death. Tang Tian hated the suit, and used little Susu's favorite phrase. Actually, I think that it looks good on you. Ling Xia laughed, at least you look handsome, it seems that you will attract a lot of people. Tang Tian sat in place like a puppet, he was afraid that he would tear the suit. Han Sen had repeated again and again to him that the material for the suit was not sturdy. Tang Tian had already broken 3 pieces before he finally understood how fragile they were. It made another bad impression for him, it was sloppy work. Alright, since I have no other suits left to remedy this, I better not move. But when he heard what Ling Xia said, he said in disdain, this type of farce, showing the face and eating, have always been little cranes or magic flutes matters. For this godlike young lad, I have always relied on my fists to talk. In a blink of an eye he had already mocked crane and magic flute. Why should you all be more good-looking than me, thought. Although Ling Xia did not know who little crane or magic flute was, but she could roughly guess how they were related, but she could not help but chide, this is your first time going to such a thing, you must absolutely remember, no matter what kind of argument occurs, you cannot use your fists. Then what do I use? Tang Tian frowned, I am not good with other weapons. Ling Xia caressed her forehead, she suddenly thought that accompanying Tang Tian to the banquet might be a mistake. But the arrow had already left its bow, no matter what, she could not retreat. I mean not to use force. Ling Xia patiently explained, there will be many important figures present, so we have to restrain ourselves a bit. Tang Tian looked at Ling Xia, and spoke unhappily, I am the important figure. Ling Xia became quiet, she did not know what to reply. If she said that Tang Tian was not an important figure, Ling Xia suspected that he might do something stupid. To find trouble with the important figures to prove that he was one, she believed that he would do such a thing. Oh no, I cannot let him do such a thing. Ling Xia suddenly felt the pressure on her, and the heavy responsibility that was on her shoulders. Although she did not understand what her father and eldest young noble saw in Meng Nan, but she knew the severity of the matter. That's right, you are an important figure. Ling Xia spurted out the words, but felt like she wanted to puke. She refrained herself from doing so and portrayed a serious emotion, but look, important figures are all about manners, about their bearings, even if anyone has hatred for each other, they maintain their calmness in the eyes to others. If with just speech, they show off their blades, that is just crude and disgusting behaviors. Ling Xia stopped, she noticed that Tang Tian was looking at her with a strange look, and asked, what? Tang Tian asked with a look of suspicion, have you ever seen a real important and big figure? Ling Xia was startled. Tang Tian felt that Ling Xia was talking complete nonsense. Lion King Leon, Temple, the 12 ecliptic palaces, which one of them didn't brandish their weapons as long as things went sour? What maintain of calmness, Tang Tian had fought for so many years, he had never heard of such a thing. Do you know what is a big figure? Tang Tian extended a finger, and scoffed, a big figure is one who is elated to seek vengeance, they will not bring their hatred and pain through the night, if there are grievances, they must be avenged, even the smallest of grievances must be avenged greatly, if you cannot seek vengeance, you find vengeance. Ling Xia was stupefied. Think about it, all the important figures are all very powerful, why would such people tolerate or hold back? Tang Tian had an arrogant look as he patted his chest, when us big and important figures do things, whoever dares to provoke us, we will smash them down, kick them down, kill them down, killing the monkeys to warn the chickens. Ling Xia started to think, yeah, what he says is right, wait a minute, am I being brainwashed by him? Ling Xia subconsciously corrected him, it is killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Tian, it is a Chinese idiom, to punish an individual to warn the others. You have truly never seen an important and major figure. Tang Tian said happily, how is killing the chicken to warn the monkey more powerful than killing the monkey to warn the chicken? If you kill the monkey, will the chicken ever dare to do anything? Ling Xia was once again speechless, the voice in her mind was screaming, that is completely fallacious reasoning and harmful teachings. But should I refute him? Ling Xia suddenly realized that she did not know how to argue against that, causing her to be stumped. To be unable to beat a fool in reasoning. If he truly starts fighting because of some argument at the banquet. Thinking about that scene, Ling Xia shuddered. No. I cannot let that happen. She took a breath, and regained her tranquility. She had decided to fully lock him down by her side, to prevent all of the unprecedented things from happening.
What are you looking at me like that for? Tang Tian asked innocently.
Ling Xia had already decided.
When at the banquet, she will not leave an inch away from him. Welcome, Mr. Meng.
Manager Chu of the Continent Lord's Manor greeted respectfully. He knew that the extremely young man in front of him was a vicious character, so he had maintained a smile on his face, and praised, Mr. Meng's glory will definitely surprise everyone tonight. I wonder how many hearts would Mr. Meng attract tonight. Although he did not plan to put up a farce, but to be praised suave and glorious, Tang Tian felt extremely pleased. The qualities of a fool immediately came up. He started to exhibit a weird posture in front of the manager. Is that so?
I am very handsome, right? Oh, my God.
Ling Xia so badly wanted to find a hole to hide herself in. The servant nearby could not resist and chuckled. Manager Chu's eyes flashed a strange look, but very quickly he regained his smile. I believe everyone will be reintroduced to Mr. Meng tonight.
2 esteemed guests, please. It was an outdoor banquet.
The night sky had just risen. It was the early evening with lanterns that lit the lawn and pavilions, buildings, and fountains. There was food and drinks everywhere, and servants in uniform going around. The main gathering place was a vast lawn with many tables and chairs placed down under the bright lanterns, which made the place as bright as daytime. At the moment, many people had arrived, and they were in groups of 3 to 5s, all holding wine glasses in their hands, talking and laughing.
The moment Tang Tian appeared, there was a brief silence.
But very quickly, everyone realized that they had lost themselves in that moment, and immediately started to talk loudly to cover their awkwardness. But as everyone started to talk loudly, it became even more rowdy, and everyone were once again frightened.
Is that the rich man with the name of Meng?
Yes, that's him.
If not for him, the market will not be so chaotic now. Where does he get all his money from? Too ruthless. The
discussions around were all filled with fear and caution. On the contrary, the discussion among the ladies were much better. Although Tang Tian was not the most handsome person, but his well-proportioned body and the aura he gave off made him extremely dazzling amongst the group of big-bellied officials. Tang Tian saw the table of food and his eyes immediately lit up. Without hesitating, he sat down and started to wolf down the food. Countless of looks came from around him. Tang Tian's behavior of eating and table manners, in their eyes, was a display of bad etiquette. Ling Xia was in an uncomfortable situation. She was born from an aristocratic family, and it was almost instinct for her to abide by proper table manners and etiquette. Under the scrutiny of everyone, for Tang Tian to be so unruly, adding the looks of despise and disdain, the mocking gazes, her face quickly flushed red.
Tang Tian did not care.
Compared to the people, the food in front of him were worth more attention to. When the Continent Lord and Lady Ro walked in, what welcomed them was the scene. The Continent Lord revealed a look of disdain, while Lady Ro, who was beside him, other than a look of surprise, her face did not have much change. Ling Xia turned pale with fright, and immediately nudged Tang Tian. Tang Tian's mouth was stuffed with butter cakes. He looked at Ling Xia, not knowing what was going on.
This is my first time tasting such good food.
Ling Xia nodded her head towards the Continent Lord's direction.
Tang Tian followed her gaze, and realized. He nodded his head.
Ling Xia heaved a sigh of relief and immediately got up, prepared to bring Tang Tian up to greet the Continent Lord. After a moment, she realized that there were no movements behind her.
What is he doing? Ling Xia was annoyed.
She turned her head, but was stupefied.
Tang Tian was still busy eating. Audacious. Impudent.
2 roars came out at the same time, scaring Ling Xia. She turned her head, and when she saw the 2 person who roared, her face immediately turned pale white. Tang Tian, who was focused on eating, was not in time to defend. His hand trembled, and half the cake dropped on the ground.
He looked at the cake on the grass. His face immediately turned gloomy.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 618, Gongchen. Chapter 618, Gongchen. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
If we were to talk about what Tang Tian hated the most, one of them would be being disturbed in the midst of eating. Tang Tian stared at the 2 people unkindly. Ling Xia thought that something would happen, but never expected that something would occur so quickly. Especially when she saw the 2 persons who shouted at him, she knew that things would not go well. Gongchen, the man standing on the left who looked to be about 30, he was rather handsome and had the Continent Lord's trust, and was the right-hand man closest to the Continent Lord. To the right was a beautiful lady called Xian, who was Lady Ro's servant. Ling Xia felt that her father had greatly miscalculated. Eldest young noble could have a hostile relation with Lady Ro and Ying, but he definitely could not go against the continent lord.
If he provoked the continent lord, then eldest young noble's successor position would become dangerous.
The displeased look on continent's lord face flashed past. Gongchen took a step forward and said coldly, Mr. Meng has disturbed the entire White Sand City and caused a bloodbath, forcing the security bureau to not dare step out of their door.
Initially, I thought you would be something, but I never thought you to be a vulgar person. It truly is disappointing.
Hearing that, continent lord was surprised. He lowered his head and spoke to Lady Ro, by which she replied softly. Ling Xiao was feeling anxious. If they continued to let Gongchen badmouth Meng Nan, then the continent lord would only have a worse impression of Mr. Meng.
She could not hold back. How can Imperial Guard Gong utter such impolite words?
Mr. Meng was defending himself.
Defending? Gongchen snorted, defending himself by spending a few billions? Forcing the security bureau to not dare step out of their door is called defending himself? Could it be that Miss Ling thinks that Mr. Meng is as frail as a flower? Everyone around started to laugh. Tang Tian did not understand anything. He had not met Gongchen before.
Why is he so hostile with me? Although Tang Tian was not a bright person, but he had extremely sharp intuition, and could feel the intense hostility coming out from Gongchen.
Ling Xiao wanted to refute, but Tang Tian stood up feeling annoyed. Hey, you want to fight? Gongchen was startled.
Ling Xiao was also startled.
Everyone around was also startled. People who could enter the banquet were all people with positions. Why would they meddle with someone from the streets?
Seeing the other party standing there as still as a tree, Tang Tian continued with a look of disdain. So you are just a big mouth.
Gongchen's face flushed red. How could he bear the humiliation in front of so many people?
His eyes were turning red, and he immediately sought permission from Continent Lord. Mr. Meng is issuing a challenge. How can I, a White Sand citizen, refuse? This subordinate seeks to accept the challenge. The Continent Lord muttered, the person is a guest, but since the two of you wish to exchange some pointers, then do it, but no injuring and be polite.
Yes.
Gongchen bowed. He raised his head and looked at Tang Tian with killing intent. Mr. Meng, please. He flew into the air above the lake. The place was big enough and could sustain a battle between individuals and not affect the rest. He feigned a look of humiliation and anger, but his heart and mind was ice cold. Qin Yuran had visited Meng Nan's residence for many times. That was not new news.
Gongchen felt that wherever he went, he would hear such gossip and rumors.
He had wanted to visit Yuran for a meet, and felt that she would give him some face. But who knew when he had requested to meet Qin Yuran, he was rejected by her every single time. When he first saw Meng Nan, the unquenchable anger in his heart surfaced up. He had purposely spoke with such a tone, wanting to incite such a situation. To others, he was the one being humiliated and attacked. But he was a cunning and vicious man. He had sought out Meng Nan's personality. Since the White Sands citizens naturally huddled together in face of a common enemy, he made out what kind of person Meng Nan was. His plan was a success. The other party was much stupider than he thought, and had been lured into his trap. And almost everyone present all stood at his side, and if he were to accidentally kill Meng Nan, no one would blame him. The corner of Gongchen's mouth came up a sinister smile, and, when he thought about what Ying had promised, his mind flew into a rage of passion.
Tang Tian flew into the sky indifferently with his unique adaptive eclipse. The entire place sounded out with ridicules.
Gongchen flew up into the sky with a confident and graceful posture, while Tang Tian's posture, to them, was extremely ugly. And to the sharper ones, they immediately noticed that Meng Nan did not use energy at all, but compressed vacuum, and immediately suspected that he was a person with energy imposition. When the two of them flew above the lake, it attracted everyone's attention. Qin Yuran had joined into the banquet earlier on, but she was at the other side of the garden with a group of noble ladies. She did not like to mix with men, as all of them had lustful looks at her in which she detested. When she saw Gongchen and Meng Nan in the air, her face immediately changed. The ladies beside her had long erupted into excitement.
Wah! Imperial Guard Gong is so suave.
We can finally see Imperial Guard Gong in action, I can't wait. Although Qin Yuran did not like Gongchen as a person, but she knew that he was powerful. To be able to become Continent Lord's most trusted guard, how could he be weak?
Big brother Meng.
At another side of the banquet, the Bai uncle and nephew had worried looks.
By your side, Meng Nan is still too young, and has been duped. Seems like I have to work tonight. I believe my old face can still be a bit of use.
Bai Zhao's expression turned gloomy. He stared at the two figures in the air and shook his head. Second uncle, your word sounds as if you believe that brother Meng will lose, but I think otherwise. Bai Yu was startled. His nephew might appear modest externally, but he was proud to the bones, and Bai Yu never expected that Bai Zhao would have so much faith in Meng Nan. Noticing his uncle's gaze, Bai Zhao spoke softly. You cannot forget, he was the one who pushed Lian Bo Jun back. With their Bai family's intelligence, they had long found out about the background of the pirates. Lian Bo-jun was a big name in the pirate circle, and such a character was someone that even the Bai family was not willing to provoke. That is true. Bai Yu nodded his head. Bai Xiao had sound reasoning. Bai Xiao laughed bitterly. My faith in Meng Nan not only stems from that. Out of everyone I met, Brother Meng's diligence is something that no one can compare to. Think about it, on the second day after defeating Lian Bo-jun, do you know where I found him? Where? Bai Yu asked. In the training area. Bai Xiao looked at Tang Tian and muttered, one can only imagine how difficult that battle was. Even the warship weapons were not able to bear the energy charge burden and were destroyed, and all of us were celebrating, but Brother Meng and his guards were actually training in the training area, perspiring as though they were under the rain. In truth, at that time I had no other thoughts, only shame and respect. Bai Yu was moved. He was fluent in military campaigns and war, and after a bitter battle, what people needed the most was to relax their minds. To actually persevere and continue training, that willpower and tenacity is rarely seen. Do you know, he said 2 sentences to me that left a deep impression? Bai Xiao muttered. The first sentence was, perspiration never lies. The second sentence was, he still has many things to do. No matter how strong Gongchen is, I do not believe that Brother Meng will lose. Bai Yu, who was initially in shock, suddenly laughed. For you to say that, I am truly excited for this battle now. In the air, Tang Tian's eyes were fixated on Gongchen. He did not have many thoughts. He was lazy to think about why the other party was hostile towards him. His intuition was extremely sharp. Gongchen's gaze was sinister and cold, killing intent emitting from his entire body, making him look like a venomous snake in the shadows. Tang Tian was not afraid at all. He was extremely eager to fight. After bitterly training for and crossing hands with Xiao Yan, it made him extremely eager to fight. And now, the aura that Gongchen was giving off was not inferior to Xiao Yan. Tang Tian had already forgotten about the cake, fighting intense soaring from his body. He was fully focused on the fight. Gongchen was extremely calm. Opposite him, Meng Nan was like a wild beast brimming with an oppressive aura. He squinted his eyes, his hand reaching for the sword hilt at his waist. For the battle, he had secretly made arrangements and even secretly sought Xiao Yan for a discussion. He was completely prepared for Meng Nan's attacks. You will die here today. A cold glint flashed past Gongchen's eyes. He slowly unsheathed his sword. Zzz, the sword blade rubbing against the sheath produced a friction that made a sound like countless worms crawling. Tang Tian shivered. His mind sensed a danger. The zzz sound was strange. Without hesitation, adaptive eclipse appeared beneath his feet. He disappeared in the air like lightning. Gongchen lowered his body, his eyes staring ahead of him. So fast. He had heard from Xiao Yan that Meng Nan's method of changing location was extremely unique. He was fast like lightning, so he was prepared for it, but he never expected that Meng Nan's speed was actually so fast. Xiao Yan was present as well, watching from below. He was shocked. That man's speed is faster than the last time. Was he holding back the last time? He felt that he was not, but if it was not, then to have such substantial improvements in just a few days of time, this made him feel even more worried. Tang Tian was like a bolt of lightning, colliding in the air non-stop, ricocheting. The astonishing speed became an immense pressure on Gongchen. Gongchen controlled the shock in his mind. His state of mind became calm as water, and he continued to slowly unsheath his sword. Tang Tian, who was shooting around Gongchen, was also cautious. Gongchen did not reveal any weakness, and regardless of what angle he came from, it was within radius of Gongchen's unsheathing of his sword. It was the first time Tang Tian had witnessed such a situation, and his expression turned gloomy. The worm's wriggling sound continued to increase, and the sense of danger in Tang Tian's heart continued to increase. Tang Tian knew he had to attack. He took a deep breath. Since you don't have any weakness, then I will force you to reveal one. His 10 fingers started to claw, forming sparks that blossomed from nowhere. They continued to grow at an astonishing rate. The display of sparks and lanterns was a spectacular sight. The flying shattered auras floated in the sky, like fireflies occupying the vast midsummer fields. It was like a dream. The fireflies surrounded Tang Tian without any killing intent, with an unspeakable calmness and stillness. Many people had heard about Meng Nan's martial techniques, which was exquisite and magnificent, but to personally witness it, all of them had their mouths wide opened as they stared at the sky. Gongchen's sword was completely unsheathed. Tang Tian then saw that on his sword, there were countless of tiny transparent bugs gathering. Gongchen's sword trembled. The sword blade transformed into a rain of bugs, bringing forth a bone-chilling zzz sound that pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's gaze turned stern. He gently waved his hand, and the fireflies dancing in the sky flew towards the rain of bugs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 619, Enlightenment on the Demon King Blazing Firefly. Chapter 619, Enlightenment on the Demon King Blazing Firefly. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
One after another, the balls of light rose out of the stronghold at an astonishing rate, forming a glorious arc, the whistling sound shooting towards the incoming troops like shooting stars. Buzifei's army were all elites and did not panic at all. They were like a nimble hive of bees. They flew around the fortifications of strongholds, and continued to attack the defensive barrier of the stronghold. The balls of light had difficulty hitting the agile enemies, but the attacks from them, to the gigantic fortifications of strongholds, were like tickles. They did not even produce any ripples on the energy barrier. Our offense is not strong enough, the enemy's defense has no weak spots. The person who built this fortifications of stronghold must be an expert. When we break through, we must study it well. The adjutant frowned. The scene before him proved to be an even thornier problem. This was their fifth wave of probing attacks. The first 4 probes were not successful at all, so they increased their power. With a total of 300 men, they were still unable to shake the strongholds. We need to try out different ways, and see which martial techniques will be most effective. Buzifei said with a calm face. He did not find it strange, to be able to defeat Sun Jia. How could the opponents be weak? But the strange cluster of strongholds had surprised him. He had seen many strongholds before, but for this stronghold that was seemingly untouchable, was a first for him. He asked, how much longer before the sieging boats arrive? 2 days. The adjutant immediately replied. The most suitable weapons to siege strongholds were warships, as the might of the weapons on board were tremendous, but as the estuary into Shang continent was too small, their warship was unable to enter. He did not anticipate such a thing before. Sun Jia fell in a battle, but he never expected himself to be sieging a fortifications of strongholds. He had no choice but to request for sieging boats from the back end. Sieging boats were frigates meant for sieging. They came in many sizes, bearing weapons that required either an individual or a team to control. It possessed outstanding agility and average defense, and were the bane of strongholds. Buzifei calmed down, but just at that moment, a loud whistling sound came from the air. He immediately raised his head, and his face instantly changed. From the fortifications of strongholds came a large quantity of light balls, numbering 3 times as many as before.
Boom! The low-sounding explosion was like a giant hammer that struck their hearts. The light balls that were flying in the sky exploded at the same time. All of the light balls exploded into condensed and fine light needles. The sky was filled with light needles, and in that instant, it enveloped the entire fortifications of stronghold. The change was too sudden. The teams flying around in the vicinity were not able to defend and were engulfed by the light needles in the sky. The barriers around the teams all undulated, but could only be sustained for a second before they disintegrated. Chi chi chi. The sharp light needles pierced into the soldiers' bodies, and in the sky, blood flowers blossomed one after another. A few luckier members were coincidentally further away from the strongholds and escaped the danger, but the scene before their eyes shocked them. Buzifei's eyes were immediately blood red. He bellowed, retreat. But it was already too late. Like a torrential tornado, it came and disappeared quickly. A few seconds later, the sky full of light auras dissipated, and at the same time, so did Buzifei's soldiers. The 7th Army were in dead silence. All of them were stunned. Buzifei's face was pale white. He bit on his lips, to the point that he bled, but he could not feel a thing. We were duped. The enemies are as crafty as foxes. Facing our continuous probing, they waited until we became overconfident, and at that time, they took action. It was too big a hit. Buzifei was hurting inside. It was a total of 200 deaths, and to date the largest setback the 7th Army had suffered. The remaining survivors all returned back to formation without their spirit. Their morale had fallen. Inside the Sword Forest stronghold, everyone were rejoicing. The attack had greatly devastated their enemy, and morale was boosted. The Precious Bright Village Regiment were the lowest level of soldiers, and at the start, they were trembling with fear. After the course of a few days, they have finally fitted themselves into the tempo of the battle. The 3 people watching the battle also heaved a sigh of relief. Treacherous people. Lingsu said. He had decided to maintain a distance from Pokerface, who knew when he would sell out his own beliefs by being influenced by Bing. Crane praised, truly a rewarding wait. Jinghao was also full of praise. The bearing of a famous general is truly outstanding, his control aura is magnificent, and at a great height. Looking at the soldiers rejoicing, Bing did not pour ice water over their heads. The short victory was a great help to the amateurs. But he knew that the war had just begun. The next battle was deemed to be even more cruel, and there would be no more chances like this. These pathetic amateurs' synchronization. If not, we would be able to swallow the remaining 100 people. What a pity. It was luck that the opponent's general was a cautious person, and thus Bing rejoiced. At the start, the Precious Bright Village Regiment's display of strength was truly pathetic.
their synchronization was only at 30%, half of their original training. Luckily for them, after the continuous hands-on practice, they started to become more accustomed to battle, and their synchronization started to rise steadily. A synchronization rate of 60% was the bare minimum for the technique.
Our luck is good. Bing puffed out a smoke ring and looked at the enemies outside the city walls.
They should stop for 2 days.
Let's take a half-day break. The order made the celebration even more rowdy.
Behind the smoke, Bing sneered in his mind, amateurs, the main course is coming soon.
He then thought about another group of amateurs, the mechanical army. What about them?
Upon thinking of them being under Tang Chao's charge, he became even more delighted.
He then thought about Xian. I wonder where Xian is now. That asshole is the same as last time, undependable. He then thought about Screw, and decided that after the battle, he would return to Three Spirits City and check up on the research. The recovery of Screw depended on them. It truly is tiring, and no way to be worry-free. Bing mumbled, drawing an arc with his cigarette. He quietly left. In the sky above the lake, the condensed explosion sounds and continuous flickering of light dots continued to display a show. They were the fireflies and worms colliding, and every time they collided, it would induce sparks of shattered auras. Against the night backdrop and beautiful lake, the thousands of shattered sparks fell like rain, forming a beautiful scene that stunned all the audience. Two figures continued to flicker about in the rain of light. With astonishing speed they kept on clashing and fighting. It was so intense that people forgot to breath. Gongchen stared intently at Meng Nan, his handsome face revealing an indescribable sinister killing intent.
A feeling of being caught in a perilous situation arose from his mind.
This man's strength is far stronger than the reports.
Although Meng Nan had took down Xiao Yian's sword, he was still in a bad situation. Gongchen and Xiao Yian had secretly discussed about Meng Nan's strength, and the conclusion was that he was half-step into the Silver Saint realm. Xiao Yian's conclusion gained the recognition from the rest. The fighting techniques of a Silver Saint might be spectacular, but he did not have any enlightenment on energy transmutation, so he was naturally considered as half-step into the Silver Saints. Gongchen was full of confidence. A half-step Silver Saint and a Silver Saint were just 2 words difference, but the disparity of strength was like heaven and earth.
Very quickly, Xiao Yian's judgment was confirmed.
That's right, this man is truly a half-step Silver Saint. The fireflies in the sky are actually combusting energy regimens, and these energy combustions are already close to energy transmutation, but they are still lacking. He truly is a half-step Silver Saint, but Gongchen had to admit that Meng Nan's fighting ability was truly outstanding. To be able to produce such exquisite martial techniques at half-step Silver Saint, it was unprecedented. But it was impossible to overcome the disparity in strength with just that.
It was a dream of fools.
But, as the battle continued, Gongchen's logic and reasoning were completely toppled.
Other than the fireflies, his enemy was actually not using energy. The compressed vacuum movements required astonishing and terrifying physical power. Could he be from the savage continent? Gongchen stared at Tang Tian's fists, the gray flames revolving around.
The strange flame was something that was unheard of in the savage continent.
As long as any energy touches the flames, they would be disintegrated. Damn it!
Wait a minute! Gongchen suddenly shook, his eyes landed on the surroundings of Tang Tian, and his face changed. He had suddenly realized that as time gradually passed, the fireflies in the sky were actually increasing in numbers, and they were expanding.
Impossible!
The blood in Gongchen's face was immediately swept clean. Tang Tian looked coldly at Gongchen. The quiet null flames had already spread past his wrists and extended about 3 inches onto his forearm. Due to his bitter training every day, he had completely absorbed and assimilated the black gold into his blood meridians, and thus the null flames had become stronger.
The opponent was bewildered. As time slowly crept past, it was leaning towards Tang Tian's favor. The Demon King blazing firefly that had not completely gone through energy transmutation was definitely not able to beat the worms of the opponent.
Although there were a lesser number of worms, but the worms still held an advantage.
But, how much time did Tang Tian spend on the Demon King blazing firefly?
In the initial stages of Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, he had combusted the energy in the air, which then led to him finding out that combusting the energy in his body would form the Demon King blazing firefly. And after obtaining the zero energy body, the Demon King blazing firefly had once again returned to combusting the energy in the air. And today, Tang Tian had brought the combustion to a brand new level. The energy in the air was like never-ending fuel. The fireflies continued to combust on them.
The Demon King blazing firefly that could expand and spread. That was the true enlightenment.
The volume of the Demon King blazing firefly that was continuously expanding silently could cover the entire lake. What scared the people even more was that the fireflies were still growing and expanding quickly, like a wild beast growing frantically. The reflection of the fireflies on the lake made them look like stars, and as the number of fireflies grew, the temperature of the air rose. The heat wave caused the lake to produce a mist of steam. The grass, trees, and flowers in the garden quickly dried up and withered. Everyone could no longer clearly see Tang, Tian, and Gongchen. The fireflies in the sky were no more beautiful to them, but caused them to feel fear and choke. It was like a regiment of fire clouds slowly wiggling. The light aura of the fireflies were no longer weak, but able to light up the entire dark sky, causing the faces of the audiences to turn pale white. Not a sound was heard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 620, The Arrival of the Army. Chapter 620, The Arrival of the Army. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Inside the dense sea of fireflies, Tang Tian's mind was in a state of tranquility.
After today, this technique will thus be called the firefly expanse. Suddenly, Tang Tian thought about a stooped and small figure, and thought about the frail withered claws, about the proud and unyielding look, and thought about silent arrogance that would never admit defeat.
Hey, Ghost Claw, I told you so.
I will bring the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw to fame. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw's light aura will definitely burn the eyes of the world.
Hey, Ghost Claw, I told you so. Don't you look down on me, I am so strong now, to the point that I am in a complete mess. You handing over your Fire Scythe Ghost Claw to me was definitely not the wrong idea. Hey, Ghost Claw, can you see this? Ghost Claw, are you doing well in heaven?
As though the fireflies could hear the voice in Tang Tian's heart, they started to tremble slightly and release buzzing sounds. The millions of converging vibratos suddenly erupted.
The invisible sound wave swept across the entire White Sand City at an unspeakable speed.
The sound wave swept through everything, shattering all the glasses of the homes, and all the wooden houses floating in the sky all started to sway. All the citizens of White Sand City were jolted and rushed out of their homes, flying up into the sky. When they saw the terrifying fire clouds gathering and expanding, the blood in their faces disappeared.
Oh my god, what is that? Demons! Oh my god, demons are here! Damn it! Does he want to destroy the city?
Everyone's faces were filled with fear. Even when watching from afar, they could feel the beast inside the fire clouds, growing with energy. Gongchen, who was inside the fire clouds, trembled. He could no longer see Meng Nan's figure. He moved forward, backwards, left and right, but all he could see were the densely packed fireflies. What exactly is this martial technique? His white worms were crawling frantically around him, trying to sweep away the fireflies. But the fireflies were still growing, and the white worms were continuously being suppressed. He felt himself going crazy. He was like a beast trapped in a cage, and the cage was becoming smaller and smaller. The fear in his heart continued to grow. Buzz, the fireflies around him trembled, and Gongchen, who was right at the center, immediately turned sluggish. At that moment, the surface of his body formed countless of cut wounds, and blood started to flow out. The white worms that were frantically struggling around him were shattered like glass.
The excruciating pain on his body jolted him awake.
Although his body was weak and not comparable to the savage continent, but he was still a silver saint, and compared to the ordinary saints in Sacred Saint Galaxy, his willpower was much higher. In the critical situation, all of his potential was released, and the will to live overcame his fear. Bellowing out loud, Gongchen used energy transmutation for all the remaining energy in his body, his face distorting with anger.
Bang!
The white blaze of energy soared out from all of his wounds, and the air around him started to distort due to the energy, becoming extremely unstable. The sword hilt in his hand started to grow, and then shattered, becoming a long white worm.
The originally grain-sized white worms were currently the size of beans, their bodies like jade, translucent and sparkling white.
They formed a white mist and flew around Gongchen. All the fireflies that passed through it were transformed into shattered auras. The white worms on Gongchen's body grew more and more, and the white worms started to expand out in a radius of 15 m. The surging white blaze energy flames started to dim, but his mouth twitched, and he revealed a fanatical laughter.
Go and die. Gongchen raised the sword up high in the air.
See, the worms suddenly transformed into countless threads and surged towards the sword. A gigantic light sword over the size of 30 m formed above Gongchen's head. The light sword slashed downwards.
A dazzling light aura fell into the fire clouds.
The fire clouds that were formed by the fireflies had no resistance against the sword. Gongchen also knew that if he wanted to survive, it would depend on this technique. He suppressed the pain coming from the wounds on his body and rushed towards the direction of the sword aura.
The sword aura broke up.
Gongchen felt relieved, for in that instant, he had 1 kilometer worth of space to move. This made him calm again. The fireflies continued to smash against the sword aura, sparks flew everywhere and exploding sounds continued to arise. The entire place was booming with explosions.
Gongchen did not dare to be distracted, and hid himself inside the sword aura as he continued to burst forward. 2 kilometers, 3 km. The sword aura that was surging forward started to become slow. Gongchen began to feel uneasy. What is going on? Why am I not out yet? He felt that he had flew for a distance of 5 kilometers, but he was still surrounded by the vast fireflies. How is that possible? This brat is not even in the silver realm. How can he form such a scale of attack? How is this possible? Could it be an illusion? Pa. The sword aura's speed turned sluggish, while the fireflies became more and more. They were like raindrops hitting onto the sword aura. The sparks produced by the collision surrounded the sword aura, causing it to flicker unsteadily. The sword aura became slower and slower, and finally, it stopped. The unending fireflies had already surrounded it, and then exploded. The ripple caused by the explosion immediately sent Gongchen flying. Gongchen looked at the endless fireflies blankly, his mind going blank. He had already moved for over 7 kilometers, but he was still unable to escape the fireflies. How vast have the fireflies covered? He did not know that at the moment, the fireflies' expanse had already swelled up to the size of the continent lord's garden. The spectators could only look at the dancing fireflies above their heads blankly. The black fire clouds hanging above their heads had a pressure like mnitai, choking them, causing them to be silent. All the powerful saints had stood up, and formed a barrier beneath the fireflies, forming a protection against the heat. Inside the fire clouds, explosions continued to occur, light kept on flickering. Everyone had guessed that it was Gongchen struggling. But at that moment, no one thought that Gongchen could win. Mr. Meng, please be lenient with your hands. The continent lord shouted out with a pale face. The fire clouds finally became silent. Everyone's hearts were heavy. They all looked at each other, with fear and unease in their eyes. The fire clouds dissipated, like ice thawing at an astonishing speed. In just a minute, the fire clouds disappeared without a trace, and 2 figures appeared in the sky. Gongchen was covered with blood, but Meng Nan who was near him did not sustain any injuries. Gongchen fell head first. And Xian's face changed. She soared upwards and caught Gongchen. She looked and checked him, to find that he was not breathing and was dead. And Xian's face turned green. She looked at Tang Tian and clenched her teeth and spoke out, "Good. Good. Your sire is actually so cruel and ruthless." Tang Tian could not be bothered by her. He was still immersed in the enlightenment. He did not wish to waste time with the people. He turned and flew towards White Sands Hotel. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to stop him. The continent lord knew that Gongchen was dead. His face was as black as a wok, and he turned and left the scene. Everyone at the banquet no longer had any mood, and left. The Bai uncle and nephew looked at each other, both revealing bitter smiles. We are still underestimating him. Bai Yu laughed bitterly. The battle had completely shook him. There were still traces of disbelief. What exactly is that martial technique? I have never heard of it. It is too terrifying. Such a martial technique is completely perfect to fight against an army. I am truly curious, what family could produce such a freak? Bai Shao laughed with him. I have never heard of such a terrifying martial technique before. It seems that I have still not grasped his background. And, he was truly ferocious. Bai Yu continued, to dare act so rampantly in other people's territory. I still thought that he was just going to teach Gongchen a lesson. I never expected him to instantly kill Gongchen. Is he not afraid of offending the White Sands? Who knows? Bai Shao did not care. The White Sands tried to find trouble with him. Who can prevent him from counterattacking? That is true. Bai Yu shrugged his shoulder. In any case, we don't have to worry about it. Seems like he has a bright future ahead of him. That's good. Little Xia will have a good life ahead of him by following Meng Nan. Bai Shao was startled, but immediately regained himself. Second uncle, the army you bought for him, could it be Xia Yuan's army? That's him. Bai Yu nodded his head. Little Xia has talent, but a pity he hasn't met a good boss. In the past, I owed him a favor, and we can consider it paid from this. Bai Yu's last sentence revealed a crafty personality of his. Dual wing swallow, Xia Yuan. Bai Shao could not hold back and praised, Brother Meng has earned big this time. He could be one of the top 100 generals in the entire South region, but... Top 100? Bai Yu shook his head. His talent does not stop there. But, his life has not been good. Born from a poor and small family, although he has outstanding talent, he could only reach where he is now. But it is a good chance. He is not willing to decline just like that. Bai Shao understood what his uncle meant. Xia Yuan's swift army was at the peak of the Bronze Army, and advancing higher was extremely difficult. A silver army is not something any small continent could groom. Even the big continents with wealth might not be able to keep them. Silver armies were considered the most important armies, and at times the most important was not talent, but loyalty. Bai Shao suddenly became curious. What army did Su Jin buy? Bai Yu snorted. Who cares what army he buys? I don't believe he can buy an army stronger than the dual-wing swallow, Xia Yuan's army. Bai Xiao thought so too.
Because of his uncle's relation, Bai Xiao had deep knowledge and understanding of the Swift Army, and it was definitely an army that was being underestimated. At that same time, on top of Suji Worldwide Commerce's transport ship, a group of people that resembled refugees were squeezing in the available space, being extremely rowdy. Everyone was in disorder, and no one looked the same. There were people sleeping, gambling, seated down in a daze, drawing, or sharpening their blades. Kill that pig who is snoring. He's so noisy. Cough cough, who's smoking? You want to smoke this old one to death? Who the fuck took off their shoes? Stop blocking the light, light is the source of art. Understand? Leader, our boss, how is he like? The one who spoke was a big sturdy man with a bald and shiny head, his face was fierce looking and he had a healthy and robust body, like a small mountain. That's right, can he pay us? A midget with triangular eyes was using a dagger to trim his nails asked, and snorted. If he don't, we can just kill him. A lazy voice came out, and the people around nodded their heads. A red-haired girl had her face covered with cucumber slices. Little 3, bring a few more cucumber slices. Leader, your face is completely covered already, you still want to paste more? The triangular midget asked. The red-haired girl said weakly, I'm slightly hungry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 621, Historical Remains. Chapter 621, Historical Remains. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian's battle shook the entire White Sands city.
Everyone on the streets were talking about the battle, their faces either filled with fear or reverberation. Although many did not know the true meaning behind the battle, but just by relying on the fire clouds, it was enough for their imaginations to run wild. Gongchen was dead, but compared to the shocking battle, no one seemed to care about him. Everyone were discussing Meng Nan's mysterious background and the fire clouds that stretched across the entire sky. If it had truly landed on them, what would have happened? The fire clouds that could grow by itself, what exactly was that mysterious martial technique? In the area around the Ling family's courtyard, all the scouts and informants, in one night, had disappeared. It was not only that, even the citizens staying near the area were so scared they moved away. With the Ling family courtyard as a center, within a radius of 3 kilometers, there was nobody. In the market, all the condemnations on Tang Tian had disappeared. No one dared to provoke such a devil. That's right, in the eyes of the officials in White Sands, Meng Nan was being labeled as the devil that was savage and tyrannical. With just a small quarrel, he would kill the other party. In front of Continent Lord, he had ignored Continent Lord's plea, and brutally killed Gongchen, to the point that even the Continent Lord dared not say anything. If he was not a devil, what was he? The fearsome devil was someone whom even Lady Ro or Master Heing would dare say anything. For a time, everyone in White Sands City were afraid for themselves. Even the people who claimed they would teach Meng Nan a lesson, they were immediately held back by their close friends and families and chided and intervened. The devil was someone not to be provoked, if not he could devastate White Sands with his fire clouds. The security bureau Tian Chi Guan was scared out of his wits. He made small movements in the shadows, and stopped everything. The security of White Sands City was once again working in order. Who knew that the eldest young noble and the others who initially wanted to make an alliance with Tang Tian actually dare not act blindly without thinking? They did not know if joining with Tang Tian was a good or bad thing. But, all this did not matter to Tang Tian. He stayed in the Ling family courtyard for the whole day, immersed in his new enlightenment. Firefly's expanse might far exceeded his expectations. Even Tang Tian was very surprised, causing him to have a realization. Another thing that he was enlightened with was Gongchen's final counterattack by combusting energy. Energy transmutation. Tang Tian's fireflies already had a hint of energy transmutation, but it was still far from the true transmutation. Gongchen's final combustion gave him the considerations for it. If he was able to grasp it clearly and completely be enlightened on energy transmutation, his strength would undoubtedly reach a new high. The anticipation for the complete energy transmuted, Firefly's expanse, made Tang Tian excited. At that time, the godlike young lad will definitely be extremely powerful. If the crucial point for the change of the Firefly's expanse was energy transmutation, then the null flame was a natural gift for close-quarter combat martial artists. Although the zero-energy body was a type of powerful flesh body, but compared to the other blood meridians of Heaven's Road, the ability it displayed could not be considered outstanding. That led to Tang Tian's initial inability to display the strongest power in terms of close-quarters combat. But currently, the null flame formed by the awakening of the zero-energy body actually increased his close-quarters combat powers. The null flame was the best weapon for a close-quarters combat martial artist. It was just that the current null flame had only extended around Tang Tian's hands, it was extremely far from enveloping his entire body. Tang Tian's road as a closed-quarters combat expert was extremely slow and arduous. Young lad Tang did not think so much, even with the null flames only at his fists, the firefly's expanse that had not completely gone through energy transmutation had already caused his strength to take a huge leap. More importantly, his path as a martial artist had become extremely clear. Almost everything had a direction for expansion, and thus the only thing that he worried about was Qianhui. The two of them had initially set a date of every month to talk, but every time Tang Tian activated the bronze star door, there were no reply, thus making him worried.
What sort of broken place is this? Xian mumbled to himself.
It was a barren empty land, where not an inch of grass was present no matter how far he looked. They had been walking for a few months, but the night sky had never changed. Fortunately for the bright stars in the sky, the faint light allowed the barren land to not be in complete darkness. They had entered the barren land from a star door, and after a few days they noticed that something was amiss, and when they retraced their steps, the star door had disappeared. Xiaoran held onto her big blade and carefully protected Qianhui by her side, her face filled with caution. She snorted, "Stay alert, this place is reeking of Evi."
After advancing for another 100 kilometers, Qianhui said, "Let's take a break."
"Yes." Xiaoran and Xian complied, and set up camp, sending out a dozen sentries who disappeared across the horizon. Their task was to check and investigate the surroundings to see if there were anything suspicious. Qianhui tried to activate the bronze star door, but there were no reaction. She felt disappointed, but did not reveal it on her face.
"It's still not working?" Xiaoran asked in concern.
"Yeah." Qianhui steadied her voice, "Don't worry, this planet is not big, we will be able to find it soon enough." Xiaoran nodded her head. Not long after they entered the planet, they realized something strange. The planet had a strange and mysterious energy which cut off the connection of the bronze star doors, so Qianhui and Tang Tian lost their means of communication. Fortunately, the planet was not considered big, so they were looking for the star door to get out, and the source of the mysterious energy. But at the moment, they did not realize that the planet was an extremely ordinary planet, cold and barren, deserted and void of any signs of life. Xian stayed by Xiaoran's side, and sneakily took a look at Xiaoran's large and voluptuous breasts, and his face turned slightly red. Xiaoran stretched her back, this movement causing Xian's eyes to widen. Xian unconsciously stretched his hand out, his 10 fingers subconsciously bending. Bang! Xiaoran used her large broad blade like a fly swatter and fiercely smashed Xian's face.
Xian flew out like a ball.
"Scoundrel!" Xiaoran snorted. She stabbed her large broad blade into the ground and showed a look of disdain. Suddenly, rapid hoof sounds came out, causing Xiaoran to raise her head to look at the sprinting sentry.
"Reporting to Master, we found a castle ahead." Qianhui stood up, "Prepare the army."
Xiaoran roused herself up and immediately lifted up her large broad blade, stepping onto the horseback. After searching for so many days, they did not find anything. She was someone who quickly became anxious, and would become extremely tensed. She was not afraid of having enemies or battles, but was more afraid of finding nothing.
Xian struggled out from the ground and coughed, "Why does this T-Rex have such a good body, but..."
Xiaoran snorted. She arrogantly walked past Xian, her mind feeling extremely pleased, "So my body is actually very nice."
The army moved out.
After advancing about 10 kilometers, Qianhui finally saw the castle which the sentry was talking about. A lonely castle stood atop the high mountain peak. It was a pitch-black castle on the top of the desolate and quiet mountain peak. If there were no light, even a person with good eye power would have difficulty finding the castle.
Everyone immediately focused.
It was the first sign of life they have detected after so many days.
The entire army immediately raised its speed and headed towards the castle.
Upon nearing the castle, they realized that the state of it was queer.
"It doesn't seem like a castle."
Xian frowned, his expression turning serious. It truly did not look like a castle. There were no tall spires, no offensive structures, only layers of tall and erect buildings. But they could tell that it was a historical remains, and no one had been inside for a long time. The windows and walls were all dilapidated. Xiaoran looked at him. When the scoundrel was serious, he had a bit of bearing.
She asked, "Then what does it look like?" "Like a high-rise building."
The one who spoke was Qianhui. Her delicate face looked upwards, gazing at the structure. "That is a high-rise building." With that guess, even Xiaoran felt like it was a high-rise building, but she did not understand who built a high-rise building here.
"We will know when we go up."
Qianhui retracted her gaze and said indifferently. Very quickly, they reached the top of the mountain. It truly was a majestic and modern high-rise building, 13 floors high without many decorations. Such a structure could be seen in any academy. Everyone became cautious. No one knew what dangers lied inside the building. Xian and Xiao Ran stayed to the left and right of Qian Hui, protecting her.
Walking to the front of the building, a gray and dusty big door greeted them.
Xiao Ran did not say anything. She carried her blade and walked to the door. Suddenly, she noticed that there were writings on the door. She extended her hand and wiped the dust off the door, and the shiny metal luster beneath was revealed, along with a line of words.
Paying respects to Haina Fan Sente.
Xiao Ran muttered, and turned to ask, "Young miss, who is Haina Fan Sente?"
Tian, the last name would be Haina, and the name would be Fan Sente. China has all sorts of names. Haina Fan Sente?
Qian Hui thought about it, then shook her head. Never heard of him. Xiao Ran turned to look at Xian, who waved his hand. Seems like some important figure. Xian's languid expression made Xiao Ran snort. She casually stabbed her blade into the mud beside her. The metal door did not have any mechanism to open the door, so she placed both her hands on the door, bent her waist and bellowed, using her strength to push.
Ka ka ka.
The awful friction sound came out. Dust fell from the big door, revealing the glossy metal surface. Even after the flow of time, the door did not have any trace of wear and tear.
Xian rubbed his chin, as expected of the T-Rex.
This door looks like it was made from some good materials. Who knows if it is a good thing or not? Oh, when we go, we must definitely take it along. It shouldn't be wasted. The metal door was pushed open by Xiao Ran, and the smell of dust engulfed them. It was obvious that no one had stayed in there for a long time.
A few spirit generals raised up their light crystal rods and entered the building. The light crystal rods released light auras that immediately lit up the interior of the building.
There were no living things. Everyone was somewhat disappointed, but heaved sighs of relief. Inside the building was a thick layer of dust. It was obvious that the building had gone through the wearing of time, and no living things had come across the building. Xiao Ran did not dare to be careless. She instructed a few spirit generals to investigate the place. After a while, they confirmed that the location was safe. Qian Hui took a deep breath. She had a strong feeling that this historical remains definitely hid a special secret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 622, Hello, I am Xieyuan. Chapter 622, Hello, I am Xieyuan. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Yuan.
Baiyu saw Xieyuan, and a warm look surfaced from deep within his eyes, his face revealing a smile. Everything is set, but... The two of them were fellow schoolmates, and even had respect towards each other, but their destiny were completely different. Baiyu was already the #1 famous general, and Xieyuan was stuck in a desolate corner with a small army, responsible for keeping the place safe. Baiyu had respect for this fellow schoolmate. In the academy, Xieyuan's results were more outstanding than his, and 90% of his schoolwork was copied from Xieyuan. If Baiyu's last year was too terrible, he would have had his legs broken by his father, so he made an effort for the entire year and persevered to graduate. If Bai Xiao knew that his second uncle was not that great in the past, he would definitely be shocked. It was not that Baiyu did not think about helping Xieyuan, but the Bai family had too many people, and even for him, it was impossible to obtain a corps commander position for the army. Baiyu knew that although Xieyuan was a warm and kind person, he was proud inside, and he would never dare to ask Xieyuan to be his adjutant. In truth, every time Baiyu saw Xieyuan, he would have some regret in his mind. Could I have coped too much when I was in school?
Tian, honestly I feel that Xieyuan is a female name, but oh well. He clumsily poured a cup of tea for Xieyuan. Come and try this, it is the new tea for this year. Everything is ready. Xieyuan sat beside Baiyu and took the tea, gulping it down with one mouth. He placed the cup down and looked at Baiyu, his gaze burning. Alright, tell me about it. Xieyuan had an outstanding and handsome appearance, dressed simply yet with a graceful bearing. One look and anyone could tell that he was a warm person. Baiyu was somewhat astounded. He coughed lightly. I did not cheat you, the other party is truly a rich man. I believe you. Xieyuan replied without hesitating, to directly buy an army, he definitely has money. That's right. Baiyu became focused. He is also my partner. You? It's still the Bai family? Xieyuan asked. Meng family. Baiyu explained, his family deals in the mining business, and found a brand new metal element called the black gold, which is extremely suitable to make warship weapons. It is stronger than jade, and only somewhat inferior to energium jade. The crucial point is that its output is astonishing. So he is a big fish, and definitely not lacking in money. What they are more worried about is whether or not they can protect the wealth, so he had the thought of buying an army. Xieyuan was pleased. He knew the value of black gold, and from that he could tell that the other party was truly extremely rich and powerful. Baiyu continued, I am not worried about you or your swift army. I have talked and interacted with Xiao Meng before too, and he is not a petty person, but instead, extremely generous.
He has a group of underworld continents demonic mounts that are not big in number.
Suji Worldwide Commerce is also a partner, and their equipment are not lacking. Money and equipment are no problems.
What I am worried about is Xiao Meng's family. From what I saw, Xiao Meng is not from some huge family, so you will have a lot of pressure.
I understand what you mean.
Xia Yuan relaxed and stretched his back. You have all been busy, to the point that you want to have a break. I have taken too long a break, and feel extremely lethargic. I so badly want to be busy right now. He understood the hidden meaning behind Baiju's words, although his boss had money, but he had no backing. The value of black gold was known to every high-ranking officer and officials. And many people would be vying for the wealth, and would have thoughts about stealing it or making a move on it, so the swift army would be in a dangerous situation. But his words were also not a joke. To any officer, no war and no enemies, drinking tea in the corner was even more cruel to them.
Then I can rest easy.
Baiyu laughed, and patted Xia Yuan's shoulder. When the time comes, they will know how powerful you are. Xia Yuan's military achievements were rather outstanding. If not, he would not be famous in the South region. But Xia Yuan's military achievements were all in an awkward location, just like where he was. His continent lord was good to him, but a pity the continent lord had limited power as well, and thus those who recruited him were those who had money but not willing to treat them as a proper army, or it would be those who would promise them but could not fulfill it. The old continent lord had a lot of trust in him. As long as the financial resources permitted it, whatever suggestions that Xia Yuan gave would usually be implemented. His old continent lord's kindness was the reason why he stayed.
After so many years, he never moved.
If not for the recent passing of the old continent lord and a new one succeeding him, he would not have left. The new continent lord initially hoped to promote his own trusted aide, just that Xia Yuan's name was too prestigious, so if he made too huge a movement, it would easily cause unrest. So when Xia Yuan asked to tender, it made the new continent lord relax. He did not stop Xia Yuan, and even gave him a farewell bonus.
He was definitely not sad about the army.
The swift army was personally built up by Xia Yuan, and were his sworn brothers, so managing them would prove a difficulty, so having them leave with Xia Yuan was the best choice. Understanding that the challenges in the future they were undertaking would be rigorous, Xia Yuan thought that they had limited time, so he was not willing to waste it. He stood up. Bring me to see my new boss.
Alright, I will arrange for it now.
Baiyu also stood up. We do not need to see him, he will directly head to the barracks.
Good.
Xia Yuan knew that the man wanted to see the swift army. It was a natural request, and he was full of confidence for his unit. They were rather relaxed on a daily basis, but when it comes to training, he had never once slackened, and conducted training with the standards of the silver great armies.
Although there were many standards, but due to the lack of resources, medicine and goods, they were unable to train in those aspects.
But many of them far exceeded the standards of a bronze great army.
Let's go and see my army. Xia Yuan laughed and said.
Baiyu gladfully took the lead. He was also extremely curious about the army that his schoolmate had brought. Although it was a temporary barracks, but Xia Yuan's strict personality still displayed itself. There were sentries located everywhere. Laws and rules were set in the barracks. Inside, although the soldiers did not have armors or equipment, but they were all still extremely fierce. The training grounds that had been cleaned up were filled with hubbub. All sorts of training and drills were executed like wildfire. Even at such a time, the training of the army were never relaxed.
Brother Yuan is a genius.
Baiyu could not help but praise. An iron army, Xiao Meng has truly profited. As long as you are all equipped and have been replenished with medicine and supplies, you will become a silver great army in no time. Seeing the figures that were perspiring as though they were drenched in rain, Xia Yuan was also brimming with pride. This was the army that he had slowly built up from scratch, and had taken him a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. He had racked his brain so much trying to think of ideas to even earn a bit of resources for the army, to have arrived to their present state. From the corner of his eyes, Baiyu noticed Tang Tian's arrival, and he smiled. Your new boss is here.
Xia Yuan's mind was stirred. He immediately followed the gaze of Baiyu. He was curious as of how his new boss would be like. When he saw Tang Tian's figure clearly, he was greatly disappointed. He had never thought that his boss would actually be a kid. Calling him a kid would be too exaggerated, but Tang Tian's age was still too young. Baiyu immediately caught on to Xia Yuan's disappointment. He immediately rejoiced. It was because everyone had looked down on Meng Nan because of his age that everyone had regretted. Baiyu never expected his old friend to also make the same mistake. He had completely forgotten his own expression when he first saw Tang Tian. It was nowhere different from Xia Yuan. Xiao Meng.
Baiyu waved. Come, let me introduce you. This is Xia Yuan, the commander and military general of the Swift Army. How is it?
You're here to inspect them, right?
Your Uncle Bai can vouch for them. The Swift Army is definitely an elite army. Even Uncle Bai is convinced by them.
Xia Yuan was extremely polite, with no disdain or scorn.
Hello, I am Xia Yuan.
Hello, I am Meng Nan. Tang Tian returned the greeting.
Xie Yuan nodded his head, although Tang Tian was young, but he seemed to be a man of manners.
Tang Tian turned to Baiyu. Uncle Bai, I do not know much about armies.
Xie Yuan never expected Tang Tian to honestly declare that he had no knowledge. Oh, that's not too bad, at least you are not someone who acts like he knows everything. Those sorts of people will destroy the army, but it seems like my taskings will be even heavier. They never expected Tang Tian to continue speaking, so I specially brought someone who does. He turned his body, and revealed the cold-looking Tang Chou standing behind him. When Baiyu and Xie Yuan saw Tang Chou, they were both startled. Spirit dyad. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary spirit dyad. The two of them looked at each other, both seeing the shock in their eyes. What caused them to be stirred was not because of the appearance of the spirit dyad, but the familiar aura that the spirit dyad was emitting. Immediately, the both of them judged that the spirit dyad was an expert general as well, but the two of them were feeling extremely shocked. Spirit dyads are rarely seen occurrences in Sacred Saint Galaxy, and a general spirit dyad was much less heard of.
Baiyu looked at Tang Tian blankly. This brat is a freak. Could it be that the people around him are freaks as well?
Tang Chou completely ignored the shock in their eyes. He spoke in a cold, unkind and arrogant manner. I am Tang Chou. I am Master's current temporary third commander-in-chief. Let me be the one to conduct the test for your army. As a famous general that would soon surpass Master Bing, Tang Chou had formulated a crazy Ursa Major Constellation army reorganization plan. All the armies in Ursa Major Constellation were under his command, and were tormented to the point that they wished they were dead, under his crazy reorganization plan, in which he had passionately placed all his efforts into. He was suddenly pulled over by Tang Tian to evaluate the standard of an army that was completely unheard of, and what's more, bought.
Could it be that Master had become so bored?
Tang Chou was enraged in his heart, but he had no way of disobeying Tang Tian's orders, so since he was here, his mood was extremely terrible.
As the third commander-in-chief, even if Tang Chou firmly believed his future would not be under Master Bing, he would never dare to quarrel with the boss, because even Master Bing would not dare to.
Xie Yuan and Baiyu looked at each other. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 623, Perverse Tang Chou. Chapter 623, Perverse Tang Chou. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Tang Chou remained expressionless, his eyes revealed no emotion. In an unknown ground, Xie Yuan was nervous, as though he was back at the academy, about to undertake a big exam. Behind him, the swift army was extremely quiet. Tang Chou did not care about Xie Yuan's thoughts. He so badly wanted to sweep the army for hire out of the door. Humph, Master's future is definitely the Ursa Major army led by the famous General Master Tang Chou. Regardless of how unwilling or angry he was, to Tang Chou, Tang Tian's orders was the highest command, and he could never disobey it.
My mood is my mood, my work is my work.
Tang Chou was serious in all of his work, so he was amply prepared. The Sacred Saint Galaxy Army's methods and uniqueness was earlier reported and consolidated by Bing. The goal was to provide the armies of Ursa Major Constellation as a source of reference.
Tang Chou, who admired and idolized Master Bing, would never let go of the report.
He had repeatedly flipped through the report to the point of memorizing it word by word, and even made countless of analysis and calculations, which was his expertise. His understanding towards the Sacred Saint Galaxy armies had reached a profound level. To an experienced and well-versed leader, given enough time, he would naturally form his own understanding towards a completely brand new method of fighting, and that was the strength of a famous general.
Tang Chou opened up a small book hung by his waist expressionlessly. The first test will be on synchronization.
Xie Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. As a person who came out from a real academy, he naturally knew that the synchronization was the life of an army, and in all of his daily training, he viewed synchronization as the most important training. But Tang Chou's following words caused his face to change. This test will be conducted in the harshest conditions. The environment for the test is an energy fluctuation of the 7th grade. Tang Chou announced the test environment with his expressionless face, but the swift army flew into a hurrah.
Xie Yuan's adjutant could not resist but to ridicule. Are you deliberately making this difficult? Energy fluctuation of the 7th grade, do you understand how hard that is?
Xie Yuan's complexion was equally ugly. An energy fluctuation of the 7th grade occurs after large-scale explosions. The energy fluctuation would be extremely chaotic and violent, and in that situation, to want a complete energy synchronization frequency was extremely difficult.
Baiyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then he heard Tang Chou's ice-cold emotionless voice. According to the report I have, if I did not understand it wrongly, we purchased an elite army, am I right? Baiyu kept quiet.
Tang Chou's words were not wrong on paper. Baiyu himself had patted his chest and confidently told Meng Nan that he would get a powerful army for him. After spending more money on equipment for them, they would have the standard of a silver-grade army, and even added that they were chosen under the harshest criterias. He had said everything he had to say. Just that. Baiyu could not help but look at Tang. Tian, Xiaomeng's background is truly not as simple as I thought anyone could tell when an expert undertakes a task. Tang Chao's display of minimal standard was definitely not any ordinary leader's standard.
Xie Yuan stopped his adjutant and said calmly, "Fine."
People who truly wanted to purchase armies would be so severe and fussy. Xie Yuan initially held worries about the pledge that his buyer had said. But after seeing their genuine want for a real army, he was completely convinced of their good faith.
And Tang Chou was right, if they were not elites, how could they have the qualifications to enjoy the promised treatment?
The Sacred Saint Galaxy Army's methods had been long established, and they had passed all sorts of various tests in the past, so Tang Chou had long prepared the equipment to produce an environment with a grade 7 energy fluctuation. 4 energy pillars were embedded 30 m into the ground, and the army was placed in the middle of the 4 pillars, in which shot out 4 light pillars that connected to form a barrier of light. The sealed square barrier of light trapped the army within. Inside the barrier of light, the energy started to fluctuate, even the air became visibly unstable, fluctuating at a very high rate, as though a storm was occurring inside.
"Begin!" Tang Chou announced the start of the test emotionlessly.
Xie Yuan began to engage to synchronize the energy frequency of the army. The swift army soldiers were unable to synchronize themselves inside the torrential environment. They felt as if they were being pushed and pulled. Many of them were also obviously unstable. Tang Chou started taking down on his notes with no expressions. Baiyu's complexion became ugly. Xie Yuan's performance was terrible. Their synchronization had only reached 30%, but when he thought about it, if it was he himself inside, to suddenly face such a test, his result would be nowhere better.
He could only say that Tang Chou was truly too perverted.
Enduring 30% of synchronization was truly a tragic sight. It meant that in terms of battle ability, Swift Army's highest display of might would be 30%. You have to know, this is just a theoretical highest value. In a real battle, the true display of battle ability would always be lower than the theoretical value. Just at that moment, suddenly, a group of people barged in, and Baiyu saw Su Jin with one look.
Behind Su Jin was a group of ugly people. Baiyu immediately knew that that was the army that Su Ji Worldwide Commerce had bought.
But it was an extremely disorganized group, causing Baiyu to look down on them.
Su Jin is usually a dependable person, how could he bring a group of misfits?
Baiyu's gaze landed on the leader, a red-haired young lady. She had fire-red hair, a slender body, holding a claymore. She looked suave and valiant. Suddenly, a name entered Baiyu's mind, his eyes revealed a light aura, and the look on his face changed.
Could it be?
Su Jin eagerly greeted Tang Tian, while the red-haired lady and her group watched the test, and the looks on their faces became slightly unhappy.
Triangle Eyes swallowed saliva, and said, "Leader, the test seems quite perverted."
The others nodded their heads. The red-haired lady snorted, "No backbone." But she herself was having an ominous premonition. Tang Chou did not even bother the people who arrived, he was completely focused on the swift army. The terrible result did not surprise him, but he did not stop them. He had prepared the harsh test, but it was not to see the swift army's strength, he had another use for it, and that was to see their toughness and their ability to reassess and harmonize themselves. To any elite, the latter was the most important. Seeing Xie Yuan and the rest persevering bitterly, Tang Chou did not feel any pity. Instead, he closed the small book in his hand and walked forward, and said coldly, 30% energy synchronization frequency, such a terrible result, and you call yourselves elites?
Do not shame the name of elites. This is just the first test, the following 8 tests are harsher and stricter than its predecessor.
If you think you can't do it, then give up. It's nothing shameful, knowing your own strength is vital in wars, to be able to preserve your own lives. The sturdy men beside the red-haired lady all turned pale.
What the hell is going on? This perverse test is the first test? And there are 8 more even more perverted tests? What the hell is going on? How can this pervert be so perverted?
Tang Chou's shame caused Xie Yuan's eyes to become red. He had a gentle temper but was a proud person inside, and filled with confidence with his own army.
Is it not enough for you to sit at the side and be cold? Now you need to come here and rub salt to us, are you not done? To give up in silence, to fail in silence, no one knows what we went through, no one cared, all of us lived days as our last, and you think this can make us quit? Xie Yuan's mind and heart started to ignite like a blaze. Do not resist the energy fluctuation. Relax your bodies, trust your buddies. Focus on the rhythm to synchronize the rhythm. Do it like how we do it normally, 1 2 3, just like that. Well done. Baiyu looked at the stranger's figure in the barrier of light. Xie Yuan's roars, the neat hair that became messy, mud covered all over his body, giving it his all and waving his arms, the energy fluctuation causing his body to sway around in the chaos. Bang, the airflows caused Xie Yuan to fiercely smash into the mud.
Xie Yuan did not even groan, he struggled to stand up and continued waving his arms, roaring in anger, continuing to lead his soldiers. Bai Yu was greatly alarmed, he had never seen Xie Yuan like that. In his heart, Xie Yuan was always graceful, always warm and gentle. Bai Yu looked towards Tang Zhou, who was still expressionless, without any trace of emotion.
40%, a terrible value. After 30 minutes, after spending 30 minutes, you can only raise by 10%? Do you know what can happen in that time in a war? Enough for you to die 300 times. And after dying 300 times, you only raised your synchronization frequency by 10%, that is such a bad sacrifice. 55% is the bare minimum, something that you are all far from. And, pay attention, the bare minimum of elites is 70%. Are you beginning to feel desperation? His extremely cold and emotionless voice formed an impulse in Bai Yu's mind, he wanted to punch that man in the face. Damn pervert! Xie Yuan ignored his words, and continued to roar and lead his soldiers. Xie Yuan's constant training started to display its effects, their synchronization frequency started to rise. The soldiers started to get used to the intense energy fluctuation environment. Xie Yuan gradually found the key, but because he was constantly shouting, his throat was already coarse. Who in Swift Army had ever seen their master giving his all? All of their eyes turned red, and they ignored everything else. The intense energy fluctuation, the chaotic airflow, caused the ground inside of the barrier of light to become extremely mushy and soft, and the barrier of light was covered with dirt and mud, tumblings, crashings, groanings. The scene was intense, and everyone watching were completely stupefied. Su Jin's face turned pale white, upon thinking that his own army would be going through the same test, his skin turned numb. After 2 hours, their synchronization frequency reached 56%. Tang Chao's eyes flashed with a number, and he wrote it down in his book. He closed his book. The test is over, I am sorry, in the future, please do not shame the word elite. Tang Chao's voice contained a tone of coldness, the lucky thing is, you guys have passed, as you have reached the qualifications for the next test. The barrier of light dimmed, the intense energy fluctuation disappeared, and the mud and dirty all dropped to the ground. Inside the mud rain, every one of the Swift army were tattered and torn as they laid on the ground, none of them could stand. They were gasping for breath, all of them were extremely dirty, perspiration mixed with mud, but no one cared. They had struggled in the torrential storm of energy fluctuation for 2 hours, and their stamina was wiped clean, not one bit was left remaining. Even Xie Yuan was lying in the mud, perspiration trickling down his body into the mud. On the contrary, beside the red-haired lady, there were countless of pale white faces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Pink Skull. Chapter 624, Pink Skull. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Trash. Rubbish. Unorganized soldiers. Trash mob. In the past few days, to the Swift Army, it was nightmare after nightmare. There were tests in the day and night, and all sorts of weird content, causing the Swift Army to be completely battered and exhausted. Curses of rage were constantly spilled, all sorts of mock and ridicule tortured their mental state, but no one in the Swift Army backed down. In their hearts, a flame was burning. Xie Yuan had personally built up his army, and he had deeply influenced all of them. From any angle, the Swift Army's qualities were no different from Xie Yuan. They were compliant, disciplined and strict, they were honest and no-nonsense people. But Xie Yuan's arrogance had also become a part of the army. They could not accept it, none of them could, since when did they lose to anyone in terms of training? For days and nights, they continued to be tested. They held back their emotions with their black faces, completely ignoring all the spectators. Their thoughts were simple, if they could not pass the test, it was fine, but they could not reveal their cowardice, they could not retreat, and could not let that pervert have his way. They hated Tang Zhou to the core. Other than Xie Yuan. Looking at Tang Zhou, Xie Yuan had had a heartfelt reverence towards him. This revere did not stem from Tang Zhou having the power to decide his life, but was from the strength displayed by him. Each phase of tests were constructed through meticulous planning, revealing all of the Swift Army's shortcomings and weaknesses through the strict test, causing Xie Yuan to be completely convinced. 9 tests, not only did the Swift Army fail to achieve the standard for elites in any of them, they even only managed to pass 4, the worst results the Swift Army had ever received. If they were not chosen, Xie Yuan did not harbor any grievances, he himself was an outstanding individual, and in the past few days, he had gradually realized that the perverse tests all had more profound intentions than meets the eye. If there is any army that can complete all these tests, how terrifying would that army be? Xie Yuan had already decided, even if they were not hired this time, he would use the tests as their norm for training.
He was slightly out of his senses, but he was pulled back by Tang Chao's voice, who was at the moment reporting back to Tang Tian. The results from the tests are terrible. Tang Chou said coldly, "This army is definitely not worthy to be called an elite army. I believe there is a large discrepancy to what is written on the report on them." Although he had already anticipated such an outcome, Xia Yuan still had a bitter feeling in his heart. Standing by the side, Bai Yu had his mouth opened. He wanted to speak up, that the perverse tests were not something that even his army could complete. But when the words were at his mouth, he could not say anything. Bai Yu's eyes were red. Tang Chao's performance had shook him. Tang Chou was definitely a famed general grade initially. He thought that although Meng Nan was rich, but he was just an ordinary nouveau riche, and his family should not have much background. To be able to recruit Xia Yuan and his army would be considered benefiting him. But now, he realized that Meng Nan's family was so powerful, far more than what he had anticipated. Such a strong famed general, and he is actually only the third in command. That meant that there are 2 more famed general grades in front of him. Bai Yu's skin went numb. This family of his, how strong are they, truly? What could he say? He could not say anything. To a wanderer that was close to starvation and death, a hot steamed bun would be the most delicious food under the heavens, but to those rich and powerful people who ate exotic delicacies daily, what was a steamed bun? But they have the space to grow. With more grinding, they can be exploited and be of some use. Tang Chao's words caused Xia Yuan's dim eyes to suddenly light up, but he laughed bitterly. Since when did my army fall to the exploited and be of some use place? But he did not refute those words, he did not reject them, but actually felt a dim joy in his heart. Tang Chou remained expressionless, but Xia Yuan's emotions were completely captured by him. Out of the tests, many of them were purposely placed. Since they were armies for hire, he had decided to get rid of the arrogance in their hearts for his master. He chose to do it in the most honest way. He wanted them to be dumbfounded and completely convinced. It seems that what I did was effective. In truth, Tang Chou had a good assessment of Xia Yuan in his heart. To him, Xia Yuan had a good character, he had high perception, was tough and a careful man. His only flaw was that his foresight was limited, but thinking about his lengthened stay in a desolate area, he did not have direct contact and experience with high-intensity wars. But they have the qualifications to escort Master's convoy. You guys are hired. Tang Tian said straightforwardly. He had complete trust in Tang Chou. He himself was rather satisfied by the swift army's performance and tenacity in the past few days, and laughed. It had been hard on all of you for the past few days. For your equipments, you guys can make a list. I will get the Suji Worldwide Commerce to prep you guys. Xia Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Yes. Then let us test the other army. Tang Tian said indifferently. Standing by the side, Su Jin's face turned pale. He laughed awkwardly. About that, Xiaomeng, this army is different from Swift army. But old Su, I promised that they are elites and are definitely not an average army. They are the Pink Skull army. They sound like pirates. Tang Chou said coldly. They are an army for hire. Su Jin immediately corrected. If he made Tang Tian think that he found pirates for him, then with his explosive temper, Su Jin would not have it well either. Su Jin was still relying on Tang Tian to earn big bucks. How could he dare to offend him? Of course, he also did not dare to offend Tang Chou. He had personally witnessed how crazy the pervert could become, so he knew that Tang Chou was not one to be provoked as well. They are a real army for hire who comes from the Bulu continent. The armies for hire in the Bulu continent are rather famous, and the Pink Skull is an army for hire with a history, created 200 years ago. They have expanded and developed till today, and this is the 3rd generation. Aya is the current in charge of the Pink Skulls, and in the past few years, regardless of their public reputation, they have completed countless of missions and tasks, and is rather outstanding. Su Jin wanted to prove his words so badly. I will definitely not dare to cause trouble for Master. If Master doesn't believe me, you can ask Master Xia and Brother Bai. Seeing that Tang Tian was looking at him, Xia Yuan spoke cautiously. If you were talking about the Pink Skull, they truly have quite a reputation. I have heard of the name Pink Skull too. Bai Yu scratched his chin, but his tone changed. But it was just a passing of the year. We still have to witness their strength to truly know them. If looks could kill, Su Jin would have pierced Bai Yu's body 1,000 times. Bai Yu remained calm. What a joke. Xia Yuan was already tortured to the point of death. If the Pink Skull doesn't get a bit of dirt on them, that will not be fair. Tang Tian agreed. Tang Chou, test them. Whoosh, the faces of the soldiers in Pink Skull army all changed. Su Jin's face was bitter. They are an army for hire. Their expertise are different from Swift army. Bai Yu did not miss this chance to push Su Jin to the light, and started praising Su Jin. Old Su, what you said is right. Armies for hire are indeed completely different from regular armies. They are more proficient in small-scale infiltration, protecting important people, and eliminating key installations. He sneered in his heart. You think that just by giving that reason, the pervert will not test them? Old Su, you are too naive. You will quickly know what a true pervert he is. Army for hire? Tang Chou remained expressionless, but deep in his eyes, a light started to glow. People who were familiar with him would know that Master Tang Chou had definitely found something he was interested in. That's right, Tang Chou had found something he was interested in. Army for hires were something he had never interacted with before. He was a product of the Southern Cross Army, and he followed the Southern Cross Army system very tightly. Armies for hire were extremely foreign to Tang Chou. Since they are an army for hire, then I will not test them on this.
Tang Chou's words caused the entire Pink Skull to rejoice. Yes. We don't have to try out that painful tests.
Even Aya, who portrayed herself as the most calm, her fingers were holding onto her sword hilt extremely tightly, finally relaxed her fingers. Please show me your drills that you are most proficient in.
Tang Chou said.
Everyone in Pink Skull could not help but smile. What the hell, this pervert is actually saying some good words. Maybe that man with last name Xia had offended him somehow, that's why the pervert man actually used such perverse methods to torture them. Aya started to smile. Drills was what they could do the best. As an army for hire, employers would usually request to watch their drills. To display the power of an army, they would always portray drills that they were extremely familiar with to move the employers.
All right.
Aya spoke out loud and clear, and then led the troops into the field. The large-scale drill performance quickly started. The dazzling small-scale coordinations displayed their extreme professionalism in ambushes, the seemingly relaxed formations reeking of killing intent and multiple killing opportunities. The seemingly disorganized soldiers seemed to have transformed into different people, portraying their skills and finesse. The entire drills were filled with countless of vigor and beautiful displays of movements. Seeing Tang Chou nodding once in a while, seemingly showing a satisfied expression, Aya was ecstatic. The contents of their drills were arranged through meticulous planning and thought process, and people who watched would definitely be stunned.
Who knew that there would be a day that it would be useful?
To attain the best results, Aya and the rest put in their all. Many killing techniques that they would not normally display were all shown to them. Even Bai Yu and Xie Yuan were nodding their heads as they watched. They were people with the apt knowledge to obtain approval from.
To be able to pass down for 200 years, the Pink Skull was definitely able to portray a few moves.
In terms of a head-on clash battle, the Pink Skull was definitely not able to compare to Swift Army, but in terms of street fights, pursuit and chase, traps and disruptions, Pink Skull could definitely use all these to win over Swift Army. But, the two of them came from academies that taught traditional warfare. Watching the army for hire, they naturally objected to their methods. But Tang Chou was not biased. He watched with enjoyment. Head-on clashing in the battlefield could truly be devastating, but if he was able to use and have these meticulous small-scale attacks, their power would definitely increase.
Oh, this can be a new way of research. It can greatly improve the current system that we have. And, there can even be experiments.
The look that Tang Chou was looking at Pink Skull was like a hungry wolf staring at a hot steamed bun, his eyes revealing a strange moss green light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 625, Bing's Backup Plan. Chapter 625, Bing's Backup Plan. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
To be subjected as experiments by Tang Chou was definitely not a happy thing.
Slow, you guys are too slow. Did you guys even eat? Is this the best that you're giving? You're so slow, are all of you old men? Hold back a bit. Hold back a bit. Why are you leaping to your death?
Time yourself, you need to time yourself. You, red-haired woman, as the leader, you can't even grasp the timing. Are you an idiot? Aya held onto her sword hilt tightly. She so badly wanted to slice the lunatic to pieces. By her side, the other people were also angered, but dared not speak a word. All of them were being tortured to their maximum threshold, but still no one dared to retaliate. Because Xie Yuan had brought his swift army, glaring like tigers watching their prey by the side, a few of the Pink Skull people who disobeyed and tried to rebel were pulled out and beaten up, and were left hanging on poles. The people from the Pink Skull were all old soldiers, and were experts at taking advantage of situations.
Being surrounded by a true blue army that were fully equipped, how could they dare to do anything reckless?
The first set of equipment had been sent over by Suji Worldwide Commerce, and thus the Swift Army had changed their weaponry, and morale was sky high. The Swift Army watched as the Pink Skull Army for hire were tortured to death by Master Tang Chou, and were secretly pleased. Thinking about when they were the ones in that place and the Pink Skulls watched them, the switch of position made them extremely happy and overflowing with spirits. Master Tang Chou had given them a mission, and that was to suppress, in which they wanted more of the Pink Skull people to be rebel. But the Pink Skull were willful. After seeing what had happened to those who rebelled, they toughened up and clenched their teeth and struggled on. The Pink Skull naturally saw the situation. Since they had to suffer, they would rather suffer under Master Tang Chou, as they could still benefit from it. If they landed in the Swift Army hands, the beating would be for nothing. Aya, who had a violent temper, also did not dare to do anything towards Master Tang. This lunatic's requests are too perverse. She had never thought that Pink Skull's most familiar drills matching, under the lunatic hands, would actually become a brand new thing. Just that, his requests were too overboard, causing people to go numb.
Asshole. Does he think that we are robots?
The difference between each person in the drills had to be a split-second difference, even the steps, distance, the speed of advancement. There were ridiculous and harsh rules. The slightest mistake would inevitably lead to the lunatic screaming. Aya had never thought that there would be a day that their most familiarized fighting method would change beyond recognition. What made her want to vomit blood was that he was using them to experiment. Oh, I had a miscalculation on this part, and thus it did not reach the best potential.
This part is my mistake. Do it again, this time we will.
On this part, I have added something in. We need to test it again. Every small group, do it 20 times.
Once again.
But, if it had to be said, the phrase that was the most capricious to Aya would definitely be,
I can make mistakes, but you cannot goof off. When Tang said those words confidently, everyone was shocked.
It was not only the Pink Skulls, even Xie Yuan and the Swift Army were completely stupefied by Tang Chao's shamelessness.
We are watching here.
The Swift Army, who were initially celebrating in their misfortune, started to lose their excitement watching, and started to pity the Pink Skull, especially when they thought that they would have to mix with the lunatic's crazy subordinates in the future. Thinking about their bleak future made them sad.
The world is that cruel and dark. The army matters were handed over to Tang.
Tang Tian did not bother about them anymore, and he had no time to waste. He still had to train.
Shan Continent.
One after another of sieging frigates surrounded the Sword Forest stronghold, continuously shooting out dazzling light pillars. The light pillars struck the defensive barrier of the Sword Forest stronghold, causing ripples on the light barrier. Sword Forest stronghold continued to shoot out balls of light like rain. Frequently, there would be sieging frigates that were destroyed, forming fire regiments to blossom in the sky, resembling beautiful flowers. Bu Zifei's complexion was ugly. This type of battle was the most bitter. Facing a defensive stronghold, other than going all out to attack, there were no other ways. Such head-on clashes would lead to countless of lives taken. Even if it was him, he had no other ways. Every famed general were not willing to do such a method of fighting unless they had no other way. But war was cruel, and at many times you will have no other choice to take.
In 3 more hours, the enemy's energy barrier should be destroyed. The adjutant gave a precise answer.
Bu Zifei admired his own adjutant, although he was very old-fashioned, but his cautiousness seemed to be innate.
Bu Zifei never doubted his adjutant's numbers. It was just that. He raised his head and looked at the chaos from the war, and sighed, "What's the casualty count today, Dut?" Over 600 men, the 12th and 15th Army. Bu Zifei had requested for reinforcements back at the vast Star Continent, and knowing of the enemy's stronghold, the Continent Lord personally sent the order for sieging frigates to move out, and at the same time, the 12th and 15th Army. The Continent Lord also knew that sending out the elite 7th Army was squandering them away, and would result in a huge loss. In a long-drawn war that they required to fill numbers to siege a stronghold, cannon fodder armies were more suitable. Grooming over 1,000 soldiers to use at such a time, isn't that why the vast Star Continent groomed such cannon fodder armies? With the 2 cannon fodder armies, it immediately allowed the 7th Army to bitterly withdraw from the siege. Under the death order of the Continent Lord, the 12th and 15th Army did not dare to disobey and had no choice but to send themselves up. As for the casualties, as long as they won the war, their armies would not be annihilated, and the Continent Lord would not treat them unfairly, and would replenish their ranks. If they were to cower and not advance, what awaited them would be the fury of their Continent Lord, and at that time, even their families would not escape the calamity. But the 12th and 15th Army were much weaker than the 7th Army, and thus their death toll became extremely high. To break through the enemy's defensive barrier, how high would our death count reach? Bu Zifei asked. At least 1,200 men, and could reach 1,500 men. The adjutant replied. The 2 armies would be crippled. Bu Zifei sighed. This is their mission. The adjutant remained calm. The use of cannon fodder was as such. If not, why would the Continent Lord spend so much money every year to maintain the cannon fodder armies? The cannon fodder armies were used to do the filthy and dirty work. The one to truly obtain the victory would always be for elites like the 7th Army, the elites that were formed by spending countless of money. That was the true king of the war zone. Bu Zifei did not have any questions, and asked, "How's everyone resting?" "We are all completely recovered." The adjutant was roused. "We have already discussed our route of advancement. As long as the defensive perimeter is breached, we can take the chance to enter and seize the stronghold back for the Lord." "Oh, how did you guys come up with your route of advancement?"
Bu Zifei laughed. Regarding such details, he would always leave it to his officers. In one way it could absolve him from the trivial matters, another was that such a method was good to temper his middle-ranking officers. We monitored and calculated the firepower of the strongholds, and finally made out their arrangement of weaponry, and realized that they have 3 places where their firepower is the weakest. And, we have also repeatedly uncovered that the might of the fortification of strongholds cannot reach 60%. And, there is a special discovery, that is their fighting ability is gradually rising. According to this, we have a few speculations. Firstly, inside the fortification of strongholds, there is possibly a group of amateurs, in other words, part of them are new soldiers. Secondly, they have insufficient people, and with these statistics we calculated the places where they attack the most, and obtained our plan. The adjutant's face was filled with excitement. The 7th Army had suffered great losses, and thus they were all holding back their emotions. For the sake of finding their enemies' flaws, they used an extremely stupid plan, and arranged people in every area to calculate the statistics.
Well done. Bu Zifei patted his adjutant's shoulder, showing a gratified look. They have all grown.
He had already figured out their 2 speculations earlier. The enemy had many amateurs. When he was probing them in the second wave, he had already faintly sensed that, and in the third probing, he had already confirmed it. Regarding the issue of insufficient manpower, he had deduced it when he was studying the fortifications of strongholds. It was obvious, the might that they were displaying, compared to the theoretical might the fortification of strongholds could produce, was too distant. He could roughly guess the situation inside the strongholds. There was an outstanding leader leading a group of amateurs.
Bang bang bang.
Another wave of attack, with various types of light auras, bombarded the energy barrier. The dazzling light aura blossomed regiment of fires in the sky, lighting up the place. The setting sun dyed the place blood red. The battle had reached the most intense phase. The defensive barrier of the strongholds were thin like paper. The originally dense pack sieging frigates had numbered down to only a few. Both sides had martial artists that were covered in blood. You slash me once, I pierce you once. There was no retreat, no withdrawal, only blood flying and flowing everywhere.
After 9 hours of continuous battling, both sides were spent.
Everyone in the 7th Army who were spectating were shocked by the brutality of the war.
We only have 200 men left. The adjutant's throat was dry. The death count far exceeded his anticipation.
Watching the lonely 4 siege frigates left floating in the sky, wavering as though they could fall at any moment.
A light bomb landed weakly on the barrier. Bang!
The defensive barrier of the fortification of strongholds crumbled, and after the short silence, exclamation of joy sounded out.
7th Army, move out.
Bu Zifei ordered without hesitation. Behind him, the entire army soared forward without holding anything back. Inside the Sword Forest stronghold, the precious Bright Village regiment had fallen all over. After the long drawn-out battle, all of them had fainted.
It's your turn now.
Bing, who was floating in the air, puffed out a smoke ring, his face revealing a slight fatigue.
We will win.
Jing Hao raised drunk and Saint Blood and bowed respectfully at Bing. A bright-colored flame suddenly shot out from a spire, and soared into Jing Hao, forming an arc of blaze in the sky, suddenly transforming into a scarlet armor. With his sword matched with the blazing armor, he looked outstanding, stoic, heroic.
Don't worry.
Crane laughed, a black smoke flying out from another spire and revolved around Crane's body, transforming into a graceful black feathered armor. The lingering black mist flew behind Crane, transforming into a black cape, fluttering with the wind. The black clothes matched with his sword, making him look like a noble of the night. I'll spear them to death. Ling Su snorted, and a silver light soared from the sky, striking his body. The silver liquid in his body started to transform, in a moment becoming a silver armor. The silver armor and silver spear made him look extremely majestic. Their voices resounding in the sky, the 3 of them flew forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 626, Diary. Chapter 626, Diary. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Bing, who was in the sky, was smoking without a care in the world. The battle beneath him that blew up smoke and fire did not make him blink even an eye. He had purposely revealed the 3 loopholes, which was space for the 3 of them to battle. The Sword Forest stronghold had become a treasure city. The armor had been tempering through the energy for the entire time, and had been strengthened. Around the treasure city, all the energy was controlled by the Sword Forest stronghold, and thus its defense had been greatly improved. The reason why the 12 ecliptic palaces had rarely gone through any war was because of the formation of treasure cities. This was the first time that the defense system of Heaven's Road was clashing head-on with the armies of Sacred Saint Galaxy. Upon barging into the Sword Forest stronghold, Bu Zifei sensed that something was strange. The energy flow inside was weird. It seems that this stronghold still has some weird things. He planned to study it properly after taking over the stronghold. He was extremely curious about the fortification of strongholds. Although there was something amiss, but Bu Zifei did not think that the enemy could make a comeback. Their manpower was already swept clean. It was like a chef, he had used up all of his ingredients to create dishes. The famed general would be a more powerful chef. He can make plenty of delicious dishes, and he would have a touch with all sorts of ingredients, but if there were no ingredients, he could only stand there and do nothing. After sacrificing the two cannon fodder armies, the opponent's energy had been exhausted. If they still had any preparations, they would definitely not watch the barrier be destroyed. The destruction of the barrier meant that the enemies had reached the end of their line. Bu Zifei admired the leader of the stronghold. He had such trashy cards to play, but to able to do what he did, could already be said to be perfectly done. If it was he himself, he would be in a much more terrible state. They did not meet with any resistance. Bu Zifei did not tangle much with the stronghold, but ordered his troops to head directly to the main stronghold. The center of this fortifications must definitely be the main stronghold. As long as we conquer that, we will completely subdue this fortifications. And the enemy must definitely have their last bit of power concentrated at the main stronghold, and their last struggle. Suddenly, a rumble came up in front of them, and the speed of their troops instantly slowed down. Ahead, a tall and sturdy red figure stood right in the center of the path. The flaming armor, matched with the enchanting sword, resembled a lofty mountain.
For some reason, a string of words surfaced in Bu Zifei's mind: one man can hold out against 10,000.
But he could not help but laugh involuntarily. He did not know why he had such a bad thought.
That man should be their last card to play.
But in Bu Zifei's eyes, the scene before him was filled with the scent of a battle with a beast. Bu Zifei had never looked down on the use of experts. If not, he would not have spent so much effort building up his vanguard battalion. All of the proud and untamable experts were like thin yet sharp daggers. When used well, they proved to be extremely powerful, but in a head-on clash, they were so weak that they could immediately shatter into pieces.
Rush through him.
Bu Zifei decided. Where they were, time was the most important, and they could not give the opponent time to regain their power. The opponents had sent out experts. The goal was to delay their advancements, and give the soldiers inside the stronghold time to recover. The opponent raised the big sword in his hand. In the next moment, Bu Zifei's face changed. The surging energy gushed in like a huge tide, suddenly surging towards the heavy sword that was raised high up. Drunk on Saint blood trembled, the dim sword blade lighting up with a bewitching red light aura. The energy that was at the tip of the sword suddenly dyed red, and revolved around Jinghao, transforming into a gigantic red whirlpool. The energy around Jinghao was truly too terrifying. As the concentration of the energy was too high, it had transformed into a molten lava-like state. The bizarre blood energy storm caused everyone's hair to stand.
Be careful.
Bu Zifei, who had a strange look on his face, had just spoke, when Jinghao's raised drunk on Saint blood suddenly slashed down. The bewitching red energy was like a dam that burst in flood that gushed forward, the surging red tide engulfing the screams of the people, flowing along the road, completely crushing everything in its path. At the first second, Bu Zifei had raised his energy barrier, but it was one step too late. The first few soldiers at the front were immediately swallowed by the red tide. The remaining red tide clashed onto the army's energy barrier.
Clang!
Bu Zifei's face turned red, the surrounding soldiers around him all swayed, as though they were all drunk. The energy barrier shattered, the red tide smashing their bones like a rolling boulder.
Bu Zifei was overwhelmed with shock. How is that possible? How can one man be so powerful?
Countless of energy threads flew from the top of the spires, making it look like there were rivers floating in the sky, endlessly flowing.
Bu Zifei suddenly thought about the strange sense he felt, and his face turned pale white.
Energy, this fortification of strongholds can control the energy.
Bang!
Two explosive sounds came out. In the other two directions, dazzling light auras flew out, and wails and screams pervaded the air, causing Bu Zifei's heart to fall even further. He did not know who designed the fortification of strongholds, but it confirmed his guess. The fortification was bound to topple the current stronghold systems. To be able to control energy, the energy in its region, this was the best trait that any defensive structure could have. But, if this stronghold can control the energy in a region, then the stronghold should be impregnable, and definitely not something that two cannon fodder armies could break through. A brazen guess flashed past his mind all of a sudden, and the bone-chilling cold swept down his entire spine. Unless the enemy's goal from the very start was not to stop them from advancing, but to destroy the 7th Army.
Impossible. How crazy is their general, to be able to think up of such a plan?
Above the main stronghold, Bing sat down cross-legged, his mouth biting on the cigarette that flickered with the wind, a hand supporting his chin as he gazed out far and wide, as though he was in a daze. He never placed the battles below in his heart. The goal from the start was to devastate and destroy the 7th Army. You could say that the 8th Army was the first fulcrum of the vast star continent, and the 7th Army the second. To lose two of their main pivotal armies, the vast star continent would soon be in huge trouble. Their strength to defend themselves had greatly fallen, and thus their big wealth would naturally attract the eyes of others. The vast star continent would soon plunge into an unspeakable state. After using the Precious Bright Village Regiment to fake fight for so long, sigh, my acting skills are still not too bad. The limit of the Precious Bright Village Regiment was completely broken by Bing.
He could foresee that after going through this tempering, the Precious Bright Village Regiment's strength would soar greatly.
And for the three, it was equally a chance that was hard to come by. The energy that was currently converging around Sword Forest Stronghold was far more concentrated than what Tang Tian had. It was far more than any treasure city of the 12 ecliptic palaces. They were controlling the torrential energy, and with the unprecedented power of the energy, this was definitely an important experience. To be able to temper the troops and obtain victory, I have perfectly achieved all my goals. I should be happy. But for some reason, an unspeakable loneliness crept up his heart.
Am I lonely? Bing laughed in ridicule at himself. It was just an easy win, and I am actually feeling emotional about it. Oh my god, come to think of it, this solitary state of mind that seeks for defeat, this state of mind, is perfectly right for a famed general such as myself. If Captain saw this, he would definitely be surprised.
Bing tilted his head and thought. He felt that his thought was rather optimistic, more like he would slap me, and then teach me a lesson.
Brat, you're proud with this mere achievement? You truly have put my reputation down. All that nonsense.
A shallow smile remained plastered on Bing's face.
If I could hear his lessons, that would be great.
Bing puffed out a smoke ring, still in a daze.
Qianhui was quietly reading aloud.
The building did not have anything but some scraps of diaries.
Hainafan Sinte represented the archaic sex card system, and basked in the glory for 300 years before disappearing without a trace.
The person who took over next was the one who created the current card system, Chen Mu.
It stems from the even more ancient Luos and Bogu, and even obtained further nourishment and backup from the archaic sections. It was more effective, more powerful, and the application of cards after that pushed it to the apex. The current card system is like a greedy gigantic beast, tyrannically lording over its position till this day. Generation after generation, no one can remember the ancient glory, Hainafan Sinte, and the ancient heavenly institutions. Shenmu's influence was far greater than any grandmaster in history. His back is like a gigantic shadow, shadowing over every generation of new cardmasters. He is the glory, but spent his next 200 years in sorrow. There were no more new world-shattering advancements or creations for the cards, and all the card manufacturing masters all had a suspicion. The card system, has it already reached its apex? Teacher and I quarreled today. I found a glimmer of hope in the archaic sects today. Teacher thinks that I have gone crazy. He is a believer of Chen Mu, so we quarreled rather badly, and thus, I was expelled from the card manufacturing facility. But I have decided to once again search for the true meaning of the archaic sects. I firmly believe that I will find my answer there. I will follow Hainafan Sinte's footsteps, and search for everything that he left behind, I need a variable, I just need one variable, and I can change everything. What the hell is this place? It is completely terrible. Haha, my new student has helped me find the variable. It is too miraculous. Spirits, it's actually spirits, there are actually spirits here. Yes, it is a brand new type of card, completely different from the traditional cards. It does not need any medium, does not require energy cards, it does not need anything, it is a body by itself, unique and not the same to another. It is like a new life, something worth revering. Both of us quarreled intensely today, the same like how I did with my teacher in the past. Spirit cards, yes, they are great, but it is not what I want. It is the power from life and faith, and not an art of the card. I am a card manufacturing master. I was one, I am one, I will die as one. The star door is sealed. I know it must definitely be him. He wants to be the ruler of that world, like Chen Mu, but a pity, he does not understand how powerful Chen Mu is. My body is getting weaker day by day. I am going to die. I dreamt of the card manufacturing facility, and dreamt about teacher, but a pity, I have already lost my way home. Qianhui's heart was filled with shock. She never thought that the history of spirit cards would actually come from another mysterious place. She had just read about the life of an obstinate and stubborn old man. On the last page of the diary, wrote a few crooked words. The archaic shall never die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, A Sudden Change. Chapter 627, A Sudden Change. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Chapter 627. Yesterday night, the Su family business stumbled onto pirates, where they were left with half a day back to White Sands, and only 6 of them managed to get out alive. Master Suwabai's first army have already moved out through the night, but before leaving, Master Suwabai hopes that you can protect eldest young noble for this period of time.
Ling Xia spoke respectfully. She was currently representing Master Suabai, and naturally would not act like how she would be normally. Eldest young noble who was standing by the side immediately bowed towards Tang Tian.
Me? Tang Tian was flabbergasted, and pointed at eldest young noble. Protect him, dot.
Tian, in truth, I do not know if eldest young noble is really just called young noble de, but I will stick to eldest young noble for now. There hasn't been a family with last name de.
Yes.
Ling Xia then proceeded to explain, I have only received the 5th army recently, and I need time to be able to completely have them completely under me. But master, you have 2 armies, and Xie Yuan who is an outstanding leader, Master Suabai believes that you, master, have the ability to protect eldest young noble. Tang Tian was put in a spot where he did not know whether to laugh or cry, from the absurdity of the words, I am very busy, where will I get the time to take care of him?
That's not a problem, Mr. Meng, wherever you go, I will follow you.
Eldest young noble immediately proposed. Tang Tian stared at the 2 for half a day, and after thinking that the 2 of them were not toying with him, he slapped his thigh, all right.
Eldest young noble and Ling Xia both became joyous.
But they never expected Tang Tian to change the topic. Then let us talk about the reward.
Seeing their shocked faces, Tang Tian's expression became unkind. Don't tell me, you want me to help you for free?
Eldest young noble reacted quickly and immediately replied, Mr. Meng, if you have any suggestions, do tell us. Tang Tian was instantly satisfied by eldest young noble's words, and coughed slightly. Eldest young noble is also a person of importance. To protect you, the price will definitely not be low.
We are among friends here, so we do not need to hide. The people who dares to take action against you will most probably be He Ying and Lady Ro. Because of you, I will have to be their enemies, so tell me, aren't I taking a huge sacrifice?
Ling Xia could not resist but said, you were already enemies with them, but... Tang Tian scoffed, little Ling Xia, we are familiar with each other, but with eldest young noble, it is a business, so business should strictly stick to business.
You say that He Ying and the rest do not like me, I admit it is so, but if I were to volunteer to leave White Sands continent now, He Ying and the rest would definitely not find me for trouble, and maybe they might even give me something good.
Ling Xia's complexion became ugly. But on the contrary, eldest young noble revealed a look of appreciation. I like Mr. Meng Nan's attitude. Friendship should stick with friendship, but business is business, that is right. But Mr. Meng, you should know of my situation as well, my daily expenses are not cheap, and reach hundreds of millions.
Compared to Mr. Meng, I am too poor. Other than the identity as the successor, I have nothing else that is worth anything.
Eldest young noble's honest and self-ridicule bearing could truly cause people to be emotional. Tang Tian agreed, the eldest young noble only had the position as a successor, but for the past few years, he was completely suppressed by He Ying and Lady Ro, and thus he lived very tragically, with no money, no backers.
If not for the Ling family and Suabai's support, he would have died long ago.
Tang Tian was caught in a pinch, it was difficult to squeeze anything out of the poor man. Since your most valuable part is your identity as a successor, we can only go along with that point.
Tang Tian suddenly felt that White Sands was a good ally.
It was not far from the Shang continent, and they had a thriving business. And furthermore, the White Sands continent's location allowed it to have an advantage in defense, unlike the vast Star continent, which was open at all sides. In White Sands, regardless of what was bought or sold, everything was convenient. To the Shang continent, it would be a great help. The Suji worldwide commerce only sold weapons, and he needed to have other channels to purchase other things. The White Sands continent held an influential and important position in the southern region. Compared to the vast Star continent, the White Sands continent's influence was stronger. His opponent was the powerful Honorable Martial continent, he needed a few helping hands. Tang Tian had never truly placed He Ying and Lady Ro in his eyes, they were unimportant to him. His words earlier were just blindly spoken, how could a godlike young lad lower his head to He Ying? That was worse than killing Tang Tian. Tang Tian thought for a while, and then spoke righteously, if eldest young noble becomes the new continent lord, I hope that I can obtain White Sands friendship, but... The smile on eldest young noble's face disappeared, he became serious, but it has to be on the condition that it will not affect the White Sands interests, regardless of whether I am the future White Sands continent lord or a corpse, I will never harm the White Sands interests. Tang Tian stared at eldest young noble, who did not cower back, but just stared back at Tang Tian. A look of admiration flashed past Tang Tian's eyes, in truth, when he looked at eldest young noble, he never had any thoughts about him.
But at the moment, he could not help but reassess the seemingly non-existent eldest young noble.
Eldest young noble's gaze was clear, appearing to be very refined, like a teacher, and not the successor of a continent. Tang Tian scratched his chin, if this guy does not have a tummy full of evil tricks like Crane or Bing, he definitely will lose to Ying and Lady Ro. Allies in the southern region, that's simple. Tang Tian thought for a while, maybe I will sell a few things to you, maybe I will buy a few things from you. Eldest young noble heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that Meng Nan would take the chance to set conditions that he could not accept. Master Suabai had talked to him prior already, and what surprised him was that Master Suabai had confidence in Meng Nan. Allies in helping White Sands Continent's business channel, that condition was not high, but instead too low.
That's all? Eldest young noble dare not believe his own ears.
Tang Tian glanced at him. You have no power or authority, you can't even fulfill these right now.
Eldest young noble was immediately embarrassed.
Ling Xia had also heaved a sigh of relief. She could not see through Meng Nan anymore. Everything he did was weird, and coming up with strange requests, she would always be surprised.
He is truly an oddball. Suddenly, a voice came out from outside. Who is it? Come out.
Following that, the sound of intense battling came from the courtyard, causing everyone's faces to change. They looked at each other. Tang Tian stood up and shouted, "Let's go take a look." When Tang Tian arrived, the battle had already ended, with a few corpses on the floor with blood all over.
Tang Tian listened to the report from his subordinate, his face emotionless.
A group of people had suddenly appeared, and without any signs they started fighting with the underworld continent's demonic mounts. But luckily, the people staying nearby had already moved away, and the demonic mounts were extremely cautious, so when the group of people had just arrived, they already sensed them.
How's your wounds?
How strong are they?
Tang Tian asked. We have 2 injured. If it was 1 against 1, it would be an equal fight.
The one who replied was Lang. He was temporary in charge, and his complexion was not good. I think they are hired, they are veterans. He was somewhat rejoicing in his heart. Due to his cautiousness, the Ling family courtyard's defense was extremely tight, completely following the standard requirement of a battleground camp defense. His meticulous position sentries were fully utilized. If not, what they had to pay would not be limited to just 2 injuries. Explosion sounds came out from nearby, and black smoke started to rise.
The White Sands city was in chaos, causing eldest young noble's face to turn green. What are they trying to do? What's their end game? Tang Tian looked at eldest young noble with pity. What are they trying to do? They're trying to kill you, that's all. But at the moment, he did not provoke him, and immediately spoke out, we will leave the city and head to the barracks. Anyone could tell that it had become dangerous. All of them had serious looks on their faces. They had thought that the other party would make small movements, but no one would have expected that Ying would actually be so audacious. The Moon Manor was Qin Yuran's lodging, and had currently become the most famous place in the White Sands continent, as countless of upper-class young ladies would come over to take a look at Qin Yuran. All of the ladies with powerful backgrounds would even stay in the guest rooms. Luckily, the Moon Manor was White Sands City's most expensive and biggest manor, with sufficient guest rooms. Every day, there would be countless of activities and karaoke. It was a heaven for the ladies, a land forbidden for men. People had even joked, whoever took over Moon Manor would be able to take down the entire White Sands continent without drawing blood. Qin Yuran, who was currently leading the ladies to sing, suddenly noticed the uproar outside. She ran out to the Great Hall and arrived at the courtyard, to see that countless of wooden houses that were in the air were in flames, forming black smoke. The upper-class ladies were all lost. Qin Yuran's heart jumped. She immediately retrieved her communication plate, but it could not work at all. She could sense that it was a conspiracy. She immediately called for her most trusted bodyguard and said quietly, you need to go to the Ling family courtyard right now, and seek help from Master Meng Nan. Seeing the bodyguard leave, Qin Yuran was surprised at herself. She had never thought that in the most dangerous of times, the first person she would think of would actually be Big Brother Meng. What's going on? Auntie Chiu asked. The weaker ladies around were already crying, panicking without restraint. Qin Yuran took a deep breath, and shouted, everyone into the Great Hall. Everyone go into the Great Hall. It was as though the ladies found their backbone, and like a group of frightened chickens, they ran into the Great Hall. Qin Yuran called for the leader of the bodyguards, and said, from now on, you will lead all the servants and bodyguards in this place. Regardless of their families, you will be in charge. You only have one task, to guard the outside, and make sure no one gets in. Kill anyone who tries to enter without permission. The leader's face changed. Yes. Qin Yuran's tone was filled with killing intent. Everything now bodes ill, but you have to tell everyone, whoever dies in their battle, their family will be taken care of by me. The leader of the bodyguard had followed Qin Yuran for years, and knew that although the young miss was a lady, but her words were of enormous weight and viewed strongly. Everyone had received her kindness before. He himself had been injured in battle, and wandered the streets but was saved by her. Qin Yuran had an eye for talent, and thus allowed him to lead her bodyguards. If they want to enter, they can only step over this subordinate's dead body. The leader of the bodyguard solemnly said to Qin Yuran, then turned and went outside, and begun to lead his troops for defense. Qin Yuran bit her lips tightly. She knew, if it was a conspiracy, then the schemer would not let Moon Manor go.
To use the ladies, who were part of the big families of White Sands continent, was the best bargaining chips. To her, the White Sands continent was extremely foreign, she did not know who to trust. Her only hope left was Big Brother Meng.
Big Brother Meng, you must come here quickly. Qin Yu Rance was extremely anxious.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 628, Qing Continent's Tyrannical Mounts. Chapter 628, Qing Continent's Tyrannical Mounts. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
The soldiers who were giving their all to train in the barracks noticed the White Sands city that was in flames and giving out black smoke, and they all stopped. The barracks were outside of the city, and would require an hour worth of time to travel between the barracks and the city. It used to be a warehouse of the Suji Worldwide Commerce, which was then changed into a temporary barracks. The White Sands city was now only a visible silhouette.
But the dense smoke shocked everybody.
They were all people who had been through battles, and knew what it meant.
What's going on? What happened to White Sands City? Is there a riot? Gather. Tang Chao's cold voice, layered with killing intent, came up. He looked at White Sands City emotionlessly. Master is still in the city.
Xia Yuan and Aya looked at each other, a bad premonition birthing in their minds.
Xia Yuan asked hesitatingly, Master, are we going to send out sentries to gather information?
Aya nodded her head. She agreed that Xia Yuan's method was through experience and wisdom. Now that the situation in White Sands City was unclear, for two armies to suddenly barge in would lead to an unknown result.
White Sands City was not any small continent. Rashly intervening was courting disaster. Xia Yuan's swift army was just a quasi-silver grade army, while Aya's pink skull was just an army for hire. With their strength, to barge into the seemingly huge whirlpool would devastate them.
Even any silver grade armies would not dare to rush in at such a time.
Tang Chou stared at Xia Yuan emotionlessly. You want to disobey me?
Xia Yuan was quick-witted. He knew that his own hesitance had caused Master Tang Chou to become unhappy. The trust between them was still weak, and if he were to hesitate at such a time, it would only be sending Swift Army's future down the drain. Xia Yuan immediately knew that he had made a grave mistake. The Swift Army had already pledged their loyalty to Master Meng Nan, and in some sense, the Swift Army no longer belonged to him, and not only that, he and the Swift Army already belonged to Master Meng Nan. My excessive personal feelings will prove to be detrimental to my soldiers. This subordinate knows he's wrong. Xia Yuan immediately admitted his mistake, and immediately sprinted to gather his army.
The expression on Aya's face changed. In the next moment, she clenched her teeth. Yes.
Tang Chou remained expressionless, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his mind. It had only been a short time since they bought the two armies, so he naturally lacked confidence and trust in them. If the two of them were to reject his orders, he could not do anything. But he knew, if he showed any signs of hesitations or suspicions, he would not be able to command the two armies.
He raised his head and stared at the White Sands City that was enveloped with black smoke, his gaze becoming colder and colder. He did not care about Xia Yuan's worries. What was the White Sands continent to him?
If anyone provoked Tang Chou, even if he could not destroy White Sands City, he could at least pillage White Sands once. The Barak's bugle horn sounded out, killing intent soaring through the skies. Our target, White Sands City, move out in full speed. Tang Tian's travel was like sweet honey, although they had attracted countless of hunters, but when they saw Tang Tian, they would always reveal a trace of hesitation and fear. But very quickly, that trace of hesitation and fear were quickly replaced by greed and craziness. They pounced like a pack of wolves. Very quickly, the group started to have injuries, mainly on the bodyguards of the Ling family and eldest young noble. Eldest young noble's face was ashen, and only by looking at the demonic mounts by Tang Tian's side would a trace of fervent flash past his eyes. His bodyguards were strong on any ordinary days, they were sturdy with powerful techniques, while the demonic mounts beside Tang Tian looked ordinary. Some of them were old, and in no way look as elite as his own bodyguards. Nothing could prove better than a real better. His bodyguards had already sustained injuries, and 20% of them were incapable of fighting. But the group of old men never sustained any injuries. After scrutinizing their fights, he was even more surprised. The group of old men were all efficient and ruthless, and extremely familiar with each other. Their advancement, withdrawal, alternations, tilts, were all calmly executed in the midst of the chaos, breaking down their enemies. It was a delightful scene watching them, as though they were doing some sort of art. They never fought with their enemies alone, or clashed head-on with the opponents. They just acted as if they were black liquid metal that kept changing, only protecting Tang Tian. The bodyguards continued to take care of the injured enemies. In times of war, everyone would just focus on killing. Everywhere they passed, corpses littered the streets and blood covered the walls and floors. At this time, flying in the sky was not a good idea. Suddenly, Tang Tian stopped. Noticing his abrupt movement, the demonic mounts immediately became extremely cautious.
Compared to them, the reaction of the bodyguards were slower. Get them to come back. Tang Tian stared at the empty road ahead and said without turning back.
Ling Xia seemed to have understood something, her expression becoming dark. She immediately ordered the bodyguards to come back. They returned in puzzlement.
Protect eldest young noble. With that said, Tang Tian walked forward, and at the other end of the street, a group of people appeared. Tang Tian immediately recognized them. The few people at the front were the group of people that he and Shursin had met at the mercenary center. Qing Continent's tyrannical mounts.
Tang Tian called their name, causing eldest young noble, Ling Xia, and their bodyguards' faces to change. The prestige of Qing Continent's tyrannical mounts was like the noon sun. They were currently the strongest elites.
But the demonic mounts beside Tang Tian all suddenly released cold killing intent.
The current demonic mounts were not just a group of old men anymore, all of them releasing extremely terrifying killing intent, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, glistening with extremely cold sharp auras. This was an opponent that was of the same grade as them. Oh no, the underworld continent's demonic mounts had declined for a long time, while the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts are currently the strongest under the heavens. Around 100 of the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts walked along the street, gradually closing in, an unspeakable pressure surging towards them. The faces of Ling Xia and the other people changed. It was just 100 people, but their aura was actually so overbearing.
Qing continent's tyrannical mounts, too tyrannical. The leader, short-haired man, walked out and bowed towards Tang Tian and spoke neither servilely nor overbearingly. We greet Mr. Meng Nan. I am Tang. Master's bearing and manner from the last time we met was difficult to forget. I have no enmity with Master, or do I want to form any grievances with you. Could Master give me some face?
So long as you do not interfere, we are willing to present you with a warship, and with the warship, we will present you with 100 elites of the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts. Ling Xia and eldest young noble's face flushed white. Any ordinary warship would cost over 10 billion, but the even more precious thing were the 100 Qing continent's tyrannical mounts. Following their prestige, they were a faction that was hard to obtain.
A warship could be bought, but a tyrannical mount could not. 100 of them, that would truly cost a lot.
Eldest young noble laughed bitterly. It seems that this is my final point, but he was actually very calm. The enemy's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even their initial offer was something that he could never even offer. Compared to that, the promise he had given Tang Tian was too cheaply priced and shameful. The other party was willing to give Tang Tian face, and the 200 Qing continent's tyrannical mounts had the ability to bring them all down. Ling Xia's face was as white as paper. She herself could not think of a reason for Meng Nan to reject that offer. I'm sorry, I have already promised to protect eldest young noble. When he said that, it caused eldest young noble and Ling Xia to become stupefied. They even thought they had heard wrongly. Sang never thought that Tang Tian would reject him. He was stumped for a moment, then said, if Master is not satisfied with the conditions, we can still discuss about it.
Tang Tian shook his head. There is no need to discuss anything.
Sang stared at Tang Tian blankly. Is his brain broken? He had never thought that Tang Tian would reject him, and furthermore it was an instant rejection.
Since Mr. Meng Nan wishes to be pulled into the currents, then apologies for the offense.
Sang said emotionlessly, his eyes becoming cold.
This was his second time being overwhelmed, the last time being Meng Nan making such a big hurrah at the banquet.
That was also the reason why he was willing to submit to Tang Tian. Tang Tian was a powerful martial artist. Even if they obtained victory, the cost for it would not be small. But that did not mean that he was afraid of Meng Nan. In the current generation, the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts had already stepped up the food chain and was the king. With 200 of them, he had the confidence of defeating Meng Nan. Since they could not afford to retreat, they would have to pay the price. As long as they win, they would be willing to pay anything.
Retreat! Tang Tian commanded the demonic mounts. Lang and the rest looked at Tang Tian in shock. Master. Retreat! Tang Tian snorted.
Lang and the rest stared at Qing continent's tyrannical mounts with unwillingness in their eyes, and slowly retreated. The boiling fighting intent in Tang Tian's chest did not dissipate. Lang and the demonic mounts were the true elite soldiers. They were Shursen's future demonic mount barracks backbone officers, and it would not be worth it if they died in the struggle.
Without Shursen, the demonic mount's strength was greatly cut.
30 underworld continents' demonic mounts, facing 200 Qing continents' tyrannical mounts who had their general with them, they had no chance of winning. Such a sacrifice has no meaning.
Furthermore,
Tang Tian stared at the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts, his blood boiling.
The Qing continent's tyrannical mounts are powerful enemies, ones that I don't meet often. The stronger the enemies, the more ruthless the battles to polish this young lad to become even stronger. Godlike young lad, this was destined to be your battle. After perspiring for days and nights, isn't it to prepare for the enemies like the ones you are facing right now? A voice seemed to be screaming in Tang Tian's mind, defeat them, defeat them. Excitement, unprecedented excitement. There was nothing else more exciting than an enemy stronger than himself. Qing continent's tyrannical mounts, he. The wind blew on his face, but it did not calm him at all, but instead fanned the fire. The flames in his chest suddenly became even bigger, burning his entire body. The Qing continent's tyrannical mounts ahead moved. When they stood still, they were like unmovable mountains, and when they moved, they were like thunder. 200 figures moved together, glowing with light aura, forming into one like raging flames, spewing in great quantities as they resonated with each other. The airflow around them became rapid, and trembling sounds came out as the ground started to shake, causing the floor, houses, and streets to tremble. It was as though a thunder was exploding out right above them, causing the earth to tremble. The thunderous might released a pressure like a natai, causing everyone's face to change. Only Tang Tian's face held an unspeakable calmness. Countless of fireflies appeared out of nowhere, and in the blink of an eye they had covered the entire street, smoke pervading and scattering across the whole street. Under the light of the fireflies, it had a sense of tranquility and gentleness. Come, let's fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, Heavenly Green Tyrannical Spear. Chapter 629, Heavenly Green Tyrannical Spear. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. If you want to embrace the world, you cannot forget the stars. The red fireflies brought about a strange sense of berserk tranquility that pervaded everywhere. The houses along the street started to form holes, and quickly, the densely packed holes made them look like beehives. If one placed himself in the sea of red, he would find himself becoming lost and absorbed. Inside the vast expanse, the young lad's concealed persistent face reflected the fireflies and sea of light aura. His body moved as in a line as straight as a spear, his serene eyes seemed to be able to see through the boundless sea. Countless of fireflies surged forth, the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts charged with lightning speed, shaking the ground beneath them. The structures that were already covered with holes, all started to crumble. The spewing light aura caused the fireflies to be unable to inch forward. It was like a wild beast going against a big tide, both not moving an inch. It was just one assault, but the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts let Tang Tian know that they had the ability to shake the world, and their tyrannical name did not come from nothing. Every single tyrannical mount's method of combusting energy was extremely tyrannical, and what was even scarier was that even in their reckless combustion, their energy synchronization were matchless. The surging blazing light aura transformed into a light green color. It was Qing continent's tyrannical mount's unique heavenly green flames. Ah Seng, who was most commonly seen smiling and extremely calm, was at the moment spewing fire from his eyes. His most intense green flame was being followed by the other green flames, at his beck and call. His body was arched like a bow, taking strides towards Tang Tian. His empty hand were like a vortex, the green light was frantically surging towards his palm. Sigh, the congealed energy flowed and released a sound that was like a blade cutting across water. The green light of his team suddenly darkened. The dark green light spear, with its tyrannical chi, swept across everything like a shockwave. Pa pa pa. The surrounding fireflies started to erupt like fireworks. The heavenly green tyrannical spear grew to a length of 10 m. Tang Tian stood behind his fireflies, his eyes suddenly erupting with a cold glint. The fearsome chi in front of him suddenly churned irregularly, the fierce chi suddenly became reserved. In the blink of an eye, all the hair on Tang Tian's body stood stiff. The firefly expanse that was in front of him became like an ancient fierce beast, quietly crouching down. An intense sense of danger and death chi surrounded Tang Tian, and the instinct to live kicked in, causing Tang Tian to completely forget about thinking and allow his intuition to take over. His legs widened, lowering his waist, the gray null flames silently growing. Null flames suddenly started to revolve extremely quickly. The fireflies floating all around entered the null flames, and very quickly, the gray null flames started to corrode the fireflies. More and more fireflies started to be attracted, and if looking down from a bird's eye view, the entire fire clouds were surging towards Tang Tian's location, as though there was a huge pit there. Countless fireflies formed into a pretty flame. The flame enveloped Tang Tian's fist, like a spiraling vortex. It spiraled at an extremely fast speed. The long flaming tail that trailed behind extended to a distance of 20 m. It was a spectacular sight, just like the long flaming tail of a phoenix. And amidst this beautiful flames was mixed with an almost undetectable gray mark. Spiraling energy. Using spiraling energy, he had merged the null flame and the firefly expanse into a killing technique. If it was any other saint, to be at the same realm, they would give up on a low-level technique like spiraling energy. But to Tang Tian, he never cared about whether the technique was profound or shallow, he only cared if they were suitable or not.
Maybe it was a habit formed by training in fundamental martial techniques for so many years. Completely different from him, Jing Hao represented a different Tao path. What he chased was the understanding of the heaven and earth. He chased for the most basic laws of the world.
Countless of fireflies formed into a red flow of flames, spiraling around and spewing out unstably.
A green light spear struck the middle of the fireflies heavily all of a sudden. There was no sound, no whistling through the air. It was completely silent, like a green wild beast stealthily pouncing on its prey, all of its aura completely kept in. Ah Sang's heavenly green tyrannical spear came from his attainments from the perfection of the fire. There was no energy that leaked out, showing his perfect control.
Tang Tian's eyes constricted to the size of a needle.
But his face did not change in the slightest. The countless battles had refined his state of mind to become extremely tough, and his competitive nature made him filled with fighting intent, like the flaming tail that fluttered recklessly. He was clearly in the air, but it looked as if he was stepping on some surface, power flowing from his legs to his waist, moving upwards. Tang Tian's body was like a stiff whip, his fist being the whip's tip. When the power reached his fist, it suddenly broke out like a powerful current. There were no fancy moves, it was a simple and plain punch. When he released it, a formless ripple exploded out. The ripple distorted the air. The might of the fist was something that caused even the space to tremble. The transparent ripple formed a thin layer of membrane, enveloping Tang Tian's fist in red flames. Every time the long flaming tail moved, hidden chi would be quietly released, and the fireflies would become sluggish. The green light spear clashed head-on with Tang Tian's fist. The reserved chi inside the heavenly green tyrannical spear suddenly erupted.
Bang!
Dazzling light exploded in front of Tang Tian like a wild beast that had stealthily approached its prey, and at the last moment exploded forth with its sharp teeth and claws, a cunning yet effective method. From the tail of the spear, there were consecutive explosions, and every explosion would increase its power by a level. When the spear had exploded, the power of the spear had reached its maximum, the moss green light containing a tyrannical chi like a heavy hammer smashing straight into Tang Tian. Ah Sang revealed a sneer. Without personally experiencing the power of the heavenly green tyrannical spear, no one was capable of knowing its true power. Meng Nan had taken it head-on, and from the looks of it, it was practically the same as throwing his life away. The heavenly green flames were by itself overpowering, like a ruthless beast, and after using a unique technique, it was congealed into the heavenly green spear. Like a net that trapped a group of beasts, preventing them from moving, and when the net had been destroyed, the group of beasts would become even more agitated. Furthermore, after every successive explosion from the spear, there would be even more combustions. This was the true power of the heavenly green tyrannical spear. Its overbearingness and ferocity was unstoppable. Any head-on clash would only reaffirm its prestige. But just at that moment, the sneer on his mouth suddenly froze. The heavenly green tyrannical spear's might was far stronger than what Tang Tian had imagined. The sudden increase in offense caused Tang Tian to feel as if he was facing a horde of fierce beasts. Under the immense pressure, Tang Tian's state of mind was actually extremely calm, and he roared. Break! The red spiraling flames around Tang Tian's fist started to have an inconceivable change. Like a red umbrella, it started to open up. The long flaming tail opened up, forming a red screen. The green light entered the flaming screen, which started to entangle like a red cloth, covering up the ball of green light. The ball of green light looked like it was about to explode. When the gray threads inside the flame started to brighten, like a gray net, they tightly suppressed the ball of green light. But the power of the heavenly green tyrannical spear that was wrapped with Tang Tian's flames continued to strike Tang Tian. Not good. Tang Tian realized that he was still underestimating the power of the heavenly green tyrannical spear. It instantly struck onto his body, and in that panic, he ignored everything and retracted his right fist, and then slammed out with his left palm. Bang! He blocked the flames, and borrowing the momentum, his right hand turned from a fist to a palm and grabbed onto the ball of flames. The gray-threaded fire screen's energy rippled out, causing Tang Tian's face to change as he started to perspire in cold sweat. Light came from energy undulation. Tang Tian knew that if the ball exploded, he would definitely cease to exist. The gray-threaded fire screen was quickly weakening due to the heavenly green tyrannical spear's oppression, and furthermore, after his punch, he had no more strength in him. Just as he had consumed all of his remaining strength, he had not recovered any. Damn it! Tang Tian was unable to deal with the cold feeling that was raising from his spine. He was like a cat that got shocked from its tail being stepped on, his senses stretched taut. The fire-threaded fire screen quickly subsided. The energy undulation inside started to grow more berserk. It was as though Tang Tian was hugging onto a bomb which could explode at any time. Ah! He unconsciously roared, giving his all to activate any remaining strength left in him. The initially relaxed muscles were tensed up once again. Strength, I need more strength. Tang Tian had never felt this way before. Being so close to death, he felt as if he could see the face of the death god. Pa. Crackling sounds came out from inside Tang Tian's body, like frying beans. Tang Tian felt that every inch of his muscles, bones and tendons were all exploding.
Every explosion would bring forth a warm flow.
The consecutive exploding sounds caused a gush of warmth to envelop Tang Tian's body.
Tang Tian felt like a desert that finally met rain, frantically absorbing the warm flow. Strength. My body is filled with strength.
Tang Tian did not know where the strength came from, but how could he care about it at the moment? He used all of his strength and slowly pushed the bomb. Bang bang bang, his legs were frantically kicking, one after another. The vacuum plates beneath his feet were shattered at a very high speed. He was like a rampaging bull, using all of his strength to push the bomb forward. Tang Tian continued to increase his speed. After pushing for a few meters, he gathered the remaining of his strength and pushed it towards the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts.
The bomb entered the firefly expanse.
The heavily green tyrannical spear did not explode, causing Ah Sang to be surprised, but what made him calm down was that the pressure on the heavenly green tyrannical spear was greatly weakening. He did not have much strength left as the spear had consumed almost all of his energy.
Meng Nan was truly too fierce.
The volume of the fire clouds had grown to an astonishing rate. It was why Ah Sang was more willing to pay Meng Nan off, hoping that he would retreat from the battle. But it was a pity that his plan to bribe had failed, and upon knowing that he had to face Meng Nan, Ah Sang displayed extremely decisiveness. Facing a powerful martial artist like Meng Nan, he knew that he would not be given mercy. Especially when the fire clouds started to appear, the terrifying scene made Ah Sang release his strongest technique without hesitation. The longer one stayed inside the fire clouds, the worse it was for them. Gong Chen's life was proof.
One thrust of the spear, we only have this chance.
Ah Sang had utmost confidence in his spear. He firmly believed that even the fierce Meng Nan could not defeat the heavenly green tyrannical spear, but he never expected that Tang Tian could actually suppress it, causing his face to turn gloomy. Tang Tian's roar came out from inside the firefly expanse. Ah Sang's face turned even uglier. He felt that the heavenly green tyrannical spear was heading towards them.
Move.
Before Ah Sang's words had finished, in his vision, a regiment of flames flew out of the firefly expanse. His pupils dilated, his face turned as white as paper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 630, He Ying's Wild Dreams. Chapter 630, He Ying's Wild Dreams. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. When will Suo Bai come back?
Beside He Ying stood a pale white skinny man with a gloomy expression on his face. If Lei Erfu was present, he would definitely be able to hear that the person who was speaking was the same mysterious man in the shadows. But a pity, Lei Erfu was dead.
Come back? He Ying laughed out loud. He still wants to come back? Suo Bai was always against me, how can I give him that chance?
He has talent, but a pity his temper is bad. I will just kill him to save time. You must also do something to the Fifth Army. The skinny tall man said indifferently. In the end, you're the one who understands me. All these are just the minor parlor tricks. He Ying sneered. Ling Xia, that brat, she is too soft. I only gave her some sand to play with, and she thinks she wants to reorganize them. I wonder how long that will take, but she has no chance. This time, I do not plan to let the Ling family alive. Standing beside He Ying, Zhao Yian's heart trembled.
When solving problems, dig at the roots. What you're doing is right. The skinny man nodded his head. What about Meng Nan?
He is an external variable, you must pay attention to him, but...
Pay attention?
He Ying's eyes turned dark. I have prepared a large gift for him. 200 Qing continent's tyrannical elites, and the general is Ah Sang.
Humph, I don't believe I cannot take him down. Qing continent's tyrannical mounts?
The skinny man was surprised. The elites of Qing continent's tyrannical mount. He Ying corrected, and said with a bit of pain, I have spent a large sum of money to be able to get them to come here. I hid them inside the mercenary center. Humph, the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts are not the underworld continent's demonic mounts.
That fellow is dead for sure.
Zhao Yan, who stood by the side, remained quiet, but a look of pity flashed past his eyes. Meng Nan was strong, a martial artist that was hard to come by, but they were currently in the generation where armies dominated, and strong martial artists were unable to win wars. Even for Tang Tian, in front of the elite Qing continent's tyrannical mounts, he had no way to outshine and beat them.
That explains your confidence.
The tall and skinny man nodded his head, a look of admiration flashed past his eyes. You do things cautiously and well, it seems that you have improved greatly through the years. 200 Qing continent's tyrannical mounts, with General Ah Sang who was a prominent leader. That power was not something that any martial artist could contend with.
I cannot just let all of your investments turn to nothing.
He Ying said somewhat arrogantly.
That's good. The tall and skinny man expressed satisfaction. Bang! Suddenly, in the distance, a dazzling light aura shot up into the sky.
A loud explosion caused the entire White Sands city to tremble. He Ying was caught in a surprise, but he immediately laughed. Ha ha ha. Heavenly green tyrannical spear.
Qing Continent's tyrannical mounts heavenly green tyrannical spear. What about that? Isn't it a beauty? With that power, which elite would dare to stop me?
Heavenly green tyrannical spear. The skinny tall man's face changed, his eyes gazing towards the light aura that was dimming down. The energy undulation possessed a tremendous might, causing even his mind to be moved. Heavenly green tyrannical spear was the tyrannical mount's most famous killing technique. Its reputation was known worldwide. Only after finally witnessing it, did he know that it was truly worthy of its reputation? He was suddenly moved. If I could bring that technique into my own continent, wouldn't that be? From the start, he had always aimed for the top. All the consummate techniques of the other continents were unworthy to him, but at the moment, he was feeling excited. Xiao Yian's face was pale white. The terrifying energy undulation, even if it was him fighting against it, his bones would melt into nothing as well. What a pity, he was feeling remorseful for the loss of an expert. After Suabai dies, lend me the pirates for a while. The tall and skinny man said. He Ying frowned. I don't know why you guys are afraid of those families. I have investigated them a few times, and did not find out anything interesting about them. The tall skinny man's eyes turned cold when he heard that. You investigated them? He Ying was not afraid, and sneered. I have to know what am I getting myself into. If I am not careful, I could be caught in a trap. The tall skinny man's eyes turned extremely cold, his face revealing a mocking look. It isn't always a good thing to be too clever. No one is irreplaceable. Don't forget, we are the ones who brought you up, and naturally can bring you down as well. But He Ying's face turned slightly ugly, and laughed out loud. You're too anxious. Such a small matter, there's no problem. After Suabai is removed, I will withdraw the 3rd and 4th army. That way, the pirates can enter and get rid of those families. It'll be to your discretion if they are to live or die. But this can only happen after Suabai is definitely dead. If not, if those 2 armies disappear and Suabai comes back, we are in deep trouble. The tall skinny man's expression calmed down, and he nodded. At the moment, our collaboration is going well. I hope that this can continue. When this is all over, the White Sands continent will be yours. Hearing that last sentence, a fervent of passion flashed past He Ying's eyes. He laughed. Rest easy. Now let us go take a look at the beautiful Miss Qin you ran. Her overbearing beauty really puts everyone to shame. The tall skinny man also revealed a style, especially with all the other giveaways. Giveaways? He Ying laughed happily. I like that. But all those giveaways are priceless treasures. Your plan is truly too miraculous. The result is spectacular. Ha, with all those other important ladies in hand, I do not believe anyone would dare to go against me. That is the charm of Miss Yuran. The tall skinny man chuckled, but from now on, she belongs to you. If you do not like her, I believe that you can use her to get anyone, only that person must be a man, Maybe some women as well. He Ying laughed sinisterly, but I will definitely not give her away. To lie with such a beauty and have the world in my hands, that is the life. The tall skinny man laughed. That's right. He Ying was high-spirited. Let's go. It is extremely chaotic right now. We must protect those beauties and prevent them from being harassed. The tall skinny man praised. I like this righteousness of yours. The 2 of them laughed. Tang Tian sat down on the ground, his whole body covered in mud. His entire body felt soft, as if all the air had been drained out from him. At the end of the street, there was a humongous pit that was over 1 kilometer in diameter, dense smoke rising in spirals. Within the range of 5 kilometers, all of the buildings were transformed into dust. From a bird's eye view, the large pit in the ground was a ghastly sight. Thinking about what had just happened, Tang Tian still had lingering fear inside of him. It was extremely dangerous. If he was a second late, he would most probably be caught and buried in the terrifying explosion. Although he had escaped the instant he threw the bomb, but the aftermath of the explosion had instantly flung him out over 300 m. The other people were nowhere as well, scattered all over on the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood. Even eldest young noble was bleeding from his mouth and nose. For the sake of protecting him, 2 bodyguards had used the energy barrier to block the incoming explosion, resulting in one of them dying, but they managed to save his life. After the calamity, everyone were grieving. Right in the center of the explosion, the tyrannical mounts were completely wiped out, not even leaving a trace of them. Everyone struggled to stand up, all of them feeling giddy and dizzy. Just at that moment, the sound of flying at a speed that broke the sound barrier came up, causing Tang Tian and everyone else's face to change. At the moment, all of them were completely powerless, and even a small group of hoodlums would be enough to kill them.
When Tang Tian looked at the people incoming properly, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was Tang Chou. When Tang Chou saw Tang Tian's terrible state, he was frightened. "Master, what happened?" "We met with 200 Qing continent's tyrannical mounts."
Tang Tian rubbed his cheeks, his smile appeared to be more miserable than happy. They were truly fearsome.
"Lucky that this young lad's luck is good. Oh my, come support me."
Qing continent's tyrannical mounts, Xia Yuan and Aya's face changed. They looked at each other, both of them able to see the shock in each other's eyes.
Aya could not resist but ask, "Master, did all of you wipe out the 200 tyrannical mounts?" "Master did it single-handedly."
Ling, who was equally injured, snorted. The general of the tyrannical mount elites was Sang. He was completely and utterly convinced and revered Tang Tian. Even if Tang Tian ordered him to die, he would do so without hesitation. He alone actually wiped out the 200 Qing continent tyrannical mounts led by Sang. That monstrous strength was completely unheard of. It was as if Xie Yuan and Aya were struck with a curse. Both of them became completely still. To be hailed as elites were definitely not something easily earned. To be hailed as the elite of the elites, naturally the Qing continent tyrannical mounts were at an even higher level. And the General Sang was a famed general, and was definitely a true warrior.
Godlike young lad is just that powerful, oh my.
Tang Tian, who had a pleased look on his face, pulled his injury, causing him to whine and take in cold air. Xia Yuan and Aya were completely stupefied, but Tang Chou was already used to Tang Tian's ways. He asked, "Master, where do we go now?"
Tang Tian thought for a moment. "Let's go, we are going to Su Ji Worldwide Commerce to activate our warship, and go home."
Ling Xia and eldest young noble's face changed. Eldest young noble immediately said, "Mr. Meng Nan, our established agreement."
"There's no problem."
Tang Tian said as a matter of factly, "I said to ensure your safety, but we did not specify it to be within the White Sands continent." Eldest young noble and Ling Xia were stunned.
"And, what do you guys have in White Sand continent?"
Tang Tian became serious. "You guys have no cards left to play, and are incapable of fighting the enemies. Also, do not even think of using my 2 armies, they have not completed their training yet. But at Ying's side, they have 3 silver-grade armies." Eldest young noble was at a loss. Every single word Meng Nan said were like swords that pierced his heart. But he knew that Meng Nan was right. A figure carefully flew over the astonishing huge pit, and when he got over, he saw a mass of people huddled at one side. His face changed. Suddenly, he noticed Tang Tian that was within the group and instantly became joyous, and ran over clumsily.
"Master Meng! Master Meng! Quickly save young miss! I beg you, quickly save young miss!" Tang Tian was startled.
He turned and saw that it was Qin Yuran's bodyguard, a bad omen suddenly falling into his mind. Is Yuran in danger? But
damn it!
His face immediately darkened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 631, Man of Steel, Li Ran. Chapter 631, Man of Steel, Li Ran. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Hold the position, there are 3 more incoming.
I Xiang, stay there, leave the right flank to Shaolin. Li Ran dragged his somewhat lame leg back and forth. He had sustained an injury on his right leg in battle when he was young, which he did not receive treatment on in time, thus leaving his right leg crippled. Losing his ability to fight, Li Ran was forced out of the army, left to wander in the streets until Qin Yuran saved him. Qin Yuran had joke about it, that they both had the name Ran in their names, so how could she leave him be? Li Ran shouted loudly, his face that was covered in sweat and mud, which usually had no expression, was actually radiating with a peculiar light. In truth, many of the bodyguards disliked Li Ran. In a world where the strong was respected, how could a cripple obtain respect? But the young miss was persistent, and although Li Ran could not personally lead in battles, but his skills in day-to-day management was good, and after long, no one said anything about him. In everyone's heart, Li Ran was just a logistics officer, to aid and improve everyone's daily life.
Until now.
Seeing Li Ran drag his lame leg running up and down and shouting with his coarse voice, continuously giving orders, made people feel some respect for him. After being in the family for so long, everyone knew of Li Ran's leg. As long as he stood for a long period of time on his right leg, there would be a piercing pain, and in an even more serious case, it would swell. Li Ran's leg was swollen like a carrot, the arteries and veins looked like earthworms. It was a horrid sight. He ignored the pain, and continued to limp around. The gazes that everyone gave Li Ran were filled with respect.
Strength would earn fear, but bravery and faith could win respect. He truly is giving his all.
Everyone only had that thought, no one had any refute towards Li Ran's commands. Such a man of steel was worth fighting for. But after the continuous waves of enemies coming in, everyone started to respect Li Ran even more. The rumors were that Li Ran was a true officer of an army, but Li Ran had never spoken about it, so everyone treated it as a hearsay. But now, everyone realized that it was not just some rumor.
Li Ran's orders possessed movement artistry.
Although Qin Yu Ran was not a rich tyrant, but she was famous, enough for her to live amply, and the bodyguards by her side were rather strong as well. Many of them were bestowed to her by the continent lords that she had performed for before, and thus they were not weak. They knew what was what. After a few bouts, they realized that the enemies that were attacking the Moon Manor did not pose too much of a threat, and only left behind a huge pile of corpses. Their losses were extremely heavy.
Li Ran was powerful.
This conclusion surprised many people, but more so of Joy. After traveling for so many years, all of them had their ample experience, and they knew that what they were experiencing was not easy.
An expert tactician overseeing things was more useful than anything else.
Although each of their personal strengths were not weak, they came from all sorts of places, and were more proficient in individual battles. Facing such a scale of defense and protection, they were not that experienced. With their belief in Li Ran, they became more stable. At the moment, Li Ran was also testing on letting the bodyguards and servants to do more, and started to make simple plans. He remained calm, giving everyone a sort of calm sense. Everyone believed that the outcome rested in Li Ran's hands. In truth, Li Ran's heart was not as calm as what he was portraying. Instead, he was extremely worried and anxious. The assault was continuously growing stronger. It started with a group of 3 to 5 thieves or bandits, but as it went on, it became a small-scale mercenary team. The Moon Manor was not suited to be guarded, as its land was too big and open. And as it was inside White Sand City, so its construction did not have any thought for defense, giving Li Ran huge trouble. Without any defensive layout, and a group of different and wandering soldiers, adding an officer that was crippled and unable to battle, Li Ran laughed bitterly. Such odds, to be able to fight to where they were, it was considered good.
Why isn't Master Meng Nan here yet?
Li Ran's only hope was that Master Meng Nan would arrive quickly, so he could stop. He had completely lost feeling in his entire right leg, but it's good, at least I don't feel the pain. Suddenly, small black dots appeared in the sky. Li Ran's state of mind was roused. He immediately shouted, "Prepare for incoming enemy." All of the bodyguards became roused as they prepared for the enemies. But when they landed in formation, the manor flew into an uproar. In the center was a person that everyone recognized. He was the man with the most power in White Sands continent, 2nd Army Commander Hiang. Hiang arrogantly waved his hand, when one of the captains rushed out and shouted, "From now on, the defense of this location will be handled by the 2nd Army.
Everyone, disarm yourselves. If anyone disobeys, you will be killed on the spot."
Li Ran's face turned pale. He suddenly realized that Hiang was the true enemy. He had initially thought that the movement were just a few bandits or pirates, but he then realized that all the chaos and mess was for a reason. Everything was planned by a hand in the shadows, and that was most probably Hiang.
Bang bang bang, weapons started to fall. All of the servants and bodyguards were ecstatic. "That's great.
Master, he is here. We are all safe.
We are saved." Qin Yu Ran's bodyguards looked at each other, then looked at Li Ran.
Li Ran's throat was dry, but he knew they were at the crossroad of life or death. He thought about the wives and ladies in the manor, but then thought about the young miss. Hiang would definitely not let the young miss go. If she were to land in Hiang's demonic arms, she would only become his plaything.
No.
Li Ran became agitated. He would never agree to that. All of the fear were immediately flung to the back of his head. This crap of a body was saved by young miss. I will die than let anything happen to her. After being agitated, Li Ran calmed himself. He retrieved the saber from his waist. It was a simple saber. He raised it high like a flag.
"Everyone, touch your hearts. How does young miss treat us daily?
She groomed the army. It is for this day. I have received the grace of young miss, and it is time to repay the grace. Anyone who dares to plot against young miss will have to step over our dead bodies." The faces of the bodyguards gradually turned serious, all of them revealing resilience. They were all old veterans with experience, and upon seeing the situation, they knew that the day would be unkind.
"Fuck, those pigheads, they dare to do anything to young miss?"
Headley is right. We all know how young miss treats us. Our lives for young miss, it is worth it. Hearing all the bodyguards spewing anger and unkind words, Ying's face darkened. The main force of the 2nd Army was not by his side. They were the vanguard unit.
But, against these fishes, the vanguard unit is more than enough. "Xiaoan, I will leave this to you. Kill everyone," Ying said indifferently.
The skinny tall man revealed a look of mockery in his eyes, causing Ying to become enraged, and his will to kill soar.
As for the affection of the beauty, would that affect him?
Ying did not care.
Xiao Yan's mind shivered, but he replied, "Yes."
With that, he leaped gently and soared into the air. His speed was not fast nor slow, but but in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the formation, and unsheathed his sword in midair, his radiance spewing across the whole place. All the bodyguards brandished their weapons with roars, and unleashed their light barriers. The light that Xiao Yan released was not dazzling, but upon touching the light barriers, it was like a sharp knife slicing tofu. Chi, a few heads flew in the sky, and blood spewed out. The entire process took a breath, and Xiao Yan's movements were free and easy without a trace of flames or chi. It was a pleasing sight. Li Ran's face changed. The silver-winged swordsman Xiao Yan was someone he knew. He had seen Xiao Yan performed many times while following Qin Ran, but to be personally facing it as an enemy, he could feel the difference, the immense pressure on him instead. The incoming pressure that could not be dodged made people feel despair. The delightful sword techniques mercilessly took lives. Any attempts to defend against the ordinary sword aura were sliced through. But they had no way out. Blood surged into Li Ran's face. He had lost all of his bargaining chips, and was about to engage in a futile struggle. Ah Xiang, concentrate on guarding young miss. Shaolin, use. Chi. Ah Xiang and Shaolin's heads flew into the sky, blood spewed, painting a scene behind their falling bodies. At that moment, he so badly wished that his own men were a trained and seasoned army. He wished that he was back in his youth, able to depend on himself to turn the tides of battle. He was old, crippled, and about to die. Li Ran's eyes turned red. He roared, "Formation! Circle! If I am to die, then I'll die." The bodyguards surrounded Li Ran in the center. Li Ran's eyes were covered with a layer of blood. He was like a wolf, an old wolf on the brink of death. As expected of the silver-winged swordsman, he is powerful. The skinny tall man praised. He Ying revealed a pleased look. He is indeed good, and rare that he is obedient. You should know, all the experts these days have bad tempers. The tall skinny man nodded. That is true. Wait till I become White Sands Continent Lord, I will control all of them. He Ying said happily. Li Ran did not say a word. He stared intently at Xiao Yan's graceful yet fatal moves that took lives. Xiao Yan's sword gracefully danced around the circle formation. Every time it moved, it would take away a few lives. Li Ran licked his lips, his heart quietly calculating. Xiao Yan continued to move. When Li Ran suddenly spoke softly, "Later when I say a name, everyone will rush towards that position to attack, do not hold back." The remaining people were extremely tensed. What remained were less than 20 people. At this point of time, everyone knew that they would not live, so they became extremely vicious, since it was their last attack. Li Ran stared intently at Xiao Yan's floating figure. Xiao Yan's movements were extremely crafty, but Li Ran had a lot of battle experience, and knew about habits. Habits would often reveal themselves in battle, especially when there were no pressure, where the ones holding advantage would frequently reveal more of their habits. And with him using names as a position locator, it was an ingenious method. They were all familiar with each other, but Xiao Yan did not know them. Xiao Yan moved left and right, his movements difficult to predict. After images formed one after another, reflecting in the eyes of the weary. Li Ran suddenly bellowed, "Dong Bo!" The bodyguards who were long ready, without any hesitation, gathered all of their energy and struck out. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly dilated. The extremely chaotic light aura surged right in front of him like a multicolored wall. Shit! The opponents actually predicted and saw through his movements. He was not in time to defend, and could only put strength to draw his sword. The sword auras continuously released 7 to 8 rays of light auras, before failing to do any more. Xiao Yan's body lit up with a light barrier. He extended his left palm and moaned. His body flew out over 60 m. He landed on the ground. His hair had become messy. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of blood. He stared intently at the cunning group. He could not believe that he was hurt by them. The bodyguards were celebrating crazily. It was their first time becoming a threat to Xiao Yan. But Li Ran's eyes flashed with a look of disappointment. He knew they had no more chance left. Suddenly, his body shook, his eyes staring straight behind He Ying. A black group of figure were rushing towards them like a black tide. That is. Rumble rumble. The ground was shaking, the houses were shaking, the air was shaking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632, Tactic Number 5. Chapter 632, Tactic Number 5. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. He Ying stared at the black tide in shock. Where did that army come from? How can there be an army inside White Sand City that I do not know of? He Ying started to panic. It was the first time that he was experiencing a sense of losing control. Who are you? He Ying bellowed. This is the Second Army's land. Trespassers will be persecuted. The vanguard unit beside him finally reacted, all of them facing the incoming enemy. Xiao Yan no longer cared about Li Ran and his unit, and floated to stand beside He Ying. Tang Chou looked at Tang Tian. He was not clear on the situation, and did not know if the He Ying was Tang Tian's friend or foe.
Tang Tian, who was long pissed with Ying, waved his hand. Enemy.
Enemy, that definition, to Tang Chou, meant that there were no place for discussion.
To Tang Chou, enemies only had one ending, that was extermination. Confirming their position, Tang Chou immediately went into character.
His eyes blazed, his entire body releasing a cold killing intent. He became extremely focused. He looked around, everything before him became clear as day. The vanguard unit's cautious posture, Xiao Yi and sword. He immediately judged that they were a group of standalone fighters. He had studied Bing's report on the Sacred Saint Galaxy Army meticulously, and knew that the small units had a specific name, vanguard units. Tang Chou, who was specialized in analyzing, had already started planning out right from the start after reading the reports, on how to deal with the Sacred Saint Galaxy armies.
So how could he forget about the vanguard units? Skull Regiment, Tactic Number 5.
Tang Chou said without hesitation. Pink Skull's name was completely ridiculous and disgraceful to a rigid and stubborn military general like Tang Chou. Even the name Skull Regiment, to Tang Chou, was equally obnoxious. How was it like a proper army? But Aya did not back away from that point. It was the group that her ancestors had created. If they were to completely change the name to something else, she will never accept it. This truth proved that when women were dead set on something, even famed generals could not do anything.
Hearing Tactic Number 5, Aya's heart tensed.
This tactic was formed from Pink Skull's spring loop blade tactic. Tang Chou had reinvented its plan with an extreme parameter. Tian, there was a Tactic Number 5 before in the old army back in Heaven's Road, but I suspect that they have different tactics with numbers to each army. Because of this tactic, the entire army had suffered.
In the past, Aya had always been proud with the Pink Skull's training.
One must know, the majority of the armies for hire trained relatively less, but on the contrary, for Pink Skull to be able to span through 3 generations, it was due to them being persistent with maintaining a harsh regime of training. Every employer praised their trainings, and many of them even praised that the Pink Skull's training was even more outstanding compared to the true armies.
Aya had always thought so too, until she met Tang Chou. The damn training. It was the first time she hated training so badly. It was not only her, every single person in the Pink Skull all felt that they had entered the lowest level of hell. So training can actually be so fearsome. If not for the Swift Army's training being equally demanding and harsh, Aya would have thought that Tang Chou had some hatred with Pink Skull. Either Pink Skull had offended an extremely powerful character, and thus their situation was so bleak. Otherwise. But Aya and the rest still persisted. Tactic Number 5. As though it was instinctive, all the soldiers of the Skull Regiment loosened up like springs and rushed forward. The sudden change shocked everyone. In that shock, Ying could not help but sneer. The task of the Second Army's captain was not obtained by connections. His standard of leading and commanding was outstanding. So upon seeing the messy movement, he started to laugh. So they were just paper tigers star. Tian, paper tigers means to look strong but are actually weak.
Any movement of an army needed close attention, how they moved, how they collaborated, the energy synchronization, etc., but most importantly, the general. The general was the backbone and in control of every movement of the army. It was apparent that the army in front of them, the woman, did not have any intuition as a general. No proper coordination could be a pretense, but if the general did not know what they were doing, that would simply make the army cannon fodder.
Cannon fodder, dot.
Ying sneered, although his vanguard unit did not have the numbers, but they were all experts. Their fighting ability was not inferior to a real army. Handling such cannon fodder was the same as chopping vegetables.
Kill them.
Ying roared, causing the entire vanguard unit to become extremely excited, and they roared as they pounced towards their enemy.
The enemy was truly cannon fodder. When both parties were about to clash, they actually retreated. So weak.
Ying could not help but mock. His vanguard unit were all fierce and powerful individuals. It would be fine if the enemy did not retreat, but once they did, those fearsome soldiers would immediately become even more fired up. As expected, the vanguard unit's morale was greatly boosted, as though they were on drugs. Their eyes were fixated on the enemy as though they could already smell blood. Aya clenched her teeth tightly, her face revealing a smear of red. She was leading the team to retreat anxiously. She had only then realized, the movements that the tactic training encompassed, was always about running. She was ashamed and angry. She wanted to break out in a rage. It was the first time in her war history that she would drop her head to run. From her grandfather to her father, they had always thought her to be brave as a soldier, to lead her soldiers by the front. If they were to know that I am actually leading in an escape, would they crawl out of their coffins in anger? This is too humiliating. Tears kept rolling in Aya's eyes. She had always been at the forefront to fight and kill. That lunatic, to actually transform the spring loop blade into something so messy. Regardless of how ashamed she felt, the training for the past few days had been deeply engraved in her mind. Her group was the most important part of the formation tactic, and she was the nucleus of the group. That's right, she was now just the nucleus of the group. The lunatic said that she was not a qualified general, and that almost incited the mutiny of the Skull unit. Aya had led the Pink Skull for so many years, and everyone trusted her. Although Aya was angered by it, but she stopped the rest. Because she noticed that the Skull unit did not have a general, and she thought that the lunatic was blindlessly controlling them. But they were in a problematic situation, and did not have the leeway to be fussy.
She was counting down the seconds. 4, 5, 7, 8. Now. Break, turn, close the formation.
The 100 of them did the same movement at the same time. Everyone's pace had halted at the same time, the entire process being very natural. Aya raised her head and looked at the sinister smiles on the enemy faces. At that moment, everyone's energy synchronization was complete. The congealed energy barrier surged forth from their formation, protecting them in the center. From their view, the enemies were pouncing towards them, their weapons brandishing out long tails of light, while Aya controlled her group's energy. There was one thing she had to admit: the lunatic made sense. Although she could control the entire Skull unit, but her control ability was not considered good. But under the situation of 100 men, she could do it well.
Bang bang bang.
The opponent's attack struck on their energy barrier like a tide. The energy barrier rippled out intensely. Everyone could feel a pain in their chest as the energy in their bodies were affected. The attack was intense, far stronger than what Aya anticipated, causing her to be shocked.
Experts. They are all experts.
Every one of their attack were tyrannical and fearsome. She had never met with such experts in her life. Aya bitterly persevered, using all of her strength to control all the energy, although the ripple on the energy barrier was powerful, but it did not break the barrier. In the midst of the explosion, the energy barrier transmitted an intense attack that caused her to go numb. She was shocked. The enemies were unstoppable, and out of every 2 persons was a silver grade expert. She did not understand why there were so many experts. It was too horrifying.
They were enemies that they could handle. After the shock, Aya's heart was overwhelmed with despair.
All the members beside her were flushed red from their neck up. All of them were putting out all their strength. After about 10 seconds, the protection barrier would shatter.
Are we going to die here?
Aya, who was being completely suppressed, did not notice that there were 2 other smaller teams that were sweeping across and merging their attacks. They had completed the encirclement. The 2 small teams were like 2 extremely sharp blades that suddenly appeared in the center and slashed the vanguard unit by their waist.
Following that, 6 other small groups swept forward once again at an oblique angle. In just 10 seconds, the vanguard unit was completely dismembered.
Aya only regained her senses after another 10 seconds, because the attack on the protection barrier had lessened tremendously. With her renewed life, Aya immediately raised her head.
Assessing the situation caused her to be taken aback. There were already many enemy bodies on the floor.
Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the enemy started to pounce on Aya again. Aya was prepared to welcome the enemy, when a small team suddenly struck again, sweeping out from among the enemies.
Another 2 of the enemies were bleeding on the floor. The lucky survivors immediately started to retreat. Leader, don't be dazed. Triangle Eye shouted, and continued to sprint along while with the small team.
Aya was invigorated. At this time her task was not to be caught in a daze, but to complete a small roundabout and enter the fray to complete the assault. Tang Xiao's black face appeared in Aya's mind. She immediately trembled and shouted in panic, "Go!
Damn it! When this ends, I will definitely be punished with more training."
Ying stared at the battlefield in shock. The continuous dismemberment and cutting down of the vanguard unit shook him. The opponents were like a swift knife. All of their blades were extremely accurate, like precise mechanisms without emotions. The unstoppable vanguard unit were at the moment unable to put up any resistance. Their proud individual strength could not be displayed at all. Ying knew why they were unable to display their strength. The opponent had maintained an advantage in terms of strength right from the start. Their formation was extremely flexible, accurate, and fast like mechanical cutters. Even when the vanguard unit was left with 3 to 5 men, the opponents were still engaging with their movements, slicing them down, without any pauses, like a perfect robot mechanism.
The stiff battle tactic caused Ying's entire body to turn cold.
He finally understood why the opponent did not have the aura of a general, because the formation did not even need one.
How can there be such a weird tactic in this world?
It was not only Ying whose body had turned cold. Everyone who were watching could feel the shiver crawling up their spine. They felt as if they were watching a gigantic meat dicer, continuously slicing and slicing emotionlessly, no mercy, tediously, dryly, without any enthusiasm. Outside the Moon Manor, the shouts lessened, the wails and howls gradually stopped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 633, The Reveal. Chapter 633, The Reveal. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Who?
Aya gasped for breath. The continuous assaults and killings had consumed every bit of her physical strength. Compared to training, the consumption during a real war was 30% more. Blood and body parts flew everywhere. In that situation, it was extremely difficult to maintain focus. She was not the only one to be affected, everyone else was also seemingly affected, as their synchronization frequency had dropped greatly. If this happened during training, Tang would scold, curse and berate them, and even punish them with even more training. The people around her were also gasping for breath desperately, and some were even bending down with their hands on their knees. The entire skull unit was panting. It was their first time to use such a tactic in battle, but in truth, there was no need for such huge consumption, they had too many flaws. But quickly, they stopped panting, no one cared about it anymore, all of them stared at the scene before them. They had even forgotten about their fatigue. The empty circle area within them was completely drenched with blood and pieces of body parts, and not a single person alive. In the dead silence, suddenly, someone started to retch. Very quickly, it caused a chain reaction. Many people started to become uncomfortable and all started to vomit. Aya's face was as pale as paper, the breath and blood in her chest started to surge, but she resisted the urge to retch. She had been through so many battles and killed countless of people, but the scene before her was something that actually made her uncomfortable. Is this war? Aya was still in shock, but soon enough she regained her senses. She suddenly realized that the most important truth was that they had obliterated the vanguard unit of the Second Army. Impossible. The shocked expression stuck on her face. The pink skull was known and famous in the circle of armies for hire, as they were widely praised by employers, but she knew of Pink Skull's strength. They could be able to contend against a bronze grade army, but facing a silver grade army, they never stood a chance in winning, even if it was just their vanguard unit. Looking from this aspect, the Swift Army's potential was larger, because Xieyuan built up the army using the regime and system of a real army from the start. Although Aya never conceded, but she was extremely sharp. When Tang invested more time into Skull Unit, Aya initially did not understand, but she knew it was a good thing. Although the lunatic was crazy, but he was definitely a famed general grade. His time was much more precious than all of the armies for hire's time added all together. He would not waste his time to torture them, it was just training that looked like torture. The lunatic must definitely have used the Skull Unit to be test subjects and found something that would be more plausible for a famed general. No matter how many ideas he has, he never tells us what they are for. No matter how bitter the training is, I will complete the training. Since we are lab rats, then we will do what lab rats do. Aya had her own philosophy to survive, and that was the philosophy of armies for hire. She actually believed that the Skull Unit's position was lower than Swift Army. But after going through the battle, she still had not grasped and understood the situation, but from it she knew that her guesses and thoughts were not accurate. Tang was one of those who acted extremely calm, but in truth, he truly was calm, and never feigned it. Ever since he saw the tactic that Skull Unit was proficient in, Tang immediately knew that he could use Skull Unit in a completely different way from the Swift Army. The Swift Army was a regular army, they wielded weapons and could engage in large-scale battles. But the Skull Unit was unorthodox, and were skilled in small-scale coordinations, and even more proficient in protection, disruption and pursuit, which is naturally prepared to be used in cities. There were many limitations inside cities, with many structures floating in the sky, an army would have difficulty maneuvering, and that was where the Skull Unit could perform. But Skull Unit's own tactics were too naive and shallow, and being exploratory, Tang made a brand new tactic for them. But Tang had never touched such tactics before, and thus needed more probings. But it seemed that the result had proven itself. Tang who was watching the outcome, was satisfied. The vanguard unit was powerful, but it was a pity that they were not coordinated. They had truly wasted a good help, and thus Tang felt slightly dejected. With regards to the victory, Tang was not very joyous. As their opponent was not a famed general, they were never a threat to them. What's more, Tang thought that the enemy was not strong enough. In the entire process, the vanguard unit did not form a pressure strong enough for the Skull Unit. In other words, Tang felt that the enemy was too weak, and that the victory was nothing more than a test to prove whether or not his tactic had passed. Tang was one who had set his goal to surpass Master Bing, so how could he let such a small victory make him feel happy? Tang expression remained cold, as though it was not them who won but the enemies. Xieyuan, occupy the manor and begin defense. Xieyuan trembled but complied. The Swift Army surged in like a tide and occupied the streets. If we were to say that Skull Unit Circuitous Alternates tactic was dazzling, then the Swift Army portrayed a totally different sense of aura.
The awe-inspiring formation caused people's hair to stand. Whoosh whoosh.
Other than the sounds of the armors clanking with their movements, there were no other sounds, as though the army was like a silent beast. All of their footwork were in unison, as though they were one person. Such solemn strictness was a show of their immense power. He Ying's face turned as white as paper. He looked at the army in terror. He did not dare believe that White Sands continent would actually have such an elite army. In the distance, the Bai uncle and nephew were dumbstruck. Bai Yu sighed lightly. I still don't know, recommending Xieyuan to them is right or wrong. In just a few days, the Swift army has become an entirely new army.
Even I cannot do something like that.
Bai Xiao was equally speechless. In his eyes, Meng Nan was becoming increasingly more mysterious. In the past, he respected the strength that Meng Nan displayed, and that also made him become extremely motivated. At that time, the two of them were on equal grounds, as Bai Xiao had confidence in his own talents. He also felt that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to surpass Meng Nan. But as time passed, he would always realize that the distance between Meng Nan and him kept becoming bigger and bigger. Meng Nan was a perverse man that kept on improving at an extremely fast pace. And then, with Tang Chao's appearance, it revealed the tip of Meng Nan's background. This tip of the iceberg was enough to shock everyone. But when he personally witnessed the battle, when he saw how the Swift army and the Pink Skull shredded their mortal bodies into some heavenly army, in which even Ying, the man with the most authority in White Sands continent, became completely suppressed, he immediately understood the distance that was pulled far once again. Will such perverts always make people feel despair? Bai Xiao laughed bitterly in his mind. With less competitiveness, his state of mind also relaxed greatly. He laughed bitterly. At least he is still our friend, and not our enemy. The words buried Bai Yu's shock. He nodded his head. That's right.
It is fortunate that he is our friend and not an enemy. Whoever wants to provoke him would definitely not rest and eat in peace. This time, He Ying is the unlucky one. Xiao Yian's gaze swept across the Swift army soldiers in front of him, his mind trembling. He supported Master He Ying's arm, and could clearly feel the tremble from his master. He was extremely shocked, although Master's temper was not good, but he was extremely good at running his armed forces. The Swift army soldiers did not even look at them and rushed past them like a tide and surrounded the manor. Xiao Yan squinted his eyes. When the last soldier passed them, Xiao Yan was ecstatic. A chance. He grabbed onto Master He Ying's arm tightly, and with a roar, he soared into the sky. With that sudden movement, no one was able to block him. Stop him! Ling Xia was the first to react as she screamed. The silver-winged swordsman was someone with absolute strength. His sword blade swayed. Zheng zheng zhang. Cloudless of silver sword appeared on his back as wings. His speed increased greatly, like a silver light arc that swooped through the sky. Xieyuan also reacted. His expression changed as he bellowed, "Kill! Kill!" Although the shouts of kill was very sudden, but due to their long trainings, it still displayed a powerful might. All of the soldiers instinctively activated their energy, light auras suddenly lighting up. Xiao Yian's face became ugly. All of the hairs on his body was erected. He was locked down. Damn it! A clear crisp cry. A silver light shot out from the formation, shooting out like a vigorous arrow. In the silver light was a transparent Swift. At that moment, Xiao Yan had a profound admiration for the Swift. The unprecedented danger enveloped him. Inside the small Swift's body held an extremely terrifying energy. The Swift's wings were like scissors, both suddenly igniting with a silver flame. The Swift's speed increased exponentially. Xiao Yan emitted an aura of a dead man. Just to escape, he had used all the energy that he had. But the speed of the Swift was much faster than his silver wings. The distance between the two closed in. I'm finished. Xiao Yan knew that he was dead, when suddenly, a blurred figure appeared between him and the Swift. It was the tall and skinny man. I command, let there be light. The deep and severe voice resonated out towards the entire White Sand City. A warm light shield appeared in front of the Swift. The Swift clashed with the light shield, but there were no explosions. The light shield and Swift popped like bubbles quietly, and dissipated. The tall skinny man spat out a mouthful of blood and was flung back, but caught by Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. Everyone's faces became extremely ugly. If He Ying escaped, the circumstances would turn instantly. Especially for Ling Xia and eldest young noble, seeing the cooked duck fly away, they became extremely vexed. Why did you not capture him? Do you know if you let him go, eldest young noble could not resist and shouted in question? Shut your mouth. Tang Cho snorted. He looked at eldest young noble unkindly. Eldest young noble was surprised. It was as though a bucket of cold water had flushed down on him, causing his heart to turn cold, and instantly reminding him that Meng Nan was not one to be provoked. Tang Cho retracted his gaze. He ignored eldest young noble. He did not recognize He Ying, and his main task was to pick Qin Yu ran up.
And he believed that Master never bothered about Hiying. He looked at Tang Tian. It was not only him, the rest also looked at Tang Tian. But when they saw Tang Tian's expression, they were overwhelmed with shock. They had never seen Tang Tian's face being so dark and terrible.
Tang Tian clenched his teeth and growled, "Honorable Marshal Group." As expected. Tang Chao's eyes lit up in flames. Finally, has it truly begun?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 634, finally, it has begun. Chapter 634, finally, it has begun. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Success! We have finally succeeded.
Old Man Fei was beyond joy. The Blood Meridian's laboratory was in a fanatical joy. Some of the odd-tempered old men were seated on the ground, laughing foolishly, and even more were hugging each other, either crying, laughing, or jumping. The Blood Meridian's laboratory had always spent a large amount of wealth, but had never truly made any substantial successful results. Compared to them, the Mechanic Laboratory had already become the backbone of Ursa Major Constellation.
Inside the core department of Ursa Major Constellation, the Blood Meridian's laboratory always had little say. If not for Tang Tian's support, the funds for the Blood Meridian's laboratory would have been cut again and again.
The entire Blood Meridian's laboratory was under immense pressure, but now they had finally researched out the most important results. That's right, this most important result would become the greatest success for Ursa Major Constellation.
Spirit Light Eggs. In the current system of Ursa Major Constellation, spirit generals were extremely important and could not be lacked.
The entire war and fighting systems of Ursa Major Constellation were built by Bing and Tang Chou, who were the most core and important members of Ursa Major Constellation.
As spirit generals, upon being injured, they would not be able to receive treatment, and to Ursa Major Constellation, it was the biggest threat.
But the Master had discovered a mystical light egg. It accumulated rich spirit origins, and spirit origins could treat spirits. They had thus called these light eggs as spirit light eggs, and for the entire period, they started to engage in a large-scale research and study on it. Very quickly, they realized that although the spirit light eggs could heal and treat spirit wounds, but the spirit origin contained inside each spirit light eggs was too little.
And when the egg matures, the spirit origin would disappear.
At once, the Blood Meridian's laboratory started to look for a method to groom the spirit light eggs. This process was extremely bumpy. A creature that they had never seen before, but not difficult to groom.
But after taking care of them for a period of time, they realized that the black worms were not ovulating.
To look for a method to make the black worms ovulate, Old Man Fei became extremely fierce. All of them took a few black worms and used different methods to experiment. It was fortunate that the life force of the black worms were extremely tough, and there were no worries of torturing them to death. Everyone tried their own ways, but there were no prominent results. Until one day, when Lady Mu accidentally sprayed her perfume onto the black worms, resulting in the black worm ovulating on the second day. Everyone then saw a glimmer of hope. They deconstructed the composition of the perfume and very quickly found the most efficient way. In the end, everyone quickly realized that the light eggs spawned from these black worms did not have spirit origin, causing everyone to feel despair.
Could it be that artificially bred light worms could not produce light eggs with spirit origins? But they did not give up.
They clenched their teeth and continued. After a lot of persistence and hard work, they finally found the reason. After the 6th day of laying the eggs, they had to use shattered spirits to nourish the eggs from the 7th to maximum 12th day, leading to the formation of spirit origins. After that, they found another way to stimulate the black worms to lay more eggs. It was their first large-scale grooming of spirit light eggs, and when the rows of light eggs started to release a dim light that flooded the room, which was an indicator for the spirit origins, all of them became extremely ecstatic. When everyone finished celebrating, Old Man Fei stood up and clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention, and the room gradually calmed down.
Old Man Fei spoke loudly. Does everyone still remember what Master Bing said? Everyone was stumped for a while. I remember it, the big ice coffin. Someone suddenly shouted. With that reminder, everyone started to remember. That's right. The big ice coffin. If I remember correctly, he used to be Master Bing's old comrade. I wonder what Bing's comrade looks like. Revive him. Someone shouted. Revive him. Many more people repeated. Will we destroy him? Some asked. Impossible, the spirit origins is harmless towards spirit generals.
Immediately, another person refuted. Furthermore, it was Master Bing who said it himself.
This answer dispelled all doubts. Go, bring out the ice coffin. Everyone immediately took action. To be able to revive Screw, Bing had specially left the ice coffin inside the Blood Meridian's laboratory.
When everyone opened the freezer, they saw Screw still inside the ice coffin muttering words as though he was in spasming. They all calmed down.
Everyone had heard of Screw's story.
But, when they faced Screw directly, the shock they received was much greater. Especially when they heard him screaming the words Southern Cross Army, advance. That resonated in the entire lab, everyone's eyes turned red.
No, we must definitely save him.
Lady Mu wiped the tears off her face and spoke. Such a warrior was worthy of their respect.
That's right. We must definitely help him recover to the fullest.
That was everyone's thoughts. They all looked at each other, and could see the earnesty and determination in their eyes.
I will be responsible for the spirit origins tests. Someone raised their hand and shouted.
I'll take charge for the shattered spirits tests.
Another person raised his hand and shouted.
I will take charge of constructing the plans.
Someone else shouted. I will follow up with the medicine.
I will be responsible for strengthening the light eggs. One after another, their hands were raised, making them look like a forest of hands. Emotions surged in their hearts, all of their faces were filled with determination and willpower. Their respective tasks were quickly delegated, and the true strength of the Blood Meridian's laboratory were utilized.
For Screw. Someone shouted. For Screw. Everyone else shouted back in unison.
Inside the ice coffin, Screw's body shuddered, as though inside the insanity of 10,000 years, he heard someone calling his name.
Old Man Fei's heart was trembling with excitement. Finally, it has begun.
Under the gray sky, the tall building behind them gradually got further. The entire building had changed beyond recognition, the big door had disappeared without a trace, even the frame of the windows were forcefully taken apart, the entire building was swept clean to the point that not even a piece of paper remained.
Xiaoran was filled with disdain. I never expected you to be such a person. You did not even let go of those broken things. It seems like the Southern Cross Army is that rude. I bet all of you used to do all the petty things.
Xian was not ashamed of it, but instead extremely proud, as he spoke with please, Xiaoran, although your breasts are huge, but when talking about foresight, you need to look up to me.
The door is an extremely good thing. After so many years, it did not even rust.
I tried to cut in, but there were no trace of my blade at all.
Such a good thing, how can I leave it there, but... Then what about the window frames? You pulled them out as well. If not for young Miss stopping you, I bet you will even take down the bricks. Xiaoran said with disdain. It is not a good habit to waste things, Xian coughed lightly, and then changed the subject immediately. Young Miss and Xiaoran, both of you think I am like that for nothing? Think about it, who am I doing this for? Who? Xiaoran looked at Xian suspiciously. Xian immediately patted his chest. Of course for you, Xiaoran. Xiaoran immediately lifted up her huge zanbato, and sneered, do you think Great Aunt Me is so easily taken advantage of? Taste my blade. When Xian saw the cold glint of the zanbato, his expression changed. Hold up. I have something here. With that, he immediately threw out the object. Bang, it struck the ground and caused the dust and sand to be riled up. Obviously it was the big door that he had taken down. Xiaoran's face was extremely cold. So it turns out that you're trying to make sport of me? The zanbato flashed down, and the blade tip was pointed straight at Xian's nose. Xian stared at the blade tip, his entire body became stiff, he raised his hand, and said, you can give me 10 times my guts, I will never dare to make sport of the beautiful and intellectual Xiaoran. Xiaoran's eyes flashed with a light, although her face was gloomy, but the cold intent had lessened by a great deal. Xian relaxed, and immediately said, I have spent a great amount of effort to change this big door, to make it suitable for Xiaoran. Look, this big door cannot be harmed by blade or swords, isn't it an absolute shield? Although it is slightly too big and heavy, but to Xiaoran, will it be a problem? It definitely won't. The color on Xiaoran's face became better, she felt that Xian was reasonable, the big door was truly a good shield. It was just that dragging the big door to fight would make her somewhat embarrassed. Xiaoran, you are now only able to unleash half of your true strength. You come from the Ophiuchus army, without a shield, that's all you can do. If you have this indestructible shield, then you are like a tiger with wings, and can better protect young Miss. Better protect young Miss, these words shook Xiaoran, she hesitated for a while, and then walked over to grab the large door. The heavy metal door seemed weightless in Xiaoran's hands. Xian swallowed his saliva with difficulty, just to pull out the large door, he had spent a tremendous lot of strength, and naturally knew how heavy the door was, but in Xiaoran's hand, it seemed that it was weightless. But he knew it was not the time to be in a daze, he spoke with a natural glib tongue, take a look, I have specially added a handle at the back. Although it is rather squarish, but they are rare. See this big shield, it is truly born to belong to Xiaoran Yu, big breasts with a big shield, Kiki.
Xiaoran lifted the metal door. It truly felt good to the hand, and she immediately adored it, but upon seeing the line of words on the door, she asked, "What do we do about the words?"
"We leave it there." Xian said without hesitation, "We must leave it there."
Think about it, the owner of this door is the creator of spirit cards. This is an extremely major and important character, but even he has to be respectful to Haina Fan Sente.
A legend. That is a true legend.
This big door, oh no, this square shield, is a legendary treasure. Haina Fan Sente is also an archaic grandmaster, so I even thought of a name for the shield, called Archaic Immortal. This name sounds so imposing, with the air of an aristocratic family, it will naturally be our family's treasure.
Our home? Xiaoran's face darkened. Xian laughed out loud. "Aha, the barracks is my home, so we are one big family." Oh no, you're really hitting me. I gave you a treasure and you're still hitting me.
If I don't test the might of this square shield, wouldn't I waste your hard work?
Xiaoran smiled.
Beautifully, revealing her dimples, the square shield in her hands danced with the wind.
Damn it. I surrender. Heroine, spare me.
I have already surrendered, but you are still hitting me. It is for your own good, to prepare you for a real battle.
What are you doing? Kneeling down upon losing? My knees hurt. A man's kneel is worth golds. How can you have no backbone?
I have misjudged you. With backbone comes more beatings.
Without a backbone calls for even more beating.
Hearing the wailing and chase, Chen Hui, who was at the front thinking and calculating, could not help but smile. 3 days later, they arrived at a ravine. Walking to the end of the ravine, a crack of blue light was revealed.
The seal has already loosened. Once we open this, we can get out.
The young lady's face was filled with determination. She stared at the light crack and muttered to herself.
Finally, it has begun.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 635, Bing's Plans. Chapter 635, Bing's Plans. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Bu Zifei never ever thought that he would be someone else's captive.
Only after 3 days did he finally come back to his senses, trapped in his fear.
Are they going to kill me? Or torture me?
When he was truly in such a situation, he realized that he was not as brave as he thought himself to be.
Master wants to see you.
The soldier that was responsible for watching over him opened the door. The eye-piercing sunlight flooded the room and shone on his face. He became somewhat uncomfortable after being trapped in the room for the past few days. But at the moment, the fear in him gradually disappeared, and a tranquil calmness filled him.
Have they finally made their judgment? He was feeling extremely calm.
He was not unhappy about the loss, for the opponent was far stronger than him. Disregarding all the strangeness, in terms of individual strength, he had lost the initiative advantage right from the start. And what followed on after that, was that they landed in the opponent's arrangements. The opponent's general displayed extremely refined and high-level commanding abilities, far more than him. He was completely convinced of his loss. He was also brimming with curiosity to the mysterious general. Especially when he heard that the general was a spirit dyad, he became even more curious. When Bu Zifei saw Bing, he was truly surprised, a spirit dyad that smoked. Bing did not seem to notice. He puffed out smoke rings and said casually, "Please sit. I wonder how has Mr. Bu been for the past few days?"
"Not bad," Bu Zifei said calmly, "although I had to adapt." "What does Mr. Bu have for your future plans?" Bing puffed another smoke ring and asked casually. Bu Zifei's heart trembled. He knew that the time to determine his fate had arrived. He could die, he could live, even though he had gradually calmed down for the past few days, but the thought made him afraid. He steadied himself. The defeated general does not have the authority to choose. "It seems that Mr. Bu, you did not think about it much." Bing thought for a moment. "I wonder if I have the fortune of engaging Mr. Bu to take up the job of being my officer?" Bu Zifei heaved a sigh of relief in his mind. "Seems that my life will be kept." But straight after, a surge of complicated emotions surged. "I will actually be the assistant of a spirit dyad," he laughed. It had always been spirit dyads being assistants to humans, but I might not be the first to be an assistant to one, but I am definitely the first as a silver-gray general to be an assistant. The pair of eyes behind the smoke seemed to be able to see into Bu Zifei's thoughts. Bing said indifferently, "Since time immemorial, the loser will submit to the winner. I defeated you, I am stronger than you, is it not right and proper that you be served me?" Bu Zifei's mind shook, and a bright light seemed to envelop his mind. "That's right, I was defeated by him. What does the arrogance and boasts mean anymore?" Upon thinking clearly, his eyes became clear. This subordinate is willing. Upon saying that, he felt his entire body relax.
as though he felt an indescribable anticipation for the future. He was extremely curious about everything inside the stronghold. The strange fortification of strongholds, the strangely strong martial artists, and everything inside, everything was made to fruition under the hands of his superior. He had never heard of any spirit dyad that had freedom and responsibility.
You have made the right choice.
Bing said, your task now is to advise the rest to surrender.
Yes. Bu Zifei complied. Upon accepting the reality, he did not have any distracting thoughts. If they do not want to surrender, how should I handle them?
They have many people, and the majority of their families in vast star continent. If they do not surrender, lock them up. Oh, you can make them do some manual labor. Bing thought about it. Do not advise those with families to surrender yet. Wait for a while, then send people to vast star continent and bring their families over.
Bu Zifei hesitated for a while, then said, are we not preparing to guard against vast star continent's attack? They will not give up so easily, Yadat.
No, they will.
Bing scoffed. The news of vast star continent's 3 armies' decimation has already spread to the other continents.
Now what they should be worrying about is whether or not they can hold their ground, and not find trouble with us.
Oh no, what they should worry about is whether or not we will bring trouble to them.
Bu Zifei's heart trembled. He had planned for it long ago. He has clear-cut objectives, but the vast star continent doesn't. Another reason why we lost, but what made him feel shocked was that Bing had such confidence that they could beat the strong vast star continent.
Such a person was truly befitting a supernatural deity. Wait a minute. Did Master just say, bring trouble to vast star continent? Bu Zifei was somewhat shocked. Could it be that we have other armies? The precious Bright Village Regiment could only defend and definitely were unable to attack.
And with the 3 powerful martial artists that need the support of the stronghold, with their limited fighting ability, they would not be able to launch attacks. Bing smoked out a smoke ring, his eyes gleaming with a cold glint.
It is about time it began. Inside the blue world.
Song Didi looked at the war report and scratched his head with a weird face. He actually won.
Of course. Barbara said with pride, our legendary friend is definitely legendary. When we die, we will be legends too.
Song Didi seemed to be jolted out to his senses. He finally completely respected the general of Sword Forest Stronghold.
He was finally convinced by Barbara. The 2 of them thought of methods to gather up an army full of awakened blue dwarves.
The excited Barbara immediately sent a letter to Sword Forest Stronghold, and the return letter shocked the 2 of them. Bing rejected their proposal to send reinforcements, but even requested them to take the time wisely to train, and even gave them a mysterious order. To find the path to the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light and await orders there. When Song Didi received the order, he thought that the brains of the general of Sword Forest Stronghold was broken. Could it be that he thought he could rely on some village army to fight against a silver great army? Song Didi was a blue dwarf that had received the military education and knew the disparity between the human village armies and silver great armies. If not for him suggesting training for the blue dwarves, in the eyes of Song Didi, he would definitely think that the other party was ignorant and incompetent. The blue dwarves have short statures and had weak strength, and did not have any unique features with energy.
But they were extremely fast, and after training, their speed could become even faster.
They were good in throwing all sorts of spears and javelins accurately, and all of the strange type of spears and javelins produced by the blue world were powerful. Song Didi could see through it. The other party had referenced the human light cavalry, but he had to admit it was the best road for the blue dwarves to expand on.
Song Didi continued to train the unit according to Bing's suggestion.
In the blue world, there had never been such a training for any unit. The blue dwarves' war tactics were mediocre, and other than the tactic of numbers, there were nothing praiseworthy about them.
A brand new war tactic caused all the awakened blue dwarves to become excited. Their morale was sky high. What could be more exciting than being pioneers? Especially to the blue dwarves that awakened and rebelled.
Song Didi then realized that the Forest Sword Stronghold had long believed in themselves, and the task given to the blue dwarves was the harvest from the victory.
Army, gather, prepare to set out.
The first battle was about to begin, and Song Didi was excited. Yang Ziqing felt as though he was dreaming for the past few days. The war reports were like nightmares that came in one after another.
He never had thought that Bu Zifei's 7th Army would be defeated.
Sun Jie's defeat could be said that they were underestimating the enemy, but Bu Zifei was a cautious man, and to still be defeated, that was not something that could be explained with underestimating the enemy. Their opponents were powerful, far more powerful than what they had imagined.
What? The other continents have also received the information? Yang Ziqing's voice was trembling. Yes.
The subordinate swallowed his saliva and said, "We have sent out a few spies. Qin Continent, Flower Rock Continent, Li Continent and the Meng Continent have received news." Yang Ziqing felt as if he was struck in the brain by a punch, and was stunned. All of the continents reported were the neighboring continents of Vast Star Continent. He only composed himself after a long time. All of the continents had sent people out, meaning that they had received the information earlier than him. He had only received the war reports 3 days ago, and he realized the enemy had long prepared for this. They knew that they would win. The consecutive defeats of 2 Silver Great Army caused vast Star Continent to be placed in extreme danger. And when the other continents got wind of it, it was the start of a downturn. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in panic.
Yang Ziqing suddenly had a bad premonition. Is it more bad news?
Master, the pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light was ambushed by blue dwarves. The 22nd Army was severely injured.
Yang Ziqing's eyes darkened, he almost fell. After a moment, he regained his senses and asked, what happened? Why is there a blue tide all of a sudden?
The pontoon bridge also had blue dwarves, but on much smaller scale.
As long as they were few in numbers, the blue dwarves would become weak. That was also why the army sent to protect the pontoon bridge was an ordinary army. Reporting to Master, it was not a blue tide, there were only 1,000 blue dwarves.
But they were extremely cunning. They suddenly rushed out of the Sea of Light and threw their spears. The 22nd Army were not in time to defend and suffered huge losses.
After doing that, the blue dwarves disappeared.
Just at that moment, another subordinate rushed in panic. Master, not good.
The pontoon bridge in the Sea of Light was struck. There were 7 locations that were destroyed.
Immediately, Yang Ziqing felt that unstable. He forced himself to calm down. It was a calculated attack. His first thought was Sword Forest Stronghold. He could vaguely see the intricate web, an extremely invisible and large web. If everything was planned completely by the Sword Forest Stronghold.
Yang Ziqing shuddered.
He focused and said, I want to go to the Sword Forest Stronghold.
Everyone immediately flew into panic. Master, no. Master, it is a trap. Yang Ziqing calmed down, with a look of determination. I have to go.
He knew that the vast star continent was in the most dangerous crisis, and if the other continents were to confirm the loss of the vast star continent, then what awaited vast star continent would be the threats from the various continents. At that time, with the Sword Forest Stronghold behind them breathing cold air at his back, vast star continent would definitely fall.
Sword Forest Stronghold. Yang Ziqing muttered, a curious feeling throbbed in his eyes.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 636, Gold Street. Chapter 636, Gold Street. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Honorable Martial Group has finally appeared. What the tall skinny man used was spirit techniques, bringing forth the bearing of the Honorable Martial Group, although it was different, but Tang Tian still saw through it. Honorable Martial Continent, the tall skinny man was sent by the Honorable Martial Continent, who knew He Ying's backer would be the Honorable Martial Continent. Tang Tian thought about Charlie, who had not sent any news for the past few days. Thinking about the messy situation, even if Richard wanted to find them, it would not be easy.
He Ying will definitely make counterplans soon.
But Tang Tian also suspected, if the tall skinny man had caught wind of their backgrounds. Honorable Martial Continent and Temple definitely had a unique way of communication. Through the Temple, the Honorable Martial Continent could easily obtain information. But Tang Tian did not think much about it. To ponder on it was useless, and it would be better to think about the upcoming battles. Honorable Martial Continent's plans are unknown, but He Ying definitely will have no way of retreat. As long as he fails, he will be dead.
He Ying would not have any way out, so how would they have one?
Tang Tian's fighting intent was soaring. He never thought that he would come into contact with Honorable Martial Continent so soon. Tang Tian, who had entered his battle state, would become extremely cold, calm and sharp.
He was thinking extremely quickly.
What they would be facing would be He Ying's second army, a true Silver Great Army. Although the vanguard unit was destroyed and was a huge blow to the second army, but the vanguard units would only be considered a sharp weapon for the army, and not the true core. If they were to fight outside the city, with the Swift Army and Scully unit against the second army, they would have no chance at all. Ignoring the fact that the Scully unit had won beautifully, but the time that the Swift Army and Scully unit were in Tang Chao's hands was short. If it was before, He Ying would want them to leave as soon as possible. But now, He Ying would definitely not let them off. They were no longer in the passive situation. The lucky thing was the third and fourth armies were gone. If not, their situation would be even more severe. But there was no news of the first army, which was the variable. Tang Tian suddenly thought about it. Eldest young noble's visit was suggested by Suabai. That meant that Suabai had actually sensed something earlier on. If they escaped, it would instead give the second army the chance to destroy them. If they were to stand and defend, they would be able to make up for the disadvantage. If we are talking about defense, Master, this place is extremely unsuitable.
Tang Cho said directly.
He never placed silver great armies in his eyes. Given enough time, he believed that he could transform the two armies into silver great armies. But now, there was still a large gap, and that was the truth. Although he had given the order to set up defense, but after knowing that they were about to face off against a silver great army, he immediately voiced out.
We will go to Gold Street. Tang Tian, who was racking his brains, suddenly thought of something.
Bing was not by his side. Tang Cho was oblivious to White Sand City, so he had no choice but to be the one planning.
Gold Street?
Tang Cho did not know where it was, but eldest young noble and Ling Xia revealed looks of startlement.
Gold Street has many tall buildings, the terrain is extremely complicated and more beneficial for us.
Tang Tian, who was in his fighting state, seemed to have become an entirely different person. His sharp intuition and fighting experience enabled him to be able to take note of details he would not usually take note of. Following that, and in order to prevent break-ins and thefts, the shops has rather good defenses. If we just change them slightly, they will become extremely good defensive positions.
If that is the case, that is a good location. Tang Cho voiced out.
But those shops belongs to the Lord.
Ling Shua was hesitant.
But unexpectedly, it was eldest young noble who spoke. At this point in time, who cares about that? He was determined. After everything that had happened, he completely understood his situation. If not for Tang Tian's protection, he would have been killed by He Ying without any of his bones remaining.
What about them?
Ling Xia looked at the ladies inside Moon Manor. Upon hearing that, Qin Yu Ran, who had rushed over anxiously, spoke up. Big brother Meng, you must definitely save them. Tang Tian thought for a moment, and said, Ling Xia, go and talk to them. Those who are willing to leave with us can follow us, if not, leave them be.
I will give them 1 minute.
Ling Xia did not hesitate, although the ladies were burdens, but she knew of their worth. If they were to give up on them, they would most likely go to He Ying, which meant that their families would back He Ying up instead.
I will go with you. Qin Yu Ran said.
Very quickly, all of the ladies followed along. Qin Yu Ran's display of calmness and steadiness made everyone trust in them. More importantly, no one dared to stay. In such a chaotic situation, to separate from the big group would be death. Even the people who aligned themselves with He Ying did not dare to stay. Before He Ying arrived, all of the small hoodlums would most probably find them first. Tell them to follow the troops. Whoever drops out can just die. Tang Tian's cold tone caused Qin Yu Ran's heart to shudder. The big brother Meng who was in front of her was very foreign, or maybe this was the real big brother Meng. She knew that big brother Meng was not one to scare people. She quickly flew into the group of ladies and reminded them, encouraged them, and from time to time she would help them.
Tang Tian was surprised. Qin Yu Ran was performing much more outstanding compared to other men. But he quickly placed his attention on the incoming battle. He was using all the time to recover. If not for the battle with the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts that had completely exhausted him, He Ying would not have escaped. The following battle would be even more intense. For such a huge group of people to move, all of the small bandits that wanted to exploit any opportunities naturally made way. But they did not hide for long, for they believed that He Ying would arrive soon enough. The flourishing Gold Street was completely empty, leaving behind a cold and bleak street. Occasionally there would be a few people with malicious intents, but upon seeing the huge group of people, they were all so afraid they ran. The defense of the shops were extremely strong, but the owners had already escaped. With no one left to control the defense, it would only require 1 to 2 hours for thieves to break through, so facing any army, the defense would be much weaker. They clashed head-on into shops after shops. Suddenly, the door of the Suji Worldwide Commerce opened, revealing Su Jin. He immediately waved to Tang Tian, over here. Upon seeing Su Jin, Tang Tian became joyous and ran over. Su Jin coughed slightly. How can all of you barge into my shop? Our Suji Worldwide Commerce is an honest business. You can use everything here, but you must ensure the safety of my shop members. Our Suji Worldwide Commerce is not related to your battles. Tang Tian was startled. Isn't the shop still doing well? There doesn't even seem to be any cracks anywhere. Eldest young noble reacted the fastest. He immediately laughed out loud. Of course. Our grievances is with He Ying. We will only borrow your shop temporarily. It has no relation to the Suji Worldwide Commerce. Suji laughed, and then spoke to Tang Tian softly. You guys came at the right time. There are still a batch of things in the warehouse that were not sent out. There are good things in there. Oh right, your worship is here too. Tang Tian's face immediately became elated. Worship. How can we casually touch our customers' goods? Su Jin started to act upright and honest, and then said, everything has been installed. He then continued, the next door shop, the Sun family, and the Rong family opposite all have good things there. Their shelves might be empty, but every family definitely has a warehouse. With no time to move their things, there should still be things there. Be fast. Tang Cho looked at Aya, who happily sprinted out.
All of the bad things were what the Skull unit were proficient in. Aya was extremely excited, it was her first time to be able to outrightly steal and plunder. Tang brought Xiaoyu into the Suji Worldwide Commerce's warehouse. They wanted to check and see what could be used. When the warehouse opened, the luster and glossiness of mountains after mountains of weapons dazzled everyone. They were all dumbstruck. Tang Chao's eyes suddenly became so bright that no one could look at him. All the weapons could transform Gold Street into a fort. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the warship that was placed quietly in the corner. Lady Ro drank her tea quietly. I suspect that they come from Heaven's Road, the tall and skinny man said. Lady Ro just listened and did not speak. I want you to mobilize everyone. The tall and skinny man's expression turned cold. If they truly come from Heaven's Road, then they are the real threat. You do not have the authority. Lady Ro's voice was gentle and charming. Furthermore, you were just guessing. The tall skinny man was speechless. My task is to seize White Sands and cause chaos in the southern region. Lady Ro said gently, even if they come from Heaven's Road, what does that have to do with me? You. The tall and skinny man was enraged. You are too anxious. Lady Ro spoke casually, her beautiful face was composed, she continued to sip on her tea. So what if they come from Heaven's Road? These soldiers that cross the river are all lonely orphans. The differentiated southern region is a big power. With it in hand, all of those lonely orphans are just ants. That lonely orphan in the past, where is he now? The tall skinny man's heart trembled. He knew that he had lost the verbal conversation. He was still inferior to her. He took a deep breath. You're right. But you are linked to Ying. If he loses, then you lose too. You are right about that. Lady Ro chuckled and placed her cup down. That is why my men have already left. The tall skinny man heaved a sigh of relief. You could have said that earlier. Lady Ro said indifferently, I just want to remind you not to forget your mission. Those families are the real trouble. The tall skinny man nodded. I know the severity of the matter, but have you thought about what happens if Ying fails? Lady Ro suddenly asked. If Ying fails? How can he fail? The tall and skinny man was surprised. His face was of disbelief. Although they had just lost, but they still had Ying who had 3 silver great armies, and that was already an absolute advantage. How can we lose? I said if. Lady Ro chuckled, her bone-chilling voice was extremely intoxicating. If he loses, then let the pirates in. The tall and skinny man's heart shuddered, his face overwhelmed with shock. If we cannot obtain White Sands continent, then we will let it become a wreck. Lady Ro chuckled, with the multiple wars dispute, it will be enough. Looking at the beauty in front of him, the tall skinny man only felt his body turn cold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Sneak Attack. Chapter 637, Sneak Attack. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Go through there and make a path. Pay attention to not break the energy barrier, place a honeycomb sword cannon here, drag it out from the warehouse and construct the defense. Reinforce it. Reinforce it further. Xiaoyuan walked up and down and gave orders loudly, his face absent of any panic. He was not panicking at all, he was about to fight with a silver great army. Wasn't it what he had always wanted? Maybe when fighting outside cities, or maybe when commanding and leading in battles, Xiaoyuan was not He Ying's match. But in terms of laying an arrangement of defense, he had absolute confidence in himself. In school, his academics had obtained first place for 3 full years, and until now, all of his thesis papers remained to be case studies. With abundant resources and manpower, the complicated terrain, he had the perfect conditions. Come at me. The battle intent in Xiaoyuan's heart was soaring. He sprinted everywhere, not knowing what fatigue was, screaming and shouting. Tang Chou did not disturb him. Xiaoyuan's arrangement and formations were relatively outstanding and tight. There were a few places that he did not understand, or it was most likely the difference in systems. What made him feel even more praiseworthy was that Xiaoyuan did not show fear in the face of the huge battle, but instead was even more determined. That was an extremely hard to find quality, and was also one of the most important. It meant that Xiaoyuan had the qualities to become a famed general. Wars were irreversible, and there are many uncontrollable factors, and brave generals who led their armies were more likely to obtain fortune and good graces from others. And the leaders that had great morale during battle could also inspire others, causing them to be sharper, more determined, and braver. Such a quality was not one that could be obtained from practice, and had no relevance to self-cultivation or war tactics. Such leaders would be revered, trusted, and more reliable. In the last test, Xiaoyuan had displayed such qualities, but even more so of his tenacity. To have tenacity and bravery, and even have outstanding achievements, his future was bright. Tang Zhou did not step in. Xiaoyuan's talent and qualities were outstanding, but if he truly wanted to achieve the level of a famed general, he needed more polishing in real battles. And the incoming battle would undoubtedly be an extremely good place to polish himself. The people that Tang Zhou had to guide was the Skull unit. They had gathered a large amount of supplies. The supplies would last them for at least 2 weeks. But to Aya and the rest, the upcoming battle was a foreign land. Only genuine armies would engage in defense formation-related trainings. But Tang Zhou did not see it that way. The Skull unit were more proficient in small-scale coordinations. Upon entering the battle, it would become heated extremely quickly. At that time, the power of Skull unit would be displayed. Suddenly, intense fighting sounds could be heard from one of the shops.
Tang Zhou's gaze turned cold. Intruders. He quickly found the enemies. A few black figures that were extremely fast, bringing about afterimages, like ghosts, were infiltrating the formation. As they were in too close a proximity, the swift army soldiers did not know what to do. All of the black figures were extremely powerful, and a few soldiers had already fallen. Experts. Are they finally here?
Tang Tian was at the moment learning about the warship. He adored the warship, and the members of Skull unit who were the most proficient in controlling warships were pulled over by him. With Tang Zhou around, he was completely absolved of the worries for defense, as Tang Tian was blind in large-scale army wars.
A lady rushed over anxiously, with a look of worry. Mr. Meng, Miss Yuran is not feeling well, can you go take a look? Jean Yuran is not feeling well? Tang Tian was startled, then stood up. All right.
Tang Tian followed the lady. Suddenly, a sense of danger suddenly arose. This dangerous sensation was extremely sudden, without any omen, and it seemed to flicker in and out, but Tang Tian had been through 100 battles, and he trusted his own intuition more than anything else. In that moment, he secretly became cautious.
Mr. Meng, please follow me.
The lady who was ahead suddenly struck a pose. She turned and her body suddenly became indistinct. Tang Tian's eyes was dazzled. In that faded afterimage, a slender finger moved ever so slightly, bringing forth a white light halo. It was extremely faint without a hint of qi. That seemingly flickering sense of danger suddenly rose to its maximum, causing the hair on Tang Tian's body to erect. That slender and white finger accumulated a destructive energy. Without thinking, Tang Tian shot his right fist out, null flames whistling along with it.
Shie.
There were no intense explosions. Tang Tian only felt his fist in pain. The finger had easily broke through the null flames, causing Tang Tian's fist to bleed.
Tang Tian was shocked. Ever since he had learned the null flames, it seemed to be almost invincible. Its characteristic to destroy energy allowed the null flames to become Tang Tian's strongest killing technique.
In a panic, Tang Tian's left leg suddenly kicked the ground. Borrowing the momentum, his body retreated. Who knew that his opponent was even faster than him? The scene before him dazzled again. A finger suddenly emerged quickly before him.
Damn it, dot.
The terrifying qi struck towards the space between Tang Tian's eyebrows, causing him to groan. His body turned in a bizarre manner. He suddenly contracted himself, and like a fried dough twist, his right leg shot out like a blade. When his life was in danger, Tang Tian did not reserve any strength, and used all his might in his leg. The opponent could see that it was powerful, and did not dare to contend against it.
The opponent's body flickered, and a finger struck towards Tang Tian's leg. Bang!
The two of them were flung in opposite directions.
Tang Tian's leg had a hole that flowed with blood.
He was oblivious to it, and stared at the opponent, and said, "Honorable Martial Continent."
Good eyes.
The lady was surprised, to be able to recognize that I am from Honorable Martial Continent. It seems that Mr. Meng Nan's background is not so simple.
Tang Tian never expected that even before he went to find Honorable Martial Continent, they would find him first.
The lady in front of him was powerful, and the strange finger was her spirit technique, and Tang Tian sensed the familiar qi that belonged to Honorable Martial Temple. But its might far exceeded the spirit techniques of Temple. One of them mixed with the lady's.
You are Lady Roseman. Tang Tian suddenly understood.
The rumors say that Mr. Meng Nan is naive and dumb, but it seems that rumors cannot be trusted. The lady said. Tang Tian's heart dropped. Lady Ro had arranged people to be kept inside Moon Manor, and had plotted it earlier. The lady in front of him was powerful, and was the strongest opponent that Tang Tian had met ever since entering the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and was even stronger than Xiaoyan. He did not know that the lady was even more surprised than he was. Xia Fei was one of Honorable Martial Continent's Shadow Division's trump cards, and only because the mission was extremely important to Lady Ro, was Xia Fei sent out. When there was light, there would be shadow, and the Shadow Division was the strongest division of the Honorable Martial Continent. The members were usually sent out for professional assassinations.
And having ladies among them, made them even more obscure.
If not for He Ying's failure, whether or not the mission was a success or failure, Xia Fei would not even need to take action. Xia Fei was actually overwhelmed with shock. Her sneak attack had actually failed. It was her first time encountering such a situation. Honorable Martial Continent's armies were not necessarily the strongest armies, but their development in their systems far surpassed other continents. The Honorable Martial Continent was the sole place that had spirit techniques, and had a completely different training system. Its might was far stronger than the rest. Xiafei believed that all the strong martial artists in the Shadow Division were stronger than all the powerful martial artists of other continents combined. Lady Ro had arranged her to be mixed in with the ladies, but she was rather disapproving of it. To her, He Ying did not have any reason to fail, and Lady Ro's arrangement was unnecessary. But she still complied. All of them were more or less familiar about it. Honorable Martial Continent's annexing of the other continents in the western region, the majority of them were due to the Shadow Division. When Ying appeared outside Moon Manor, she thought that it was over. But who knew that Meng Nan would suddenly appear, and almost took He Ying's life? But what truly shook her was the Skull Unit's robotic and accurate murder. That was the scene that overwhelmed her. Compared to the numerous successes of the Shadow Division, the Honorable Martial Army still needed to prove themselves. Xiafei was ranked 23 in the Shadow Division, and had never failed in her missions. When Xiafei received the command to kill Meng Nan, she did not hesitate at all. From what she saw, Meng Nan had the potential to become Honorable Martial Continent's enemy. She did ample preparations for her mission, and did not underestimate her targets. The sky of fire clouds at the banquet had left a deep impression on her, so she chose to fight in closed quarters combat, so he would not release the fire clouds. To her, it should have been a perfect sneak attack. She did not hold back at all, but she only managed to inflict light injuries on him. She had abundant battle experiences as well, and knew that although the injuries on him looked terrifying, but in truth, it was not much. And, the gray flames just now, was strange. Fighting sounds came up from above them. Mr. Meng's elite army are all being massacred. Xiafei laughed. I did not come alone. Tang Tian's heart tensed up, but at the same time, Xiafei's figure disappeared. A glimmer of light aura, like stars lit up in the sky, suddenly emerged. Tang Tian suddenly laughed. Idiot. He did not dodge at all, and welcomed the finger of light, fiercely smashing his fist into it. Fists after fists. Gray fist images appeared like rain, smashing on the finger of light. Xiafei did not think that Tang Tian would actually choose to clash head-on without regards for his own life, and was not in time to react. Tang Tian had already released a few fists. She knew that she could not retreat. If someone were to retreat during a head-on clash, they would be in more danger. Meeting face to face, only the brave will win. She used all the energy in her body, the slender finger erupting in another burst of light. Chi. Blood spewed all over. Tang Tian did not feel anything, and crazily smashed onto Xiafei's finger. Xiafei's body shuddered, the energy congealed on her sharp fingertip, could hold no longer and erupted. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was flung out. Tang Tian gasped for breath, his fists were drenched in blood, his flesh was visible and raised, blood flowed onto the ground. The gray flames that enveloped his fists were much dimmer. His face was sinister. Xiafei's finger aura had entered his body and wrecked his body. But Xiafei was no better. The destructive capabilities of the null flames. Tang Tian sneered, looking extremely bloodthirsty. Although he was slightly more injured, but his confidence soared to a sky high. The biggest mistake of the opponent was to choose to fight him at close quarters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, Close Quarters Combat. Chapter 638, Close Quarters Combat. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Since ancient times, intuition had always been the most mysterious force of all. For example, a veteran would always be able to sense danger. For example, when something was about to happen, humans would always have a bad feeling in their hearts. This mysterious yet powerful force had always been the target that humans pursued. Many distinguished people of the past had spent their lifetime worth of blood, sweat, and tears, hoping to pry into this mystery, but up till now, no one had completely grasped this force. Xiafei was feeling extremely bad. Meng Nan's closed quarters strength surprised her. She had initially thought that Meng Nan was not proficient in fighting closed quarters, but who knew that Meng Nan's closed quarters combat was equally fierce. His strikes were powerful and fast, they were direct and efficient without any hesitation, filled with aggression, brimming with intimidation. If not for her personally witnessing the terrifying fire clouds, Xiafei would have thought that she was fighting against a close quarters combat expert. But Xiafei still had confidence in her own abilities. Her expertise was close quarters assassination. She was not like those who enjoyed laying in ambush, using long-distance spirit techniques. She enjoyed to be close to her targets in disguise to take them down, thus wrestling was what she was best at. Close quarters saints' most remarkable traits were that they were as fast as lightning, and were different from long-distance fighting saints. Close quarters saints could reach an astronomical speed in a small area. They were difficult to catch with the naked eye, and there were some experts who were so fast that even energy undulations were unable to catch them. It was not only that, they could release techniques at an even quicker rate. In the time it takes for a match to light, they could finish over 10 attacks. While for the long-distance saints, they would not have even finished preparing for their spirit techniques. As long as long-distance saints were forced to fight at close quarters, the outcome would usually be miserable. This was also CFA's plan. Meng Nan had displayed his powerful fighting ability, and that was long-distance battle. There were some saints who would lie between long-distance and close quarters combat, like a swordsman, but there was never a person who could display proficiency in both. Although it looked like Meng Nan had some of his own tricks with close quarters combat, but CFA firmly believed that as long as the pressure on him was large enough, he would reveal his flaws.
A human's energy also had limits. The two of them brought forth two paths of afterimages, interlocking with each other.
Tang Tian's fist fiercely smashed onto an energy shield. Bang! The energy shield crumbled to pieces, and the shattered aura flew everywhere, when three-finger auras suddenly shot out from behind the shattered aura.
Tang Tian seemed to have sensed it, and when the three-finger auras passed through, he used his momentum and kicked out with his right leg, smashing onto CFA.
CFA was not panicked at all. She withdrew her hand, and formed another energy barrier and blocked. Under Tang Tian's leg, the energy shield shattered, but in that instant, CFA disappeared. CFA had snuck behind Tang Tian, but before she could attack, a transparent blade made out of vacuum suddenly appeared in her vision along with Tang Tian's hand afterimage. Her pupils constricted, she twisted her waist in mid-air, and her head dodged to the side. Sigh. The sharp air swept past her cheeks, forming a sharp cut that made her feel pain.
So fast.
Xia Lei was in a difficult situation. Meng Nan's movements were just slightly faster than her, and once again he had guessed her location, causing her to almost die. She started to doubt her own judgments. Her opponent was far more difficult than she had imagined. Meng Nan seemed to be able to attack positions before she had even arrived there, and she barely dodged in time. Her powerful spirit techniques did not seem to affect him. And there were a few times when she thought she had struck him, but to realize that it was his afterimage, he was actually able to dodge in outrageous situations. It was her first time meeting an enemy that could so eerily make judgments so quickly. Matched along with his efficiency, there were no movements that delayed, and his wounding power was also adequate.
Could my own judgment of him truly be wrong?
After exchanging 10 blows, Xia Ren finally admitted that her judgment was wrong. Meng Nan was definitely an expert at close quarters combat, and after the initial clumsiness, she slowly started to see Meng Nan's Dao. Meng Nan's close quarters combat techniques were extremely strange. Other than the bizarre gray flames, there was not a bit of energy undulations. His attacks were purely relying on the strength of his muscles and body. Strange, Xiafei's heart jumped. She had found his weakness.
Attacking from a distance.
She suddenly increased the distance between them, of about 21 m. This distance was not close nor far, but sufficient for close quarters combat experts to be unable to effective. And her spirit techniques were still able to attack him. As expected, upon pulling the distance, she immediately felt the pressure lessen. Light enveloped her 10 fingers, lightly sprinkling the light. She formed finger auras that numbered like raindrops, surrounding Tang Tian. Facing the countless of finger auras, Tang Tian's complexion became serious. All of the finger auras were releasing soft whistling sounds, but whoever looked down on them would definitely die tragically.
The degree of congelation of the finger auras were far higher than Heaven Road's spirit techniques.
The energy in the saints of Sacred Saint Galaxy far exceeded the saints of Heaven's Road. Xiafei was a silver grade saint, and was a silver grade saint that had enlightened on energy transmutation, a silver saint that was an expert in spirit techniques. The spirit techniques that consumed a large amount of energy were easily released in her hands, flinging them out as if they were free, and her techniques were even stronger than that of Heaven's Road. But Tang Tian did not have any intention to retreat, with 2 regiments of flames in his eyes that continued to combust. If we had to say that Tang Tian made Xiafei surprised, then Xiafei was making Tang Tian excited. But facing such a powerful opponent, Gong Chen was like a baby compared to her. Sacred Saint Galaxy was ruled by armies, and in terms of individual cultivation, they were far lacking compared to Heaven's Road. Heaven Road's training was undoubtedly more effective, but the saints of Honorable Martial Continent who had both Sacred Saint Galaxy energy and Heaven's Road spirit techniques, were definitely the strongest saints. Even Tang Tian had to admit that it was the most perfect match. But, so what? They were Honorable Martial Continent, his arch-nemesis. The arch-nemesis of the entire Heaven's Road. He had to win, he had to defeat his enemies, for he had no other ways left. Kill! Tang Tian roared, and rushed towards the finger auras. Xiafei was stunned. Is he trying to die? But But she was an experienced martial artist, as she determined that Tang Tian had made a mistake. That's right, to her, the enemy had finally made a mistake. At such a time, the most important thing was to grab the opportunity. A clear sound came out, her entire body suddenly erupted with faint white flames. It was the energy in her body that was going through energy transmutation. Her flexible hands were enveloped by the faint white flames, sprinkling out the countless faint white flames that flew out and formed finger auras, containing hints of the white flames. Welcoming the countless finger auras that contained intense killing intent, Tang Tian, whose intuition was extremely sharp, could feel that they were sharp as blades, and were being pierced and cut by them.
But, how can I retreat? How can I run? We got through that sea of blue with so much difficulty, and I finally got myself here, and finally found you, but... This young lad's determination, this young lad's resolve, this young lad's vow, has never swayed. Since you are destined to be the enemies of this young lad, then you are all destined to be defeated by this young lad. Come, show me what you got. Come, let us fight with all our hearts. Countless of images surfaced in Tang Tian's mind, all the images about the close-quarters combat expert that he had seen before. His personal strength had long surpassed all of them, but when the images of them surfaced, all of their attacks seemed to ignite his fighting intent. Advancing without slowing down the slightest bit, but instead picking up his speed, at the same time, his hands that were covered with the gray flames, with a frequency that could not be caught with the naked eyes, he crazily unleashed his hands without restraint. Fundamental martial techniques that were crude and simple, aside from being fast, it can only be faster. His goal was the extremely dangerous finger auras. Xiafei could not believe her own eyes. Has he gone mad? She initially thought that Meng Nan would use his outstanding judgment to dodge the finger auras, but who knew that he did not even have the intention to dodge, but instead used the most direct method. Barging in from the front. Under that intense danger, Tang Tian's attention was completely placed in front of him, his intuition raised to a terrifying level. The world in front of him seemed to suddenly slow. Every muscle in his body, every tendon, was clear to him, he could control them on a whim. He could clearly see the trajectories of the light auras, and could clearly see the white flames that were inside it. His palm that was covered in the null flames smacked onto one of the finger aura. The finger aura was instantly destroyed. But, following that, another finger aura touched Tang Tian's left rib. Tang Tian's left fist smashed down, accurately smashing the finger aura. Bang, it was destroyed. Borrowing that force, Tang Tian continued. Bang bang bang. Tang Tian's hands moved extremely quickly without restraint, borrowing the force from the explosions. He continued to adjust himself. Viewing from a side, Tang Tian seemed to advancing inside the finger auras by brushing their sides. Tai Da. Tian, it is a sort of kung fu used like Wing Chun, to brush and smack the enemy's attack from the side, dodging the flow of impact and hitting from its side. Watch it, man, and you will understand. In the images in his mind, the close-quarters combat expert was using the Tai Da technique against his opponent to shorten the distance between them. It was extremely tyrannical. Tang Tian unleashed his extremely powerful intuition to its maximum. The finger auras and null flames touched each other, but did not stop Tang Tian. Tang Tian seemed to be untouchable, his body flew forward like an arrow. Not good at all. Xiafei was shocked. She then noticed that Tang Tian's movements were not random and based on luck. His hands would sometimes be fists that smashed down, sometimes would be palms that smacked down. Every movement was extremely fast. Tang Tian's attacks were extremely accurate. In the blink of an eye, he could strike a finger aura accurately. What shocked Xiafei even further was that he was actually borrowing the small force brought from explosion from the finger auras. To even be able to use the minute force, who is he? It was the first time that Xiafei was feeling aghast. Meng Nan was releasing an aura that resembled a sharp blade, piercing her heart. Matched with his unreasonable and brutally direct manner of fighting, he finally broke through Xiafei's calm state of mind. It was the first time that she was feeling helpless. But she was still the trump card of the Shadow Division. Her methods were not natural. She steadied her determination. After that short panic, she knew that she was at the junction of life and death, and if she hesitated, she would die. Facing the threat of death, it also allowed her potential to completely be revealed. All of the complicated thoughts and hesitation were flung to the back of her mind. The 10 fingers on her hands lit up with a powerful light aura, and her fingers disappeared. Bang! Countless of finger auras blossomed out a white storm of light. When Xiafei's fingers suddenly lit up, Tang Tian already sensed the danger. And the moment the white storm of light erupted, Tang Tian's face changed. His astonishing intuition allowed him to sense that the storm of light was so condensed that it far exceeded his attack frequency. That also meant that Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques were not fast enough. It was the first time Tang Tian had encountered something that not even his fundamental martial techniques could be fast enough to match. When Tang Tian realized that point, he suddenly changed his posture, and his body suddenly froze in the air.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 639, Predicament. Chapter 639, Predicament. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Out of all the martial techniques that Tang Tian had trained in, his fundamental martial techniques were the fastest. Although he knew many martial techniques that could be added into his repertoire, which increased the speed at which he released techniques, but to Tang Tian, he felt that they were superfluous. Tang Tian had trained his fundamental martial techniques to an extremely profound level. It could be said that it was at an unprecedented profoundness that no one else would ever reach due to the time invested in it. Fundamental martial techniques lacked variations, and required almost negligible true power to produce weak power, and was almost useless in battle. But it was because there were no variations, no true power usage that made it extremely powerful.
Tang Tian's attacking frequency was extremely fast, and even Ling Su paled in comparison to him.
In battle, Tang Tian had encountered all sorts of situations, but it was his first time to realize that his attacking frequency was not high enough. The shock that Tang Tian was facing was extremely big.
Any saint, to find that their strongest point was broken by the opponent, that hit was undoubtedly extremely destructive.
Even for Tang Tian, who was a very persistent person, also revealed a thread of hopelessness in that moment.
What should I do?
The finger auras that were condensed like rain flooded his vision. There were too many of them, and so condensed that he had no place to dodge.
Chi.
At that time seemed to slow down even further, almost to a stop. The finger auras entered the walls, ground, and worship behind him, easily cutting through them like slicing tofu, leaving behind countless holes, making the place look like a beehive. Even the worship with its powerful defense, in front of the finger auras, did not even have the ability to block them off. The planks were sent flying, the deck filled with holes. And the finger auras that penetrated the ground left behind extremely deep pits. Inside the light, Tang Tian's figure drifted like a withered leaf, helpless and weak. Xia Fei's entire body was covered in a layer of dim white light. Her cold might seem to be bestowed by the gods. Her eyes revealed no emotions, indifferent and sharp, giving her all. She seemed to have entered a new realm. The finger auras gradually got closer and closer. Tang Tian, who was in a bizarre state of mind, was extremely clear of his situation, and by the seventh ray of finger aura, he could no longer catch up with their speed, and was struck.
Tang Tian was forcibly shook to senses. For some reason, an anger was rising from his chest. Could it be that I have spent so much effort, and have gone through so much danger, to end up and fall here? No.
I said I will never give up. I said I will fight to the end. I said I will never give up any bit of hope, no, even if I have no hope.
I said I will get there. Even if I am beaten black and blue, even if I cannot be cured, even if I am struggling at death's door, even if I have to crawl, even if I have to die. I can only die at my end point. All of a sudden, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling like lava. The intense burning sensation caused every corner of his body to combust. It was as if something was burning inside of him, something that was struggling to spew out. It felt like there was something roaring in anger, recklessly showing its determination, its pride. I can be faster than this. I definitely can.
The flames of faith blazed and tempered Tang Tian's steel-like body. He was like a metal man jumping out of a stove. His entire body was flushed red. He attacked crazily without holding back, without any desire to retreat. The fundamental martial techniques mixed with his burning willpower ignited and exploded in the sky. After training in the fundamental martial techniques countless of times, he was extremely familiar with every movement that he could not get any more familiar with them. They had become instinct.
Not enough. This isn't enough. There must be a way to become even faster. There must be a way.
Tang Tian was like a fish on the brink of choking, frantically trying to find the hope and way to live.
There is definitely a way. He was screaming in his mind, screaming out loud, shouting to himself in hysteria.
All of his senses, all of his intuition, all of his consciousness, all of his emotions, everything of everything, all of them were in the fundamental martial techniques in his hands. Every detail, every variation, was unprecedentedly clear, unprecedentedly enlarged. The sense of familiarity after training for so long was like a thick ice block that was slowly thawing. All the foreign and unfamiliar details started to appear. But there was not enough time. After breaking the ninth finger aura, Tang Tian was finally struck by one. Blood spurted out everywhere, and there was a new hole in his thigh. Xia Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The opponent was finally injured, and was about to die, but when her gaze landed on Tang Tian's face, she was stunned. He is actually smiling.
Tang Tian produced a laugh.
The ninth ray of finger aura, compared to his previously sustained seventh ray, it was an additional 2. He had destroyed 2 additional finger auras that gave him a ray of hope, the hope of victory. His attention was gathered to his hands, to his fundamental martial techniques, and totally ignored the sky full of finger auras. He continued to destroy 3 rays of finger auras, and seeing that he was unable to dodge the 4th, he ignored it and allowed it to pierce his body. Shie. His chest was pierced and left a deep hole. Tang Tian did not even groan, he continued to expose his pure white teeth. The injury had given him the time to win.
Bang bang bang. Chi.
The continuous sounds of explosions coming from the shattered finger auras, mixed in with the sound of being pierced by the finger auras, and the scene filled of shattered aura lights and blood drops that floated along. The young lad's face was so focused that he resembled a statue.
Even if I die, I should die at my final destination.
Tang Tian was persistent, far more than what CFA had imagined. He was already struck by 12 finger auras, although they were not fatal, but the blood kept on flowing, making him a completely bloodied person.
Truly a tough man.
CFA's mind was filled with respect, but she quickly cooled down. Her opponent was severely injured, and was obviously spent.
Time to end. You are a brave soldier. I will use another way to end this. CFA's entire body flowed with light like a tide, flowing to her palms.
Her expression became severe. She gradually raised both palms, and in between them, a warm ball of light formed above her head.
Light, obliterate all.
She muttered gently, and the sound of thunder boomed. All the energy in the surroundings suddenly jumped. An extremely fine light ray shot out from the ball of light, and a needle-sized ray appeared on Tang Tian's forehead.
Tang Tian was locked down.
The battle on the ground was equally intense. One after another of the black-robed figures flickered around in the structures. They were extremely quick in their movements, like spirits in the night, taking lives after lives. CFA did not lie. Her task was to kill Meng Nan, while the elite assassins were meant to disrupt and create chaos, and not give Tang Chou the opportunity to arrange for the defense formations. In front of the real elites, the swift army soldiers were completely defenseless, and in a short span of 10 seconds, they had lost over 20 men. Tang Chou snorted loudly and expressionlessly. Swift army, do not engage with the enemy. Skull unit, it is your turn. But Tang Chou's command was immediately executed. The swift army quickly dispersed from the formation, while Skull unit rushed forward.
Tactic number 7. Tang Chou's ice-cold order resonated in the night.
The Skull unit crumbled like snow, and quickly formed groups of 7. They were like many small snakes, closing in on the elite assassins from all directions. It was the most common method of armies for hire that encountered experts. 7 to a group. Although their fighting ability was not strong, they were able to ensure that they were not easily killed, and their mobility increased greatly. But the opponent were honorable martial continent elites. They were powerful with plenty of experience as well. They changed from fighting individually into a group where they covered each other.
Injuries and deaths quickly ensued from the Skull unit.
Tang Chou knew that the battle would not end so early. He turned and spoke to Xieyuan. Take this time now to prepare the defense formation. Xieyuan nodded his head with a serious expression, and turned and flew out. He had also saw through the enemy's intent. If the second army arrived before the formation was set in place, they would not have any chance at all. And furthermore, the time they had obtained were exchanged from the lives of the soldiers of Skull unit.
Xieyuan secretly clenched his fists.
Aya lifted up her claymore and rushed over. She was used to leading her soldiers by the front. She was the strongest member of the Skull unit, and was naturally the backbone of the unit. Every sacrifice of her comrade caused Aya's heart to bleed. She now understood that the war zone was a completely different world, and was much more cruel and ruthless than the ordinary battle zones. The terrain provided them a higher advantage. They could not invest in any more members to fight, as the battle was determined to be small scale, but the entire battle was extremely gruesome, and the faces of spectators were extremely ugly. The Skull unit had already lost over 60 men, but they had killed 6 of their enemies. Although Aya and her men held the advantage in numbers, on average every elite assassin they killed required an exchange of 10 of their soldiers.
Aya and the Skull unit were angered.
More importantly, she had successfully pressed them out to the streets. It was extremely crucial, because the shops were the important part for the formation. As long as they could push the assassins out from the shadows, Xieyuan could then easily set up the formation.
After giving up 80 men's lives, Aya finally sliced the last assassin's hand off.
Blood flowed down, and the assassin coughed out blood. Just at that moment, a thunderous voice boomed and spread across the sky. Light, obliterate all. All the energy in the entire street shook, shocking Aya and everyone else. The assassin that was bloodied suddenly released a fanatical light aura, and the craziness remained on his face, void of life.
Not good. Boss.
Aya and Xieyuan's mind shuddered at the same time. The blood from their faces were swept clean. If something happened to the boss, then all of their hard work would go to waste, and that would be a complete loss. While they were still thinking, Tang Chou suddenly ordered, Skull unit, return to formation, everyone prepare for battle. Xieyuan and Aya were startled. The two of them looked towards the sky at the same time. In the distance, one after another of light dots lit up the dark sky.
The Second Army. Enter the formation. Everyone into the formation now.
Xiaoyuan roared resonated out into the entire Gold Street. He knew that the most crucial moment had come.
The following battle was deemed to be intense.
All of the defensive formations were guarded by the Swift Army.
That also meant that the Swift Army needed to go against the onslaught of the Second Army by themselves. Time was tight, their positions were not completely intact, much less invulnerable.
The Second Army were soaring closer and closer, and when Xiaoyuan saw frigates after frigates, his face finally had a change in expression.
Frigates. The Second Army actually brought frigates.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 640, We Can Only Fight. Chapter 640, We Can Only Fight. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The needle-sharp light landed on Tang Tian's forehead. Tang Tian suddenly laughed. This laugh, to Xiafei, was extremely bizarre. Xiafei's heart jumped, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, and looked at Meng Nan. He was incredibly brave and fierce, if not, how could he reveal such a bizarre laugh? The slender light bore its way into Tang Tian's forehead.
Xiafei's heart sunk, but she did not feel a bit of joy, she did not feel anything from the small ray of light. This made her feel extremely uncomfortable, but her light obliteration had never missed. Could it be her own imagination? In the Honorable Martial Continent, light obliteration was an extremely powerful spirit technique. It referenced Heaven's Road spirit techniques, but it was greatly strengthened.
Wait a minute.
From the corner of her eyes, Xiafei seemed to saw something that flashed past, her body froze. That was
Tang Tian's figure suddenly appeared at the right of her. Blink. Blink, Meng Nan is, ...
Xiafei panicked. Blink was a type of spirit technique, and the only place that would have it in Sacred Saint Galaxy was the Honorable Martial Continent.
Meng Nan is definitely not from Honorable Martial Continent, that means he comes from Heaven's Road.
Because Honorable Martial Continent's Blink also came from there. Meng Nan came from Heaven's Road, that made her panic.
But, Meng Nan doesn't even have a bit of energy undulation from him, how can he use spirit techniques? She then noticed that on Meng Nan's shoulder, unknowingly had a childlike spirit dyad.
It was dressed in blue clothes, and with an expressionless face that resembled Meng Nan. It was extremely adorable. But it was just that the adorable face that made people want to pinch it was expressionless.
I never thought that upon waking up, it will be like this.
This idiot truly knows how to mess things up.
Such an eyesore.
Little Fool stared at the lady in front of him, she was emitting a loathsome chi. The darkness naturally dislikes the light. The blood stench pervading in the air comes from this idiot. I never thought that Xiafei would be able to force Tang Tian to this extent. Little Fool was secretly surprised. But after the surprise, he was filled with a dense killing aura.
If the idiot dies, then I die too.
He remained expressionless, doing hand seals. He then drew an arc in the sky. Countless light rays lit up around him and crossed each other, forming a horizontal chessboard. With Little Fool at the center, it started to expand outwards.
Graceful sword.
Xiafei sensed danger, and the light ball in her hands immediately shot out a ray of light towards Little Fool. Little Fool's body flickered, and he disappeared, causing the ray of light to miss. Little Fool appeared in one of the corner of the chessboard without any signs, his right palm grabbing into the air. Zzz, sparks were conjured, and the Black Saint Sword Ocean Prison was drawn from the void dark flames flickered in and out.
Little Fool turned his hand and stabbed Ocean Prison into the chessboard. Upon entering the chessboard, the light rays trembled. Whoosh! The black void dark flames swam like black wriggling snakes, all across the lines of the chessboard.
If one looked carefully, one would realize that along the sides of the void dark flames was a translucent flame that enveloped the void dark flames. That flame was the spirit devouring flame. The light rays of the chessboard formed a large net.
Xiafei's expression finally changed, the intense sense of danger flooded her mind.
It was the first time she had such a sensation, and without hesitation she turned and escaped.
She threw the light ball towards Little Fool and ran.
Little Fool's face changed, the light ball accumulated a terrifying amount of energy. He took out a bead in his other hand, it was the forceful subjugating bead. With his pure white hands holding onto the forceful subjugating bead, he looked like he was playing with a chess piece.
He dropped it.
The moment the forceful subjugating bead touched the chessboard, the flames of the entire chessboard appeared to stop. But in the next moment, the flames roared.
It seemed as though the chessboard came alive, layered with a bizarre energy. Whoosh! The chessboard rose up from its horizontal position, and like a fire net, it pounced towards the ball of light.
The fire net was extremely nimble. Upon touching the ball of light, it started to wrap around it tightly.
Xiafei, who turned tail and sprinted away, was actually pleased when she saw that, and roared, "Explode!"
The light inside the fire net jumped, but the fire net's light aura was too strong, and held the light ball in place. Xiafei was shocked, the last bit of happiness dissipated, she did not care about the enemies behind her any longer, and sprinted away at full speed. Suddenly, a bloodied figure appeared in her vision.
Tang Tian sneered, and revealed his snow-white teeth. "I was waiting for you." One punch. It was plain and crude, without any fancy movements, just one punch, a fundamental fist technique. Xiafei was horrified, all the energy in the air was shaken by the punch. Law.
This punch contains the power of laws. Tang Tian's fist lit up with an indistinct light aura. It was a light aura that was different from energy combustion, every part of it was throbbing, and the energy around them in the air was throbbing along. The indistinct fist aura shot out, without leaving any scars of light in the air, but suddenly appeared in front of Xiafei, and entered her body. Xiafei, who was moving quickly, seemed to be struck by some voodoo spell and was stuck in the same spot. She widened her eyes, she could not move or do anything. Little Fool stared at Tang Tian blankly, he could not believe his eyes. When Tang Tian released the punch, the forceful subjugating beads suddenly lit up.
Laws. Tang Tian's fists actually contained the power of laws. What shocked Little Fool even further was that he could not make out what kind of law it was.
The forceful subjugating bead had a vast sea of laws, and Little Fool had immersed himself in it day and night, and had developed a profound understanding on all sorts of laws. But he was unable to make out what kind of laws was imbued in Tang Tian's punch.
Fundamental martial techniques can actually be enlightened to the point of touching upon laws.
Little Fool felt that all of his knowledge and experience were being toppled upside down, his mouth formed a bitter smile. What kind of freak is this idiot truly, to actually enlighten on laws based on his fundamental martial techniques?
I am still looking down on him. Little Fool's mind was in a mess.
The two of them were one body and were inseparable, but Little Fool never saw any good in Tang Tian, although he would occasionally admire his bravery and perseverance, but in terms of talent, Little Fool always thought that he was still stronger.
But
this idiot is a freak that actually enlightened on laws through fundamental martial techniques, and laws that I do not know about. And, although it was for a short moment, but Little Fool knew that this unknown law was definitely not a law-grade law.
Tang Tian's body flickered, and he started to sway as if on the verge of collapse.
He was completely covered in blood, looking extremely terrifying.
Little Fool stopped himself from being shocked and frowned. "What are you doing?" "Fighting." Tang Tian swayed towards the warship. Little Fool sneered, "You're injured to this extent, and you want to continue fighting?" Tang Tian did not even turn back. "I still have strength."
Little Fool waved his hand, and the ball of energy that was wrapped in the fire net flew into his hand. Xiafei had lost control of the energy, and it was thus congealed into a fist-size white crystal.
"Don't give other people trouble,"
Little Fool said blatantly and coldly. "What you need to do now is recuperate."
"I still have strength." Tang Tian turned his face and stared fiercely at Little Fool.
With that, he turned back and headed towards the warship, leaving behind bloodied footprints. He clenched his fists, allowing the blood to continue flowing. The fire in his chest was still burning, still calling out for him. The split second in front of death and failure, that unprecedented feeling of being defeated, that unprecedented feeling of despair.
No. No way. What can injuries amount to? What can fatigue amount to? What can pain amount to? In that moment, he had a great enlightenment. In the face of true despair is where you don't even have the chance to fight when you wish to, when you don't even have the chance to risk your life when you want to. You're injured and tired, so in pain that you don't want to live, but you are still alive, still breathing, still imagining, still calling out. You hold the most precious things that all the dead people and all the dying people want, the chance to fight. No matter how badly worn out you are, at least you can still fight. Maybe you will die tomorrow, and all your dreams and goals will completely die in the flames of death. For what reason should you not fight? Because of all the lame excuses, all the lame remorse?
No, you, young lad, wants to fight, only knows how to fight, and will fight to your last breath. The last breath of yours must have the taste of smoke, the taste of dreams, the taste of greatness.
Tang Tian's unbending bloodied figure staggered towards the warship. Godlike young lad, go go go.
He Ying's roar seemed to have covered the sky in clouds, resonating across the entire sky.
Kill them. Leave no one alive.
I want their bones to turn into ashes. I want them to die without proper burials.
Ha ha ha.
The sky full of light, the frigate's rumbles sounded like the cry of birds. Gold Street was filled with a myriad of unstable light barriers. Although they were created with a huge amount of wealth, but their initial construction were never for wars. Boom, one of the shop's light barrier was finally destroyed, a light grenade shot into it like a shooting star. The intense explosion raised the entire shop.
This caused the Second Army to boom with thunderous cheers, boosting their morale.
They frantically activated all of their energy, focusing all of their attacks down on the formerly flourishing land. Master, if we do not attack soon, the adjutant was extremely agitated.
Wait for a bit more, Xia Yuan said sternly. Master.
The adjutant was about to cry. The soldiers inside the shop were all buried alive. He had brought out all the soldiers of Swift Army. He was responsible for their daily lives, and had thus formed close relationship with all of them. Seeing the tragic sight made his eyes ball.
Wait for a while more. Xia Yuan's tone was as hard as steel. The adjutant was stunned.
Tell everyone to wait for my orders, and when they attack, do not hold back. Xia Yuan spoke softly, as though his throat was lost.
The adjutant clenched his teeth. Yes.
He quickly turned and flew off. He did not notice that Xia Yuan's fists were clenched so tightly that they were white. His gaze never left the silhouettes in the sky. He stared straight at the enemies, calculating the distance. Tang stood by his side without saying a word, like a puppet. The earth-shattering attacks launched by the enemies seemed to have no end as they lit up the entire night sky of White Sand City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 641, Shursen's Movements. Chapter 641, Shursen's Movements. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The path towards the White Sands continent has been locked down.
The businessman who spoke had a worried look on his face. I do not know where did that big group of pirates came from, but the entire vicinity of White Sands continent is filled with pirates.
There are already a few caravans that have been destroyed, so listen to my words of advice. Do not go near the White Sands for now. Wait until this blows over.
Sigh, business will be bad this year. Seeing that the other party did not have any interesting things to say, Shursen excused himself.
Boss, what do we do now?
Should we change our path to Shang continent? Shursen's face was gloomy. He never thought that the path back to the White Sands continent would be sealed. He had filled up his ranks of underworld continent's demonic mounts, and excitedly wanted to return to White Sands continent, but he did not expect the path ahead to be locked down, and many business caravans were also stopped.
What do we do at the Shang continent? Shursen said unhappily. Master and the rest are definitely still in the White Sands continent. You want me to sit by the sidelines and ignore Master? He muttered to himself. What exactly is going on at the White Sands continent?
Shursen was a veteran with plenty of experience, for such a large-scale gathering of pirates was definitely done by someone pulling the strings. If not, there was some attractive prize for the pirates at the other side. Everyone looked at Shursen, waiting for him to decide.
We have to go back to Master.
Shursen said, Master is waiting for us now. If Master is trapped in a dangerous situation now, and we avoid the problem by walking away, we should just kill ourselves.
Boss is right. That's right. This life is for Master.
The veterans beside Shursen all shouted as well, while all the newly recruited demonic mounts looked at each other.
If not for Shursen's reputation, they would have all left.
Shursen stared at the newcomers, and spoke, all of you are clearer than me on how the reputation of us underworld continent's demonic mounts are.
In the past few years, who has looked at you as an equal?
Now, this is a God-sent chance for us to redeem ourselves, to give the underworld continent's demonic mounts a chance to correct its name.
I think that all of you have suffered the humiliation long enough.
One of the young men bowed earnestly, and said, Boss, tell me what to do.
I have come out this time with no intention of coming back alive. We will never smear the name of the underworld continent's demonic mounts.
This man was called Huoqing, and was the strongest out of the newcomers, and was the strongest underworld continent's demonic mounts of the past few years, and had the highest prestige out of the newcomers. Shursen also admired Huoqing, as the underworld continent's demonic mounts had finally produced a genius.
Then, tell me about your thoughts? Shursen said. We need some equipment.
Huoqing remained calm. This way, we have the ability to preserve our lives.
Right, I still have money on hand, and can buy some equipment. Shursen nodded his head.
Huoqing unexpectedly shook his head. Maybe it'll be better to snatch them.
Snatch? Shursen frowned. He hated banditry and repulsed bandits. Hearing what Huoqing say, he became unhappy. Have the new underworld continent's demonic mounts fallen to such a state?
This subordinate does not covet all these small things. Huoqing immediately explained, if we can rob or snatch a few equipment, this way, we can pass ourselves off as pirates. We can then borrow the cover of our opponents and go closer to the White Sands continent.
Shursen's frown started to ease up.
Huoqing continued, there are many pirates in the White Sands continent. I believe there are definitely those small-time pirates trying to mix in. And there is someone pulling the strings from the shadows, but there are so many pirates that between them, no one would recognize each other. Pirates are usually competitive, even though they have agreements, but as long as the opportunity opens up to them, they will never let it go.
I think that the area around the White Sands city now is a mess. To us, that is a good opportunity.
Well thought. Shursen nodded his head, then said, "We will do just that."
One day later,
a somewhat dilapidated frigate appeared in the Sea of Energy. In the night before, Shursen and the rest suddenly snuck onto an anchored frigate and seized it for themselves. This frigate belonged to a trading group and was part of the protection frigates. There were some accidents during the seizing, and both sides erupted into an intense battle. In the end, Shursen and his men managed to seize the frigate without any mishap, but the frigate had suffered from damage and thus looked to be dilapidated.
But luckily, there were many supplies on the frigate.
With a large quantity of equipment, although they were only ordinary supplies, but it was enough to equip them. Compared to that, the escape was even more thrilling. Their attack had caused too loud of a movement, and thus 7 to 8 other frigates chased after them. If not for Shursen's experience, and their use of the complicated terrain of the Sea of Energy, they would not have been able to break away from the pursuers, they would have sunk inside the Sea of Energy. But through the battle, Shursen was convinced of Huo Qing's proud and arrogant nature. Although Huo Qing and the others were not weak, they had zero experience in battles, they were extremely new amateurs, something that Shursen and all the other old-timers were shocked with.
Shursen used the time to train them.
New soldiers could not be trusted in wars, but these newcomers' training was tough enough. ASND soldiers who had earned the real name of Underworld Continent's demonic mounts, all of their individual abilities did not have any doubts.
As long as they went through a few battles and saw blood, these adequately strong amateurs would quickly become qualified soldiers.
As for outstanding soldiers, they would require even more time and fights. The chaotic Sea of Energy was a perfect training grounds. There were pirates everywhere, and occasionally they would encounter danger. 3 frigates ahead rushed towards them. The 3 frigates were pirates, definitely small-time pirates, but a small fish would consume shrimps. Seeing the lone frigate, the pirates immediately became greedy. 3 against 1, no matter how they saw it, they held the advantage. Seeing the incoming pirates, Shursen sneered. He ignored Huo Qing, who was beside him, being extremely eager, and turned the frigate to escape. After fleeing, he successfully created distance between them and the enemy, and immediately ordered the frigate to rush towards the closest frigate.
The battle after that had no suspense.
Although Huo Qing and the newcomers were initially rather panicky, but under Shursen's leadership, they started to become more adept.
Weak fights were the best opportunity to train amateurs. After overcoming the initial mental barrier, the newcomers started to become better. Defeating 2 frigates, the remaining frigate saw that the situation had turned, and immediately turned tail and ran. Shursen did not give the order to chase, but instead kept the loot. The pirates had far better equipment. They advanced on a route of massacre. Whichever small pirates they met, they rushed at them. Upon seeing a large group of pirates, they would slip away. As they were only 1 frigate, all the large groups of pirates did not even have the interest to attack them. A large fish would eat smaller fishes, but shrimps were unable to entice them. Along the route of murder, it allowed the new demonic mounts to become more experienced. They started to understand how to use their strength, learning how to coordinate with each other, and how to use whatever they had trained in. Their battle achievements were rather pleasing. Along with their spoils of war, unknowingly, they had replaced their bird guns with cannons. Their equipment became stronger and better. Compared to the small-scale pirates, their equipment were of the elite grade. Shursen was extremely smooth like a loach. He slipped through the cracks of the pirates quietly and continued to advance. As they got closer and closer to the White Sands continent, Shursen became more cautious, as he could sense that the security had become even more stringent. Shursen had reaffirmed his suspicion that there were some agreement between the pirates. There were many large pirate groups, all of their positions were rather set, they did not loiter elsewhere. He realized that every pirate group had their own area to guard and defend. It was as though they had completely locked down the White Sands continent. No army could break through this pirate defense. Shursen was secretly surprised. What kind of person would have so much money to control so many pirates? All of the pirate groups responsible for the inner circle, all of them were famous large pirate groups, all of them with famous people. To able to gather such forces, the person behind the scenes must be terrifying. But Shursen was efficient, even though the security was tight, but that was for all the larger scale armies, and thus there were still a few loopholes. Shursen went to the outer circle and killed another small group of pirates, and then chose an extremely ordinary looking small-size frigate. This small-size frigate could only sit 40 men. But Shursen had squeezed everyone inside, causing the small-size frigate to be packed. Shursen then controlled the small-size frigate and quietly slipped into the inner circle. At this point, Huo Qing and the rest then realized that Shursen was actually very intelligent. Shursen was able to sense enemies' presence from afar, and then when they had not found them out yet, he would hide.
The sea of energy seemed to be his home, all of the dangerous vortices, chaotic flows, regiment of energy all became his best protection. Once, they hid under a gigantic energy vortex, causing everyone to be extremely alarmed. The energy vortex above them released an extremely bone-chilling scream, causing the hairs on their bodies to erect. A big frigate would hide from such a vortex, needless to say a small-size frigate, for fear of being sucked in. But Shursen could actually find a calm location right under the torrential energy vortex. After traveling over 10 li under the gigantic energy vortex, Shursen became calm again and started to eat and joke. This atmosphere made Huo Qing and the rest completely convinced of his methods. Shursen's talent was not only limited to that, he allowed Huo Qing and the rest to watch and learn how the patrol ships move and taught them to plan against the patrols. They astonishingly got through the enemy's patrol lines, and Huo Qing and the other newcomers immediately viewed Shursen as a god. But occasionally when they spoke about Master Bing, they would see that Master Shursen's face would be filled with revere. If even the senior would respect that person so much, Huo Qing and the rest were extremely curious about Master Bing. To them, Master Shursen was already so powerful. If Master Bing was even more powerful than Master Shursen, then how powerful was Master Bing? A famed great general? We can't wait to see him. Under Shursen's leadership, the seemingly ordinary little frigate finally went through the different layers of defense and reached the White Sands continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 642, Counterattack. Chapter 642, Counterattack. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Bang!
Another shop was demolished into pieces. All of the soldiers inside already had experience with it, and thus before the energy barrier had shattered, they had retreated. But still, 10 of the soldiers were unable to make it, and were buried alive. Many of the shops were in pieces, and the remaining few were left swaying from the explosions. All these remaining shops belonged to the large family businesses on Gold Street. For example, Suji Worldwide Commerce, their business were always flourishing, and the goods inside the shop were expensive, and thus the structure of the shop was not sloppy. He sneered sinisterly, his heart was brimming with a crushing delight, which was stronger than the humiliation he had suffered in Moon Manor. As one after another of the shops were being shattered into pieces, it made him extremely excited. All of you ants, go and die, all of you must die. Go up. Pressure them down. Trample this street for me. He Ying's roar sounded out in the vicinity. The frigates and soldiers were high on adrenaline, fighting with all their might. Until now, the opponents had not even attacked once. It was said that there were 2 armies below that were recently purchased. They had never heard of armies that could be bought. In the entire second army, they were brimming with disdain and disgust towards such an enemy. The situation of the battle was going along with their conjecture. In the face of absolute power, the enemy below are just a bunch of ants. To fight ants, why the need for tactics? Just crush them. Crushing them is enough. Seeing the approaching enemies, and a frigate that was less than a 100 m away from them, Xie Yuan could even see the enemies on the frigates pointing their middle fingers and laughing. The dense mass of frigates and crowds circled around them. We have waited for so long, and the time has finally come. It is finally time for all of you to taste our power. Xie Yuan used all the energy in his body and roared, "Attack!" The swift army, who were long prepared, poured all of their rage out. Countless dazzling light pillars shot up into the sky like light bullets. The densely packed rain of swords shot out without warning towards the densely packed enemies. The change was too sudden. Everyone, including Ying, thought that the enemies had lost the power to resist, and did not expect for such a terrifying sneak attack. At the start they were still extremely cautious, since their vanguard unit was destroyed, causing Ying to be extremely careful. But with the overwhelming advantage, and the anger from the humiliation, he had finally lost his cautiousness, wanting to trample on all the ants. The soldiers of the second army were a group of arrogant soldiers. The entire Gold Street was mostly destroyed by them, and the enemies were still hiding in their shells, so they started to look down on the enemy. The seemingly battle was just a performance, a beautiful performance in White Sand City. Some of the frigates had even removed their energy barriers, showing off their bravery. And when the powerful attack suddenly came out, they were completely stupefied. Bang bang bang! A few of the lower flying frigates were immediately engulfed by fire, resulting in intense explosions. Countless planks and broken ship parts flew everywhere, and the dense sword lights brought forth hissing sounds, which filled up the entire sky. Under the intense attacks, all the martial artists who were flying by themselves were immediately pierced by the swords, blood splattering everywhere, the sounds of their screams drowned by the roars of the sword lights. Every soldier of the swift army roared fanatically, their ears could not hear anything else but their screams.
They did not hold back in forcing the energy from their bodies into the warship weapons.
All of the warship weapons were installed into the formation, and had become extremely powerful killing machines. They used to be a bronze army in a small area. No matter how strict their daily trainings were, they had never gone through a real war. In front of any silver-grade army, they had no power to fight.
Even the intense attacks from their enemies had made most of them choke with fear.
If not for them having no way to retreat, if not for the daily strict trainings under Tang that made their techniques instinctive, if not for their deep respect to their master and their close relationships, they would have crumbled earlier. But at the moment, when Xie Yuan gave the order to attack, all of their fears transformed into fanatical battle intent. Either you die, or I perish.
Boom, dot.
Explosions formed fire in the formation. As one of the warship weapons was unable to handle the immense pressure and thus exploded, the explosion affected the soldiers inside, but luckily the degree of the explosion was not too powerful, and thus the soldiers were not injured. But after losing their weapon, the soldiers were at a loss. They had not exited out of their fanatical battle state.
Boom, boom, boom.
Explosions continued to ring out from the sky, as regiment after regiments of fires and light auras lit up the sky.
Tang looked at Xie Yuan, who was usually calm and peaceful, was at the moment looking extremely deranged, but Tang did not mock him at all, but instead had a look of appreciation.
Xie Yuan was a leader with outstanding talent. Tang did not understand how an outstanding leader would end up being in an army that could be bought.
Comparing the standard of leadership, Xie Yuan was many more times stronger than Aya. Xie Yuan had arranged the formations extremely well. Even Tang, who was a fussy person, could not find anything wrong with it. Even with the tight time frame, Xie Yuan had meticulously prepared the formation well. He did not directly use the shops as the main parts of the formations, but the warehouses beneath the shops, and the shops on the surface as a front. All of these underground warehouses, hidden rooms, were the most important place for every family businesses, as they were used to store precious goods. The shops on the surface were smashed into pieces, but the main part of the formations did not suffer many losses. And the warship weapons were positioned at even more stringent locations, making the formation so tight that no water could leak in. It was through meticulous planning and precision that the light pillars, light bullets, and light swords in the sky interweave to form an inescapable large net, a true death net. Other than that, what Tang admired the most was Xie Yuan's steadiness. To ensure that their enemies did not realize their true intentions, the fake formations on the surface of the ground had soldiers garrisoned in them. The intense offense launched by the Second Army caused the soldiers on the surface to die, but Xie Yuan maintained his calm, and waited for the best opportunity to arrive. His adjutant had urged him to execute the plan many times, but Xie Yuan remained persistent and did not sway. An outstanding leader. Tang remained expressionless. The individual strength of the swift army soldiers were not strong. There were too few silver saints in the unit, and thus they could not sustain the fervent and intense attack for too long. But Xie Yuan had performed far better than he anticipated, and the battle after that would belong to him. Tang Chao's eyes flashed with a glint of cold. The Skull unit was already gathered and prepared for their counterattack. Within his expectations, in a short span of 5 minutes, the offense launched by the Swift Army quickly dwindled down. The soldiers of the Swift Army were still lacking in experience, and did not know how to sustain in a long-drawn battle. And the temporary defensive formations could not compare to the frigates. Frigates needed an energy supply, and thus soldiers were required to calculate and plan how much energy was left aside for offense, but the warship weapons installed in the formations had depleted all of their energy. But in the short span of 5 minutes, the result was remarkable. The frigates in the air were swept clean. As the frigates were big in volume, upon being struck by the enemies, they were swept clean. As for the soldiers in the sky, a third of them were killed. The destroyed frigates had earned the soldiers a lot of time, as they had attracted the most damage. He stared at the battlefield blankly. He never thought that the situation would suddenly become like that. Out of his second army, he had lost almost half of them, and this loss had never happened before. Impossible. He could not believe his eyes. I was caught in a trap? He looked at the street that resembled ruins blankly. His mind was buzzing. He was actually bitten by the ants. He did not notice that a group had suddenly rushed out. After resting, the Skull unit had recovered their fighting ability, with Aya personally leading at the front. They had formed groups of 15, like many sharp poisonous thorns. Their targets were the soldiers of the Second Army in the sky who were at a loss. The figures swept past his vision, causing He to be startled and regain his senses. When he saw the situation clearly, his blood boiled straight up to his face. These ants actually dare to assault me. They actually have the gall to, An army for hire actually has the gall to attack a silver army. He had never felt such humiliation in his life. They were the Second Army. Other than Sua Bai in the White Sands continent, no one was stronger than him. The Second Army are elites. An army for hire actually dares to raise their weapons at us? He was so angry that he was trembling. Kill them all.
The second army soldiers all regained their senses, all of them flew into a rage, their eyes turned red, and without hesitation they rushed towards their enemies. They wanted to slash all of them to pieces. But who knew that when the army for hire saw that the situation was bad, they started to turn and run.
Run? Where are they running to? The second army soldiers chased after their enemies frantically, all of their chests holding onto flames of rage.
They were experienced soldiers, and immediately knew that the soldiers in the formations had completely exhausted their energy, so as long as they got rid of all the runners, they would win. No, at this time, no one was thinking about winning, they just wanted to slaughter. Only by slaughtering their enemies would they appease the rage in their chests. Ying felt the same way too, seeing his own soldiers chasing after the enemies like ravenous tigers and wolves. The killing intent in Ying's mind soared. In the blink of an eye, Ying suddenly realized that all around him, it was empty. He lowered his head to look. His own soldiers had chased to a great distance.
Not good.
Ying's face flushed white. All around him, there were only 20 bodyguards.
Gather.
Ying's anxious scream had not finished, when the street beneath him suddenly produced cracks like a spiderweb. The spiderweb ground suddenly split opened. The entire sky was filled with dust, stones flew out like rain, a warship suddenly broke out through the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 643, Fight Side by Side. Chapter 643, Fight Side by Side. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The appearance of the warship shocked everyone. No one would have thought that there would be a warship hidden underground. Ying's face instantly changed.
The second army also had warships, but they were medium-size or higher warships, and such large warships were incapable of fighting inside cities, so he chose to use frigates. Furthermore, small-size warships were extremely expensive, and their usage in battles could not compete with large or medium-size warships, and if they were to fight in cities, good quality and cheap frigates were the better choice.
Black Arrow Warship. Damn it!
You get what you pay for. The Black Arrow warship was just a small-size warship. Its price was around the value of 10 frigates, and how could the second army not know of its strengths? A warship like the Black Arrow warship was extremely expensive, and not even the second army could buy one.
The Black Arrow warship was most commonly bought by the rich tyrants to buff up their personal bodyguards. Wait a minute. A rich tyrant.
The soldiers of the second army suddenly remembered they were facing a real rich tyrant. He was a rich tyrant that used money to wipe out the Golden Rose in one night. A rich tyrant that used cloud coins to purchase 2 armies.
Everyone immediately came to their senses.
It was nothing out of the ordinary for a rich tyrant to purchase a Black Arrow warship, but it would be weird if one did not. And when they saw the position of the Black Arrow warship, every single soldier of the second army started to perspire in cold sweat.
Protect Master. Stop it. Quickly stop it. Anxious and panicked shouts started to fill the air.
After the fervent attacks made by the swift army, almost all of the frigates owned by the second army were destroyed. When the second army realized that the opponent's warship was a threat to Ying's safety, they realized that they had no more warships or frigates for reinforcements. Their first instinct was to turn back in an attempt to save Ying. But who they encountered was Tang Chou. But the moment the warship appeared, Tang Chou's reaction was different from the rest. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief.
Master has finally appeared.
He was aware of the battle occurring underground, but right from the beginning, he did not try to bide for time, because he held absolute confidence in Tang Tian. In all of his battles, Tang Tian had come across a few almost undefeatable enemies, but the victor had always been Tang Tian. No matter how dangerous the situation, he would undoubtedly choose Tang Tian as the winner, always. This was the only way to obtain victory. His bet was right. Tang Chou, who heaved a sigh of relief, was the first to react.
Tang Chou's bearing as a feigned general was displayed to full saturation. No matter how intense the battle, it only took 1 second to determine the victor. Everyone, attack! Unexpectedly, Tang Chou chose what appeared to be an untimely opportunity to give his command. If it was an outstanding general like Xia Yuan, at such a time, there would always be hesitation. Because there would always be their own judgment on the situation, Tang Chou's order that was seemingly beyond normal reasoning gave them all a chance to struggle. But the Skull unit led by Aya would not allow it. At times, being weak had its advantage. Aya and her team had not regained their senses, or even made their own judgment on the situation. They did not even have any understanding of the situation. So when they heard Tang Chou's order to attack, without any thoughts, they made their moves. The soldiers of the second army who were preparing to turn, never expected the Skull unit to turn to attack as well. In that panic, everyone became clumsy.
Due to their thoughts not being aligned, some of the soldiers stood in their original positions, some of them were anxious, some wanted to back the general up, and because of the different states of mind, their coordination became even more chaotic. What was worse was that the Skull unit had rushed towards them without any thought, and all of the soldiers who were turning back to support He Ying were unable to react, leading to a loss of lives. The Skull unit, which did not hold superiority in strength, was actually not at a disadvantage.
Tang Chou was pleased. Even if the Second Army was cut by half, in a head-on clash, the Skull unit was still not their opponents. The Swift Army was only able to obtain such a feat because of the enemy underestimating them, and by relying on the formation and warship weapons. Tang Chou knew that the Skull unit's full-force attack could not last for long.
But Tang Chou did not care about it. When the Black Arrow warship had appeared, he knew that the one to decide the outcome of the battle was not the Skull unit, but Tang Tian. Without any hesitation, he once again placed the hope of victory on Tang Tian. As long as Tang Tian could kill He Ying before the Skull unit gave in, then they would win.
If not, they lose.
All of Tang Chou's focus landed on the Black Arrow warship.
Master.
Tang Tian sat his bloodied body on the seat of the honeycomb sword cannon. He was rejoicing in his heart. Lucky for him, he had chose 10 soldiers of the Skull unit to control the warship. If not, the warship would have never been able to start. The Black Arrow warship was a small-size warship, and did not need many soldiers to control. The battle between Tang Tian and CFA had shocked them completely. They did not dare to leave the ship. If anyone was unlucky, they would be instantly killed by CFA's finger aura. The battle between the two experts were too fast for them to capture, furthermore try to escape. When Tang Tian beat CFA, they all rejoiced crazily. But upon seeing Tang Tian completely bloodied, leaving behind footprints of blood, walking one step at a time towards the warship, they looked on with their mouths wide opened. Does Master want to carry on fighting even though he is so severely injured?
You're acting rashly, there's no meaning to this.
Little fool said coldly. Tang Tian sat himself down on the honeycomb sword cannon, his bloodied hands held onto the handle, and said with displeasure, I feel that there is meaning to it, that's all that matters. Seeing his stubborn gaze, Little Fool was helpless. I'll fight for you.
Bang! Tang Tian leaned into the seat. He portrayed a smile. His face that was covered in blood revealed a smile uglier than a cry. Little Fool thought that he had convinced Tang Tian, but who knew that Tang Tian would laugh weirdly. He, we shall fight side by side. With that, he turned his head, his face instantly becoming sinister. He stretched his neck and roared, forward. We'll kill them.
The soldiers awoke from their stupor, and immediately sunk into a fervent state. There was nothing that could make them as excited as their leader leading them into battle. It was as though they were high on drugs. They placed all their attention on controlling the Black Arrow warship, which sped out of the ground quickly.
Godlike young lad, go go go.
His thunderous roar resonated throughout the warship. Little Fool observed the enraged Tang Tian. The fool did not seem to have any feeling to the blood loss. His energetic muscles were red like boiled steel, emitting an astonishing amount of steam. He was burning hot, causing the entire warship to have the stench of blood.
True madness. Fight side by side.
Little Fool shook his head. He kept Saint Sword Ocean prison, and floated to a seat of the honeycomb sword cannon and sat down. Little Fool's adorable size, seated atop a huge chair, it was an unspeakable comical and cute scene. Little Fool did not care, but curiously touched the honeycomb sword cannon. His statue-like small face was extremely adorable.
Rumble rumble rumble.
The warship directly struck the boulders ahead of them. This crude and direct manner of appearing on the battlefield made Tang Tian instantly excited, and he started to shout, go go go.
Idiot.
Little Fool could not even be bothered to roll his eyes. As long as this fool appears, peace and quiet will never happen.
But, this honeycomb sword cannon is rather interesting.
The thick rocks were broken apart by the Black Arrow warship. The entire hull shook intensely, causing Tang Tian to become even more excited. The first thing that Tang Tian saw the moment he rose out of the ground was He Ying. If we were to say that Tang Chou possessed an astonishing eye for judgment, then Tang Tian had an equally terrifying intuition like a wild beast. Without thinking, he launched an attack on He Ying. He Ying was not able to react from the sudden turn of events, and thus was an extremely rare opportunity.
Chance.
The sword behind Tang Tian's chair suddenly lit up.
Xiao, dot.
A sword ray shot out, but Tang Tian suffered the backlash and spat out blood, and lost control of the sword aura the instant it flew out.
Tang Tian's face changed, trouble.
Although the Black Arrow warship was a small-size warship, but was a genuine silver-grade warship, atop it were all silver-grade warship weapons. Tang Tian's request for the change of warship weapons were also all silver-grade. The power of silver-grade warship weapons were immense, but the criteria to use them were extremely tight. For example, the Heaven Devastating Blade, when used by a group of men, it required 20 elite blade-wielding soldiers, with synchronization frequency of at least 75% to be able to attain its actual power, and if the synchronization frequency dropped to 70%, it would not work. And for it to be used by a single person, it required a silver saint. That's right, a silver saint.
Damn it, dot.
The honeycomb sword cannon was a grade higher than the honeycomb sword cannon on board Qin Yuran's warship. That also meant that the backlash would be even more intense.
Tang Tian, who was severely injured, could not guard against it, and thus receiving the shock.
What Tang Tian felt unhappy about was not because of him spitting out blood, but because he did not grab hold of the opportunity. The sword aura barely missed Ying, causing him to break out in cold sweat.
Draw close to me.
Ying roared. The 20 elites around him instantly flew closer to him. Very quickly, their aura merged as one.
The synchronization frequency within them was extremely high.
Xia Yuan's complexion became ugly. The energy synchronization frequency between the 21 men had reached an astonishing high of 92%. Ying was using this to show Xia Yuan the power of a silver army. The astonishingly high synchronization frequency brought forth a powerful aura. It was just 21 men, but the power released from them made it feel like a small army.
So powerful.
Xia Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes were filled with worry. It was a pity that all of the swift army were on the ground, and he could not retaliate.
A blazing red blade aura shot out from the 21 men formation, fiercely slashing on the Black Arrow warship. Bang! The light aura splashed, lighting up the night sky.
The energy barrier of the Black Arrow warship trembled intensely. The sound from the collision of both sides could be heard throughout the city. Tang Tian held onto the handle tightly, his face twitching slightly. The warship's violent swaying caused his wounds to open again, causing blood to flow.
Tang Tian's expression became increasingly sinister and ferocious. Meeting you face to face right now, only the braver one will win. At this time, it's either you or me.
Energy surged into the honeycomb sword cannon frantically. The sword floating beside him became extremely bright.
Buzz buzz buzz. 100 swords in unison. Kill. 100 sword light auras shot forth like rain.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 644, Victory. Chapter 644, Victory. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Ying was experienced in battle, and was extremely familiar with the popular warships. Upon seeing that only one of the seat of the Black Arrow warship had lit up, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had heard of Meng Nan purchasing a warship before, so it did not surprise him that much. But because Meng Nan did not have sufficient manpower, just by purchasing a warship, he could not display the true fighting capability of a warship. The warship weapons demanded a high synchronization frequency, and not any person could operate them. Rich tyrants enjoyed buying good equipment, but all that equipment would barely be used to their fullest potential, and would most likely be left to rust and collect dust in warehouses. Ying knew such a degrading and rotten style all too well. Seeing that only one of the seat was being lit up, it reaffirmed Ying's guess. Meng Nan did not have sufficient men. One seat required about 20 soldiers. This number tallied with the reports Ying had received. The Black Arrow warship was a good warship, but with insufficient manpower, it was just a block of wood. Ying only had 20 men by his side, but they were all ironclad soldiers who had followed him for years. All of them were the elites of the army, and were extremely familiar with battle formations. For them, they could handle 10 men with ease. Ying had confidence in himself.
Xiao, dot.
The densely clustered sword auras flew forward, bringing forth whistling sounds towards Ying. Bai Xiao, who was watching the battle, muttered, "It's coming."
It's coming?
Bai Yu was confused and subconsciously asked.
The honeycomb sword cannon.
Bai Xiao replied. He was excited, recalling the scene from the last time. He felt as though it was all a dream. Bai Yu then thought about the incident with the pirates. In that battle, it was said that Meng Nan was the one controlling the honeycomb sword cannon, which was extremely out of the ordinary.
He was also brimming with curiosity.
A light flickered in Ying's eyes. The honeycomb sword cannon. It is of some standard. For this degree of concentration, the opponent's standard is not too bad. But with just this, you think you can kill a silver general? You're belittling me. Ying revealed a sneer. Under his control, the synchronized energy quickly formed a red tempest which protected them in the center. If looked at carefully, one would realize that the high-speed red tempest had countless of dark red granules inside, which were formed by energy, causing the tempest to become even stronger. The honeycomb sword auras struck the wall of tempest, causing countless of chaotic flows, but the tempest wall stood majestically. The honeycomb sword cannon was mostly used to fight loose and disorganized soldiers. It was not overly powerful, but it could shoot many sword auras per time, and the radius covered a rather large area. Ying had full confidence in his red granule tempest. Its defensive properties were much stronger than ordinary energy barriers. Its inspiration stemmed from sandstorms in the desert.
The high revolving airflows could disperse enemy attacks, and at the same time increase its defense.
And the large quantity of strong and heavy sand granules mixed in the tempest allowed the tempest to become denser and harder to break through. Even powerful destructive attacks were unable to sway the red granule tempest, let alone the honeycomb sword cannon. Furthermore, although the honeycomb sword cannon could shoot out many sword auras at once, its offensive frequency was not too great. After every wave of attacks, it would require a stoppage, which would be overcome by having many ship crews alternate.
But currently, his opponent only had one honeycomb sword cannon, and thus its limitations was very prevailing.
To Ying, a silver-grade general, as long as there was a flaw, he could completely overturn the situation. Furthermore, it was a fatal flaw. The sword auras that struck the red granule tempest were all shattered.
Time for a counterattack.
Just as Ying was about to counterattack, in the next moment, his expression froze.
Shio!
Yet another ear-numbing whistling sound came out, and another torrent of sword auras struck the red granule tempest.
Ying almost jumped up. Impossible.
The honeycomb sword cannon's energy impact was relatively large, and no one was able to ignore the backlash. He had never seen a team that could continuously fire off the honeycomb sword cannon before. It was not reasonable.
Shio.
The condensed whistling sounds cut through the night sky, wave after wave of sword aura poured, as though a rain of light was descending from the Black Arrow warship onto the red granule tempest.
Boom boom boom. The sword auras continued to strike the tempest, countless of light aura flew everywhere, the tempest blew the sword auras into pieces, but maintained extremely stable.
Ying, revealing a look of shock, forced himself to calm down, and continued to channel the red granule tempest. The powerful defensive capability of red granule tempest was displayed to saturation. The pouring of sword auras did not do much to the tempest.
God.
Baiyu had his hands holding onto the top of his head, his face full of disbelief. He had heard from Bai Xiao how Meng Nan used the honeycomb sword cannon, but to personally witness how the weapon was used without any pause, the continuous onslaught of sword auras spraying out, he felt as if his logical reasoning was being overturned.
Wait a minute.
He suddenly trembled. As a famed general, he had sharply and immediately captured the important point: if such a scene were to occur in a war. If it was just one warship, and all of the weapons could do the same. He trembled. He knew that if the freak of a warship truly appeared in the battlefield, who could stop it? No one could stop it. If every warship of a convoy could be like that, then no one in the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy could stop them. Baiyu dare not think further, just thought of the outcome caused his hands to turn cold. He stared intently at the battlefield, afraid to miss any minute details.
That loud and noisy person, how many secrets is he truly hiding?
The countless of sword auras formed a flow, continuously hitting onto the red tempest. It was just a short span of 10 seconds, but Ying felt as if he was dragged to a year. The red granule tempest had remarkable defense, but the sword auras were too numerous, and with the continuous onslaught, Ying was placed under an immense pressure. The energy in their bodies were quickly depleting. Other than holding on, Ying did not have any other ideas. The red granule tempest started to sway, and if it continued, they would be swallowed by the sword auras, and even their bones will be wiped out.
Everyone, hold on. Ying roared, the enemy cannot last for so long.
All of his bodyguards clenched their teeth and bitterly held on. They had absolute trust in Ying, and they also believed that the enemies could not hold on any longer. Such a crazy attack was something that no one could keep releasing. But it was a battle of will. Whoever revealed their flaw first would be the loser. Little Fool held the handle of the honeycomb sword cannon. The screams of Tang Tian beside him drilled into his ears. He remained aloof, as though he could not hear anything. Until now, he had not even attacked once. The expression on his face remained normal, as though the situation in front of him did not concern him at all.
Sigh. Tang Tian's roar suddenly stopped. The overheated honeycomb sword cannon exploded and shattered into pieces and dust, the dust covering the entire place, and Tang Tian sat there without reaction. There was only a thought in his mind: how could the honeycomb sword cannon be so weak? Chance.
Ying, who was stubbornly holding on, rejoiced. That's right, even if the enemy soldiers could bear the terrifying backlash, the honeycomb sword cannon itself was unable to bear the burden. No one knew that, the moment that Tang Tian's honeycomb sword cannon exploded, the emotionless and ignorant Little Fool's eyes suddenly lit up with a cold glint. The long sword floating behind him lit up at the same time. A burst of sword aura shot towards Ying. Ying, who was just about to counterattack, suddenly heard the whistle, and was shocked yet again. The enemies actually still had people. What made him feel even more unease was that he did not even notice the enemy attacking. It was too sudden. But it was just a burst of sword auras, and not like the flow of sword aura, causing Ying to feel slightly more at ease. Even before he could rejoice, the whistling sound in the air changed. The initially low resounding whistle suddenly became extremely sharp, like a needle piercing into the brain. Ying's face became ugly. He raised his head to look. The burst of sword rain had actually merged into a dazzling sword aura, but Ying's heart trembled. It was only one sword aura, but the tail of light that was dragged behind released an imposing might and aura. Compared to the burst of sword rain, it was many times stronger.
A swordsman!
Ying suddenly reacted. Only a swordsman that had a profound understanding of the sword could be able to produce such a terrifying attack with the honeycomb sword cannon. He then understood why the opponent had managed to attack without any warning. Little Fool, who was enlightened on sword laws, was ahead of Tang Tian in terms of understanding and using the honeycomb sword cannon. He had simply got in touch with it for a moment, and Little Fool already understood the weapon. Tang Tian's brute way of attacking made Little Fool scoff in his mind, but luckily for Tang Tian, it was effective. Thus Little Fool did not do anything, and simply waited for the opportunity to arise. Little Fool, who had a profound comprehension of sword laws, was able to use the honeycomb sword cannon to an incredibly powerful degree.
Damn it!
Ying, whose face was flushed white, shouted, "Be careful!" Before he could finish his words, the dazzling sword aura, bringing along a straight and dazzling light ray, struck heavily onto the red granule tempest.
Boom!
The red granule tempest trembled. Ying and the others inside felt their throats turning sweet, the corners of their mouths had traces of blood, their faces overwhelmed with shock.
But they knew it was not time to panic.
The terrifying attack must have caused the operator to feel a huge energy charge, and a swordsman's body had never been their strongest suit. A chessboard floated beneath Little Fool's legs. The intense backlash surged into Little Fool's body, but the chessboard suddenly lit up. Bang, it shattered. Little Fool's body trembled, although majority of the energy charge backlash had been tolerated by the chessboard, but the remaining backlash was not light either, and he was too weak to attack again. Warship weapons are not suitable for spirit generals at all. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, causing the cold smile on his face to become even more terrifying. His task was completed. His attack had given Tang Tian the chance to jump aboard another honeycomb sword cannon. The floating sword behind the seat lit up once again.
Amidst Tang Tian's roar, the terrifying flow of sword auras spewed out once again.
Wave after wave of terrifying energy backlash surged into Tang Tian's body. His body trembled like a sieve as the blood in his body continued to surge in pain. He remained oblivious to his body, the rage in his eyes spewing fire. He roared like a tiger, but the violent surging flow of sword auras struck the red granule tempest in the most brute way. The violent tempest had met with an even more violent enemy. Ying's face was flushed as white as paper after the heavy sword attack, although they had managed to block it, but the red granule tempest was equally damaged.
Boom! The red granule tempest shattered completely. No! He wanted to roar out loud, but he could not find his voice. His vision turned a pure white. The flow of sword auras that had lost control shot forth everywhere, destroying everything in its wake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, The 5 Southern Island Families. Chapter 645, The 5 Southern Island Families. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Ouch, CEI.
Tang Tian's wails came out of the house. He laid on the bed, his entire body wrapped in bloodied bandages, only revealing his eyes.
He could not even move a finger. He had went overboard fighting Ying.
In a short span of time, his body had to bear the intense energy charge backlash, causing him to feel as though his entire body was being struck by a heavy hammer countless of times, causing him to feel numb all over. And the pain was actually from the blood that was still bleeding out. When Tang Tian was pulled out of the warship, everyone was shocked. Every inch of his skin was bleeding, as though he was dragged out of a blood pool, and many of his wounds were still overflowing with blood. Everyone thought that Tang Tian was weak due to the loss of blood, but after a check by the doctor, they realized that Tang Tian was still strong. Tang Tian's pain did not come from being weak, but because he was overflowing with blood, causing his veins and arteries to be in excruciating pain. This result shocked everyone. All of them could only laugh awkwardly, as expected of a perverse man. After losing so much blood, he was actually still in vigorous and healthy shape. Amidst Tang Tian's screams, Shursen respectfully reported his battle reports, while Wu Qing stood by the side, curiously taking a few glances at their boss, who was overly young.
The battle did not stop because of He Ying's death.
Seeing that the situation had gone awry, Lady Ro had given the order for the pirates to attack. Seeing that White Sands continent was about to be flooded with pirates, eldest young noble had appeared in the barracks of the 2nd and 3rd Army. He Ying and the continent lord was dead. Lady Ro had disappeared without a trace. The two commanders of the armies hesitated for a moment, before choosing to surrender. But eldest young noble decided to give them a chance to redeem themselves, and requested to defend against the pirates. The two large armies who initially thought they would be sentenced to death were beyond joyous. They resisted the pirates with all their might, clashing and stopping the pirates. The first army that had disappeared for many days appeared behind the pirates, and launched an immense attack. The pirates were immediately caught in a chaotic situation. Lian Bo Jun's Black Mountain Pirates turncoat against the pirates became the final straw. the alliance between the pirates completely crumbled, and the Second and Third Army took the chance and killed countless of them. Shersin had just snuck into the White Sands continent, and coincidentally saw the First Army launching their attack. He immediately took the chance and assaulted the pirates as well. After the battle, another piece of good news was received: they found Richard, the Continent Lord Manor, eldest young noble, no, he should be hailed as White Sands Continent Lord, looked at Suwabai in gratitude.
If not for you, this time. Suwabai shook his head. Protecting White Sands has always been Suwabai's responsibility.
Beside him, the Second Army and Third Army commanders had looks of shame on their faces.
Ling Xia asked curiously, Master Suwabai, how did you know about He Ying's plan?
With the sudden disappearance of the First Army, prior to leaving, Suwabai had Ling Xia bring eldest young noble to Meng Nan for protection, and right before the pirates had launched their attack, they suddenly appeared behind the pirate alliance. This series of planning was truly unimaginable.
Suwabai revealed his secret: it was Lei Erfu, the head of the Golden Ross, Slit-Eye Snake Lei Erfu?
Ling Xia cried out in alarm. The others were equally shocked.
Suwabai nodded his head. 3 days after his death, I received a letter. It was Lei Erfu's pre-planned contingency just in case he died, which was for the letter to be sent to me. If he was not dead, the letter would have never been sent. That man was truly too cunning. This letter contained many secrets, one of which was that Lady Ro was from the Honorable Martial Continent. Those words were like a heavy bomb that dropped into all of their hearts. Honorable Martial Continent? How can it be them? We do not have any grievances with the Honorable Martial Continent. Even the commander of the Second and Third Army were in disbelief. They had thought of all the possible backgrounds of Lady Ro, but they had never thought that she would be connected to the Honorable Martial Continent. Ambitious, the Honorable Martial Continent is too ambitious. Suwabai said coldly, our White Sands stands in the center of the southern region. As long as it becomes chaotic, they would be able to spread to the eastern region. Their plan was extremely ingenious, to use Miss Yuran's influence, not only on our White Sands but even the surrounding aristocratic families, and capture all of us. Using the ladies as a ransom, and using the pirates, no one will think that all the chaos in the southern region would be linked to the Honorable Martial Continent. But what good is there for them? Ling Xia did not understand.
They have already taken control of the entire western region. Suwabai said indifferently, their next goal is the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy.
The entire Sacred Saint Galaxy.
Everyone was shocked by Master Suwabai's words. There were over tens of thousands of continents in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. That would mean warring for a long time. That had never happened before.
If there truly was a person who wanted to unify the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy, how could it not stump others? It was dead silent. If this theory was not spoken by Master Suwabai, no one would have believed the words at all. After a long time, the new continent lord broke the silence, and muttered, who knew that Honorable Martial Continent's ambition would be so huge? He had a look of loss, and suddenly raised his head. Master Suwabai, why did you believe that Meng Nan could protect me? Because Meng Nan is the Honorable Martial Continent's enemy. Suwabai asked. The Honorable Martial Continent's enemy? Ling Xia asked, could it be that Meng Nan used to be a continent lord of one of the continents in the western region? Everyone suddenly realized, what Ling Xia said might be true. In the current western region, there were over thousands of continents that were either annexed or destroyed by Honorable Martial Continent. If Meng Nan truly was a successor of one of the continents, their hatred for Honorable Martial Continent would be very deep. But unexpectedly, Suwabai shook his head. I do not think so, but he isn't. The new continent lord spoke. All the continents that were destroyed by Honorable Martial Continent are struggling by themselves. How could they have the strength to protect me? The new continent lord had personally witnessed Meng Nan's strength, and the way he acted showed that he was not any successor of any continent. He never retreated and was unreasonably fierce, with his head on clashes. How was that the bearing of a successor on the run? And Meng Nan's subordinates were all fearsome people as well, and the scary spirit dyad. If they truly came from the western region, the Honorable Martial Continent would not be able to destroy them that easily. Everyone's gaze landed on Suwabai. Suwabai spoke. That is why I asked the continent lord to seek shelter under Meng Nan. One of the reasons is that we have nowhere to go, and there is no other support. On the other hand, it was Lei Erfu's letter that mentioned something that caught my attention. Lei Erfu said that the mysterious person behind him had an extremely important goal, which was to seek out a few families. What families? Everyone became attentive. To make such a huge movement for a few families, it showed their great importance to the Honorable Martial Continent, and yet everyone was oblivious to it. The 5 Southern Island families. Everyone was startled. They all knew of the 5 Southern Island families. About 100 years ago, the 5 families traveled from afar to White Sands, and coincidentally arrived when pirates were attacking White Sands. The 5 families immediately aided White Sands, and obtained victory for them.
The continent lord at that time, to reward the 5 families for their service, gave them each a territory in the southern islands of White Sands continent for them to reside, and from then on, they were hailed as the 5 southern island families. The 5 families gradually reproduced and grew in the southern islands, but they rarely revealed themselves, and never got involved with matters with other families, to the point that people thought that they stood aloof from worldly affairs. So when everyone heard Master Suabai speak about them, they were surprised. Yes. Lei Erfu spent some time investigating a few families, resulting in leads that linked to the 5 southern island families. Suabai said, "I kept this in my heart, but never had the intention to investigate, as we are limited on manpower. But after that, I accidentally stumbled upon Meng Nan's subordinate who was also investigating on the 5 families, so I could guess the relationship between Meng Nan and the Honorable Martial Continent. Meng Nan's background is extremely mysterious and not ordinary." Suabai's face darkened. "We have watched him with his affairs, and can claim that he is very daring, without any fear. Every time we see that the situation is bad, he would instead obtain victory, and no one knows what trump cards he still has left to play. Furthermore, that spirit dyad is definitely of a famed general grade. To have such a standard of spirit dyad, the power behind Meng Nan is definitely not ordinary. We can only make friends with him, and not be enemies." His words obtained the approval of everyone. The new continent lord immediately spoke. "He saved our lives. Furthermore, he does not seem to care about the White Sands. He said he has a condition for us. When I asked him what it was, he said he only needed the help of our trading channels." Everyone was somewhat suspicious. The condition was too low. Ling Xia reinforced his words. "Mr. Meng did say that. It seems that he does not care about our estate and wealth." Suabai heaved a sigh of relief. He was somewhat relieved. He always believed that Meng Nan's strength was far stronger than the White Sands continent. And it was the most reasonable guess, a guess that made everyone feel at ease. The current White Sands continent was suffering too much, there was a plethora of things to tackle, and they could not afford to tussle with anyone else. Then what about the matter of the 5 families? The new continent lord asked Suabai. He knew that his wealth was very shallow, and without experience. He could only rely on Suabai. Suabai spoke. "He is our most important ally. If we are able to help him, we should do so with all our might. They can go to the 5 families, but they might not be granted access. Why don't we openly send our guides there, and establish communication between both parties? But we will not be involved with their matters." The new continent lord's eyes lit up. "Good idea. Continent lord, the most urgent task now is to call in all the patriarchs of the families, and appease the people." Suabai rationalized. "Everyone is unstable right now, they are hoping for peace." "Good." The new continent lord nodded, but he was slightly doubtful. "I am only afraid I do not have sufficient prestige." "Continent lord, rest easy, it will come in time." Suabai remained cool and calm. "Right now, we have to deal with the people who colluded with the pirates and plotted rebellions. These people are truly wicked beyond redemption. When the time comes, we need to weed out all the spies of the Honorable Martial Continent and clean up our continent. If not, we cannot sleep in peace." Everyone nodded their heads. Ling Xia did not speak. She knew that Master Suabai's words meant that after the night had ended, many heads would roll, and many families would be destroyed. She raised her head. "This subordinate is willing to be the guide for Mr. Meng to seek out the southern islands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 646, Heading to the Southern Islands. Chapter 646, Heading to the Southern Islands. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The Southern Islands. Richard was by Tang Tian's side, carefully reporting all the details of his investigations. He knew that the boss viewed such things extremely heavily. He was also very interested in all of the history that was covered in dust, and spent all his effort to investigate to finally find many clues. All of these clues might not be understandable by common people, but Richard had a feeling that concealed behind these clues was a big secret. Richard had guessed that the boss definitely knew about the secret, but he never dared to ask about it. Behind the 5 southern island families, the Honorable Martial Continent's hands were faintly discernible. As the current strongest tyrants, the Honorable Martial Continent practically had control over the entire western region. The 5 southern island families, 200 years ago, they migrated here. It is said that at that time, 13 families migrated, but there was a great divergence. 7 families chose to migrate to the eastern region, 1 moved to the northern region, and the remaining 5, as they did not want to move far, chose the southern region. Seeing that Tang Tian was listening so intently, Richard became even more excited. Ever since the 5 southern island families migrated, they had remained incognito and cut off from the rest of the world. The southern islands have extremely terrible environments. Living in the inhospitable natural environment, wild beasts rampage the lands, and there are poison mists all over. It is said that when the continent lord asked what the 5 families wanted for their reward, they initiated that they wanted the horrible lands to the south, and rejected fertile land. Seeing that the 5 families were so insistent about it, the continent lord then gave the southern islands to the 5 families, since prior to it, no one owned the lands.
The 5 families spent countless of manpower and effort. After 3 generations, they started to see results. Outsiders who accidentally stumble into the southern islands would most likely die.
The harsh environment has become the natural defense for the 5 families, and thus the southern islands have been hailed as the most secretive place of white sands. But every 10 years, the 5 families would send their own disciples to the continent lord manor, and offer all sorts of rare treasures. Even the continent lord has difficulty controlling the 5 families, and thus the southern islands have formed their own system, and outsiders know little of them.
Richard looked at Tang Tian carefully, who was listening very happily.
But Richard was worried, because this time they were not going to fight. They did not bring any armies, and only sure sends 2 small units. The 5 southern island families hated strangers, and no one had heard of the southern islands receiving guests. The continent lord had even tried to request to visit the southern islands for sightseeing, but the 5 families mercilessly rejected all of the requests. At that time, the continent lord could not do anything but leave it as that. Although they had caused shame to him, the White Sands continent lord never thought of attacking the 5 families.
For 200 years, the southern islands were guarded by the 5 families extremely tightly.
Adding their natural defense, silver armies were unable to enter. The warriors of the 5 families are all valiant and strong. To be able to fight against the pirates at that time, the majority of the effort was due to them.
After going through the grinding of the harsh environment, the current warriors of the 5 families were not people White Sands continent dared to provoke.
Luckily the disciples rarely ventured out, and thus rarely fought with others.
What are the 5 families? Tang Tian suddenly asked.
Yi, Li, Wei, Yu, Zhang, the 5 families, their insignias are also very interesting. The Yi family's insignia is a scale.
The Li family's insignia is a crab. The Wei family's insignia is an archer. The Yu family's insignia is a white ram, while the Zhang family's insignia is a vase.
Richard's report was extremely in-depth. He had spent a lot of effort searching on them.
Tang Tian laughed.
Libra constellation, Cancer constellation, Sagittarius constellation, Aries constellation, and Aquarius constellation. Tian, Yi family is Libra, Li family is Cancer, Wei family is Sagittarius, Yu family is Aries, Zhang family is Aquarius. They are truly the 12 ecliptic palaces. Furthermore, Crane and Sagittarius constellation have a deep connection, while Ling Su had obtained the legacy of Aries constellation.
Interesting.
Tang Tian did not immediately send for Crane or Ling Su, but decided to see how it went.
How do we get in contact with them? Tang Tian asked. Richard scratched his head. That I do not know. Maybe I have an idea.
Ling Xia finally grabbed the chance and spoke. This time, she was the one who initiated to be Tang Tian's guide, and wanted to avoid the cleansing of White Sands City.
But that did not mean her task is relaxed. Before she left White Sands City, the continent lord and Master Suabai had specially summoned her and told her to take care and aid Mr. Meng Nan the best she could. Even her father had specially came to meet her. On the road, she did not manage to find any opportunity. Richard's investigation was truly too concise and detailed, not leaving out any gaps, and he was also a learned scholar. All of the seemingly ordinary matters could not escape his grasp. He could always find a link or connection. Ling Xia had deep respect for him. Even as an outsider, listening to Richard was extremely exciting. Tang Tian's gaze landed on Ling Xia. Ling Xia immediately felt a formless pressure on her. Her mind trembled. Mr. Meng Nan's aura was truly getting stronger and stronger. In the past, she and Meng Nan were equals as friends, but currently, standing in front of him, she felt the same as standing in front of Master Suabai. Around 5 years ago, which was also the 10-year date, the disciples from the 5 families paid respects to the continent lord. Because there was a lady present, Ling Xia was the one responsible to take care of her. After interacting with her for a few months, our relationship is not too bad, and before she left, she gave Ling Xia an item, and told me if I were to go to the southern islands, I could go to her home to be a guest. I am sure we can ask her for a meet.
Ling Xia looked at Tang Tian, waiting for him to decide.
Tang Tian nodded his head. We can do that. The warship halted, quickly slowing down.
Everyone knew they had reached the southern islands. Flying out of the warship, the legendary southern islands greeted everyone, but their expressions were not too good. A dark green sea of mist covered the entire place with no end.
This is the green sea of mist.
Ling Xia explained, the poison in it is extremely toxic, and can even corrode energy. We must be careful.
Roar. Suddenly,
a beast roar came out from deep inside the green sea of mist. The intense energy undulation formed was like a hurricane. The green sea of mist instantly became violent and churned about.
Everyone's face changed, the energy undulation was extremely powerful. It was like two silver saints fighting all out.
The churning green sea of mist continued to churn up with all sorts of things. Blackthorn organisms with bodies over the length of 600 m would churn about with the green sea of mist, causing everyone's heart to jump. As long as anything touched the organism, it would quickly coil around the object and quickly choke it. The black thorns would pierce deeply into the intruders. There was another type of organism the size of a fist. It had red eyes, and terrifying sharp white teeth that resembled saws. Its body leaked with some black substance that upon dropping into the mist would transform into black smoke. This organism traveled in groups, but separated at very large distances, and clenched their teeth towards Tang Tian and his group. They would gather and form a dense black cloud, but they were unable to leave the green sea of mist, allowing everyone to relax. There would always be bones churning out of the mist, causing everyone to be alarmed.
Tang Tian finally understood why no one had the intention of attacking the southern islands.
The green sea of mist was truly a natural defense.
To barge in without any guide, other than throwing away their lives, no one could achieve anything.
But very quickly, Tang Tian seemed to have thought about something. He had a blood meridian's laboratory under him, and he knew some things about poison. In the past, the green sea of mist of the southern islands was rather famous, but it was not so large. People say that the 5 families had purposely tampered with it, disallowing people to enter.
Ling Xiao's words confirmed Tang Tian's guess.
The green sea of mist was through generations of hard work to become so vast.
How do you contact your friend? Tang Tian suddenly asked curiously.
The green sea of mist had covered the entire southern islands. She said that there is a pavilion on top of a cliff, and there is a streamlet beside it. As long as I throw the item in, she would receive it.
Ling Xiao replied.
Tang Tian quickly found the pavilion, and between the 2 peaks, there was a bare cliff with a dilapidated pavilion, as though it could crumble at any time. Beside the pavilion was a small streamlet that flowed with water. But what surprised them was the flow of the streamlet. It flowed up the ravine from inside the green sea of mist, up to the cliff, and continued to another mountain peak, which was shrouded by the green sea of mist. The item in Ling Xiao's hand was a green jade bamboo clapper, with a vase engraving carved on it.
Aquarius constellation.
In Heaven's Road, Aquarius constellation was the famously rich tyrannical constellation. Aquarius constellation might not have the strongest martial artists, but they were definitely the wealthiest. I wonder if this vase family inside the green sea of mist is rich. Tang Tian had already forgotten the last name of the Aquarius constellation, and thus hailed them as the vase family. Tang Tian was extremely looking forward to seeing them, as the 12 ecliptic palaces were the tyrants of Heaven's Road. Every family's history was long, so he was curious to what their family would be like. Throwing the bamboo clapperboard into the streamlet, they watched it disappear into the green sea of mist. After about 20 minutes, a figure flew out from the peak that was covered in the green sea of mist, and flowed down along the peak.
Sister Ling.
A young lady dressed in green robes looked down excitedly, but seeing Tang Tian and the rest beside Ling Xia, her face immediately became cautious. Especially when she saw the black arrow worship of Tang Tian's, her face changed.
Ting ting.
Ling Xia saw her, and immediately revealed a smile while heaving a sigh of relief in her mind.
Sister Ling, did you bring them to attack my family? Ting Ting's expression turned cold.
Ling Xia was startled, then immediately shook her head. Of course not. Seeing Ting Ting's expression gradually softening, Ling Xia immediately explained, "This is Mr. Meng Nan, I am accompanying him here today. Mr. Meng Nan is the Continent Lord's noble guests, he hopes to visit the 5 families." Ting Ting shook her head. "If Sister Ling is here as a guest, this younger sister will definitely welcome you. But for the other people, I am sorry, you are all not welcome here." Ling Xia was speechless. She did not expect the outcome to be like that. "I am the enemy of the Honorable Martial Continent." The sudden voice and words caused Ting Ting to look up, a cold gaze erupting from her eyes.
The Honorable Martial Continent. How does this man know the Honorable Martial Continent is our 5 families' arch-nemesis? Tang Tian remained indifferent, and took out a few objects.
"I will have to trouble you to bring these to your various family heads. Whether or not you guys want to meet, I trust the various heads will have an idea."
"I will be waiting here."
Ting Ting subconsciously accepted the objects. Upon seeing the objects, she was instantly stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.